A survival game set in a ghostly world where pairs of players are randomly assigned roommates and placed in a rundown dormitory. To survive, they must pay ghost coins as rent on time. Failure to do so will result in the random death of one roommate after a 3-day grace period. During the day, the two must search the apartment for food and resources to upgrade the dormitory, while at night they must hide together in the dormitory to evade ghostly pursuits. Roommates are randomly matched based on interpersonal relationships, and you are very lucky, not only sharing a room with the stunning school beauty Su Liyue, but you both also have special bug survival talents. You have the S-level talent Eerie Invisibility, which, when activated, makes you invisible to monsters and players, but the downside is that you cannot move or stay invisible for a long time. Su Liyue, the school beauty, has the S-level talent Disaster Star, which can transfer her own monster hatred to other players and even transfer the damage received. At this moment, you suddenly see a game panel in your field of vision, and then you start to check your own attribute information. From the above, you learned that roommates can leave the dormitory, but leaving the dormitory will take away half of the dormitory ghost coins, and as a very important shared resource, dormitory ghost coins will automatically deduct 10 coins as rent every morning at 6 o'clock. In addition, roommates will also share other items in the backpack. Then you took out the dormitory survival manual from the backpack, sat on the lower bunk with Su Liyue, and looked through it together. The manual prompts to build the dormitory door as soon as possible, and the dormitory door has a shelter function. The entire apartment building has 25 floors. Most of the dormitories are empty, and there may be dangers inside regardless of day or night. The items and ghosts inside will be refreshed every other day. If the dormitory is not inhabited by living people, it will also become a haunted house or a storage room. At this moment, you look towards the empty dormitory door, and below, a panel appears, requiring 10 pieces of wood to build the first level dormitory door. Seeing this, you suggest to Su Liyue to go out together to collect materials, as only by successfully building the door during the day can you have a chance to survive at night. Su Liyue's Disaster Star talent is a very good auxiliary ability, and working together will be much more convenient. Initially, Su Liyue wanted to refuse when she first heard about it, wanting to stay in the dormitory alone. However, after some thought, she dispelled that idea and hesitated for a moment before standing up and saying, "Let's go. I'll follow you. Don't abandon me. We are roommates who have each other's backs. How could I abandon you?" Seeing Su Liyue being agreeable, your anxious heart finally relaxed. You both just walked out and found someone across the street, who seemed to be a pair of sisters, but seeing their fearful expressions, you and Su Liyue did not greet them, but continued to observe the environment on this floor of the apartment. Soon you understood that this is the 7th floor, and there are a total of 10 dormitories, numbered 701 to 710. However, it seems that there are only 4 dormitories for players, which means that there are probably only 8 players on this floor. At this point, you arrived in front of one of the dormitories with a large door, where there may be supplies or danger. Unexpectedly, a middle-aged couple suddenly walked to the corridor, staring at you and Su Liyue not far away, as if they had the idea of joining in. Upon seeing this scene, you furrowed your brow and whispered softly near Su Liyue's ear, "If there are monsters inside and they target you, use your talent directly to make the ghosts chase after that couple." Su Liyue was first stunned on her face, but quickly understood your meaning and nodded. When you turn the handle to open the door, you find that the door is not locked, and there is a dagger placed on a table inside. Strangely, the dagger emits a faint black light. You quickly pick up the dagger to check its information. Ghostly dagger, containing 1 point of ghostly energy, can injure ghosts, worth 50 ghost coins, ordinary quality. Just as you are extremely excited, Su Liyue catches sight of the middle-aged couple approaching. "Gufan, the uncle and aunt are coming over." Upon hearing this, you immediately grip the dagger tightly in your hand, staring closely at the 2 people who are gradually approaching you. "Hey young man, finders keepers, can you show me what you got inside?" Without a word, you showed the dagger in your hand, as if saying, "Come and take it." The middle-aged man looked at the dagger surrounded by black aura, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. As soon as he approached to take it, you acted quickly and stabbed him hard in the chest. The middle-aged man was scared and immediately stepped back. "What are you doing? This is what I found. The risk of opening the dormitory door is also borne by me and my roommate. Do you want to take away what we found now?" You stood in front of Su Liyue, looking coldly at this strange couple. The heavy atmosphere made the middle-aged man take a few steps back, unsure if you would lash out again. He could only slowly retreat with his wife. After staring deeply at you for a while, the 2 of them chose to leave. Looking at the figures of the 2 leaving, you just realized that the enemy is not just the monsters in the apartment, but also possibly other players, and even conflicts with players in the early stages may be greater. The recent noise attracted the attention of some players, and at this moment they are all peeking their heads by the dormitory door, curiously watching this scene. A pair of sisters, a middle-aged couple, a young couple, plus yourself and Su Liyue. These are the 8 players in the 7th floor dormitory. At this moment, Su Liyue frowned and said angrily, "Gu Fan, why are they so bad? The dagger is clearly ours. If your hand were faster, you could have taught that man a lesson. Forget about him, since he avoided us, he shouldn't cause us trouble." Su Liyue's reaction was unexpected to you, and it seems she is also a spirited person. Later, you looked at the table next to you with a dagger in hand, secretly wondering if you could break down wooden products to obtain wood. After thinking for a moment, you squatted down, took the dagger and cut a table leg, obtaining 5 pieces of wood. However, due to the slow efficiency, you decided not to waste any more time here. At the same time, the middle-aged couple nervously arrived in front of a dormitory door. They seemed very afraid that there might be danger behind the door, because survival guides are unlikely to deceive people. Unexpectedly, as the middle-aged man opened the door a crack, a slender blue arm suddenly reached out from inside and grabbed towards his neck. This scene also startled you in the distance, and you quickly pulled Su Liyue beside you back several steps. With a scream from the middle-aged man, those blue fingers inserted into his neck, and in an instant, his neck was crushed by unimaginable force. The wife, who was scared silly on the side, never expected that her husband would be the first player to die, and the green arm slowly retracted at this time, seemingly achieving the goal without paying attention to the middle-aged woman. You saw this scene and were scared out of your wits. The whole process may not even have lasted 3 seconds, and the unknown monster behind the door crushed the middle-aged man's neck. At this moment you were lost in thought, wondering if being invisible would help you avoid it, but you dare not try it now. The middle-aged man's head rolled in front of 705. Right next to his own door. The room number where the dagger was placed is 707, and the room number of the blue arm is 709. You keep swallowing saliva, firmly remembering all this information. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a broadcast from apartment 10086 came. The first player to die is Jiang Jia. Friendly reminder, if you are unsure whether there is danger inside the dormitory, you can choose to knock on the door first. After listening to the broadcast, you immediately took Su Liyue to search for supplies. Recalling the recent experience, you were covered in cold sweat because you had fallen into a misconception earlier. When you first opened the door to room 707, you did not knock on the door. Fortunately, there was no danger behind this door, but instead, there was a seemingly valuable dagger. Su Liyu, I apologize to you. It's unclear if we can use our talents to dodge attacks if we open the door of 709 based on our reactions. Su Liyu, although her face was pale, still comforted by saying, "It's okay." After a brief moment of thought, you tightly gripped the dagger in your hand and approached the door of 709. Su Liyue saw the scene and hurried over to ask you, "Gu Fan, what are you doing? There are ghosts in here." Then, amidst the surprised looks of the crowd, you politely knocked on the door of room 709. The next moment, there was a loud noise behind the door, which scared you so much that you quickly retreated several meters. But strangely, the door did not open. When you were about to take Su Liyue to another place, the middle-aged woman next to you stared at you angrily and asked loudly, "Why didn't you save them? Clearly, that strange dagger is a special item used to fight against those monsters." "Oh, you mean this?" You looked at the dagger in your hand, then at the others, and said sarcastically and coldly, "You want to take my weapon and expect my weapon to save you? Taking advantage of everything, don't you?" This sentence directly left the middle-aged woman speechless, her face turning red and unable to say anything. After speaking, you once again held Su Liyue's hand and came to the door of 710. However, Su Liyue suddenly volunteered, saying that this time let her do it, but her face was still a bit pale, looking at the door of 710 with fear. After all, she couldn't guarantee that there would be no ghosts behind, and she couldn't guarantee that she would have time to use her talent. And you stood aside, quietly cheering and encouraging Su Liyue. Just as Su Liyue cautiously knocked on the door, another couple imitated you and Su Liyue, also starting to knock on a door. A long time passed, there was still no response inside the door. Su Liyue sighed in relief and was about to open it, but you stopped her. You squat in front of the door, with your ears pressed tightly against the door, and Su Liyu immediately understands what you are doing. This may be safer. Although the game only suggests using knocking on the door to judge, it does not mean there are no other ways. Only when you feel that there is really nothing behind the door, you turn the doorknob and open the wooden door in front of you. Looking around, there is a single bed inside, with a blanket on the single bed, and some wood under the bed. You hold the wood in your hands and suddenly hear a prompt to receive 7 pieces of wood. At the same time, you also find a regular treasure chest under the bed. which may contain various survival resources or even ghost coins. You didn't expect the luck to be surprisingly good, and both rooms had decent supplies in a row. After opening the treasure chest, you obtained 3 ghost coins, 5 pieces of wood, and 2 loaves of bread. This way, you and Su Liyue not only have food, but also have gathered 17 pieces of wood. A few minutes later, you returned to your dormitory and dragged back the table with one leg cut off, then used 10 pieces of wood to complete the dormitory door. With a black mist emerging, the dormitory door appeared magically in the empty doorframe. The sisters opposite looked at this scene in amazement, their expressions full of shock. Of course, you and Su Liyue were not surprised either. Su Liyue muttered to herself, "This is too magical." The first level dormitory door was successfully built with a dilapidated wooden door, and the second level dormitory door construction requires 20 pieces of wood and 10 ghost coins. At this time, you noticed that there were 2 keys hanging on the handle of the old wooden door, so you quickly picked them up and handed one to Su Liyue. Now you too are short of water in your supplies, but there is no rush now, so you came to the toilet in the dormitory, which is very ordinary, no different from a public toilet, but there is no flush button here, just as you sighed. The next second an upgrade interface appeared in front of you, and the upgrade requirement for the second level toilet was 10 wood, 10 stones, and 20 ghost coins. It was then that you realized that toilets can also be upgraded, but you didn't know if there would be a flush button after the upgrade. Su Liyue beside you was completely dumbfounded. "Gufan, let's not go to the toilet today. If there is no flush, the room will smell bad." You shook your head and said, "People have 3 emergencies. Holding it in is definitely not good for the body." But then you suddenly thought that there are toilets in other dormitories, but you don't know if you can use them. You then continue to look at the facilities in the room. The bunk beds are similar to those in college dormitories, but they are very old, and the bedding also has a musty smell. The construction requirements for upgrading the bunk beds are 30 wood, 20 cotton, and 15 ghost coins. Su Liyue was delighted to see the upgradable bunk beds, not knowing if it was because of the mites on the lower bunk. She always feels itchy on her back now. Afterwards, you continue to look around the other places in the small dormitory. There are a total of 5 facilities here, among which the dormitory door, toilet, and bed can be upgraded, while the remaining table and 2 chairs cannot. However, now all upgrades require the overall upgrade of the dormitory to level 2. At this time, Su Liyue beside you reminds you, "Gufan, the content of the survival guide has changed." You lean over and look at the content of the survival guide in Su Liyue's hand, which says that a level 1 dormitory can produce 1 ghost coin per day, but it requires 10 ghost coins for rent. Please do not upgrade the dormitory unless absolutely necessary. Although upgrading the dormitory can improve your living environment, the rent needed will also be higher. If there is a lack of food and water sources, and you do not want to open blind boxes in the unmanned dormitory, you can come to the first floor of the apartment, where there may be ways to obtain supplies and ghost coins. Looking at the last sentence, you suddenly became curious about what's on the first floor of the apartment, so you opened the apartment's chat channel to see if any players have progressed to this point. Apartment 10086 chat channel, 40 dormitories, 77 players. Seeing this, you were somewhat surprised, not expecting that 4 people had already died. "It's really terrifying. My brother's legs were eaten by a monster behind a dormitory door, and he bled too much and died in front of me. I want to go back. I don't want to stay here. I am the chairman of a Fortune 500 company. If the mastermind behind this can let me go back, I will give you 10 billion. Have the people upstairs not figured out the situation yet? This mysterious force has transported us to this dilapidated apartment. This is definitely a large-scale supernatural event." After you all have finished building the dormitory door, those who can come are welcome to come to the first floor to take a look. The first floor has 2 facilities. One is a small shop selling goods, which requires the use of ghost coins, and there is also a place to earn ghost coins. Gufan's mind moved, and finally someone said what they wanted to know. He hastened to enter the man that, at Wang Yang, "Bro, can you tell me what that facility for earning ghost coins is? You come down and see for yourself. I can't tell you for a moment. It seems to be a game." Seeing that this player called Wang Yang was not willing to speak clearly, Gufan could only say to Su Liyue that, "I'm going down to see what's really on the first floor." Of course, there was also the probability that it was a trap. Perhaps this Wang Yang was luring people down, but this probability was not high. For one thing, the survival guides all say you can go down to the first floor if you lack supplies and lack ghost coins. Secondly, this Wang Yang is not moving. "I'll stay with you." Su Liyue stood up and prepared to follow Gufan. The 2 opened the door to their dormitory and were about to go down when a chill rushed from their feet to their brains. The corpses in the hallway suddenly disappeared into thin air. Even the blood on the floor had disappeared. "Not bad. It's that middle-aged man named Zhang Jie whose body suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman appeared to have returned to the dormitory. However, after thinking about it, since such a horrible thing as the entire population crossing over was able to happen, what's the point of the body disappearing? Gufan quickly calmed down. There were too many uncertainties and weirdness in the current situation. Even if Su Liu, a high-cooled big schoolgirl, was undressing in front of him while scurrying upside down to thin out, it wasn't worth being surprised. Gufan, such a big body has disappeared. Yeah, I know. Go down. Looking at the calm Gufan, Su Liu didn't know why some sense of security rose within her. When I came to the building, it was dark and there were no lights, only worn and yellowed bulbs in the corridors and dormitories. Gufan always had the feeling that monsters would rush out of this building. Glancing at the time on the game interface, it was still 11 a.m. He stiffened and stepped down. Su Liu was very afraid of the dark. She carefully put her hand on Gufan's shoulder, and seeing that Gufan didn't reject it, she inwardly sighed with relief and walked on as well. The hallway was silent until the 4th floor, where two big men followed suit, looking like the same players who wanted to check out the 1st floor because of the content of the chat channel or the content of the survival guide. The two big men gave Gufan a wary glance, and one of them instantly glistened with both eyes after spotting Su Liu behind Gufan. Gufan pinched his dagger. How can he say that Su Liu is his roommate? The two are currently a community of destiny. For a while, there was some tension in the building. Oh, don't be nervous, little brother, little sister. You're also heading to the 1st floor, right? Tiger, don't waste time. The other big man hurriedly pulled him down. Gufan also slowly walked towards the bottom. Players in the building popped up a few more on the 2nd and 3rd floors, as the environment was dark enough to avoid people stepping on people. Su Liu even accidentally stepped on Gufan a few times. When he came to the 1st floor, he counted the players around him and realized that there were a total of 8 people, including himself and Su Liu. That was 10 people. The 1st floor was wide, as was the lobby of an unusual apartment. Not far ahead was the gate, which was closed and made of glass, and there was a dark fog outside, so you couldn't see what was out there at all. At the same time, there are 2 other convenience store-like buildings on either side of the gate, both of which have signs on their front doors. One sign says Ghost Coin Store and the other says Ghost Coin Game, Ghost Money Store, and the game. Gufan led Su Liu to look at both sides of the introduction. Ghost Coin Shop. Once inside, you can use ghost coins to exchange for bread, water, and wood and stone. You think you're strong enough to loot the supplies inside. Ghost Coin Game. Once inside, you can play a small game with the owner inside. Win the game, gain ghost coins, lose the game, lose the ghost coins. No ghost coins can be replaced with one of your own organs. If you think you're strong enough, you can rob it of its ghost coins. I see. A new way to get supplies and ghost coins? Gufan thought darkly. I'll go first. I just happen to have a ghost coin, and I want to see what's really in the game inside. One of the men in a suit came to Ghost Coin Games and said, "Brother, be careful." The woman in uniform behind her hurriedly persuaded. The man in the suit nodded and walked inside to the curious stares of the crowd. A few moments, less than 5 minutes later, the man in the suit came out, and he had a look of embarrassment on his face. How bad luck. Dude, tell me, what's the game in there? Is the game hard? A male player on the side asked. The man in the suit hesitated, thought for a moment and said, "Inside there are 3 games to choose from. Quiz, dice, life and death. One of them, dice, is the simplest. You and that ghost across from you throw the dice. If the points are big, you win and are able to get a ghost coin. If the points are small, you have to give a ghost coin to that ghost. If Q&A, it will ask you a question, and your answer must be correct to give you ghost coins. Half-wrong words, ambiguous, will not be gained, but neither will they be lost. It's so wrong that you have to give it ghost coins. That doesn't seem too hard. What about the last one, life and death? Also, did you lose? How?" the male player asked curiously, and the other players, including Gufan and Su Liu, all looked at the man in the suit curiously. No doubt everyone was curious about the experiences of the man in the suit. Chapter 6 Survival is a myriad of gambles. Life and death. The ghosts and goblins inside will give you 2 cards. One card is life and one card is death. According to the rules, you will die after drawing death, and after drawing life, you will be given 100 ghost coins. And, whenever a player draws a dead card is added within 2 cards. Also, each player can only draw a raw card once a week. Like, dice. It's equivalent to gambling. The man in the suit said with some fear, obviously scared of the game, life and death. However, I chose, question and answer, and as a result, that ghost asked me a high school math finale question, and I've already graduated from college for so long that I simply don't know how to do it well, so I could only give that ghost a ghost coin for nothing. Toward the end, The man in the suit's tone was filled with some dissatisfaction. High school math problems? Are you serious? A high school student in a school uniform asked with a twinkle in his eye. There were all kinds of questions there, in the quiz. And anyway, according to the ghost, I drew a derivative finale question. Hearing that, the high school student had an urge to try it out. Anyway, as long as the answer is ambiguous, you won't be condemned to lose. And this ghost coin game is quite humane. Soon enough, though, another big man grabbed the lead and rushed forward. It didn't take long for the excitement to rush out. That's too easy a question. He had the ghost coin in his hand and was going to go back and only to be told he needed to get in line. He has no choice but to head next door to the ghost coin store to check it out. But when he's asked what the problem is, he doesn't say, and goes straight upstairs after strolling through the supermarket. At this time, there was already a long line for the ghost coin game, and Gu Fan and Su Liu were among them. Gu Fan, what do you think is a better game for us to choose later? Su Liu asked curiously. Both have strong life-saving skills. Gu Fan wondered, if he chose between life and death, and chose the sign of death, would he be able to choose invisibility when he was attacked by that ghostly creature? According to the description of the gift of invisibility, it seems that the body is also an illusion while invisible, which allows you to circumvent the attacks of ghosts and monsters. If so, wouldn't there be a 50-50 chance of getting 100 ghost coins and a 50-50 chance of not suffering damage as well? At this point, Gu Fan already had a bold idea. After editing it in the form of text and giving it to Su Liu in a private message, Su Liu stared at Gu Fan with wide eyes, surprised. Nice. Within the chat channel, you can not only chat in the apartment group, but you can also send private messages to your housemates. Su Liu, this is too dangerous. Gu Fan, if you make the wrong bet, you'll die. Gu Fan, you're right, but this gamble is well worth the risk. If I'm not wrong, if you want to survive well in this apartment, the dormitory next, then you'll go through gamble after gamble. It's a waste to let go of a powerful talent and not use it. Listening to Gu Fan's reply, Su Liu was somewhat dumbfounded. She then mused silently that her gift could divert the targeting and damage taken by ghosts and goblins. So if, when drawing a dead tile, one transfers to someone else, won't one live? No. Isn't this murder? How is it possible? Su Liu shook her little head, not daring to think about this bold idea at all. The big deal is that if you choose, question and answer, even if you get it wrong, you'll just lose a ghost coin. Soon, it was Su Liu's turn. Su Liu apprehensively opened the door of the ghost coin game and walked in. Inside was a worn and moldy table, and on either side of the table were two chairs. On the opposite side of the chair, there was a skeleton sitting, and within the skeleton's two empty eyes, there was still blood seeping out, and it was staring at Su Liu tightly, causing Su Liu to feel a rush of scalp numbness. However, she still sat down hard across from the skeleton. Player Su Liu. Quiz, dice, life and death. Choose the game you want to play with me. The skeleton spoke slowly. It clearly has no vocal cords and has no idea where it's coming from. Can you explain the rules of these three games? Although Su Liu knew it, she still asked again though. Question and answer. I'll ask you a random question. You need to answer me within an hour. And if you exceed the time, or answer incorrectly, you need to give me a ghost coin. Answer correctly and I'll give you a ghost coin. Answer half right and we're even. Skeletor wasn't impatient either. Every player that comes in is asked the rules once, but it still answers in full. Subsequently, dice, and life and death, were pretty much the same as what the nice man in the suit had said. I'll go with Q&A. Su Liu said, without a doubt. The players who came in chose Q&A, simply because, with the exception of the quiz, the other two games require luck. When Su Liu finished speaking, the skeleton took out a disc of brown parchment from a drawer and pulled out a sheet from it, followed by a pen and handed it to Su Liu. Su Liu picked it up, and there was a question written on it. Are there ghosts in this world? The font was crooked and looked weird. Su Liu was immediately a bit confused. However, according to the current situation, and the fact that there are skeletons that can talk and move, in this world, there should be ghosts, right? Su Liu secretly thought inwardly. She wrote there on the top of the parchment and apprehensively handed it to the skeleton. The skeleton nodded and fished out a ghost coin from the drawer before handing it to Su Liu. Get ghost coin times 1. Su Liu flashed with surprise. She also did not expect the problem to be so simple. For a moment, for some reason the man in the suit who was the first to go to ask a question that turned out to be a math problem suddenly came to mind. That's too bad. There's no ambiguity in the math questions either. If you can't, you can't. And if you can, you can. Then, a strange force appeared in Su Liu's body and pushed her out of the room. This also proves that a player can only ask once after selecting Q&A. Then, Gu Fan went in again. He surveyed the skeleton curiously and sat down in the chair. Player Gu Fan. Quiz, dice, life and death. Choose the game you want to play with me, Skeleton said indifferently. Gufan asked about the 3 rules once again, and the skeleton was not tired of answering. Only, Gufan asked an extra question. If I chose life and death, and chose the sign of death, then what would you attack me with? Only this time, perhaps it was the complexity of the problem that was making Skeletor's brain spin. Or maybe the skeleton didn't want to answer. Okay, I understand. I choose life and death. After saying that, a flash of madness flashed in Gufan's eyes. It's all or nothing. He has a talent that can save his life, so why not use it? From the first time he opened the door to his dormitory, Gufan knew that the rest of his existence would be an uncountable gamble. By winning the bet now, you will be able to survive well and reduce your future mortality rate. Moreover, once a player bets successfully first, the probability of obtaining a life among the life and death cards becomes smaller and smaller, with the probability of the first extraction being the greatest. Without speaking, Skeletor took 2 cards from within the drawer. Please pick one. Chapter 7, Big Brother. We don't want to die. Gufan didn't hesitate and directly chose the one on the left. Dead cards. Heart thumping. Luck won't always be on your side. He looked up at the skull. The skeleton suddenly stood up and walked towards Gufan. Gufan hastily activated his talent, Eerie Stealth. It was like walking and lifting your hands. Using the talent was just like an innate ability. In the next moment, Gufan suddenly felt a chill. His entire body became stiff, and a bizarre and nonsensical murmur whispered beside his ears. In his own perspective, his whole body flashed with unreal colors. Because of that constant small underestimated murmur, Gufan felt dizzy in his head, and once this state lasted for a long time, he might just lose consciousness. Within the hollow gaze of the skeleton, a sudden look of bewilderment came from it. Obviously, Gufan's stealth made it lose its target. It had no choice but to return to its seat. Gufan quickly sighed in relief. Skeletor returns to his seat. Does this mean escape from the skulls? Stealing glee flashed in his eyes as he slowly lifted his own stealth status. Suddenly, a strange force came at his side, and Gufan was pushed out by it. Suliu watched worriedly outside the door and immediately sighed in relief when she saw Gufan appear. Luckily it's okay. Gufan, how's it going? I'll let you know in a private message later. It failed, but it's fine. Gufan shook his head. It was obvious that there were many people now and most of the players were watching themselves. Suliu nodded and offered. Why don't we go check out this ghost coin store? There might be something we need. The two currently have a total of 5 ghost coins, and need to accumulate at least 10 today. However, after not drinking any water all morning, Gufan was also a bit thirsty. If the water isn't too expensive, try buying a bottle using ghost coins. As for continuing to play the game, Gufan looked at the long line and shook his head. Most players wanted to take their chances. The two walked into the store and found the shelves sparsely stocked with food, water, and wood, stone, just to name 4. Of these, food, water, and wood are all 1 ghost coin apiece. Stones, on the other hand, are 2 ghost coins apiece. For food, there are only 2 items, bread and instant noodles. But noodles were out of the question. They needed to be soaked in boiled water. And unless Gufan found a kettle and plenty of water when he opened the blind box in the dormitory, it was impossible to consider it. On second thought, 2 loaves of bread should be enough. Gufan, how about we buy a bottle of water? If you're hungry, just nibble on bread, Suliu suggested. Gufan didn't refuse and took out a 500 milliliters bottle of water to the cash register. The cash register is a skeleton as usual. After buying a bottle of water, Gufan received it inside his backpack. Walking out of the store, Gufan and Suliu continued to stroll around the apartment. During this time, Suliu took a sip of water and asked Gufan if he wanted to drink it, although the two were indirectly kissing by drinking a bottle of water. Obviously now was not the time to think about that. Gufan also took a sip to moisten his throat, and this time Gufan took the lead this time, opening the dormitory doors within the empty corridors and continuing to gather supplies. Once he encountered a monster attack inside, Gufan used stealth to directly circumvent the damage. Suliu watched in shock as a pitch-black tentacle passed through the air and retracted behind the door, and Gufan then lifted his invisibility. Unharmed. Gufan, you're so bold, Suliu complimented. All day long, Gufan was just breaking into the dormitory door, not caring if there were any ghosts inside, as long as he could be invisible in time anyway. The collection of ghost coins had amounted to 17. 40 wood, 10 stone, 2 cotton, and even a drawing. Ghost axe construction drawing, ghost coin x20, stone x15, fine iron x10. Ghost axe, increased attack range, 10 points of ghostly aura. Before 6 o'clock in the evening, Gufan and Suliu returned inside the dormitory. Before returning to the dormitory, He spent 4 more ghost coins to purchase 2 more loaves of bread, as well as 2 bottles of water. That means there are now 4 loaves of bread in total, along with 3 bottles of water, and 17 ghost coins. Wood, on the other hand, has 47. After thinking about it, Gufan planned to see if he could exchange the wood for some ghost coins at the trading market and upgrade the dormitory door. Marketplace, is there anyone who can give me ghost coins that I use a lumber to buy? I have a drawing of a sofa here, and I need ghost coins. Who's got more than a few ghost coins? I give 2 lumber for that. Apparently, though, within the store, ghost coins are worth about as much as a serving of food, and a bottle of water. However, within the trading market, it's a different story. Ghost coins are in such high demand that they can only be used up as currency in the store, and cannot be exchanged for ghost coins by giving the clerk wood, and other things that are singular. Everyone, however, must deliver 10 ghost coins as rent every night. This also proves the scarcity of ghost coins. Thinking about this, Gufan still let it go. Now on the trading market, the value of wood and other materials had dropped to a very low level. What was worth looking at were some drawings, but they were all about some furniture. But there were no drawings for weapons like the ghost axe. Maybe no one drove to it, or maybe they drove to it and didn't choose to upload it. Gufan, I'm a little thirsty. Then drink water. Suliu got Gufan's consent and took out a bottle of water from her school bag. Gufan was also a bit hungry at this time, and with a full day of scouting for supplies, as well as the use of his talent, his stamina had been lowered to over 40. The 2 men consumed a bottle of water and a loaf of bread each. After you've had your fill, throw all your trash in the corner. Just in time. 5 minutes to 6 o'clock in the evening. Ding! There are 5 minutes to darkness. Please all players return to the dormitory before darkness. The devils will appear at night. Ding! 5 minutes to go. The game reminds the player 3 times enough, seemingly afraid that they won't go back. Gufan was also a bit nervous as he held the ghost chi dagger tightly in his hand and looked at the corridor through the cat's eye of the worn wooden door. He was eager to see what the devils would look like then, and whether they had ghostly auras as well. Only, Gufan soon saw, the pair of female players across the street were still huddled in the corner, fear flashing across their faces. Also, they didn't build the door. There was no time left either, and the 2 of them would probably die the rest of the night. Under Gufan's curious gaze, they got up and came to Gufan's door. One of the taller girls knocked on the door. What is it? Gufan said in a cold voice. The tall sister outside the door quickly asked. Big brother, can you take us in? There are ghosts at night. We don't want to die. The shabby wooden door was not soundproof at all, and behind her, Suliu could hear it clearly, and she looked at Gufan with an expression filled with hesitation. Chapter 8, Human Nature is Complex. What did you guys do during the day? Gufan did not open the door, but asked in a cold voice. Those 2 sisters were dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Big brother, I am a female college student. You are willing to let me and my sister in. I can accompany you. That sister continued. Suliu had been hesitant to persuade Gufan to let them in, but when she heard these words, she immediately dismissed half of her thoughts. It wasn't because of a favorable impression of Gufan either. The 2 were just classmates at best, the kind of people who just nodded their heads from year to year. But for some reason, Suliu was just disgusted by that kind of talk. She held her heart and didn't persuade Gufan to let them in. And on top of that, she had a bit of an upset stomach. And how much the toilets must smell if 4 people stayed in one dormitory. No. With a mind, why don't you go and take advantage of these last few minutes to explore a dormitory? Gufan didn't hesitate to reject it directly. You're kidding. You're still sleeping with me in this situation? What a death wish. Besides, it wasn't like Gufan didn't have women around him. Suliu was a top-notch existence in terms of both her face and body. After shooing the sisters away, under Gufan's watchful eye, they ran to 702 and knocked on the door. I don't know what the 2 sisters said, but anyway, 702 had a dormitory door. And the couple resided in 702 and had ended up letting them in. Right about this time, the night time has come and the devils have descended. Note, some ghosts will choose to go to rooms with more than 2 people to scratch the door. When the door of the dormitory is broken, the ghost will break into the dormitory. The more the number of people, the more the number and time of the devils scratching the door. Please don't feel free to share the dormitory that belongs to you to other players. Gufan's face changed. Luckily he didn't let the sisters across the hall in. Otherwise, the dormitory door would have been scratched off. Although there is no need to worry about dying with an S-rank talent, but this first-class dormitory door, the worn-out wooden door, is also worth a whole 10 timara. At the same time, Gufan also noticed that the door to that 708, the middle-aged woman's dormitory, had already been constructed. So she's safest there instead? No, both one-person and two-person dorms should be safe. and most players should be in two-person dorms, Gufan secretly analyzed. Gollum. Su Liu covered her stomach and her face was a little less than good. Yesterday was Crazy Thursday and it just so happened to dazzle $39.90 for 40 golden chicken nuggets, plus $19.90 for hot and spicy spiced bone-in chicken. A man dazzles. Gufan. I ate a bad stomach yesterday. Go ahead and get on it. What's the point of asking me about such a trivial matter? Gufan said breathlessly. I don't have any tissues. Su Liu blinked her eyes and said bitterly. Use your hands. Is it hard to get me to help you? Gufan looked at Su Liu with a strange look. Su Liu simply wanted to cry and covered her stomach and rushed into the toilet. On Gufan's side, he was looking at the condition of the corridor from the cat's eye side. He wondered what the sisters and the couple would choose. As expected, the door to dormitory 702 opened and the male inside kept kicking the two sisters out with his feet. Holy, that's brutal. Just kick it out? Gufan looked dumbfounded. Meanwhile, footsteps came from between the dimly lit hallways. Step, step, step. The footsteps were very regular and rhythmic. It is impossible for a normal person to step with such mechanical regularity. Those sisters were so scared that they kept banging their hands on the dormitory door. They regretted that they hadn't gone to look for a dormitory with supplies like Gufan and the others. Obviously within the chat channel, there were only a few dorms with ghosts, and there were still quite a few dorms with supplies. With not too much bad luck and a knock on the door queue, about 90% of people survive. There are still 71 people alive in the entire apartment. 8 people were there because they opened a dorm with a ghost in it. There was one person who failed because of the life and death card gamble. Not bad. Apart from Gufan who chose the game, life and death. There was also a bold player who chose life and death, but unfortunately, he was so unlucky that he directly died horizontally on the spot. There was also one person who died under a player because he was cut down in a fight over a weapon. It's also a great reminder to all players. In addition to ghosts and monsters, in addition to housemates, players are also enemies. As for the words of housemates, there are some players are in Gufan as well as Su Liu. In reality, just nodding acquaintances do not have much contact. According to the reasoning should also be vigilant. However, because of the rules of the game, the happiness indicator, so the housemates are not in much danger. And when the housemates die, they'll get half of the ghost coins to go. Housemates and housemates should be on the same boat. If Gufan once made such and such a move towards Su Liu, according to the game, the happiness level, which was already low, would fall, which would then cause dormitory rents to rise. Please, let us in. Both of us sisters are willing to do anything. The sisters knocked on the door for half a day and the couple didn't let them in. Soon, the eerie footsteps in the hallway became clearer. The sisters kicked the door to room 702 viciously, just as they were about to continue their pleas. On the hallway, a humanoid creature with distorted features and gray skin all over stood next to the two sisters. No, the older sister, despite her fear, continued to shield her younger sister. A large hand caressed the college girl's cheek. The next moment, the head was twisted off, spilling blood all over his sister. She screamed in terror as she stumbled and fled, arriving at 707, the dormitory in which Gufan and Su Liu had previously obtained the ghost chi dagger, and twisted the door to find that it was unlocked. Come to think of it, if the supplies dorms and ghost dorms were open at night as well, there would be no need to build dormitory doors in the first place. Wouldn't it be easier to just pick a supplies room? And, by the next day, the supplies and ghost quarters will be reset. It means something. Represented. Even if the choice of material dormitory, go in the inside is not willing to go out. The next day into a ghost dormitory. That is not the same barbecue. So, the only way to survive with the maximum possible effort is to follow the game's survival guide. Seeing that he couldn't open 707, the tall gray humanoid monster was gnawing on his sister's corpse again and again, and the crunching sound spread throughout the entire 7th floor. The dilapidated wooden house is not soundproof. At this time even Su Liu, who is still scurrying thinly in the toilet, knows what is happening. She scurried thin while covering her ears, her face full of fear. That sister played smart to see that 707 could not open, and rushed to 708, the door of the middle-aged woman's room, and kept knocking on the door, constantly begging for help, wanting to let herself in. Maybe the conscience is still there, or maybe the number of people who taken his sister is also only 2, not more than that. Before the ghost of the devourer, who had finished chewing on her sister, got up, the door of the middle-aged woman's room suddenly opened, and pulled that sister in. Human nature is complex. Although the middle-aged couple initially tried to snatch the weapon Gufan had obtained, even that middle-aged woman used morality to kidnap Gufan after the middle-aged man died. However, when she actually sees her compatriots dying around her, The internal struggle can also cause the middle-aged woman to tangle up inside and then bring in the college girl's sister. Fear flashed in Gufan's eyes. His face was full of white. Even after a whole day of weird things, he still felt scared to see a living person being eaten by ghosts and monsters. First the head, then the body, and when the bones were left, crunching them to pieces as well. Chapter 9, Rewards handed out at the apartment early the next morning. Su Liu came out of the toilet, and at once the room smelled. In addition to the smell of blood and decay in the air, there was also the smell of a toilet that had been used and not flushed. She looked at Gufan with an apologetic look of embarrassment. It wasn't that she was unhygienic and didn't want to flush, but she didn't even wash her hands because there was just no water. Gufan, did something just happen? Aha. Gufan nodded, also a little embarrassed, but the point wasn't this. He recounted what had just happened. Meanwhile, the creature was still in the hallway, constantly hanging around, as if to see if there were any small snacks available. According to the rules of the game system, the rules of the ghosts killing this night were according to the number of people in the dormitory. More than 2 people and it tickles the door. And the 7th floor dorms are now all 2 people. So, after checking it several times, it could only leave slowly. At the same time, as the ghost of the devourer approached, Gufan also probed the devourer's information. Ghost, a lover of good eating, tall and one of the lowest of ghostly creatures, usually haunts at night. However, weapons that contain ghostly energy may also harm the devils. Weapons that contain ghostly aura can cause damage to it? Gufan's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that mean that the ghost aura dagger that he had acquired could also cause damage to it? If that was really the case, then wouldn't it be? In fact, that one had the means to fight against the devils. Should I stealthily go and finish off this devourer? Will I get a reward? Gufan was inwardly hesitant, but opening the door to the room was likely to cause trouble, if there's more than one ghost. At the same time, you can't move when you're stealthy, which is a big limitation even for an S-rank talent. In that case, it's better to play it safe. Before, Gufan was willing to gamble with the skeleton, and that was because of the high stakes, and this time, taking out the ghost of the devourer would not necessarily result in a sizable profit. So weighing the pros and cons, Gufan dismissed the idea. As the footsteps of the Ghostbusters hallway grew further and further away, Su Liu breathed a sigh of relief and, phew, finally gone. Gufan, on the other hand, opened the chat channel, and just as he expected, there was more than one devourer in the entire apartment. What should I do? There's a monster scratching at my door all the time. I'm so scared. Upstairs, are there more than 2 people in your dorm? Yes, I see a poor girl next door. Will be taken in. How can this? Upstairs, you're still alive, right? Are you still there? It should be cool. So it seems that there are many devils in the whole apartment. I was on the 3rd floor, and there were continuous and regular footsteps in the hallways and corridors. How many people must have died tonight? It's only been a few minutes now and it's up to 60 people. It's horrible. Alas, the probability of surviving the first day is still very high. The problem is that after 3 days, damn, my roommate and I used our ghost coins to gamble today, and now we don't have a single ghost coin. What can we do? Yeah, I still have to pay 10 ghost coins rent every day. I really can't stand it anymore. Dude, how do you guys go to the bathroom? There's no water. The toilet's already full. What do you do? What else can we do? Is this the time to think about it? You're going to lose your life. Luckily I've been to the bathroom in other supplies dorms today. And other supplies dorms might have toilets, too. Ha ha. Upstairs all. You're a big smart ass. I'm thirsty. Can anyone trade me a bottle of water? I'll trade my white socks for it. Note, built like a goalkeeper. With a beard. Photo. Asterisk 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 off. Who wants your pig-headed human socks? It's actually okay. That kind of body is considered a lowly in that kind of circle. I'll change it. Just got a little hungry. Oh my god. It's just hot. Su Liu spat out. However, going to the supplies dormitory, or other players' dormitories to use the restroom is indeed a good idea. Gufan, what do you think? Gufan didn't reply. I'll do whatever I want. I'll rest first. You keep watch for the first half of the night, and if you can't hold out, yell for me to keep watch for the second half. He also went to the bathroom and then came to rest on the top bunk. Su Liu nodded her head obediently. Gufan, you're amazing. You can actually sleep in this situation. Adequate rest will ensure the next day's action. If a monster tickles the door, don't hesitate to use your talent directly on the monster to make it change its target and head to another dormitory. Gufan admonished. Well, I know Gufan. I'll listen to everything you say. Su Liu's eyes floated with dependence, and her tone was filled with docility. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, Su Liu was really sleepy and couldn't stand it. Gufan fell asleep at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. and her body was a little bit too much for her to bear as she kept vigil. After Su Liu patted Gufan awake, she also lay down on the bottom bunk and fell asleep. Gufan was a bit confused, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that it was already 2 in the morning, and he had slept for 6 whole hours. If it was dawn at 6 tomorrow morning, then Su Liu could only sleep for 4 hours. However, her routine was more normal compared to Gufan. After all, what college student goes to bed at 7 or 8 p.m.? 7 or 8 in the morning is about right. Time passed quickly, and Gufan sat in a chair to keep watch, ready to help Su Liu pull the quilt that had been knocked off. Until 6 a.m. Sharp. Ding. There are 61 players remaining. Congratulations to the remaining players who survived the first day over 60 messers, for ranking at 30% or more of the remaining people in the entire condo. To honor the players of apartment 10086, all players please choose one of the following rewards within 3 minutes. Reward 1, first day's rent waived. Reward 2, you are immune to being attacked by a ghost once. Duration, 24 hours. Reward 3, receive a normal weapon, no ghost energy. Note, normal weapons can't deal damage to ghosts and goblins. Surprise flashed in Gufan's eyes. What's that supposed to mean? Can each player choose a reward within those 3 options? At the same time, Gufan read the hidden meaning. Is it hard for condos to compete with each other and apartments with each other? This is due to a ranking in the upper 30% of all apartments within the. So this is a reward from the apartment manager for all the players? Is it possible that the number of people in each apartment was fixed 81 at the beginning? Or is this proportional by all remaining players? Gufan thought curiously. He thought about it, first ruling out the first option. With something like ghost coins, Gufan was certain that he could get a guaranteed 100 a week at the ghost coin game. Secondly, the second one stealth talent. Although it had the side effect of not being able to move and not being able to last for too long, was infinitely immune to damage from ghosts and monsters, the second option was useless to Gufan, so of course it was ruled out. Chapter 10, the perfect match of Calamity and Weird Stealth, the powerful talents of the Gusu duo. Therefore, Gufan still chose reward 3, since all players in the apartment can choose one of the 3 rewards, so that means that of the 3 rewards, reward 1 and reward 2 should be the most chosen by all players. Gufan secretly analyzed it. For one thing, yesterday's rent was basically undeliverable for many players, and all those who chose to waive 1 day's rent were able to delay it for 1 more day. Secondly, bonus 2's immunity to ghostly one-shots can be used to explore unoccupied dormitory rooms, except that, unfortunately, it only lasts for 24 hours, so all players can only use it today. Gufan, wait, do I need to choose this rent-free one? Or do I choose reward 2 or reward 3? Su Liu suddenly asked. Gufan only reacted at this time. Indeed, there are 2 players in a dormitory, and one player chooses to waive the rent and the other player just chooses another reward. No need. Gufan shook his head. We both choose weapons. Still, there's more danger than just ghosts and goblins. Su Liu nodded her head. After the 2 of them chose their rewards, a prompt sounded beside their ears once again. Obtaining a fire axe ×1. Obtain a chopper ×1. Gufan obtained a fire axe and Su Liu obtained a chopper. After selecting the reward, the game system spoke up again. Survival Day 2. Today's changes. First things first, I'm the apartment manager of this apartment. I'm a good person. I want everyone to survive. After all, some things are out of my control, and I thank you all for trying to cooperate. Change 1, the number of devils becomes larger. The devil's ghostly aura is enhanced. A level 2 dormitory door is required for defense, and the devils will randomly attack a level 1 dormitory door. Change 2, appearance of Ghost Coin Multiplayer Room. Ghost Coin Multiplayer Room also appears on the first floor. Teaming requires at least 4 players, less than 8, and all players can only play once a day. Variation 3, killing another player gives you half of the other player's squad's ghost coins, half of their supplies, and the option to take on another player if you are desperate. Variation 4, dormitories where both players die will randomly become resource dormitories or haunted dormitories. Today's tip ends with, Gufan opened the chat channel to see what the group thought. As expected, many people raged against the so-called apartment managers. Apartment chief, I'm on the morning 8, is it you who messed up? And you said you wanted us all to live. Do you know exactly how many people died? You know how many people died? 20 people died. 20 lives. My sister was killed by you. And now you're saying you're a good person who wants us all to live? It's so cruel. I want to go home. Apartment manager, don't you let me find you. Gentlemen, now how about this? My housemate and I chose reward 1 and reward 2. Anyone want to team up with me and my housemate to check out that multiplayer game? It looks like the only way to get ghost coins at this stage is to play the game and explore the room. Let's go. Have breakfast and go downstairs to check out that multiplayer ghost coin game, Gu Fan said to Su Liu. Su Liu nodded. The two then took care of their morning chores, eating bread, drinking water, going to the bathroom and such. It's worth mentioning that Gu Fan ran to the door of the dormitory across the hall from the one with the dead sister to use the restroom, causing Su Liu to be embarrassed again. Gu Fan, why are you going across the street to use the restroom? Gu Fan glanced at Su Liu breathlessly. What do you say? Su Liu scrunched her neck. Gu Fan clanked. It looks like we have to upgrade the toilet as soon as possible, and I don't know if by upgrading the toilet, we can clean up all that 8-ball porridge, and come up with a flushing function along the way. Don't you say it. It's disgusting. Su Liu knocked Gu Fan's head. Upon arriving on the first floor, there were already some people vaguely present. It didn't look like they were doing too well though. Their faces were pale and in a depleted state. Thinking about it, he knew that even though Gu Fan had the gift of preserving his life, he still couldn't sleep well and had nightmares at night, not to mention the others. Gu Fan then pulled Su Liu to head to the single-player ghost coin game queue first. After it was Gu Fan's turn, he walked in and it was still the same skeleton from yesterday. It swept Gu Fan with a hollow gaze. Player Gu Fan. Quiz, dice, life and death. Choose the game you want to play with me. Still familiar words, as if with an NPC. Life and death. Gu Fan didn't hesitate. Soon, the skeleton gave 2 cards to Gu Fan. Apparently, only 2 players chose to play life and death yesterday, and both failed. Gu Fan drew one at random and was relieved to find that it was a raw card. Get ghost coin times 100. After receiving the huge sum of money, Gu Fan put the ghost coins into the common backpack in his dormitory and walked out with light steps. As a matter of fact, Su Liu could go for a wave of fun as well. Even if she drew a dead card, all she had to do was activate her talent to make the skeleton originally attack herself instead of the other players. But how could Su Liu do such a thing? Wait, Gu Fan's eyes widened. He seems to have found a bug. It's okay to attack other players. So is it okay to attack yourself? Wouldn't it be beautiful if he just chose to be invisible and dodge this attack? Gu Fan only reacted at this time. As long as this was the case, Su Liu's conscience might not be condemned. She's just a college girl anyways. Her character is just a bit sociopathic. It's not like she scares the society. How can she be as decisive as the protagonist of the novel? As soon as this thought came out, Gu Fan told Su Liu using a private message within the chat channel. Su Liu's eyes were wide open, and when she saw Gu Fan looking at her with an undeniable gaze, Su Liu could only nod her head while fearing. The players behind them looked at the scene curiously. After Su Liu went in, Gu Fan came to the 3rd floor hallway where no one was. Gu Fan wasn't sure what way the skeleton would end itself if Su Liu drew a death card. After thinking about it, just in case the stealth was poorly timed, Gu Fan directly activated the stealth. His whole body became transparent and stiff, and he sat crouched in the corner of the building. At this point, Su Liu had already walked in. Do we really have to listen to Gu Fan? But what if Gu Fan's stealth is useless? It would be better to go and pit other players with their talents. And also, will the skeletons really walk out of the room looking for a stealthy Gu Fan? Gu Fan, you're really bold. Su Liu finally did as she was told and chose life and death. However, this time it was 2 dead cards, as well as a raw card. Su Liu only has a 1/3 chance of drawing raw. She drew one with a trembling hand. Dead cards. The skeleton stood up. Su Liu felt her whole body stiffen and a chilling feeling rose from the soles of her feet to the tip of her head. She used her talent in a hurry. Calamity. At once, a wonderful feeling appeared in Su Liu's mind. Her perspective shifted to within a 1-kilometer radius. The scenery within this kilometer was gray, but there were 3 whole apartments, and a total of 153 people within the 3 apartments. She can choose one random person of the 153 individuals who suffered this attack at will. Soon, she saw Gu Fan, who was crouching in the corner of the 3rd floor hallway. Although Gu Fan's figure was illusory, he could still instruct the skeleton to attack Gu Fan. With a thought, Su Liu chose Gu Fan, who was in a stealthy state. At that moment, the skeleton stopped walking, bypassed Su Liu, opened the door of the room, and in the eyes of the shocked players, it headed for the 3rd floor and wandered among the hallways, the skull's empty gaze once again appearing blank. It could sense that the target directed by Su Liu was on the 3rd floor hallway, but it can't perceive that. In desperation, the skeleton once again returned to his room, and Su Liu was driven out. Gu Fan, on the other hand, took advantage of the fact that after the 3rd floor hallway was empty, he lifted his invisibility and returned to the 1st floor, as well as Su Liu's side. His eyes radiated with a brilliant light that, it looks like it's working. We're invincible together. In the future, when the two of them encountered a crisis, Su Liu directly transferred to Gu Fan, who chose to become invisible, and the crisis was lifted. You are so bold. Su Liyu's eyes moved slightly, and her heart also gave birth to some special emotions under the excitement of the tension she had just experienced. One should know that Gu Fan dared to be so bold, but also because Su Liyu's calamity talent had one more sentence. That is, if the transferred target dies, there is a probability that the ghost will choose to hunt down Su Liyu again. However, since Gu Fan wasn't even dead and that ghost monster's attack fell short, the odds were that it wouldn't choose to chase after Su Liyu. Of course, it didn't matter if Gu Fan guessed wrong. Su Liyu's talent was so unbelievable that it wouldn't be impossible for her to once again choose Gu Fan or another player in a stealthy state. Hey, you two, what the hell just happened? Why did that skeleton suddenly run out? Yeah, why did that skull come out of nowhere? Don't you two leave without a reasonable explanation. The few players who had just queued up to try and play the single-player ghost coin game asked as they looked at Gu Fan and Su Liyu with strange gazes. They could easily tell that the two were obviously from the same dormitory. Just now Gu Fan suddenly ran to the building. Then, after Su Liyu went in, she didn't know what she did, and the skeleton ran out and skipped around before going back into the room. The ghosts knew that the two of them, Gu Fan and Su Liyu, had problems. It can't be that the skeleton suddenly wants to go for a walk, can it? No comment. What does Skull and Bones have to do with us if they run out of nowhere? Gu Fan took out his fire axe with a fierce look. This dumbfounded the few players who wanted to pursue the matter further. Because Su Liyu also took out her kitchen knife, the two of them looked like bandits. A slim male player's eyes blinked, and he hastily rounded up and said, both of you, don't be angry. We are just trying to stay alive. We are very afraid of what has happened to the skeletons in here. Forget it if you guys aren't clear. However, he had something else vaguely on his mind. Chapter 11 Passing the Skull. The strange sighting just now definitely had something to do with these two. The slim male player thought darkly, and Gu Fan and Su Liyu didn't want to explain this matter too much. They came to the door of the multiplayer room. The multiplayer ghost coin game room is right next to the ghost coin game room. By now there were a number of people standing in front of the multiplayer room, all of whom were undoubtedly interested in multiplayer games. However, neither wants to be a standout. You look at me and I look at you. There was also a lot of talk that followed. I wonder what kind of game this multiplayer game room will be, and if it's dangerous? Yeah, where's that guy in the suit from last time? Why haven't I seen him? It would be nice if he was there. It won't help if he's there. What about the need for at least 4 people? Have any of you good people gone to find out what's going on? Close to 20 people died in our apartment on the first day, and that's still high on the list of all apartments. It's incomprehensible. It's not too normal to be dead. At this stage, if you want to develop, you can only break into an unoccupied dormitory to see if there are any resources. Breaking into an unoccupied dormitory will be in danger, and those who hide and don't go to break into the dormitory will only be eaten by the devouring ghosts. The 2 couples next door to me died this way. Neither one of them was willing to go to find the supplies, and both of them hoped that the other would go to look for them, and both of them were eaten by devouring ghosts as a result. So it seems like 20 dead people is pretty good? The crowd was talking, while Gu Fan and Su Liyu hid in the back and watched the show, because sooner or later, there would be people participating in this game, and although Gu Fan could be the head of the pack and could be invincible by relying on his talent, he didn't have the need to do so. After all, who knew if there would be any side effects of using this weird stealth talent too much? I'll do it. I'm up for it. A few more people with me. I'm a plainclothes police officer, and if any special circumstances do arise, my colleagues and I will protect you. A man with a country face and a tall figure suddenly stood out and said seriously. Behind him was a woman with a sexy figure, dressed all plain but with a heroic look between her eyebrows. Seeing that someone was willing to be the first to participate as a standout, and it was also the people's police, all of a sudden, the people in the arena were a little excited. It's actually the police. Great, we might be saved. Yeah, it's good that they're willing to be the first to participate anyway. Why do I get the feeling that the police are just ordinary people? Can there be anything they can do to save us? Soon, 2 more big men stepped out. Let's do it. 2 comrade policemen. There are 4 of them in all, which just about fits. Gu Fan and Su Liyu curiously surveyed the scene. She turned back to Gu Fan and asked, Gu Fan, do you think those 4 will be in danger? Su Liyu was a little nervous. Definitely. Don't think about it. As I said before, for the average player without talent, every round of the game, every time you explore the unoccupied quarters, is a gamble. Gu Fan calmly analyzed. Talent. It was his greatest reliance. With talent, Gu Fan could guarantee that he would not die. Of course, so was housemate Su Liyu. Listening to Gu Fan's analysis, Su Liyu also nodded fervently. Gu Fan, I can't believe you're so calm. It feels like you've been in this state since yesterday's doomsday until now. Su Liyu adored. Gu Fan blankly glanced at Su Liyu. Calm down? It wasn't because of the talent in place. Without it, Gufan wasn't expected to be any better. Soon, the four opened the game room and walked in. Not 15 minutes later, the door opened and all the players looked at the scene with curiosity, only to see 4 people walked out. 3 of them were intact, but the left hand of a big man disappeared. The bowl was neat and tidy, even the bones and flesh could be seen. At this time, it was still on the ground, constantly dripping blood. His face was white, full of fear, and he was constantly wailing. The other big man also grimaced and left in a hurry with his housemate, probably trying to find a way to stop the bleeding. At this stage, if this level of blood loss occurs, it's probably going to be cool. The crowd thought darkly. Comrade policeman, what is going on? The male policeman, whose face was equally not so good, hesitated, and said slowly that there are 3 types of multiplayer games: team games, competitive co-op, and outdoor survival. Among them, according to the skeleton in there, the rewards that a single person receives are outdoor survival, competitive cooperation, team play, in descending order. In terms of risk factor, it is outdoor survival that is the most dangerous. Competitive cooperation, as well as team play, are comparable. However, the number of people in the team game needs to be at least 6. So we just picked competitive cooperation. What about specific games? The slim man came over and asked curiously. It was the guy who had just questioned Gufan and Suliu and rounded off the conversation. The policeman said slowly, we were drawn in badminton, 2 against 2, one dormitory against the other. The loser's dormitory would randomly select one person to have an organ or part removed. That player lost his left hand, and my coworker and I won. And how many ghost coins or rewards did you get for winning? The male policeman was about to say something, but he was pulled by the diminutive female policeman on the side, who shook her head, and the 2 of them finally chose to keep their words shut and leave. What? Is that a cop? That's just it. How many ghost coins have you gained and you're not willing to share them? That'll do. That's enough intel. And don't forget, with one of the second day's changes for today, killing a player gives them half of the supplies and ghost coins in their quarters. It's only too normal that they choose to hide it. Since most of them were now normal people, the male cop had been eager enough to be the first to choose to go in. Again, and to provide information. Only a few will choose to moralize about those 2 cops, and after the moral abduction, they all chose to give those 2 cops a helping hand to talk. So, who goes second? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Multiplayer game rooms are obviously much more dangerous than single-player game rooms. However, the abundance of danger also means the abundance of opportunity. Only a portion of the players left. The rest are watching. Both of you, why don't you join me? My name is Paige Wang, and I'm an office worker. The slim man suddenly said to the Gufan duo behind him. These 2, it seems, just made a ruckus in the single-player game room. Yeah, it's weird. Keep your voice down so they don't hear you. Gufan and Suliu exchanged glances. Come on, we'd like to see just what kind of games are played in there too. Gufan nodded. Wang Page wasn't displeased with the 2 men for concealing their names. And anyway, there were just over 60 people in the apartment. Soon, a girl appeared next to him as well. 4 people are ready for the game. But at this time, 2 ordinary-looking men also came over. How about adding us? There are 6 of us in total. The more people there are, the less likely we might be to suffer punishment. Gufan was certainly welcome, because once you have more people, you can choose to play as a team. The 6 walked in. In turn, Gufan and Suliu were the last to enter. Inside was a huge empty room. Not at all like when you looked outside. There was always an odd feeling to it. It's like, what looks like a small house on the outside becomes a big house when you walk in. Players Wang Page, Wang Nimi, Lu Nan, Chen Zhangming, Gufan, and Suliu. Choose the game you wish to play. A skeleton was in the center of this huge room, looking at the crowd with a vacant gaze and said, please choose among the following 3 games: outdoor survival, competitive cooperation, team games. Gufan paid attention. The order of the 6 names just happened to be the order in which they entered the door. The king's page suddenly cried out that, can you explain the 3 games? The skeleton didn't refuse and described it directly. To summarize, outdoor survival is where everyone goes outside the apartment and then survives for a night in a designated spot. And if they come back, then one person gets at least 150 ghost coins. The outside of the apartment was pitch black at the moment, and it was obvious that there was an unknown crisis outside, and outdoor survival was the most dangerous. Secondly, competitive cooperation. There are various sports such as badminton just now and other games in groups of 2 against each other. If there are people in the same dormitory, then the 2 roommates will be automatically teamed up, and only an even number of people will be able to select competitive cooperation. The final, team game, requires at least 6 people working together to complete a group game. It suddenly occurred to Gufan at this moment that is, If it's a squad of 5, wouldn't that be the only option for outdoor survival? He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully there were 6 of them coming. How's that for choosing team games? Gentlemen, competitive co-op 2x2s are too dangerous. That guy just lost his left hand. I'll go with team play, Chen Zhangming suddenly said. Soon, all 4 people, except for the 2 Gufan, chose to play as a team. Gufan nodded and didn't retort. Yet he doesn't think that team play is safe. The dangers of team play and competitive co-op are clearly the same. Only the punishment was to go from the 2 who failed to choose one of them to the 6 who participated to choose one of them. However, Gufan was too lazy to explain. See 6 people choose team game. The skeleton nodded and, soon, as if it had been engaged in a few seconds of thought, it said, slowly, the game you 6 are about to play is, Pass the Skull. Chapter 12, Apartment Chiefs are so damn. Passing the skull, the skeleton will remove the head of his skeleton and pass the skull to the first person who enters the door. 6 people form a circle, after which a piece of music is played, and the first person, starting from the beginning, passes the skull rapidly in a clockwise or counterclockwise direction. Whoever has the skull in his hands when the song comes to an abrupt end is punished as follows: loss of 1 or 2 organs or parts. Note, 100 ghost coins may be used in lieu of punishment. Note, when another person passes the skull to you, you can have up to 3 seconds to react. Once you don't pick up the skull within 3 seconds, it will be considered a failure. Except for the punished player, the remaining 5 players will share the 100 ghost coins equally. The skeleton quickly finished the rules of the game. The rules of the game is not difficult, and childhood kindergarten students play Pass the Flowers is similar. Only that time whoever gets the flowers, who will have to do some painless punishment, mostly for entertainment, such as on the stage in front of the same class to perform a program and so on. Gufan vaguely remembers that when he was a child and his teacher and classmates played this game and so on. When the music was almost over, some brother and sister in the class took flowers just do not pass, and then wait for the end of the music was punished to perform on stage. I don't know if this kind of person would dare to take a head and not pass it if they played the current game of passing heads. Throwing an organ is a lot cooler than going on stage and performing in a show. Giving the crowd a few seconds to. With the crowd shocked, the skeleton removed his head and then handed it to Wang Yi. The king's page took it carefully and, guys, let's start by forming a circle. The 6 people didn't dare to delay and hurriedly formed a circle. Then, a weird and hollow sound rang out, like a curse, which gave the crowd the creeps. Wang Page didn't dare to delay, fearing that the music would end the next second, and he quickly handed it to Wang Mimi who was beside him. Wang Mimi did the same and immediately took it before handing it to Lu Nan who was at the side. Lu Nan again handed to Chen Zhangming. Chen Zhangming handed to Gufan. Gufan handed it to Su Liu. The crowd passed it around so fast that they were afraid it would fall on their heads. The eerie, long voice continued, and it was goosebumps to hear. I don't know how long it was. 10 minutes? Half an hour? An hour? Gufan's arms were a little sore from passing. Obviously the first game wasn't even that long. He was wondering in his mind. There were already people who were getting sleepy. The Wang page beside Su Liu suddenly lowered his head and appeared to fall into a deep sleep. It's like being in a math class, where you're already paying attention, but you can't help your eyelids from dropping your head. Seeing this, Su Liu took the skull and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, wake up, do you want to die?" Based on Su Liu's reminder from the side, Wang Yi immediately came to his senses. You know, if you don't pick it up in 3 seconds, but the probability is that you will die. And at this stage, what's the difference between losing an arm, a leg, or a stomach, and dying? He struggled to receive the skull and then passed it to Wang Mimi who was on the side. Time stretched again. Not only King Page, but the other players also had some eyelids fluttering. The weird voice is stinky and long and produces great mental torture. Finally, the music stopped, and Wang Mimi held the skull in her hand with a pale face. She looked incredulously at the King's Page on the side. King Page likewise regretted it. He regretted not handing the skull to Su Liu who was at the side at first. If he handed it to Su Liu, then his own sister would definitely not get the skull and replace it with Su Liu. And just now his own sleepiness. If he is not sleepy, pass a little faster. It is not his sister Wang Mimi. What the hell? Wang Page was in a low mood and lowered his head, unwilling to look at Wang Mimi. Wang Mimi is being punished. The successful organ selection for extraction is the left eye, and Wang Mimi will lose one of her left eyes. The skeleton that had lost its skull walked up to Wang Mimi and reached out its finger bones to dig through Wang Mimi's eyes. At once, screams rang throughout the room. Wang Mimi covered her left eye in pain. She was a Naruto fan before crossing over, fantasizing about her Uchiha's clan all day long, especially when those Uchiha dudes changed their eyes and gouged out their own eyes. And the middle-aged Wang Mimi thought that time could be handsome. But now, Wang Mimi finally got her wish to lose her eyes, and they were also gouged out alive. Instead of feeling handsome, she felt only overwhelming fear. Gets 40 ghost coins. A beep suddenly sounded beside Gufan and Su Liyu's ears. In addition to Wang Mimi and the 5 of them successfully completing the game, if Gufan and Su Liyu had 20 ghost coins each, that would add up to 40. Gufan and Su Liyu's dormitory common property came to 147 ghost coins. It's also considered very rich. As for Wang Mimi and Wang Page, one of their siblings was punished and the other completed the game. So that's 20 ghost coins gained. An eyeball for 20 ghost coins. I also wonder how they both really feel about it. Wang Page wrapped his arms around his sister and stared at the skeleton dead in the face. The skeleton picked up the skull back in King Page's hand and, the game is complete. You may return. With hatred in his heart, King Page thought for a moment and, how am I supposed to stop my sister's bleeding? He asked the skeleton. The skeleton was a bit surprised. It usually removed the other person's organs when the other person, if they were a relative or friend, would most likely hate it and even say harsh words. It also didn't expect that as the brother of the one being punished, King Page would be so calm. There might be band-aids for sale at the ghost coin store today. Band-aids? Will this stop the blood from a removed eyeball explosion? Thanks a lot. King Page grimaced and left with his arm around his sister. Gufan also walked out and glanced at the time. It clearly felt like hours had passed, but only 5 minutes had passed. Gufan, what do we do next? Su Liyu asked. Played both single player and multiplayer and got a lot out of it. Upgrading the doors and toilets is no longer a problem. And you can even upgrade the bunk beds a bit. Follow that brother and sister to the ghost coin store and find out what the hell that band-aid is. Gufan said. Su Liyu nodded her head. It's amazing. I felt like I'd been in that room for at least a day. And I ended up coming out for only 5 minutes. And that's not a good feeling. Su Liyu shook her body and said, her heart palpitating as well. Maybe that's the power of the spirits. And our gift. And you should have a bad feeling when you use it, right? Su Liyu nodded her head and looked around to see that there weren't many people, all attracted by the game room, before she opened her mouth and said, yes, when I used Calamity, I felt my body was so shady, it was like scurrying thin, it was unbearable. Su Liyu nodded fervently, analyzing the various feelings of her body when she used her talent. Gufan skimmed his mouth and silently shook off Su Liyu some distance. Su Liyu was a bit puzzled, although she admitted that she was a bit rude in saying this, but it wasn't like Gufan had never seen it before. So why did he suddenly run away? Gufan did understand why Su Liyu would be socially terrified. Nothing more than sometimes talking too abstract, and then lead to the other party does not really take care of Su Liyu, and then lead to Su Liyu no friend slowly become sociopathic. Gufan silently guessed. Come to the ghost coin shop. The goods inside became much more than yesterday. No longer limited to yesterday's bread, noodles, water, and wood and stone. Buttered bread, 1. 5 ghost coins. Ordinary bento, 2. 5 oni. Fine iron, 5 ghost coins. Ghost or a band-aid x 120 ghost coins. It can be used to stop bleeding with unexpected results. Stock, 18. Resource room guidelines room number, $10 ghost. Stock, 20. 1000 milliliters of water, 1. 5 ghost coins. About this much more. Also, there is an inventory limit on ghost breath band-aids, and resource room guidelines room door numbers, as well as Wang Page and Wang Mimi arrived. Soon, under Gufan's curious eyes, Wang Page purchased a ghostly gas band-aid, opened it up and stuck it on Wang Mimi's left eye. At once, under the faint black chi, the blood in Wang Mimi's left eye was stopped. She covered her eyes and stopped wailing. Amazing, Gufan lamented. The other shopping players watched the scene in amazement. But alas, most players don't have 20 ghost coins yet. The vast majority of players can't even afford to pay their rent these days, not to mention purchasing this amazing band-aid. Gufan thought about it and bought 2 as an emergency. The magical effect of this thing will not be a loss even if it is sold again. Not to mention that it is also limited. Maybe when there is a demand for it, it can still make a small profit. Although Su Liyu looked a little heartbroken. She thought that the 2 appeared to be relying on their talent and did not lack resources. Compared to others, they both really are kind of open. On top of that, 15 ghost coins were spent on 10 1-liter bottles of water. Bento was bought twice. Bread was bought twice. And 8 ghost coins were consumed for food. As for the ghost axe construction drawings needed fine iron and the like, there was no hurry. The ghost coins sold for fine iron were indeed too expensive. 1 fine iron would require 5 ghost coins. It was simply a money grab. In the case of the stones, Gufan purchased 20 of them and spent another 40 ghost coins. Now, Gufan had consumed a full 103 ghost coins, leaving 44 ghost coins left. This expansive outburst made the aside Wang Page froze. Not only Wang Page, but also other players. For this reason, Gufan didn't bother to argue. It was impossible to keep a low profile, not be famous, and minimize crises, thus not going to the store for the rest of his life, right? Su Liu tightly gripped the kitchen knife and stood next to Gu Fan, her beautiful eyes filled with vigilance. All the shopping could be put in the backpack, and Gu Fan wasn't afraid of being robbed. Right about this time, a beep sounded next to all the players' ears. Detected that Dormitory 703 has become the first dormitory in this apartment to consume 100 ghost coins at once. Reward Dormitory 703 players Gu Fan, Su Liu and the two of them receive random drawing X1, receive wood X20, receive stone X10, and receive fine iron X5. At the same time, the player who killed either Gu Fan or Su Liu alone would receive all of Dormitory 703's property. Within 3 days, the player who kills Gu Fan and Su Liu will receive twice the property of Dormitory 703. 10086 Kondo's motto, risk and opportunity always go hand in hand. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Please keep this in mind for all players. As soon as the tone ended, Gu Fan's eyes flashed with a gloomy color. He could clearly feel that some of the players around him were starting to eye on himself and Su Liu. This apartment manager is a real ING. Gu Fan cursed angrily. Don't look to give some resources, but the risks associated with it are much higher. With all this going on, it was inevitable that someone in these dozens of apartments was going to come after him. There are all kinds of birds in the forest, and now that there are no legal constraints, there will always be people outside the law who will think of taking shortcuts. Chapter 13 Gu Fan and Su Liu's first killing. Calamity's mighty power. These are unavoidable. The reason why the surrounding players were able to know that the two people at the store were Gu Fan and Su Liu was obviously because of the broadcast just now. Go! Gu Fan took out the fire axe in his hand and held Su Liu's hand to leave. It's also okay, probably because the ghost coin shop has skeletons in it, and causing a conflict would be an unnecessary hassle. Therefore, Gu Fan and Su Liu were not stopped by the players. That Wang Page and Wang Mini siblings also stared at their backs without saying anything. Wang Page still regretted inwardly, regretting that he didn't pass it on to Su Liu, or else the one who lost her eyes would be Su Liu, not her own sister. When they came to the hallway, Gu Fan's heart sank, and as expected, there were already players following them. There weren't many, but there were 2 or 3, and each was a burly man. Gu Fan and Su Liu came to the second floor, and they weren't surprised that following them, perhaps in front of the huge benefits, they would lay their hands on the two in the hallway or corridor. I'm afraid, by now, there's a guard at the door of room 703. In this world, there is never a shortage of reckless people. At the same time, players were seen to be carrying fire axes as well, or other weapons such as clubs, and again, long knives, which were given to them by the apartment director this morning. Gu Fan sighed. Gentlemen, why do you have to force me? Su Liu was already sweating nervously. Her back and pants were sweaty. Cut the crap. Gu Fan, right. Where the hell did you get your ghost coins and why do you have so many? Spending 100 ghost coins at once. Yes, give an honest account. If you don't give a good account, there are so many of us, how can you two possibly stand in the way? Now there is no law that binds us to kill you and divide your supplies equally. Not bad. We won't let you go until you honestly explain where your 703 ghost coins came from. Gu Fan smiled and said, it's simple. Bet your life. There was a moment of silence. What? Is it still clear where that 100 ghost coins came from? Isn't there only a 1/3 chance of getting it? A burly man wondered. Yeah, the big deal is just death. Too bad I bet right. Gu Fan grinned. Crazy. A few players who wanted to block Gu Fan and the two of them immediately backed off in their hearts. What the hell is this if it's not crazy? Didn't bet yesterday at January 2nd? Waited for someone to go bet and lose. Karma. Now it's become 1/3 of the time and still have the guts to go bet. There's also some ghost coins I just got from playing a game with my roommate. No, the multiplayer is right there. Can you let us back in? Gu Fan smirked. Hearing Gu Fan say that, 3 players had already left, and there were still 4 players hesitating here. Because, the supplies gained from killing Gu Fan were indeed a lot, and, Gu Fan is just 2 people. There's 4 of them left. Seeing this, Gu Fan put away the fire axe and took out the ghost chi dagger in his hand. Although he didn't know what use the ghost chi dagger would be for injuring people, but since this weapon carried the word ghost chi, it must be better than an ordinary weapon, right? Meanwhile in their viewpoint, Gu Fan switched the fire axe in his hand for a more concealed dagger, which made them think it was a sign of weakness. Tell you what, we don't want to kill you either. How about you give us all the supplies? A player suddenly suggested. To hell with the supplies, killing him would get you twice the supplies. Isn't that a waste? Just do it and then we'll split it equally. Su Liu was thinking about whether she should just open a room, and then after being targeted by the ghosts in the room, she directly chose to shift her target to these bad guys. Gu Fan suddenly stormed up. taking the Ghost Chi dagger and ruthlessly stabbing it towards the chest of the nearest player. This move shocked the players present, as well as those watching from afar. Hey, 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 seriously, straight up? Why is that dagger still smoking black? Wait, you guys, look at the stabbed player, only to see that the male player was covering his chest and wailing continuously. The wound that he had just been stabbed in was as if it was rotting, and there was also black gas coming out of it. The male player kept covering his chest and, at the same time, Gu Fan didn't hesitate, and with savagery in his heart, he once again stabbed at his head a few times. I have to say, the Ghost Chi dagger is really good, cutting iron like mud and very sharp. Let go of my friend. Another housemate slashed at Gu Fan with a long knife. Gu Fan stayed put and performed the talent of stealth, and at this time, the long knife slashed across Gu Fan's neck. The reason why stealth's name is Creepy Stealth is that it can become invisible while still being able to become vaporized. It's like Bandicoot in Naruto. Of course, in the eyes of the crowd, at this moment, Gu Fan's figure appeared to have flickered. Su Liu reacted by taking the kitchen knife and slashing at the player, cutting his arm. The other two players, who looked like they were in a group, glanced at each other and directly moved their feet away silently, becoming part of that group of eaters. Joking aside, that Gu Fan's means was undoubtedly a powerful talent, and it was understandable why Gu Fan dared to gamble his life. The scene where the long knife slashed across Gu Fan's neck and pounced was still fresh in his mind. Meanwhile, the man Gu Fan had stabbed several times with the ghostly dagger struggled a bit and then stopped moving as if he was asleep. Kill player Lu Daming and get half of the property of Dormitory 506. Wood X15, Stone X10, 1000 milliliters water X2, bread X2, ghost coin X12, long knife X1. Gu Fan's eyes flashed with joy. Although this was the first time he had killed someone and his whole body was shaking a little. But obviously, what was obtained was really good. The Ghost Breath dagger had also gained so many resources by only consuming 2 durability points. Of course, aside from the Ghost Chi dagger having durability, Gu Fan and Su Li used 3 normal weapons, the fire axe, as well as the chopper, and the long knife all had it. Gu Fan coldly looked at the player who had just used a long knife to attack himself. The long knife in his hand was still there, and it looked like the weapon Gu Fan had obtained was from the dead player's backpack. This also suggests that if there are 2 weapons in a dormitory and one of the players is killed, the odds are that the weapon gained will be the weapon of the killed player, not the weapon in the hands of the other player who has not yet been killed. Ghost, you're a ghost. Why couldn't you be cut just now? After saying that, he hastily backed away, fear flashing in his eyes. Su Liu. Gu Fan called out to Su Liu, who was behind him, chopped up. Su Liu was first stunned, then solemnly nodded her head and came to the second floor, casually opening an unoccupied dormitory. In the next moment, a big pitch-black hand grabbed at Su Liu and scratched her stomach, and blood flowed out. Su Liu felt a sharp pain, and hurriedly frowned her eyebrows and unleashed her talent. At this moment, the whole apartment seemed to pause, because it was a square kilometer. She clearly perceived all the players in the whole apartment, and there were currently 57 of them. Su Liu then transferred everything that had happened to her to the player who had just attacked Gu Fan with his long knife but had floundered. And soon, Su Liu's stomach was intact. A pitch-black ghost wanted to grab the door and attack the longsword player. However, perhaps the rules didn't allow it, or perhaps this pitch-black ghost's status wasn't as high as the skeleton's. It finally closed the door and returned to the room. On the other hand, on this side of the building, in the next moment, in the eyes of the crowd's fear, the longsword man's stomach broke open in an instant, and blood and internal organs flowed out. Calamity, being targeted by a ghost or suffering any attack. You can designate a player within a 1 kilometer radius to suffer a ghost attack in your place, or suffer any attack instead. Note, the ghost kills the player who replaces you. It may refocus on you or it may leave. Note, this talent will have no effect when there are no players within a 1 kilometer radius. Is Calamity powerful? Obviously powerful. The man with the long knife who had attacked Gu Fan had his belly broken open under the power of the Calamity, and his intestines flowed out, so it was clear that he wouldn't be able to live for long. Unless someone was willing to stuff his intestines back in, and by the way, put on a ghostly band-aid, and also try to rely on the psychic's power. But obviously, his roommate was killed by Gu Fan's pain first, plus the players who were just about to surround the Gu Su duo together retreated, and now he was the only one left who could only slowly wait for his death. However, the side effects of Calamity were also obvious. The damage did not disappear but was transferred, making Su Liu's talent highly dangerous to other players except Gu Fan. Moreover, when there were no other players around for a kilometer, Su Liu's talent was a pose. It seems that this is a side effect of Calamity. To be honest, Gu Fan hadn't expected a conflict with a player on the second day of crossing over. But of course, It was all fueled by that apartment manager. At this time, Su Liu had already returned to Gu Fan's side. She was intact, but her face was pale. The pain from that just now was really unbearable for her. It was even worse than diarrhea. That's what happens to anyone who tries to hit on our 703. Gu Fan put down these words and pulled Su Liu upstairs. Kill player Wu Yong and get half of the property of Dormitory 506. Wood X15, Stone X10, 1000 milliliters water X2, bread X2, ghost coin X12, long knife X1. Early this morning, making a killing. Chapter 14, Su Liu seems to be seriously ill. Early in the morning, consumed, plus playhouse earned as well as looted supplies. Now, the ghost coins total 68 apiece. 1000 milliliters water total 14 bottles, 2 bento lunches, and 6 loaves of bread, a fire axe, 2 long knives, a kitchen knife, and a ghostly dagger. Random drawing X1, ghost axe drawing X1. As for materials, 67 for wood, 60 for stone, 5 for fine iron, and 2 for cotton. It is the current property of Gu Fan and Su Liu, the 703 dormitory. It's also the richest in the entire 10,086 apartments. Back to the dorms. Gu Fan and Su Liu still looked nervous. They were breathing heavily and clearly not very calm. Especially Su Liu. Her body was still shaking slightly, and she didn't know if it was because of the pain she had just experienced or because of her fear. Gu Fan, we killed someone. Su Liu was the first to speak out. Gu Fan nodded his head. There's no way. If we don't kill, they won't let us leave. There are dozens of people in the apartment. There's no guarantee that everyone is a good person. Those 7 people just now, if they don't have a strong attitude, they'll surround us, kill us, and then you will be killed. I know. Su Liu interrupted what Gu Fan said later. Of course I know. That's why I listened to you, Gu Fan. But I still feel very sad when I see that because of me. That player's stomach was broken open and his guts flowed all over the place. Gu Fan, can you understand what I mean? Su Liu pulled Gu Fan's hand and said with red eyes. Looking at this pathetic look, Gu Fan couldn't help but comfort him. It's not your fault. It's their damnedest, and the apartment manager's fault. But, then again, it's great that you've made it this far. Drink some water and eat something. It's been great. Gu Fan gently patted Su Liu's back. Su Liu nodded her head, obviously in a much better mood because of Gu Fan's comfort. If, next time this happens, I'll help you too, Gu Fan. I'll use my talent to kill everyone who wants to harm us. Su Liu suddenly said. Gu Fan froze, then nodded solemnly and said, me too. We're housemates in destiny, and I'll hurt anyone who wants to hurt you. The two of them took a sip of water, and Su Liu also ate a bread to pad her stomach. As for the bento, then she would eat it at noon. Gu Fan was incidentally planning to upgrade the worn-out wooden door. Soon, however, the cue rang in his ears that the prompt reads that the hostel needs to be upgraded to level 2 first. Thinking about the previous request, the level cap for each piece of furniture doesn't seem to be able to exceed the level cap for the dorm. Gu Fan checked out the overall dormitory. Meanwhile, a new interface appears. Level 1 quarters, daily output of ghost coins X1. Level 2 dormitory upgrade requirements, ghost coins X50, wood X30, stone X30, number of unoccupied dormitories opened X5, number of ghost coin games played X2. After the upgrade, the daily output of the secondary dormitory will be 2 ghost coins. The daily dormitory fee is raised to 15 ghost coins. Get random level 1 furniture X1. The area was upgraded from 10 square meters to 20 square meters. Increase the furniture level cap to level 2. Note, the first 10 dorms in the apartment to upgrade to a level 2 dorm will be able to upgrade their rent delinquency date from 3 days to 5 days. You can obtain organ cards X1. Organ cards, and you can choose to turn in your organ cards to offset 1 organ after losing the game. The requirements for upgrading a secondary dormitory are enormous, but the benefits are great. The daily output is negligible. It's only 2 ghost coins. The rent was also raised to 15 ghost coins. However, the number of days in arrears for the top 10 dormitories is raised to 5, delaying much of the time to prepare for the ghost coins, as well as earning organ cards X1 to offset the penalties for failing the game, and the acquisition of new furniture. Upgrading furniture levels online is absolutely no problem when you choose to upgrade your quarters as long as you have plenty of ghost coins. It was just that Gu Fan was curious as to why there wasn't any special reward for the first place upgrade to the second level dormitory. But think about it, the risks and rewards go hand in hand, and who knows what the apartment manager will do to screw him over again. Guffin chose to upgrade. The next moment, amidst the duo's shocked gazes, a faint black mist appeared within the narrow dormitory. The originally crowded space looked like it was slowly pulled by a big invisible hand under the effect of the black fog, gradually becoming open. The two looked around in shock as the wall slowly receded and the ground continued to stretch. In just a few moments, what had been a small 10 square meter space had transformed into a room of at least 20 square feet, elongated a bit in the front and back. Level 2 dormitory upgrades successfully and produces ghost coins x2 per day. Requirements for level 3 dormitory upgrade: ghost coin x200, wood x100, stone x100, fine iron x50, and having been out 3 times, organ card times 1. Obtain new furniture, shabby crate x1, grade 1. Worn crate can hold 20 items with a maximum quantity of 100 of each identical item. Upgrade requirements: ghost coin x10, wood x10, a worn wooden box, made of the same material as the worn wooden door, also appeared in front of Gufan's heels. Opening it up, in which 20 different things could be placed, which was quite useful. Gufan placed it next to the table. He then proceeded to consume 10 ghost coins and 20 pieces of wood to upgrade the wooden door to level 2, only to see that the originally worn-out wooden door, just like inside the previously upgraded dormitory, was currently emitting a strange black mist. Before, the shabby wooden door was full of signs of age and potholes, but just under the shroud of this mysterious black light, the original pitted and uneven wooden boards were actually as if they had been gently stroked by a pair of large invisible hands. Little by little, those depressions were filled in, and the cracks were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just the blink of an eye, the wooden door became smooth. The level of change is just as bizarre as the secondary quarters, and very rapid. Level 2 dormitory door, ordinary wooden door, upgraded successfully. Level 3 dormitory door construction requirements: 20 stones, ghost coins x20. Dormitory upgraded to level 3. By now, the supplies consumed by Gufan were 60 ghost coins, 50 wood, and 30 stones. The two are now down to 8 ghost coins. After a rest and relaxation break, got to get to scavenging, looking around at the much emptier small rooms. For a while, Su Liu had a sense of nurturing pleasure. It's like playing My World, building house furniture. Only, it wasn't just himself playing, in the same way that he was playing online with Gufan. However, very quickly, Su Liu appeared to have thought of something and, Gufan, according to the apartment leader's tips, you have to upgrade to a level 2 wooden door tonight, but as you can see with the supplies, you need at least a level 2 dormitory plus the resources for a level 2 wooden door. At this stage, can anyone other than us really upgrade successfully? Su Liu asked curiously. Yeah, it would be nice to have 10 dormitories to do it. Looks like a lot of people are going to die tonight. Gufan sighed. Unless there's a new way to get ghost coins today, it's going to be hard to get the requirements for a level 2 dorm door with just one solo game, one multiplayer game, plus breaking into unoccupied dorms that are in danger. Subsequently, the two of them went out to break into the unoccupied dormitory, and the dangers they encountered were all neutralized by their talents, scavenging a lot of resources. The number of ghost coins reaches 100 again. Wood, stone, also over 100, and fine iron comes to a dozen or 20. There were also 5 rolls of paper, 3 sheets of cloth, and some cotton. Su Liu was too happy. There was no paper after going to the toilet yesterday, resulting in a dirty mess. Now she could finally wipe properly. What's more, another random drawing was scavenged, adding up to a total of 2 random drawings now. When the time came to noon, Gufan and Su Liu used 2 random drawings before finishing their meal. Ordinary chair drawing times 1, ordinary axe drawing times 1. After a quick glance, the 2 drawings didn't seem to be of much use, placing them in the wooden box for now. After lunch, Gufan was a bit sleepy. Su Liu, I'll take a nap for half an hour. The implication is that Su Liu will keep watch, and one of the two must be awake. Aha, go ahead and go to bed. I'll take care of it. Get me up in half an hour and you go back to sleep, Gufan reminded. Soon after, a slight snorting sound of. Su Liu blinked her eyes, saw that Gufan appeared to be really asleep, picked up the rolling paper and sneaked to the toilet. After going to the toilet, Su Liu, who had a roll of paper, was finally able to wipe her body clean with a roll of paper. Then cover the results with a roll of paper so you can do it without all the embarrassment. Wait, why don't I upgrade the toilets with ghost coins and wood now? Su Liu thought about it and called Gufan up. Gufan was a bit confused. He had only just fallen asleep. Half an hour? No, Gufan, I want to upgrade the restroom. Then what are you shouting at me to get up for? Su Liu consumed 20 ghost coins, 10 pieces of wood, and stones to upgrade the toilet to level 2. In the next moment, the toilet door became as beautiful as the dormitory door, and the whole toilet space became bigger. Su Liu's results also disappeared, but there was still no flush button to be found, simply making the toilet a bit bigger and more sophisticated it seems. There isn't any button for the water to come out either. Su Liu sighed and punched her small stomach. I should have known I wouldn't have eaten so much before I crossed over. I guess I'll have to go up at night. At the same time she scratched her body. She hadn't showered for a day, though she felt to herself that her body didn't smell much, but it still felt dirty, and I wondered if Gu Fan would feel the same, harboring a sense of curiosity. Su Liu tiptoed to the upper bunk and patted Gu Fan awake. Hey, Gu Fan, you didn't take a shower yesterday. Are you having a hard time with your body? I feel itchy on my back and incognito, don't you? Gu Fan glanced at the time, having only slept for less than 10 minutes, and was woken up twice by Su Liu shouting at him. He blackened his face and looked at Su Liu in a sly manner. Su Liu, do you let people sleep or not? If you itch, take a shoe and slap it. Gu Fan suspected that Su Liu had a major brain disease. Su Liu scrunched her neck. Chapter 15 Killing Players. Killing ghosts and monsters all earn ghost coins. She glanced at Gu Fan grudgingly, wanting to speak. When half an hour passed, Su Liu used her hand to slap Gu Fan awake. Gu Fan woke up, glanced at the time, got up, and got down from the top bunk. Are you going to take a nap? Rest for half an hour. 2, and I'll keep watch for you. Su Liu nodded and also slept for half an hour. Only, Gu Fan inhaled his nose, and the smell of the toilet in the room was gone. It looks like with the upgraded toilets, everything in the toilets has been refreshed, and the area has become a whole lot bigger, no longer looking like the public toilets that were there before. Glancing at the lunchbox trash thrown in the corner, and the bread trash bag, and the bottled water, there seems to be a lot less crap going on at the moment. In that case, after upgrading to level 2 dorms, all the garbage left over from yesterday and the morning is gone as well. Only today's garbage is left behind. That seems a lot easier too. Su Liu slept little last night, and Gu Fan woke her up after a full hour, allowing her to get a good night's sleep. Gu Fan then opened the survival guide to see if the survival guide had been updated. Survival guide. When you read this, it means you've upgraded your quarters to level 2, and you've noticed a growing need for ghost coins. However, there is a limit to the amount of ghost coins and materials that can be obtained from opening unoccupied dormitories in multiplayer single-player games on a daily basis, especially unoccupied dormitories. The whole apartment has 25 floors, except for the first floor. Each floor has 10 rooms, a total of 240 rooms. Of these, more than 24 rooms have player dormitories. That means there are only 200 rooms to explore. Each player has only 4 to 5 rooms to explore per day. Each time you explore there is again a probability of encountering danger. For this reason, if you want to get more ghost coins, you can only rely on different approaches. Here are a couple ways to do this. One is to kill players in other dorms and get their ghost coins. The second is to kill ghosts, which will also drop ghost coins when they die. 3-2. Maybe there's some good opportunity to get ghost coins outside the apartment. 3 ways to kill players. Kill ghosts, or come outside, aka outdoor survival within a multiplayer game? Gu Fan nodded. When a lot of players have upgraded their secondary dorms in a few days, through the updates on the survival guide, I guess the probability of players in the apartments killing each other will become higher. As for killing ghosts and monsters, Gu Fan wasn't sure if he could do it. That ghostly dagger appeared to be so powerful that it stabbed into a person's body, directly causing their flesh to rot. What if it's lodged in a gargoyle's body? Might try this afternoon. If a ghostly dagger can earn ghost coins for killing ghosts, then this ghostly dagger, as well as the ghostly axe that can be built, would probably be pretty regular. And, if there were players who were as lucky as they were to get a ghostly weapon in the opening round, they would probably be thinking about killing ghosts and monsters to get ghost coins. Gu Fan patted Su Liu, who was still sleeping. At this time, Su Liu, who was so sleepy that her mouth was drooling, was still constantly grinding her teeth and rattling. I don't know what kind of beautiful dream this girl is having. Su Liu frowned and opened Gu Fan's hand. Take a beating from the old man. Gu Fan, then you can sleep this afternoon. I'll go gather supplies myself. Gu Fan shouted. Listening to Gu Fan's words, Su Liu then reacted to the fact that it seemed that she had already crossed over long ago. The roommate was not his former roommate at school, but his new roommate, Gu Fan. A little confused, she sat up and, you slept pretty well. Gu Fan flirted. Ahem. I'm sleepy. Su Liu glanced at Gu Fan with some embarrassment. Gu Fan analyzed the new tips on the survival guide with her. Gu Fan, that means we're going to go hurt the ghosts and monsters with ghostly weapons this afternoon? Good. I'll build that ghost axe and then the dagger for you to use. Gu Fan consumed ghost coin X20, stone X15, as well as fine iron X10, and that ghost axe drawing to construct a brand new weapon. As for the normal weapons, they are kept in the backpack for backup first. Soon, a pitch black axe appeared in Gu Fan's hand, and he swung it a few times. Not a bad weapon. Let's go. Ryuki. Gu Fan pushed open the door of the room and shouted. Su Liu nodded, picked up the dagger Gu Fan gave her and carefully went out the door. The two of them explored all the way to the dormitories, and found that many of them had been opened up. There were also some players' corpses on the ground. Some had lost their heads, just like Jiang Jia earlier. Some had their hearts ripped out. Others had their bellies broken open and were bleeding profusely. Obviously, the bodies were recently dead. It can also be used as a basis for judging whether there is any danger inside the door. Of course, relying on this approach all the time won't work. Why? Because after a while all the traces on the ground disappear, and these bodies vanish into thin air, as if no one had ever come. Along the way, the players they encountered would avoid Gu Fan and Su Liu when they saw them, and would even just turn their heads and run away. Apparently, the two men's prowess this morning had spread among all the players in this apartment building, especially Gu Fan, whose talent had been guessed by many players. When that player used his long knife to slice through Gu Fan's head, it penetrated straight through, plus Gu Fan's figure flashed. But that's not the point, and neither is the fact that many of the dorms have been searched. This afternoon, Gu Fan was trying to use the axe to attack the ghosts, wanting to see if a ghost axe with 10 points of ghost chi, which was a full 10 times stronger than a ghost chi dagger, could actually do some damage to the ghosts and thus gain ghost coins. Eventually, the duo stopped in front of a dormitory door. The body in front of the door had a big hole stabbed out of its stomach. That means the ghosts behind this door attacked the player by going straight for the stomach. Gu Fan, be careful, Su Liu reminded from behind, her eyes flashing with worry. Don't worry, sleepy, drooling, teeth-grinding SU schoolgirl. No need for you to worry about me. Gu Fan shrugged and comforted Su Liu. Su Liu reddened her face and shivered in anger. But thinking about it, she does make a fool of herself when she sleeps. Luckily the two of them don't sleep together and have bunk beds, or else it would really be too embarrassing. Gu Fan opened the door. The next moment, a claw suddenly appeared inside the door. Just in the nick of time, there were a total of 2 options. The first, direct stealth. The claw could go through Gu Fan's stomach. The second is to use a ghost axe to cut this ghost's claws. Without saying a word, Gu Fan directly chose the second one and used the ghost axe to chop towards the ghost claw. Chapter 16 Ghost Chi is the core power of numerology. Gu Fan's concerns. Ghost axe on ghost claws. Ow. A strange cry rang out from the room. At the same time, this scene was also seen by the 2 players from Dormitory 1305 in the back. The 2 of them watched the scene in horror. Originally, they thought Gu Fan was dead. Yesterday it was clear that the opposite side was still the resource dormitory. But after today's dormitory update, anyone who opens the dormitory across the hall will immediately be stabbed through the stomach by the ghostly claws inside and fall to the ground dead. When they saw Gu Fan, they were still gloating. After all, Gu Fan was a murderer in their eyes. But now, the scene made their scalps numb. Can anyone really fight the monsters inside the dormitory doors? Even, it slashed the ghosts and monsters inside the door, causing them to let out miserable cries. Soon, the player behind the door thought about it and posted the matter on the apartment's chat channel, and even took a picture of the 2 Gu Fans. Soon, the chat channel was once again filled with fiery chatter. At the same time, Gu Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. Ghost axe has an effect. He pushed open the door to his room and tried to break in, and into the eyes is a full body black, long horns, and claws sharp ghost. Bull ghost, brain like a cow, low rank, no good ghost creature, loves to eat human entrails, likes to attack the human abdomen. Roar! The bull ghost obviously couldn't believe that the 2 dared to open the door to the room, and as a rule, could have shredded the 2 humans to pieces by now. But nay, the weapon in the man's hand filled himself with scorn. But, Gu Fan but on. His luck has been good. Just 2 days to obtain 2 ghost chi weapons. Other players have not obtained. He is not clear, but he is very clear. The other players, and then there is no stealth life-saving skills, is absolutely not dare to act rashly on the ghosts and monsters. He took his ghost axe and slashed it towards the bull ghost. Roar! The cow ghost's shoulder was split open with a wound in which black gas spread. Its claws grabbed hard towards Gu Fan. Gu Fan was too late to dodge, and directly used the weird stealth. As if it was vaporized, Gu Fan not only disappeared into thin air, but also the bull ghost's claws went through Gu Fan and pounced. Taking advantage of the back-swinging time when the cow ghost's claws swooped away, Gu Fan slashed directly at the cow ghost's head. However, Gu Fan suddenly saw the ghost axe flash, and cracks actually appeared on the ghost axe. Amidst Gu Fan's shocked gaze, the cow ghost's head fell to the ground. At the same time, the ghost axe's 100 points of durability dropped from 100 to 30. After just 3 cuts, the durability plummeted. But, a message that soon rang beside Gu Fan's ears as well. Kill the cow ghost ×1. Since you are the first kill of apartment 10086, you will receive an additional reward. Ghost Chi X1. The ghost chi in the body can strengthen the body. while the more ghost chi there is, the stronger the ability to fight against ghosts and monsters. Obtained material bull ghost horn times 2. Get ghost coin times 200. 10,086 apartment broadcast. 703 has been detected as the first dormitory to kill a ghost in this apartment. Reward dormitory 703 players. Gu Fan, Su Liu and the two of them get wood x 100, stone x 100, fine iron x 20. At the same time, the reward amount for the players in dormitory 703 has been raised, and killing Gu Fan and Su Liu will result in 1,000 ghost coins. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, inside the door of room 404, a man smoking a cigarette was holding a pitch-black stick in his hand and kept smoking a ghostly creature inside the door of room 404. The Ghostbusters were whipped all over and finally died with a whimper. TCH, did you let that 703 player get the jump on you? A glint of gloom flashed in the smoking man's eyes. His name is Chen Gaer. The weapon, the ghost stick, had just been acquired within another resource dormitory, of which the ghost stick contained 2 points of ghost chi. Because of the opening introduction, only ghost aura can counter ghost aura. Therefore, without saying a word, Shen Kai directly headed to the ghostly dormitory on the side and went forward to single-handedly challenge the ghosts. Of course, the reason why he wasn't afraid of accidents was also because of having an A-ranked talent with superb recovery. After encountering damage, you can use the A-ranked talent to recover, and most of the ghostly quarters take one-time damage after encountering danger. However, there was a side effect to this talent, and that was that wound recovery required a lot of stamina. That's good. It's the stamina value that materializes in the attribute panel. Sudden death from exhaustion once the stamina value goes to 0. Therefore, even with recovery, once the neck is cut or other fatal injuries, there is a high probability that the recovery process will consume a large amount of stamina resulting in a stamina value of 0. However, Chen Gaer still took the risk of trying to use the ghost stick to kill the ghost monster. Obviously, he has his eye on the resources of apartment broadcasting. But nah, the first broadcast was actually preempted. Chen armor was filled with annoyance, but there was nothing he could do about it. Luckily, getting a reward for killing this ghost was not bad. The ghost coins were not 200, but there were 150 of them. However, what made him a little annoyed was that the durability had dropped by a large margin, which proved that although it was feasible to kill ghosts and monsters with ghost energy weapons, the attrition rate of such weapons was extremely high. Gu Fan's side received various rewards. Gu Fan, our bounty amount has been raised again. Now whoever kills us will get 1,000 ghost coins. Su Liu shouted from the side. I know. Go back to your dorm first. Not continuing to hunt ghosts? The durability consumed by my ghost axe is a bit high. I also didn't realize that the difference between the durability consumed by hacking people and hacking ghosts is actually so big. And I'm physically drained for part of it. However, although Gu Fan's body was a bit depleted in physical strength. However, with the increase in ghost energy, the upper limit of physical strength and also the upper limit of sanity actually increased. A light flashed in Gu Fan's eyes. The value of that little bit of ghost chi seemed to be not small. If it was possible, and one's own ghost aura value came to 10 points, was it not proof that even without a weapon, one could produce damage to ghosts and monsters with one's bare hands? Gu Fan thought inwardly. Upon returning to their quarters, the two men took inventory of their supplies. Gu Fan also looked at the attribute panel. He actually also discovered that in addition to the sanity value as well as the physical strength value, the ghost chi value, there was actually a new value, the physique value, because of the change in the ghost chi. Properties panel. Player, Gu Fan. Housemate, Su Liu, your only housemate. There is no function to leave the house at this stage. Dormitory no. 10086 apartment 703. Apartment number plus dormitory number. Talent, creepy stealth. Sanity, 95, out of a possible 110. Dropping below 10 points of sanity will cause you to fall into a seizure. Stamina, 75, out of 110. Dropping to 0 will result in sudden death. Ghostly aura, 1, the only power in addition to the gift against ghosts and monsters. Physique, 13, 1 point of ghost aura will drive 1 point of bonus to physique. Only gaining ghost aura can materialize the value of physique. Normal human's value of physique is 10 points. Dormitory ghost coin, 285. Ghost coins are controlled by the two people in the dormitory. When one person in the dormitory dies or chooses to leave the dormitory, 50% of the coins will be split. Warning, 15 ghost coins will be deducted at 6 a.m. The next day, and if it is negative for 5 consecutive days, a random player from that dormitory will be executed. In other words, originally, Gu Fan's physique was 12. He worked out a lot within the university, and it was normal for him to be 2 points stronger than the norm. And although he didn't have very visible muscles, he had a toned body that was meaty out of his clothes, thin in his clothes, and had 8-pack abs. After gaining 1 point of ghost chi, Gufan's physique came to 13, and a point of ghost chi could drive a point of physique growth. So, is that increase in strength and sanity values also due to the physique? The value of ghost aura is the centerpiece of the attribute panel. Gufan's heart was filled with joy at this. However, soon, doubts appeared in his heart. After all, ghost chi carries the word ghost. Won't its appearance really bring side effects to the body? Gufan is a bit torn inside. For example, will it affect his little brother? According to earlier descriptions in online novels, psychic, ghostly powers are full of evil, and once acquired, they are not normal people. Chapter 17 Gufan and Su Liyu's fight. Gufan was thinking darkly, then turned his gaze to Su Liyu. Su Liyu was a bit puzzled, but since Gufan was looking at her like this, she had to look at Gufan seriously as well, right? The two looked at each other strangely for a few seconds. Gufan nodded, secretly thinking, not bad, there shouldn't be too much wrong with my own body. Gufan's inexplicable wonder made Su Liyu a bit puzzled. In fact, Su Liyu didn't even know that. What had he just experienced in Gufan's brain? Gufan, so are we going back to the dormitory now? Su Liyu asked. She also had some desire to go back to her dorm and rest. For one thing, there wasn't much time now. Only 2 or 3 hours. Secondly, the durability of the baby ghost axe dropped by 70 directly. Both of them knew very well how powerful the ghost axe was. One slash down directly killed the cow ghost inside. The bull ghost's strength and appearance were clearly too much stronger than the devil's ghost. Keep looking. The whole apartment building is 25 floors. Maybe there's something we haven't explored. Gufan said after thinking about it, and then put the ghost axe away. The two kept exploring the entire apartment and set off towards the roof of the building. Except for the first floor, which is an apartment lobby with a ghost coin store, ghost coin game and multiplayer ghost coin game room. The other floors appear to be dormitories. Where's the rooftop? Can I get on the rooftop? What's on top of the rooftop if you can get on it? Gufan thought curiously. Although sometimes curiosity killed the cat, Gufan was also eager to figure out what the apartments were, and what was the purpose of making so many people from Blue Star cross over to one apartment after another. Although Su Liyu somewhat didn't advise Gufan to fool around. But after all, she didn't have an opinion. Plus many of Gufan's decisions had never gone wrong. The point is, she has a low IQ, is a bit stupid, and can only rely on Gufan to survive. If this kind of thought is known by Gufan, Gufan must have to praise his self-knowledge. Along the way, the players they encountered looked at Gufan with the eyes of a monster, and when they saw the two of them, they hastily avoided them. Only, when stepping onto the 19th floor, he stumbled upon a player. Then that player suddenly blocked Gufan and Su Liyu's way. Gufan and Su Liyu's appearance has been well known throughout the apartment, and the morning's events, as well as the apartment behind them just now, have been photographed by people using the function within the game system's chat channel. At the same time, as soon as the rumor spread, Gufan and Su Liyu broadcasted the whole apartment twice, and with the high reward, it would be strange if they could not be known. What are you going to do? Gufan was holding a fire axe, Su Liyu was holding a ghostly dagger, and the two of them looked at the player with a serious expression. He was slim, while his face was gaunt and he didn't look to be in very good shape. However, people can't look alike, especially with this bizarre apartment begging for survival. Perhaps, the bone-thin man in front of him is a monster? Do us a favor and give us something to eat? Big brother Gufan, my daughter, too, we couldn't afford to eat before we crossed over. We starved for days, and never again after we crossed over. The skinny male player knelt in front of the two. He's got a C-grade talent. Opens with a door. Opening with a secondary dormitory door is by definition not a skyhook opening, but it's way better than other players. But still no ghost money to buy food? How is that possible? Especially in the ghost coin shop. Bread and instant noodles, which are in unlimited supply, are now even available in bento. You need food. You should be playing games. You should be searching for supplies, not coming to beg. After saying that, Gufan took Su Liyu's hand and bypassed the skinny player. His eyes flashed with fear. His heart is very angry. He does not understand. Why before crossing is the bottom? After crossing is still the bottom. Before crossing no money to eat. After crossing the same no ghost money to eat. A day need to pay 10 ghost money rent. Here is simply hell. He wanted to vent his anger on Gufan and Su Liyu. But where would he find the courage to retaliate against the strongest player in the entire apartment when he didn't even have the courage to play games with ghosts? For a while, the skinny man could only limp back to his dormitory. He hated the wife who had abandoned him, and he hated the fact that there was no one to give him charity. Come to the 25th floor. The place was empty, and there didn't seem to be any players who wanted to visit the 25th floor. At the same time, the doors here are all closed, and the odds are that they are all unoccupied dormitories. In fact, It's still easy to distinguish between unoccupied and occupied dorms. The first thing is the style of the door. The wooden doors of the unoccupied dormitory doors are very brand new, harder and a bit more advanced than the secondary dormitory doors, which are regular wooden doors. So, it's not hard to guess that the odds are that the unoccupied dormitory door that seals off these hauntings, or has the resources to do so, is a level 3 dormitory door. There are stairs up on the 25th floor, probably heading to the rooftop. Want to check it out? Su Liu asked. Go take a look around, Gu Fan said slowly, then continued to pull Su Liu up. Su Liu also didn't notice that Gu Fan had pulled her hand a little too many times today. Soon, a dark shadow stretched across the horizon. It was an iron door, or rather, something like an iron door, abruptly and eerily blocking the only passage to the rooftop. The rusted body of the door exuded coldness in the dim light. I don't know what class of door this is. According to the rules of some survival games, a wooden door should be followed by a stone door, and a stone door followed by an iron door. Just in the moment when the two of them were stunned, the sound of fine footsteps suddenly came from behind the iron door, with a messy rhythm, seemingly countless pairs of feet pacing hurriedly in the small space. Immediately afterward, the sound of sharp claws clawing at the door suddenly rang out, one after another, like they were trying to tear through the barrier, each sound scraping the nerves of Gu Fan and Su Liu. Gu Fan's eyes widened as he pulled Su Liu and hurriedly tried to go down. At the same time, footsteps came from downstairs, from far away. This scene caused Gu Fan and Su Liu's scalps to instantly tingle. Soon, however, the entry point was normal players. He had a stick in his hand, a cigarette in his mouth, and a hangdog look, looking like he had come to explore the dormitory. Yet soon he raised his head and glanced curiously at the two men in front of the rooftop door. Not bad. This man is none other than Chen Kai. I didn't realize it was you guys. Have you explored the 25th floor yet? That's fine. I'll go downstairs. Chen Kai looked like his tone was familiar with the Gusu duo, then quickly went downstairs. Only the two were left with a confused look on their faces. So it's not a ghost. Su Liu patted her chest and said in a relaxed tone. Gu Fan looked at them twice, then pretended to be relaxed and said, Aren't you gifted? What are you afraid of? Too timid, aren't you? Gu Fan and Su Liu had also become much more familiar with each other in the past 2 days together, without the constraints of meeting at the beginning. You have the nerve to talk about me. Keep pulling me up here. And as a result, there was a noise behind the door, and you weren't startled. And besides, you're gifted with a better ability to save your life than I am. Su Liu said with some dissatisfaction. Okay, I'm too lazy to break it up with you. Buy some food and go back to the dormitory. It's still going to be dark for a while. Gu Fan continued to pull Su Liu downstairs. Su Liu just wanted to break free, but after thinking about it, she let it go and still obediently followed Gu Fan. Chapter 18 Exchange of Information with Chen Kai. Knowledge of Ghost Chi Weapons. Back at the dorm, Su Liu first went to the restroom. Gu Fan was tempted to spit out a sentence about what he had to do in his own family's dormitory when there was obviously a toilet outside, but thought better of it. After all, the reason there wasn't much in the dorms across the street, and the reason it didn't turn into a haunted dormitory, as well as a material dormitory, is simple. Because the sister among the sisters across the hall is not dead and is hosted in the middle-aged woman's dormitory. Therefore, in the eyes of the game officials, the dormitory across the street still belongs to the occupied dormitory, only that the sister does not live in the dormitory door. At the same time, there aren't too many public restrooms out there. They're basically filled with other players. Gu Fan slightly observed how everyone's dormitory doors on the 7th floor were doing. His own dormitory door, as well as the couple's dormitory door, had already been upgraded to the 2nd level. However, the door to the middle-aged woman's dormitory was still at level 1. It looked like tonight, they were vulnerable to danger. But what did that have to do with Gu Fan? A little bit of time passes. Su Liu came out of the toilet and stretched, looking comfortable. Why does it smell fishy? Is there a player injured out there? Gu Fan frowned and just wanted to go outside to take a look. Su Liu, however, had a red face. No, it's not. After thinking about it, Su Liu could only lower her head and say, I'm coming to that one. So, Gu Fan was dumbfounded and said nothing more. Su Liu thought that Gu Fan disliked herself and couldn't help but lower her head. It's a pity there's no brown sugar water for sale now. It's bitter. Gu Fan gave a comforting cry. Although he wasn't sure what it was like to come to that one, he still saw Su Liu's tired expression, especially now that the living environment was bad and there were ghosts and monsters outside. Su Liu was touched inwardly when she heard this. It was also a shame to blame myself for why I came to that with diarrhea just a few days after crossing over. Soon, 6 o'clock arrived. The nighttime has come and gone, and the 1st and 2nd tier devils have descended. Note, some ghosts will choose to go to rooms with more than 2 people to scratch the door. When the door of the dormitory is broken, the ghost will break into the dormitory. The more the number of people, the more the number and time of the devils scratching the door. So please do not feel free to share the dormitory that belongs to you with other players. Level 2 devils can break through level 1 dormitory doors. Players of level 1 dormitory doors, good luck. However, soon after, Gufan felt a bit confused about these rules, and he opened the chat channel, and sure enough, he saw players who had similar thoughts as himself. 10,086 apartment chat channel. Gentlemen, what the hell is going on here? Apartments with more than 2 people will have their doors scratched by the ghosts. However, it seems that the devils that infested yesterday were only level 1 devils, right? That is to say, even if the number of people exceeded 2 yesterday, there were actually first-level dormitory gates that weren't afraid of them, right? Perspective novelty. But perhaps it could be the number of devils? Dormitories with more than 2 people would be attacked by multiple devils. So even yesterday, the door would have been broken? Absolutely. I had 4 players just yesterday across the door and it was a tier 1 door as well. Yesterday night, 5 devouring ghosts scratched at the door for hours. And after they scratched the door, the crunching and creaking sounded right across the street, and it gave me the creeps. So, that means you still can't bring another player into your house today with a level 2 dormitory door, and a level 2 ghost devourer? Humph. What's the point of living in another dormitory when you're building your own? Although I only have a level 1 dorm door and risk being breached, I can't possibly have the luxury of being able to live in someone else's dorm that has a level 2 dorm door. Well said. Have a backbone. Not bad. Gufan pondered the same thing. By all accounts, according to the game system, a level 1 dormitory door could block a level 1 devourer. A secondary dormitory door can block a secondary devourer. So, it stands to reason that even if the numbers were over yesterday or today, as long as there is a corresponding rank, there should be no fear of the ghost of the devourer. However, today, Gufan thought wrong. As long as the number of devouring ghosts scratching the door was high enough, the dormitory door that corresponded to the defense level was also in danger. After analyzing this view with Su Liu nodded her head. Gufan, your analysis is very reasonable. It seems that the vigil is right. Tonight remains the same. I'll take the first watch. I slept for an hour in the afternoon. I can sleep later. Gufan nodded his head. The two ate their lunches, drank their water, and sat in their chairs, fuming. Gufan wasn't sleepy now, and odd footsteps were already ringing outside, and every now and then there was the sound of scratching at the door. This horrible and dirty environment really annoyed Gufan. Even the school's dormitory is so much better than the dormitory here. The only good thing about the dorms here is that they have big schoolgirls living together. At the same time, Gufan analyzed the current situation. The level 3 dormitory could not be upgraded for the time being, and it could not be upgraded with so many empty ghost coins because there was still a mandatory requirement of going out 3 times. Come to think of it, it might be worth upgrading the first-class bunk beds. The comforter still smells like mold. There is mold on the mattress and pillows, and it's really hard to sleep. However, upgrading a bunk bed isn't quite like any other piece of furniture and requires enough cotton. There's not that much cotton yet, only 7. Luckily, there was a trading market, and Gufan posted a demand for cotton on the trading market, exchanging 1 ghost coin for 1 cotton. Gufan believed that his price was absolutely fair. As expected, a player chatted privately with himself, a player named Chen Kai. Gufan didn't care much about it, and didn't realize that Chen Kai was the same player who had previously taken a stick to the 25th floor to smoke. Chen Kai, great god Gufan, I have extra cotton here. Sell it to me. Guffin, how many are there? Chen Kai, 30 cotton. Sold to you for 25 ghost coins. Cheaper for you by 5 ghost coins. Gufan thought about it and estimated that cotton would be needed to upgrade the beds in the future. So he agreed. After the deal with Chen Kai suddenly asked, Big brother Gufan, may I ask where the ghost axe in your hand came from? This question caused Gufan to frown slightly and did not reply. Chen Kai, I don't mean any harm, because earlier someone was secretly filming you fighting with the ghosts and monsters inside the ghost dormitory, and I have a ghost chi weapon in my hand as well, and I also wanted to ask, when you used the ghost chi weapon to attack the monsters, do you lose a lot of durability value as well? Gufan hesitated for a moment and decided to choose to answer. There is no doubt that this Chen Kai is a player at the forefront at this stage, and the probability is that players who can be at the forefront have good talent. Moreover, this Chen Kai had obviously also struck out at ghosts and monsters. Otherwise it was impossible to know this information. It would be good if we could cooperate in the future and exchange information with each other. Gufan, I obtained the weapon drawings within the supplies dormitory. You should do the same, right? And as you'd expect, the durability drops off so much that a ghostly weapon basically counts as a tool that can only be used once or twice if it's used against ghosts. Chen Kai, I understand. Thank you big brother Gufan. Also, I would like to remind you that ghost chi weapons are very damaging to people, so you need to be careful if the other party has a ghost chi weapon. Seeing this, Su Liu asked curiously, Gufan, weren't you the one who attacked that longsword man with the ghost chi dagger today? You should know about this news, right? That man's wounds are all black, as if they were corroded. Why does he even have to remind you? Chapter 19, Rest Well, Gufan. What Su Liu said was not without reason. Gufan said to Chen Kai, I know all this. Isn't it true that after attacking an enemy with a ghostly dagger, a layer of black gas will emerge from the wound? Chen Kai, not bad. And there is one thing, the ghost chi thing is very precious. If you have ghost chi, then a weapon with the same ghost chi value as you will deal the same damage to you as a normal weapon. It was already obvious when Chen Kai said this. That is, he had ghost chi and had been injured by a ghost chi weapon. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to this conclusion. Gufan's eyes flashed with a touch of scorn. This Chen Kai was afraid that his strength was even stronger than he had imagined. How many players with this kind of strength were there in this apartment? He was curious. However, one thing was certain. Since he himself was able to open the weapon drawings in the unoccupied dormitory, then other players could certainly do the same. Gufan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Soon, he upgraded the bunk beds using other supplies such as cotton. The next moment, a beep sounded in his ears. Level 2 beds, worn-out cribs, upgraded successfully. Requirements for the construction of a level 3 bed, wood X30, ghost coins X40, cotton X30, dormitory upgraded to level 3. The next moment, the bunk beds behind the two men suddenly creaked. The original dilapidated bunk beds, in the black gas shroud suddenly turned into a 1.5m x 2m double bed. The original bunk bed above the worn-out moldy pillows and quilts. A new look, although there are still a lot of patches on it, but the mold all disappeared, although dilapidated, but very clean. Froggy fun, Gufan, we're out of bunk beds. Su Liu was shocked. The foot of the bed is directly in front of the chair and table, while the dormitory door is to the right and the toilet door is to the left. It seems that the bunk beds are the first-class beds and the somewhat worn-out double beds are the second-class beds. The two of them glanced at each other, and Gufan was clearly able to see the panic in Su Liu's eyes. Good. That means that the two of them will have to sleep in the same bed. Although Su Liu didn't resent it inside. As a girl sleeping in a bed with a boy she hadn't been familiar with for a few days yet, she had some feelings of shame inside. It's okay, we'll have to keep watch for a while anyway. Gufan shook his head, not caring much. Although it was cool to sleep in the same bed with a big beauty like Su Liu, he was also a man and had that need. But now was not the time to think about such things. The vigil was necessary. Well, Gufan, then you sleep on the left and I'll sleep on the right? Both. Soon a sound of fingernails hanging on a door rang out from the hallway. The secondary dormitory doors were very soundproof. Gufan checked the situation through the cat's eye. See only, 2 or 3 ghosts of devils even bigger than last night are constantly scratching the door of room 708, the door of the middle-aged woman and her sister across the hall. Soon, not a few minutes, because the door of room 708 is just an ordinary first-level dormitory door. The second-level devils can easily scratch the first-level dormitory door. Soon 3 devils rushed in. Crunching, horrible sounds resounded through 708 as screams rose up. Su Liu also came over to curiously look at the cat's eye, immediately backed up in fear. The two looked at each other. Although they were not as scared as when they first came into contact with the ghosts and monsters, but they were still able to see each other's nervousness. Luckily gifted, the two men fought in unison. After nibbling on the 2 players in 708, the 3 secondary devils came to 703, the door to Gufan in Su Liu's room. It was then that Gufan was able to get a clear look at the secondary ghost of the devourer, which had the same hideous face as the one from yesterday, but with longer fangs and a more robust and taller figure. On the fangs, in addition to blood, white and yellow, and even some strands of hair stuck in the teeth Zhang, it looks like the last part to eat should be the head of those 2 players. The 3 secondary devourer ghosts scratched the door of 703's room and found that they couldn't scratch it open. Coupled with the fact that the door of 703's room was secondary and the number of people inside the door complied with the regulations, they eventually wobbled away and scratched the door of 702, that is, the couple's room, for a short period of time on the way out. Only after the 3 secondary ghosts had completely left, did Gufan let out a sigh of relief and put away the ghost axe that was tightly held in his hand. A large portion of the population will definitely die tonight, Gufan said, with gravity in his tone. He then opened the chat channel. As expected, the chat channel was filled with words of panic or pleas for help, and the ghosts of the devils in the corridors were constantly patrolling. Even if the players who obeyed the rules had a level 2 dormitory door would be tickled by the devils and attacked by the devils on the main door. Not to mention the level 1 dormitory door. Everyone, are you still alive? I may not be able to sleep tonight. I'm the only one left alive on this floor. Me too. It's a good thing I obtained enough supplies to exchange for enough ghost coins, or I would have died for sure. Guys, have you thought about what we'll do tomorrow? What are we going to do tomorrow if we need a level 3 dormitory door? Yes, the 3rd level dormitory door needs to be upgraded to the 3rd level dormitory, and upgrading the 3rd level dormitory needs to go out 3 times. It's hard to believe that we'll have to choose to go out and survive in the multiplayer game room. I hope tomorrow night's devils aren't tertiary. Then our apartment will be all but wiped out. Is there any player with a strong talent that can lead us to survive? That's 703 dormitory room player. Gufan and Suli, you definitely have powerful talents. Why don't they come to preside over the big picture to lead us and save us from surviving? It's simply too selfish. Seeing this scene, Suli, you just wanted to retort and was about to send a message but was stopped by Gufan. Let them say these things. The player who can say this doesn't have a few days to live anyway. Gufan shrugged his shoulders. The only reason he and Suli Yu were known to the players was because of the apartment leader's push. What about the dozens of people in the entire apartment? There's always the lucky ones who get ghostly weapons or other abilities. Soon, someone else countered them as well. Are you stupid pigs? What does it have to do with you guys if someone else has a powerful talent and a powerful weapon? Don't make me laugh. The group of moral abductors up there is done. And in this case, the only person you can rely on is yourself. I guess. Not bad. I have a ghost chi weapon. The ghost that just broke in was killed by me with the weapon, and I gained a large amount of ghost coins, and even a drawing. Moreover, after the dormitory door has been breached, as long as the ghost that broke in is resolved, the dormitory door can be restored to its original state by consuming some wood. Not only that, upstairs, I'll add that when the door to my dormitory was breached, after resolving the ghost of the devourer and restoring the dormitory door, the probability of the devourer scratching the door next was reduced by a lot. In other words, it would only be attacked by the ghost of the ghost once in a short period of time. It's just a pity that the durability of the ghost chi weapon is gone. So if there's another ghost attack, I'll die for sure. Seeing the group's intelligence, Gufan was interested. Originally, Gufan had thought that those first level dormitory doors were bound to die, but now it seemed that he had overthought it. Some players, despite being level 1 dormitory doors, gained ghostly weapons when they opened to the supplies dormitory, and used the weapons to block the ghost's attacks. Looking around, the next players didn't talk about too many useful things, and Gufan was ready to discuss the rest with Suli Yu. Suli Yu, you rest first today. I'll call you up in the middle of the night. Suli Yu shook her head. I'm not used to going to bed early. Before I crossed over I stayed up all night. The kind where you don't go to bed until 5 or 6 in the morning. So you go to bed first. I'll call you up later. Gufan didn't make any pretense and nodded, sleeping and resting on the bed. Although the bed is not a bunk bed anymore, but the quilt does not have a moldy smell. The treatment is much better. Gufan fell asleep in no time. Time rushed by, and Suli Yu yawned and Gufan was the backbone of the team. There was no way she would let Gufan stay up all night and rest. She didn't even know how to survive without him. Although the scenarios he had given before were crazy, Suli Yu understood that Gufan had succeeded in every one of them, and it was good for the two of them to choose the single room game of life and death. Two people in the face of their hostile players either. Rest well, Gufan. Suli Yu looked at him with a gentle gaze. Chapter 20, Chen Kai's Invitation. Preparing for outdoor survival. At 3 o'clock in the night, Suli Yu really couldn't bear to stay up. Gufan went to bed at 7 p.m. That's 8 hours now, isn't it? Suli Yu thought of this and called out to wake up Gufan. The two alternated sleeping, with Gufan coming to keep watch. He didn't sleep well last night either. On the ceiling, the yellowing light bulb stayed on, but slept enough for 8 hours. Comparing to the other players, Gufan also slept well. After all, most players had no way of falling asleep in an environment where monsters had been roaming outside their doors last night. It's 3:30. This ninny isn't afraid of sudden death. Gufan spat out as he looked at Suli Yu, who had fallen asleep in seconds. Wake up and put a water. Gufan quietly sat on the chair, waiting for the morning to come. Until 6 a.m. sharp. Ding! There are 35 remaining players. Survival Day 3. After 2 days of brutal screening, as an apartment manager I believe that the players who survived have a certain ability, and I sincerely hope that everyone will keep living. Change 1, apartment doors will be open during daytime hours, and you can choose to go out and explore. Or you can pick up a game of outdoor survival in the multiplayer room to go out and explore. Note, either way, there is only one chance to go out per day. Change 2, players who kill other apartments get double the assets of the supplies they own. Change 3, lead the best players from other apartments to move in at 10,086 apartments, and both the newcomer and the leader will be paid a nice sum of money. Note, don't think about spending the night outside. It can be more dangerous outside than inside the apartment. There aren't many new changes today, but the highlight is that apartment doors will open and all dorm players will have one chance to go out per day. That means 3 days out and you can upgrade your dorm. Also, it is possible to kill other apartment players and get double the supplies, or even lead other apartment players back to check in, and both parties are rewarded. Through this information, as well as what happened yesterday morning, Gufan came to the conclusion that there must be competition between the apartments and condominiums. Through what Su Liu said, 3 dormitories within a 1-kilometer radius. At this time, Su Liu had already woken up and heard the game prompts coming from beside her ears. Su Liu, can you detect how many people are around you now? Gufan asked. Su Liu nodded and closed her eyes to try. Within a 1-kilometer radius, 3 dormitories with a total of 102 people. Gufan nodded his head. Only 102 people left. At the same time, the chat channel was also discussing about being able to go out. Although you could only go out once a day, but it also greatly enhanced the hope of players surviving. Some even voiced the hope of being able to leave the dormitory and go back to their own homes. However, some players were dumbfounded when they opened their apartment doors. Gufan and Su Liu had breakfast, and the two of them went to the first floor, where someone opened the apartment door. At this moment, outside the apartment was filled with thick fog, which was not the point. The point was that, in the thick fog, there were also some footsteps coming from time to time. How is this going to go out? It's full of monsters out there. The player standing at the head of the row said with a dumbfounded look on his face. Isn't it daytime now? What kind of hellish scene is it going to be out there at night? A white-haired, slim woman said, pointing to the front door. Do you think the existence of the apartment will be to shelter us in the midst of this apocalypse? The players were silent. Just 2 days and at least half of them had died. Yet now tell them that the existence of the apartment is good? How is this possible? Gufan shook his head. It was better to play a round of single player first, because you can only choose raw and cards once a week. There weren't many players lined up in front of the single player room, just a handful of 2 or 3. After queuing up, it was Gufan's turn. Gufan went in and chose Q&A. Skeletor's question to Gufan was, if you're brain damaged and are cured by a doctor, does that count as the doctor taking away your right to be mentally retarded? The question paper, Skull and Bones, made Gufan look confused. That's retarded, right? Soon, though, he thought for a moment and replied that, since my brain damage was cured by the hospital, it means that the brain damage is a disease and has been cured by surgery done with my or my guardian's consent. So, the doctor didn't take away my right to be mentally retarded. Gufan wrote down this paragraph and soon suddenly thought of something. Keep writing. Even if I'm cured of my brain damage, I can still act crazy and be retarded. So even if a doctor is forced to treat me through my consent, I can still go ahead and be retarded. Gufan thought to himself that the answer was perfect. However, it did in fact happen, and the skeleton on the other side gave Gufan a ghost coin, indicating that Gufan had answered correctly. After Su Liu's turn, Su Liu also received a ghost coin for her successful answer. Her questions were less odd, though. The two discussed the situation and prepared to head to the multiplayer room. Just at this time, a man with a stick came to Gufan with a woman. Hello big brother Gufan, I'm Chen Kai. Chen Kai said as he looked at Gufan seriously. Hello. Gufan nodded and looked around a little, realizing that he was the player who had gone up to the 25th floor yesterday afternoon with a stick. Gufan big brother, I'm not ambiguous. Why don't we choose the multiplayer game rooms, outdoor survival, together? With the two of us, the probability of clearing the level definitely greatly increased. In response, Gufan hesitated. Su Liu, on the other hand, said to Gufan in a private chat, Gufan, why don't we join? Sooner or later we have to go out anyway. It's dangerous to go out at the door now. If we take up the outdoor survival quest, it might be different. No need to go through the mist outside to come directly to the designated location. Su Liu's mind suddenly surged with an aura. There are already players trying to go out now, but it's all fog and invisible monsters out there. And going out for a few seconds and coming back and doesn't even count as an outing. There must be some sort of time requirement. If that's the case, why not choose outdoor survival? Originally, Gufan had some hesitation, but if Su Liu wasn't afraid, what was she afraid of? Guys, are you going out? Why don't you bring us along? A big man with a rough figure and a beard came to the side of the floor with a woman who also had a somewhat obese figure and proposed. Meanwhile, there is another acquaintance who intends to join in, none other than King Page. His sister, Wang Nini, lost an eye in last night's game. 7 so far. The more people there are, the higher the probability of surviving.
Great God, Gufan, take me with you,
Wang Page said as he firmly looked at Gufan.
As for Wang Mimi, she was of course resting in the dormitory. Chapter 21, It's a Prison on Earth. Gufan thought about it and felt that there was some truth to it. Outdoor survival seems to give about 150 ghost coins each. In that case,
why don't we take Wang Page and the pair of big men and women in front of us with us?
Moreover, more importantly, Su Liyu's talent possessed the ability to shift targets.
It wasn't that Su Liyu had to use her talent to target and harm other players, but the more people there were,
the more protection there was. Could be. Gufan nodded. Chen Kai didn't have a problem seeing this.
Several people trooped off to the multiplayer game room.
Because it was early in the morning, there were no other players in the multiplayer room at this time. Big brother Gufan. Big brother Su Liyu. If you are able to come back alive, can you tell us the information about outdoor survival? A man in a suit asked the two Gufan.
Gufan saw that this was the same player who was the first one to head to the single-player game room earlier and whose question was a high school math problem.
Gufan nodded. No problem.
You and the first player to participate in a multiplayer game earlier I can tell for free.
It was simple.
Because the man in the suit and the first player who had previously participated in a multiplayer game where one person had lost his arm had told Gufan the information.
So as a matter of reason, Gufan could tell it for free. As for the other players, great God Gufan, what about us?
A tall woman asked Gufan.
We'll talk about that when the time comes. You may need to buy information with ghost coins. It's no fun going out when it's that dangerous inside the apartment.
Gufan shrugged his shoulders.
He wouldn't be a good old boy and tell everyone all the information for free. Of course, apart from Gufan and Su Liyu, it was none of their business what the other five did, but if outdoor survival was really that dangerous, they certainly wouldn't have willingly informed the information for free. There weren't many players on the first floor, and they weren't surprised in the face of Gufan's answer. When the seven had walked in turn, several people quickly chose the outdoor survival game. The skeleton looked at a few people with a vacant stare, then was silent for a few dozen seconds. After that, it slowly voiced, once again, the outdoor survival location that the seven of you are about to undertake is at the school, and all of you will be able to obtain a ghostly survival order. And outside of the apartment with the ghostly survival order, the ghosts and monsters on the road will not attack you. Then the skeleton paused again and, however, when you die or return, the ghostly survival order will disappear for a maximum of 48 hours, and the location of the school will continue to prompt for directions. As soon as the words fell, a ghostly survival token with a duration of up to 48 hours appeared in everyone's backpack. With this token, after going out, the ghosts and monsters encountered along the way would not attack them. At the same time, a red arrow appeared in front of Gufan's followers, and there were hints on the side, similar to the game's mission guide. Follow the red arrow and you can head to the school. So, what are we going to do at school? Gufan asked curiously. The skeleton gave no response. It looked like the only way to find out was to arrive. Come on, guys. Seeing this, Gufan could only lead Su Liyu away, and the rest of the crowd followed the two closely. The red arrow always directs to the apartment door. Gufan took out the Ghost Chi Survival Order. Ghost Chi Survival Order, holding the Ghost Chi Survival Order. Along the way, ghosts and monsters will not strike at you unless you take the initiative to attack people. Let's go, Gufan. Su Liyu also took out her survival order, and the two of them pushed open the door. I'll scout. Chen Kai suddenly stood in front and said, perhaps fearing that others wouldn't understand. Chen Kai looked at Gufan and said in a serious whisper, my talent is recovery. No matter what kind of ghosts or monsters I'm attacked by, or by players, consuming my stamina will restore my wounds, which makes me suitable for pathfinding. Chen Kai's sudden self-detonation surprised Gufan a bit. After all, something like talent, if you have it, you must be hiding it. How can you blow yourself up? On the side, Chen Kai's female roommate was also a bit puzzled, looking at Chen Kai with frozen eyes. All people need is trust. Next we're going to a dangerous place to survive. It would be great if we could understand each other's abilities. Chen Kai has a point, but Gufan shook his head. Let's talk about what's going on when we get to school. Unwillingness flashed in Chen Kai's eyes, and he was especially curious about what Gufan's natural ability was. Although the first reward for killing a ghost was robbed yesterday, and he was angry at the time, after thinking about it afterwards, being angry was completely unnecessary, and it was definitely best to have such a strong player that he had to make friends with, especially Gufan and Su Liyu's ghostly abilities. At that time, Su Liyu ran into the single-player game room, and the skeletons in there suddenly ran out. This kind of magical thing was also able to be done? However, Chen Kai quickly shook his head. It was normal for Gufan to be wary of himself. He led the way into the fog. Gufan and Su Liyu, A few people followed closely. After walking out of the apartment, follow the red arrow that is facing right. Outside, within the mist, there were a number of hideous-looking ghosts standing motionless on the ground, and as Gufan and the others approached, the ghosts suddenly turned their heads and stared at Gufan and the others with bizarre and ferocious gazes. Chen Kai was startled, and his sanity value dropped a small amount. But luckily, the beasts didn't attack him. Gufan too, his heartbeat thumping, held Su Liyu's hand tightly. I don't know since when. Gufan went out with Su Liyu. Will hold her hand. Maybe because of the fear of unreliable Su Liyu lost. Also maybe because holding the hand of familiar housemate can have not low sense of security. This visibility is not high on the road. Most of the ghosts are staring at Gufan. Several people with strange and cold eyes. If not a few people are holding the Ghost Chi survival order in their hands. I am afraid that this group of ghosts who do not know how many grades swarmed up to directly divide several people into corpses. Su Liyu's hands and feet were sweating thinly, and she was also able to feel the sweat on Gufan's palms, and the two of them clasped their hands tightly together. Along the way, following the red arrows, all sorts of devils of varying heights stared at the crowd with terrifying gazes. Gufan's sanity value had fallen below 80. Su Liyu was even worse, only 60 or so, if it wasn't for the fact that the two of them were close, trusted each other, and had a powerful talent in their possession. It was estimated that the sanity value would have dropped even more. It's like traveling to a haunted house. Going to a haunted house for one person is a completely different horror experience than going for two. Or maybe it's a different experience when a teacher sees you talking to your desk and makes you stand outside the classroom alone, than when you go outside with your desk. Obviously, the latter is better. Don't be afraid, Gufan. They won't attack us. That's an awful lot. Outside the room there are dense ghosts of devils, and their bodies are still bubbling with black gas. This is like a prison on Earth. Chapter 22, School Survival. It was also fortunate that there were red arrows in the ground, or else it would have been impossible to find the way in this visibility. Soon, after walking for about 30 minutes or so and circling around an unknown number of times, Gufan did roughly memorize the route. He had always been good at geography, and in general, the school was in the lower right, or southeast, of apartment 10086, which obviously had a main street, or it wouldn't have been constantly turning left, right, right. It looks like this is the first school. Gufan raised his head and looked at the large letters on it. Yangcheng First High School School. Yang City? Is it hard to believe that the city our apartment belongs to is named Yang City? Yang Yun asked curiously. Yang Yun is exactly that big man with a beard, and his roommate is that somewhat obese woman, also his wife, named Li Meng Meng, but it is quite a big sense of contrast with the name. Yangcheng, a strange name for a city that I hadn't even heard of before crossing over, King Page said in a grave tone. Obviously, this isn't Blue Star anymore. Get in there, guys. Chen Kai was still the first to walk in. His housemates, as well as Gufan Su Liyu, the crowd followed closely behind. The crowd held their breath as they stepped through the rusted school gates, when a sudden roar of twisting metal came from behind them. Startled Su Liyu, she hurriedly stuck to Gufan's body. Gufan turned back to the school gate, which was 3 meters high, and closed with a bang. The gate was like an iron fence. Dark red iron shavings erupted from the door's shaft, falling like dried blood beads. At the same time, the grayish-white fog enveloping the campus suddenly receded at this moment, like a curtain lifted by an invisible hand, revealing a light that had been hidden for 20 years. What had been a very low visibility scene was now completely visible. This appears to be because the crowd came to the school from the road. Directly in front of it stood the 4-story main school building, its dark red exterior paint modeled into scales, revealing the greenish-gray cement underneath. Many of the windows in the school building are covered with spiderweb cracks, and half of the window frames around the corner on the 3rd floor hang diagonally in the air, making a toothsome creaking sound as they sway in the wind. Meanwhile, after Gufan's gaze passed through the school square, 10 meters behind the main building there is a completely symmetrical secondary building. The two buildings are connected by a second-floor corridor bridge, the surface of which is covered with thick moss. Looking along the gap in the school building, the odds are that it's a 400-meter track. The odds are that the end of the playground is a dormitory building, and the whole school is exceptionally small, and it's not clear if it's an elementary or middle school. At the same time, a beep sounded beside the ears of the 7. Game, Outdoor Survival. Venue, Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Mission, stay alive and escape through the school's front or back door. Time, 1 day. Game summary, now at 7:10 a.m. The school gate and the back door of the school will be opened at 6 a.m. The next day, so you can leave once you've opened them. After 10 minutes, there will be a powerful Ghostbuster patrolling the school looking for players participating in an asymmetrical adversarial game. Ghost win, find and sacrifice 5 or more players. The sacrifice process is 15 minutes. The sacrificed player will continue to expose their location. The rest of the players in hiding can choose to rescue the player during the sacrifice process. After the player is sacrificed, the ghost's overall strength, including speed, perception, etc., will be enhanced. Player win: if 3 or more players escape the school or kill the ghost, the remaining players will receive 150 ghost coins. Note, if only 3 or less players escape from the school, the player who escapes will only receive 50 ghost coins. Note, treasure chests may appear in the school and opening them will yield resources. Holy, isn't that the fifth personality? Su Liu muttered. Before crossing over, she loved to play fifth personality, but she was the first to die every time, playing the old rookie. No, this might be the dawn of the dead, Gu Fan analyzed. Whatever the game, anyway, we don't have to decode it, do we? Chen Kai's roommate, Lu Yu, said. In that case, isn't this a good thing? If we don't need to decrypt it, we just need to live with it. Everyone spread out as much as possible. Don't get caught. If more than 4 people die, we'll only get 50 ghost coins, so we might as well use them to search for supplies in the apartment. The people understood very well that the so-called sacrifice must be death. The words can't be said that way. Outdoor outing is necessary to upgrade the 3rd level dormitory. Directly going out is impossible. The ghosts of the devils outside you have seen. Some of them are even more than 3 meters high. This level of devils according to our current strength to encounter is to die. King Page analyzed that. If we want to develop the dormitory and resist the ghosts of the devils at night, we have no choice but to go out 3 times and then upgrade to a level 3 dormitory door at the earliest opportunity. Gu Fan nodded his head. And, there are treasure chests here. If you can get them. I don't dare to think about the treasure chest. It would be nice to leave alive to get 150 ghost coins. Everyone, it's been 2 minutes already. Find a place to hide. Gu Fan, you're the strongest. Pull a small group within the chat channel. Let's chat online. King Page shrugged his shoulders and left first. Gu Fan nodded and quickly pulled together a small group before leading Su Liu away to see if he could find a place to hide. Su Liu's ability was very powerful, and her stealthy cooperation with herself was even more seamless, so even if she encountered a ghost or monster, she could retreat in one piece. So the point is to find the treasure chest and search the huge school for supplies. As for saving the others, the process of sacrifice is only 15 minutes. If that ghost monster is smart enough to guard the corpse for 15 minutes, it's designated hopeless. Gu Fan, what should we do now? What do you think? Gu Fan asked rhetorically. Although it did feel good to have a big beauty relying on him, Gu Fan also had to cultivate Su Dashua's ability to think on her own. At this point, Gu Fan already had a clear idea. I'm not sure. Su Liu shook her head, a flash of guilt in her eyes. Let's go find the treasure chest first. Don't worry about anything else. We have the talent anyway. As long as we don't die, we definitely won't die. Okay, I hear you. Su Liu nodded her head obediently. The 2 first came to the school building and searched one by one, not at all looking for a small corner to hide and see if they could find the treasure chest. Meanwhile, Chen Kai and his roommate Lu Yu ran to the 4th floor women's restroom of the 2nd teaching building, which was the top floor women's restroom, and there were windows in the women's restroom as well, allowing them to look at most of the playground in a clear and unobstructed view. Meanwhile, Yang Yun and Li Mengmeng were in a leader's office within the 1st teaching building, hiding underneath the desk. As for Wang Page, he ran to the rooftop of the girls' dormitory. Chapter 23: The Crisis of the King's Page. It should be okay to escape here, right? Wang Page stood on the rooftop of the girls' dormitory and said somewhat nervously, the entire school has 4 buildings, a playground, and 2 basketball courts. There is no doubt that the 2 academic buildings as well as the men's and women's dormitory buildings are the best places to hide. When he thought of his sister, who had lost her eyes, Wang Page's eyes flashed with resignation. Why is it that the one who lost her eyes at that time was her sister and not that what Su Liu? This is too much. Wang Page couldn't stop feeling sad in his heart whenever he thought about it. If the skull had been passed to Su Liu first, he quickly shook his head though, his inner reasoning taking over. At this stage, it is still necessary to make good relations with the 703 dormitory, if it is possible to live to go back, by virtue of the identity of life and death teammates, to get the trust of the 2 Gusu. The probability of surviving is definitely higher if you can get help. Just as Wang Page was rambling on the rooftop, 10 minutes quickly arrived. The 7 players at the Yangchang No. 1 middle school had alert tones ringing beside their ears. 10 minutes have come and gone, and the ghosts have appeared. At the same time, a black aura began to converge on the playground directly in front of the men's and women's dormitory buildings below. King Page looked curiously at the playground, only to see that the black mist on the playground quickly converged into a thin and crooked figure. After the black mist dissipated, a female ghost with a twisted neck appeared in the center of the playground. She first surveyed her surroundings curiously, and then, all of a sudden, her face became incomparably hideous, her feet began to walk regularly, and a pitch-black, incomparable dagger appeared in her hand. Everyone in the school must die, must be sacrificed, adhering to this rule that emerged from the heart. At the same time, coupled with Wang Yi's shocked gaze, the female ghost seemed to raise her head somewhat telepathically, then turned around 360 degrees and looked towards Wang Yi with a vacant gaze. The female ghost used an extremely bizarre posture to look toward the upstairs of the girls' dormitory, and then locked eyes with Wang Page. Wang Page felt his heartbeat pause briefly, and incredulity appeared in his eyes. At the same time, he calmed down and gave the ghost a picture of the girl using the function in the small group within the chat channel to send it to the group, then handily ran from the rooftop to the top floor, that is, the 4th floor, and casually found a girls' dormitory with an open door to hide, and unlocked the dormitory door. Am I being discovered? Wang Page thought in horror, while his heart couldn't stop beating wildly. No, don't come to me. Why am I so unlucky? Wang Page had long since lost the transportation and planning that he had just begun to traverse, and now became flustered. But soon, he stabilized his mind. We can't panic now. That female ghost should come up. I hid in the closet of the girls' dormitory 404. It shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, on the playground, the rooftops of each building, plus the soccer field, and all the corners, a bizarre black pillar slowly grew and appeared. Hooks filled with blood appear above the column. None of the players present at this change had noticed. Instead, they were still analyzing the pictures that King Page had posted within the small group. At this time, Gu Su and his duo were searching for the so-called treasure chest in one classroom, and the treasure chest was not found, but some basic materials such as wood and stone were found. Some are kept in desk drawers, others on podiums. Gu Fan, look at the pictures within the small group. Gu Fan opened the chat channel, then clicked on the small group of 7, only to see Wang Page sent a photo. Within the photo, a female ghost with a 360-degree rotation of the head is staring at himself in death. The king's page has been discovered, Gu Fan said gruffly. Ah, why? Su Liu was a bit curious. Look where the ghost girl's eyes are facing. Looking at the photo, Su Liu reacted. Since the female ghost's sight is towards herself, that means the female ghost was looking at Page Wang when he took the picture. Wouldn't that be? Gu Fan clicked on the chat channel, then aired out King Page. Gu Fan, at Wang Page, are you okay now? Where are you? Where's the female ghost? Soon after, King Page replied. Page Wang, at Brother Gu Fan. Save me. I'm inside the girls' dormitory 404. The female ghost is now going up to the girls' dormitory. I can hear her footsteps. I don't want to die. Gu Fan, the ghostly aura on the female ghost is very heavy, and I'm afraid her strength is difficult to deal with. So hide well. Chen Kai, Brother Wang, you are also really bold. The moment the female ghost appeared, you dared to lock eyes with her. But thanks to you, we were able to find out what the ghost looks like. Li Mengmeng, don't think about fighting with this female ghost. I remember the beginning of the game said that ghost chi is the standard to measure everything. Earlier along the way, even the 3-meter-tall ghosts of the devils didn't have such a dense black aura on their bodies, and it was highly likely that they were the devils that measured up to the standard of level 4 or above. Li Mengmeng analyzed. Gu Fan also secretly nodded his head. Gu Fan, are we going to save him? Su Liu asked. According to our talent, I just need to attract the female ghost's attention and then transfer it to you. If you cast stealth. Gu Fan shook his head. The problem may not be as simple as that. It's not that skeleton and the rules are different. The skeleton may only attack you once when you lose the game. However, as long as we are in this school, if we don't escape the next morning, we may just keep being attacked by female ghosts. Rashly contacting them? Absolutely not. However, Gu Fan added that, of course, this may also just be my speculation. Maybe our natural ability is stronger. Otherwise I wouldn't bet on whether or not we can find the treasure chest. I have a hunch that the contents of the treasure chest definitely have a big role to play. Keep looking for the treasure chest. Gu Fan refused Su Liu's offer, then pulled Su Liu's hand and continued searching without a second thought. There was another point that Gu Fan didn't make clear. Since Wang Page was the first to be seen, the female ghost would definitely take the time to look for Wang Page in the girls' dormitory. In this way, King Page was able to hold the female ghost for a lot of time. At this moment, Su Liu glanced at Gu Fan with some admiration. Gu Fan, I can't believe you're actually able to consider so much. Don't worry, I'll listen to you. Su Liu obediently followed behind Gu Fan. At this point, Wang Page was drenched in nervous sweat. He looked at the chat channel with a bit of inner despair. Gu Fan, Su Liu, why didn't you guys save me? Obviously you guys have different talents. Wang Page inwardly filled with incomprehension. However, the sound of footsteps coming from the building getting closer and closer. The female ghost searched for 10 minutes or so, first through third floors, 101 through 308, without searching for anyone. So it's on the fourth floor, right? The female ghost slowly walked towards the fourth floor, her head constantly turning around, checking 360 degrees for any movement. At the same time, the slender, miserable white jade hand tightly gripped the dagger, and the corner of her mouth continued to emit some meaningless cackling sounds, like grinding his teeth and smiling. Chapter 24 Gu Fan and Shen Kai's indifference. Yan Yun's choice of rescue. Crowd's reaction. The female ghost first twisted the handle from 401 to 408. Of these, 407 and 404 and 402 are locked doors. Seeing this, the female ghost directly and vigorously pushed open the 407 locked dormitory door. Wow! A terrifyingly huge force directly destroyed the lock cylinder of the dormitory door, and she looked around the whole 407 before leaving. Immediately afterward, she stepped into the 407 again, bent down, and with miserable pupils looked once more at the bottom of the 4 beds, lifted the covers, opened the bathroom, closet, etc. After making sure there was number 407 unoccupied, she went to 404 again. King Page listened to the loud bang, and he knew that the ghost had come. Listening to the bizarre and regular footsteps, Wang Page has begun to suffocate, especially from the doorway that can be watched her constantly dripping head. The head is full of blood. The neck is ulcerated, as if it has long been separated, connecting the head and neck, only a layer of folds of rotten skin. As if sensing Wang Page's gaze, the female ghost looked towards the closet and opened it up, and once again, one person and one ghost looked at each other. Salt isn't even salt anymore. Desperation flashed in Wang Page's eyes, and these words suddenly flashed in his mind for some unknown reason. The female ghost pinched him by the neck before dragging him away. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Within a hazy memory, it suddenly occurred to me that there appeared to be a sacrificial hook on the rooftop of the girls' dormitory. She pinched the king page and dragged it while walking towards the rooftop. Soon, a pitch-black colored pillar appeared in front of one person and one ghost. Is this going to be, like, a sacrifice to me? King Page thought with fear. The next moment, the female ghost lifted Wang Page, as if skewering a sugar gourd. Wang Page on a hook. The part of the skewer is the back of the neck, and immediately the blood burst open. Wang Page constantly wailed in pain. A life force in the body loss. The female ghost watched the scene with interest, her expression appearing excited. At the same time, the Gu Su duo, as well as the other players, all had alert tones appearing beside their ears. Player King Page has been captured by the female ghost and will be sacrificed to death in a quarter of an hour. At the same time, within the crowd's viewpoint, Wang Ye's figure appeared on the roof of the girls' dormitory through a red light. He was hanging by the back of his neck from a black post and was wailing and fidgeting. It's still morning and it's caught. Gu Fan's eyes flashed with a touch of scorn. At this rate, without special talent, sooner or later, the 7 would be wiped out in a group. So it seemed that perhaps saving him was the right thing to do. I just don't know if the ghost girl will keep waiting in that place. But soon he shook his head, and continued to look for the treasure chest. The entire first classroom was searched, and apart from finding 13 ghost coins, and some wood, he didn't find anything else. Not discouraged, he continued to the second building. At the same time, King Page sent a message in the group in a hurry. King Page, everyone. The night ghost has left and she's heading towards the classroom building. You guys pay attention. If you can, come to my rescue. I'm 10 minutes away from dying of cold. Wang Page's news surprised Gu Fan a bit. That female ghost, can't it be that she won't guard the corpse? It's only 15 minutes and she doesn't want to waste it? Or is the female ghost hiding in the shadows ready to? Or maybe time is important to her, too, and the shorter time it takes to get to know the 7 players, the more reward she gets? Su Liu had a different view. Gu Fan, do you think it's possible that this female ghost can't keep a corpse? Su Liu slowly explained. If the female ghost can guard the corpse, then the probability of us players winning is too small, especially since none of us have any means to resist. So, according to the hidden rules, if the female ghost can't guard the corpse, we players still have a way to live, and we can free the player, thus pulling the female ghost. There is this possibility, but we still can't strike now. Looking for the treasure chest is the most correct. Gu Fan wanted Chen Kai, or Yan Yun to save it, while he himself dragged his feet looking for the treasure chest. Don't worry, Gu Fan. I'm not a saintly mother. If I don't save, I'll only listen to you. Su Liu said in a hurry. The two of them continued to search for the treasure chest, and even for the sake of efficiency, Gu Fan and Su Liu were prepared to split up, with him looking for the 3rd and 4th floors of the second teaching building in heaven first, while Su Liu looked for the 1st and 2nd floors. Meanwhile, Yan Yun and Li Mengmeng thought about it and shifted their hiding spot. when the female ghost was focusing on searching the floor. If they're still hiding in the first church office, there's a good chance they'll be found. This might as well have been downstairs, choosing to hide in the bushes that had to line the school entrance. Once it's tomorrow, if the school gates are open, you can just go out. Only, Yang Yun didn't want to go. He knew very well what he had just seen Gu Fan and Su Liu looking for. At this time, it was highly probable that both Gu Fan and even both Chen Kai were looking for the treasure chest. If he didn't go to save Wang Page, the odds were that he and Li Mengmeng would be the next ones to have an accident. I'm going to rescue King Page. You wait here for me, Yang Yun said seriously. Ha, you're crazy. If Wang Yi is dead, then he's dead. Let's just keep hiding until tomorrow. Li Mengmeng was surprised. She didn't understand why Yang Yun chose to be the good guy. What if she comes to check the bushes? Yang Yun looked at Li Mengmeng. The back of Wang Page's neck is injured. If he is saved by me, will the female ghost chase him or me? That would be chasing him. That's not all. Gu Fan and Su Liu have miraculous talents. Chen Kai also has a talent. And I don't know if the housemate beside him has one. But what we don't have the talent for. If we don't go save the king's page now, the odds are that we'll be the next to die. If the rescue of Wang Yi succeeded, then the next one to die would most likely be Wang Yi. We, on the other hand, still have a chance to live. Yang Yun slowly explained. How can this be? Why don't the four of them go to save King Page? It has to be you. Li Mingming's eyes struggled. Simply because it's human nature, and I should have known to bring more players from the apartment. Yang Yun sighed. He only had the ghost chi weapon in his hand and no talent, and he also hoped that he could rely on the ghost chi weapon to save King Page. Well, then, you must be careful, Li Mengmeng shouted. Yang Yun walked towards the girls' dormitory, and at the same time, Wang Yi's heart grew desperate. Just when he thought he'd been abandoned, Yang Yun suddenly sent a message in the group. Yang Yun, gentlemen, I'll go save Wang Page first. If I'm captured, I hope you can choose to save one of them. If both Wang Page and I die, Li Mengmeng won't be able to run away. And there's no guarantee that the four of you players will be able to stay alive with the female ghost chasing you. Please, everyone. Yang Yun's words brought hope to Wang Yi's eyes. Now 9 minutes to go. Yang Yun, come on. If you save me, I'll thank you. Chapter 25 Yang Yun planted. Gusu saves the day. King Page shouted in his mind. At the same time, the Gusu duo who were searching for the treasure chest also saw the message, and both of them had already finished exploring the upper and lower 4 floors. Su Liu breathed a sigh of relief and, luckily, someone saved that Wang Page. If I really watched Wang Page die, I really feel a bit bad in my heart. Gu Fan can understand. Su Liu is still a female college student after all, not yet out of society. Without this reaction is strange. Only, unlike Su Liu who was optimistic, Gu Fan quickly shook his head. I have a hunch that maybe Yang Yun will be in danger. Without talent to face this kind of black gas evil ghost, it's hard to survive. Unless that female ghost is surely guarding the corpse somewhere. Ah, you don't look forward to something good either. If the king's page is really rescued, isn't it a good thing? Su Liu asked curiously. Gu Fan still shook his head. It's good that Yang Yun can be saved, but what if he gets hitched? Soon after, his words changed. If he's hitched he'll definitely send us a message, and at that point we'll go save King Page. Gu Fan's words made Su Liu's eyes light up. Not bad. The hooks are spread out extraordinarily thin, except for rooftops and some corners, and playgrounds, and about 2 or 3 on the soccer field. This means that if Yang Yun hitches a ride, that just happens to be the time when the female ghost is not there. And once the female ghost goes to sacrifice Yang Yun, it just happens to be the time to save the king's page. Gu Fan, you're so smart. And after we explored the first teaching building and the second classroom building, there's no treasure chest, so the probability is that the treasure chest is in the men's and women's dormitory. We'll have to head to the men's and women's dormitory buildings to look for the treasure chest and watch Yang Yun operate. Gu Fan pulled Su Liu to the rooftop just in time to see Yang Yun who was running all the way across the playground and soccer field. At this moment, Yang Yun was incredibly nervous. He firmly remembered the female ghost's face, fearing that she would appear at his heels. Is the female ghost really gone? If the female ghost hasn't left, wouldn't I be shooting myself in the foot if I went to save it now? Yang Yun was inwardly torn and inwardly began to regret it again. People are complicated, especially saving a stranger. Since he was a child, Yang Yun's parents told him that if he saw someone in the water or fell down on the road, he should run as far away as he could, and that rescuing someone else was, in itself, a way of getting into trouble for himself. And now, Yang Yun had to rescue others. He couldn't compare to Gu Fan. He couldn't compare to Chen Kai. And if he didn't save the king's page, he would eventually perish himself. Mom and Dad, you'll understand me, right? Yang Yun quickly came to the front door of the girls' dormitory's building, let out a deep breath, and hurriedly opened it, just in time to see a crooked-necked, dagger-carrying female ghost, looking intently at himself. Grass. Cheated. It's true. The female ghost did leave, but not completely. She left from the rooftop to the first floor. Soon, the female ghost grabbed at Yang Yun. Temple you asterisk. Yang Yun roared, holding an axe with a faint black aura in his hand as he hacked at the female ghost. If Gu Fan had been present, he would have been able to recognize that it was the same ghost axe as his own. This also proved that Gu Fan was not the only one who possessed the ghost axe drawing. However, the ghostly axe that is powerful enough to slay the ghosts and ghouls that look like cows in the dormitory. After touching the female ghost's clothes, all of a sudden, a black aura, even denser than the one on the ghost's axe, erupted and, when the entire ghost axe after chopping at the female ghost, directly in pieces, and then seemingly as if it cannot withstand the pressure suddenly burst open, the ghost weapon he had relied on was completely scrapped, its durability reduced to zero. The ghostly aura of a female ghost is far above the ghostly aura of a ghostly axe. 666. Yang Yun's eyes flashed with a touch of embarrassment, and he just backed up to escape. However, the female ghost grabbed Yang Yun's neck in one go, and then dragged him in preparation to head to the boys' dormitory. Because there was also a sacrificial hook above the rooftop of the boys' dormitory. At the same time, Gu Fan and Su Liu, non-stop downstairs, and then rushed toward the girls' dormitory. The two Chen Kais who were watching the show in the first classroom were originally prepared to go to the rescue. However, after seeing Gu Fan and Su Liu go to the rescue, they didn't choose to go forward, but were carefully searching for the treasure chest. Not bad. Chen Kai was also looking for the treasure chest, only because he was not as talented as Gu Fan and not as brave as Gu Fan. The efficiency of his search was slow. Aha! Get off me, you stinking cousin! Yang Yun cursed angrily, pounding fist after fist into the female ghost's slender hand. However, even though the female ghost had a thin arm and leg appearance, she was still vigorously incomparable, pinching Yang Yun's neck and almost suffocating him. The female ghost's expression at this moment was very ugly, with a look of wanting to eat someone. If it wasn't because of the rule restriction, she would have already abused this Yang Yun who had spoken out against her. Soon, the female ghost arrived at the roof of the building, and she looked slightly towards the roof of the girls' dormitory to the side, realizing that the prey hanging on the rooftop had disappeared. The female ghost's eyes flashed with a tyrannical color, and her eyes became red beyond recognition. Yang Yun, on the other hand, sighed in relief and looked at the chat log to realize that Wang Page had been rescued, but he quickly realized that he wasn't the only one left now. He looked in horror at the female ghost, who had strung him up like a candy cane on a sacrificial hook on the rooftop of the boys' dormitory. However, the female ghost teasingly glanced at Yang Yun and hoofed it toward the downstairs. At the same time, Gu Fan and Su Liu went down the girls' dormitory building like a mad dash. Though Wang Page was bleeding from his body, he used the jacket he was wearing to plug the holes, leaving as little blood on the ground as possible. And, with every breath he took, he felt the drilling pain coming from the back of his neck. However, he was more afraid of death than pain, so he followed the two men with death. The ghost girl is walking up and there's still time. Gu Fan glanced around after going out from the girls' dormitory. Gu Fan, where are we going? Gu Fan thought about it and subconsciously thought about running towards the playground. Soon he noticed something. However, go hide on the first floor of the boys' dormitory. Gu Fan growled in a low voice. Pulling the two of them hoofed it to the boys' dormitory 101, then pulled Su Liu tightly and hugged her tightly to hide in the locker. Seeing this, Wang Page also came to the upper bunk. At this moment, the three held their breath. A flash of madness flashed through Gu Fan's eyes. The female ghost was heading down towards the bottom from the rooftop. Yet now, they are hiding directly on the first floor. This is going to be crazy. Su Liu also kept taking deep breaths, as far as possible to stabilize her mood. Her back is Gu Fan, because the inside of the cabinet is too small. Gu Fan at this time did embrace her, even behind his own. Two people at this moment tightly together. Gu Fan's nose quickly sniffed the fresh scent that Su Liu's hair, her body brought with her. He originally didn't have any different thoughts. After all, it was such a tense time. But soon, Gu Fan sensed something. Su Liu, that big moon. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, not thinking about the complexities. After thinking for half a day, Gu Fan held a sentence in his head. I have to say, Su Liu has a really good body. Chapter 26, Finding the Treasure Chest. Su Liu do not know at this time the two people in the end how intimate. With a red face, she was trying to get Gu Fan behind her to change her position. Sitting behind herself was better than sitting in front. Yet the two heard footsteps coming from the hallway. The footsteps are strange and regular. Step, step, step. In order to prevent the girl in his arms from making a sound, Gufan covered Su Liyu's small mouth in death. Su Liyu blankly glanced at Gufan. Was she that bad in his eyes? She wiggled her ass and adjusted a comfortable position, allowing Gufan to straddle her and cover her mouth. Soon the footsteps in the hallway were getting farther and farther away, because it was in the cabinet. Gufan wasn't sure if the female ghost had escaped, but based on the footsteps, the female ghost should be heading outside. He opens the group chat, then ate Yang Yun. At Yang Yun, can you see that female ghost leaving the boys' dormitory from the rooftop? At this moment, the desperate Yang Yun saw the message sent by Gufan and immediately looked up to see it. It just so happened that Yang Yun's position was right at the edge of the rooftop, near the direction of the dormitory door. He was relieved to see the departing female ghost. The female ghost left. She should be going to look for you guys. Where are you hiding? Be careful. Joy flashed in Su Liyu's eyes when she learned that the female ghost had left. The hiding in the boys' dormitory trick really worked. I'm afraid that the female ghost never dreamed that she would be able to hide so well, hiding in the boys' dormitory building that she came down from. Run away. Gufan. Su Liyu shouted. No, don't run away first. You guys look out for me at the entrance of the first floor. I'll go save Yang Yun. The female ghost is most likely running towards the direction of the school building. At the same time, Gufan tried to brace himself on the ground to get up, and touched back, but touched a hard, long, and gear-shaped, seems to be a key. He opened his eyes, surprise flashing in them. When I just came in, because the cabinet was dark, I didn't notice that there was actually a key hidden on the side, which happened to be the key to the treasure chest. Obtaining the key to the treasure chest of Yangchang No. 1 Middle School. With the key, you can open the corresponding treasure chest. Note, the quality of the school treasure chest is excellent lower quality. At the same time, Gufan's eyes also flashed dissatisfaction. Obtaining a treasure chest actually have to obtain the key, but also fortunate that the first one obtained the key. If the first one obtained the locked treasure chest, then it is not even more to mess with the mind. Putting the key in his backpack, the two men came outside the cabinet and, Su Liyu, I'm going to save the people first. Okay, I'll watch your back at the gate. Soon, however, King Page, who was hiding in the upper bunk, came down, and in a cold voice he said, No, can't go look out. King Page took a breather. I know why this female ghost knew I was in the girls' dormitory in the first place, because I first looked at her the moment she appeared in the first place. She quickly noticed my sight and immediately turned her head to meet my eyes, and if I were to view her with my sight now, she would surely be noticed by her. Just wait where you are. Gufan hadn't really seen a female ghost with his sight yet, and wasn't sure if what Wang Page was saying was true or not. He couldn't care less. Anyway, I'll go ahead and save it. Gufan came to the roof of the fourth floor. At this time, Yang Yun looked at Gufan weakly. As soon as Gufan got close to Yang Yun, he gained the hint that he had approached the king's page earlier. Player Yang Yun is in the middle of a sacrifice. Countdown to sacrifice, 12 minutes and 15 seconds. Is it rescued? Yes. Gufan clicked yes. Then a black gas spread Yang Yun's body. Yang Yun fell from the hook to the ground. Come on. Meanwhile, the female ghost who had reached the edge of the playground stopped in her tracks. She turned around angrily, and at that moment, above the boys' dormitory, Yang Yun had already disappeared and had obviously been rescued. Obviously, the female ghost originally thought that Gufan's several people were fleeing to the teaching building, so it seems that these people are really too bold, actually dare to hide directly under her eyes. She chased after him angrily, her whole body bubbling black. Meanwhile, Gufan's 4 men had converged on the Gufan. Now that you say that, are you going to run? No, we have to hide. Now the female ghost is most likely already heading back. Running directly will easily meet up with her. I need to find the treasure chests in the men's and women's dormitory buildings. And as for you guys, hide for now. Gufan similarly sent a private message to Su Liyu. You also look for the treasure chest together. And if you come across a female ghost, then use your talent to change the target to one of the other 5. Su Liyu hurriedly replied in good time. The reason why Gufan did not allow Su Liyu to use her talent to change it to herself was simple. Because this female ghost is too fierce. Even with stealth, he does not want to face this female ghost directly. The second was that finding the treasure chest was most important and no time could be wasted. And anyway, if they got hung up, they could be saved again. Gufan didn't waste any time, looking for treasure chests on the 4th floor of the boys' dormitory one after another. Meanwhile, the female ghost had already arrived at the gate of the boys' dormitory. The other 2 had already hid, and Su Liyu was still foolishly searching for the treasure chest on the 1st floor. She froze, then turned her head and saw the female ghost who was looking at her grimly. At that moment, Su Liyu's spine was chilled. The female ghost's face was ghastly white. The fleshy skin at the neck connection was filled with pus and blood as well as black gas. The whole face was hideous and incomparable. Just like the evil ghosts of hell, the female ghost quickly rushed towards Su Liu, brandishing the black dagger in her hand that appeared to be used as a pendulum. Su Liu looked towards the female ghost that rushed towards her and hurriedly sat on her but on the ground, then closed her eyes and unleashed her talent. At once, under a burst of arcane sensation, Su Liu felt the position of the remaining 5 people and Su Liu thought about it and quickly locked onto Chen Kai directly. I'm sorry, brother Chen Kai. It was simple. Chen Kai was strong and dragged on for an estimated longer period of time. Only if Chen Kai knew about it, he would probably be so angry that he would curse his mother. After the next moment after Su Liu unleashed her talent, the female ghost froze in place, and after a few seconds, she left the girls' dormitory and headed to the playground once again. And with a wave of 2 twists and turns, she once again went forward to the first teaching building. Only, this time, she was looking for Chen Kai. Su Liu also trotted to the girls' dormitory to look for the treasure chest. She had already finished looking for the first and second floors. Soon, after about 5 minutes, Su Liu found something similar to a treasure chest in dormitory 302 of the girls' dormitory building, and she hurriedly private messaged Gu Fan to greet him. Seeing this, Gu Fan lamented Su Liu's luck in his heart, but it wasn't luck. It was time to find the treasure chest after searching almost 3 buildings. He arrived at the girls' dormitory 302 and quickly heard the information that Chen Kai had been captured, and that Chen Kai had been tied to the sacrificial hook. This made Gu Fan a bit surprised. He didn't expect Su Liu to actually choose Chen Kai, nor did he think that Chen Kai would actually plant himself so quickly. Forget it. There's 15 minutes left anyway. There's no rush. Gu Fan rejoined Su Liu and examined the dark treasure chest in her hand. Chapter 27, Killing the Female Ghost. Excellent lower treasure chest, open it and you may be able to get an excellent ghost weapon that kills normal devils. Ghost slaves. Harms normal Lu ghosts or restricts the level of normal Lu ghosts. Or you may be able to get other items depending on the luck of the person who opens the chest. Levels of weapons and defenses, normal, excellent, fine, epic, are divided into extreme upper, middle and lower grades, starting with excellent. Treasure chest quality level, ordinary, excellent, fine, epic, from excellent to very upper, middle and lower grades. Gu Fan's eyes flashed with joy, not expecting this excellent lower grade treasure chest to be so powerful. In that case the female ghost on that campus was most likely of the level of an unusual severe ghost, so wouldn't it be a fortune if she could open a ghost weapon that would harm her? Thinking of this, Gu Fan didn't hesitate to open it directly. A black aura erupted, and instantly, a mighty lance appeared in his hand, while a number of black ghost coins, as well as an injection appeared in front of him. Surprise appeared in Su Liu's eyes. She didn't expect Gu Fan to actually be so lucky and open out so many things. Ghost gun. Quality, excellent lower quality. Increases attack range and contains 45 points of ghostly energy. Value, 850 ghost coins. Durability, 100. Note, it is detected that player Gu Fan has 1 point of ghost chi in his body, so holding a ghost gun stacks up to 46 points of ghost chi. Ghost coin times 23. Medical injection X1. Quality, excellent medium quality. The injection restores all injuries, as well as physical fitness. Value, 1,000 ghost coins. This ghost gun may be able to do damage to that female ghost. Satisfaction flashed in Gu Fan's eyes as he looked at the dark and slender lance in his hand. That's the right way to play this game. The reason was simple. The female ghost was simply too strong. In just less than an hour. If it wasn't for Gu Fan's scheming, plus Su Liu's talent, maybe King Page and Yang Yun died a long time ago. That makes it seem like 2 deaths an hour and 7 average players with no talent are simply not going to survive this game. And is the lack of talent due to the players? No. It's because of the luck of opening an account. So if there really are 7 players with no talent whatsoever participating in this unfair game, there is only one way for these 7 players to gain victory. And that is to find the treasure chest, and then use the weapons in the chest to fight the female ghosts in the campus and kill them in order to escape. Gu Fan. This injection. Su Liu just wanted to ask if it should be used to treat Yang Yun and Wang Page. After all, the 2 were badly injured. Soon, however, she realized that the healing injection belonged to them. So how could she give it to someone else so simply? Gu Fan, don't give them this injection to heal their wounds. Let's keep it for ourselves. Su Liu hurriedly changed her words. You're not exactly stupid. Gu Fan touched Su Liu's head, then put away the ghost coins and medical injections. Just as quickly, the game's beep suddenly sounded beside his ears. Player Li Mengmeng has been captured by a female ghost and will be sacrificed to death in a quarter of an hour. Let's go. It's time to save Chen Kai and Li Mengmeng. In this wasted time, both Chen Kai and Li Mengmeng were captured by. However, Gu Fan was a bit curious as to why Chen Kai's teammate Lu Yu hadn't been caught. Lu Yu, at Gu Fan. Save my roommate. And Li Mengmeng, the female ghost is chasing me. Gufan, coming. Gufan and Su Liu immediately went downstairs and headed to the school building to prepare for the rescue. Yang Yun and Wang Page also walked out. They just wanted to say something, yet they saw the lance in Gufan's hand, where they still didn't understand what was happening. Just now, Gu Su and the two of them had been looking for the treasure chest. This long spear that was bubbling with black gas and looked incomparably sharp was definitely a weapon obtained by opening the treasure chest, and the two of them were instantly envious. Gufan, is this the weapon inside the treasure chest? King Page couldn't help but ask. Gufan nodded. You guys keep hiding, I'm going to save the day. Wang Page wanted to hide inside the dormitory. However, Yang Yun said before him, let's go to the rescue too. There's strength in numbers. Gufan didn't refuse and nodded his head, pulling Su Liu and running furiously all the way towards the school building. On the way, the reminder that Liu had also been hung up on the sacrificial platform appeared next to his ear. So, the four decided to split into three. Gufan to save Liu, because Liu just happened to be caught most likely to run into the female ghost, and the lance in his hand is also a weapon that can potentially harm the female ghost. Su Liu went to save Li Meng. Wang Page and Yang Yun went to save Chen Kai. After the decision is made, Gufan viewed the positions exposed when the three were sacrificed. Chen Kai was on the rooftop of the first teaching, Li Meng was on the side of the school entrance, and Liu was in the leader's office in the second teaching building. I hope this ghost gun will be useful, Gufan thought darkly before stepping into the leader's office in the second teaching building. A moment after stepping in, he felt the chill in the air. This feeling is not a cold, but a physical sensation brought on by inner turmoil. Gufan had just stepped into the building, and was greeted by a cloudy wind. At the same time, a female ghost dressed in white was turning her back to Gufan, and sensing Gufan's line of sight, she quickly turned her head 360 degrees and looked at Gufan with a cold and chill-filled gaze. The female ghost's neck was filled with all sorts of dead skin and pus, and was extremely bizarre under the black aura that looked like it could spin freely. However, the female ghost's appearance and figure was quite good, and the white clothes she wore were also worn school uniforms, so it looked like this female ghost should have been a female student of this middle school in her lifetime. And I don't know what's going on at this middle school. Gufan looked at the female ghost and muttered, the entire city of Yang, where in the world did this city come from? Was this world previously a normal civilization as well? Or is it that the whole world has been blighted by you ghosts? Gufan quickly shook his head, knowing that this female ghost would never chat with him, and with the female ghost in front of him already on his heels, he first activated the gift of stealth. At once, in the eyes of the female ghost, Gufan disappeared into thin air. However, Gufan's line of sight was always watching the female ghost, which caused the female ghost to feel Gufan's line of sight, but did not see where Gufan was, and suddenly her brain was down for a while. However, after a moment of hesitation, the female ghost still used her own dagger to stab in Gufan's direction, not needing to stab him to death, only needing to stab him and then bring him to the sacrifice table. Unfortunately, it was clear that Gufan's sight was felt right here, but there was no touch at all. The ghost girl is confused. Where the hell is this big guy? Quickly, her eyes flashed with anger, intent on leaving the scene as the other two prey had been rescued. Just the next moment the ghost woman left. Gufan's figure appeared, and the lance in his hand ran through the female ghost's head. Put! The dark red stinking blood burst open and part of it was scattered on Gufan, who looked disgusted. He hadn't bathed since he crossed over, and now that it was even more stained with the ghost's blood, his body was probably even dirtier. However, soon, Gufan also saw that the durability of his lance had dropped by a full 30 points, meaning that, against this level of ghostly creatures, an excellent level ghostly lance can only be used 3 times. For a while, Gufan only felt wasted. A black gas exploded, and the female ghost's body dissolved into a black smoke that dissipated in place. A black dagger that was more refined and sharper than the ghostly dagger it possessed was lying on the ground, along with a large number of ghost coins on the side. Gufan this time, completely hair, dagger of ghostly aura, quality, excellent lower quality, a dagger containing 30 points of ghostly energy, value, 650 ghost coins, durability, 100. This ghost chi dagger was also graded at the excellent level, but compared to the ghost gun, it contained a full 15 points less ghost chi. Get ghost coin times 200, another 200 ghost coins, plus the ghost coins gained from winning the game, and the ghost coins from opening the treasure chest earlier, a total of 375, plus his own inventory, a total of several hundred ghost coins, enough to upgrade all the furniture in the dormitory, the dormitory door, plus the dormitory's overall level a bit. Even if it is not upgraded, the rent will be able to cover a month or two. A smile flowed out of Gufan's face, this time the outdoor game, completely sent. At the same time, he knew that he would have to play this outdoor game twice more, or get out twice in some other way before he could upgrade to a level 3 dormitory. Soon after, a beep sounded next to his ear. Chapter 28 returns. Game, Outdoor Survival. Venue, Yangchang-no. 1 Middle School. Player wins. Initial players are 7. Remaining players are 7. Game time, 48 minutes. The death of the female ghost is detected. The game is within an hour. And the 7 win big. Each player receives 200 ghost coins. The main and back doors of the school are open. So please leave this place in 15 minutes or you will stay forever. Gufan laughed, not realizing that the time required for his people was actually less than 24 hours. And there was no one casualty. So it was indeed considered a great victory. Only, and I don't know how badly a few of them were hurt, being hung on the sacrificial hooks of the sacrificial table, always taking damage to the back of their necks, and even on their backs. It was important to realize that other than Gufan and Su Liu, the other 5 had all been hung up once. It wasn't long before a few people converged. To Gufan's surprise, he found that the injuries on the back of his neck were all intact for the first Wang page, Yang Yun, and later Chen Kai, Lu Yu, and Li Meng Meng. According to Chen Kai, originally when he was saved by Wang Yi, the pain in the back of his neck was immense, and he just wanted to use his talent to recover. But after the female ghost was killed, a black gas appeared in the back of his neck, and the black gas directly healed the injury. The speed and effectiveness of healing is far more powerful than the gift. I see. This is probably one of the hidden rewards for winning the game. Gufan nodded. In that case, let's leave. The school gates close in 15 minutes, and I have a feeling that this school will probably remain a school site from now on. But didn't you kill this female ghost? Su Liu asked curiously. Even if there is no female ghost, another ghost will be dispatched. This school is so evil that it is estimated that not only the players from our apartment, but also the players from other apartments might come to the school to play the game. Yan Yun analyzed. Gufan has a point. Hurry up and leave first. Let's talk about anything back at the apartment. After this outdoor survival game, I do understand that only by cooperating with each other and being united can we fight against these ghosts. Guys, please teach us more in the future. Yang Yun arched his hand. He was the oldest in the room, but his attitude was incomparably easygoing, even to the point of being respectful. Undoubtedly, based on his analysis, Gufan's talent was inclined towards life preservation. Being able to kill the female ghost was definitely the ability of that lance. Now, Gufan had completely become the first person in the apartment. Yang Yun thought inwardly, and Chen Kai's ability is also very strong. Recovering this kind of ability if Wang Page and Yang Yun also have it, just now they don't need to incur sin so much. Plus the failure penalties for many of the games within the apartment require the removal of the player's organs and parts. With recovery, not just randomly? Big brother Gufan, what did you obtain from that treasure chest? Chen Kai asked curiously. Gufan didn't hide it. Anyway, he had been seen earlier. Plus even if Chen Kai had any dissent, he wasn't afraid at all. Soon after, Gufan took out the long gun with black gas bubbling from his backpack before putting it away. Generally speaking, ordinary ghost weapons can't cause damage to the female ghosts in this campus, but this ghost gun can directly kill the female ghosts after stabbing them in the head. Gufan said slowly. Chen Kai nodded thoughtfully. When the crowd stepped out of the school gates, there was the familiar fog again, and the gates quickly and slowly closed. On the campus, the fog suddenly spread across the campus as a black figure reconverged in the center of the playground. Meanwhile, after Gufan walked out, there was actually a silhouette within the fog waiting at the entrance of the school. I thought it was a devourer, but after getting closer it was actually 6 humans. The 6 of them also looked at Gufan's few people who came out from the school's entrance in surprise. You guys, are you also players participating in this survival game? A girl with a double ponytail at the head of the 6 asked curiously towards Gufan. Although Gufan was young looking, he was undoubtedly the backbone of the 7 in terms of his position as well as his aura. Gufan nodded. It looks like you guys are also players who went out from the apartment and got the ghostly survival order as well. Kai Chen adds. Gufan, I've never seen these people's appearance before. They look like players from other apartments. Without waiting for Gufan to say anything, the 2 ponytailed girl nodded. We haven't seen you either and are the first players out of your own apartment. Are you apartment 10,086 or 10,088? Hey, aren't you just telling them what apartment we came from? A boy beside the twin ponytails shouted with some displeasure. Indeed, asking that question directly revealed that the twin ponytailed 6 were from apartment 10087. It's not like there's anything to hide about this. And can you guys join us at the apartment, and what exactly is the survival game in there? Can you provide some intel? Gufan frowned when he saw how often this double ponytail girl asked. You'll know the rules of the game when you go in, and as for joining your apartment, how about the 6 of you join our apartment and then I'll tell you some of the details of the game.
There was no doubt that this 10087 apartment had the same rule. If you were able to pull other players into that apartment, both the puller and the pulled player would be able to receive a reward. But then, odds are, it would require redevelopment. And it's unlikely that having been in the original apartment as a secondary dorm and having had one outing to the new apartment would still have such a record, right? It would have been better to just stay in the original apartment. There is only one possibility that one would defect to another apartment, and that would be if they could not hang out in their own apartment and offended someone before thinking of redeveloping in another apartment. Well, anyway, let's add a game friend first. Maybe there's a possibility of cooperation in the future. The two-ponytailed girl offered. Gufan thought about it and nodded his head and decided to agree, but he didn't notice Su Liyu's frown on the side. It is not because of jealousy. The two know only a few days, but see their own roommate actually go to add other girls' friends. Su Liyu heart more or less a little unhappy. Player Sweetie Wang has requested to add you as a friend. Note, the player is from another apartment. The note and the next few words, which were in red font, might indicate that the apartment manager didn't want Gufan to add this Sweetie Wang. Still, Gufan added it. Come on, guys. Gufan led the crowd away. A few people from Wang Sweetness also came inside the school and prepared for the next round of the game. And at this point, the game. Along the way, Yang Yun, Li Meng Meng, Lu Yu and the others also added friends with Gufan. Gufan's friend list, from his roommate Su Liyu, came to a full 7 people. After thinking about it, Gufan added a special concern for Su Liyu in front of her. A light flashed in Su Liyu's eyes when she saw it. Admittedly, the game was exciting, but after experiencing the fear, and that huddling inside the box with the two of them in a close embrace, the two have gotten a lot better. Upon returning to the dormitory, there were quite a few players waiting at the dormitory gate, curiously asking Gufan what this outdoor game was, and after seeing that all 7 of Gufan's men were fully loaded, with no injuries at all, some people speculated that this outdoor game might be quite simple. To be honest, Gufan didn't want to answer. Telling other players about this kind of precious information was tantamount to sharing the opportunity. When they came back, all 7 of them agreed with each other that they could not tell what exactly happened, and even if they did, they could only tell generalized information that wasn't as detailed. Gufan, what exactly happened? Looking at the curious eyes of the players, Gufan still sketched out some general information about the game, such as there was a location outside, the location was haunted and whatnot, and more. Hey, all 7 of you are alive. Isn't this game very simple? Everyone, is there anyone who is willing to go with me? One person 150 ghost coins it. Not for nothing. And dormitory upgrade requirements sooner or later have to go out. Might as well go out these 3 days. Hurry to upgrade the dormitory is important. A sharp-tongued man shouted. Chapter 29, the relationship between the two. Not bad. It's even if Big Brother Gufan is able to stay alive. What makes other players stay alive? Brother, I'll go along. Add me to the list. I'm in. About a dozen or so people signed up in great numbers and then lined up on the heels of that multiplayer game room. Gufan was a bit speechless. It wasn't because they were able to win so quickly because they found the treasure chest by relying on their talent and guts. If you hide normally and the players don't work well together, you're bound to be destroyed. But Gufan didn't dissuade them. Anyway, these players karma'd it, and by then there would be more empty quarters instead. Chen Kai said, players, don't take this lightly, this is not always the same for each location. Remember to familiarize yourself with the rules when you go in. Ugh. I know. If you can survive, we're definitely not afraid. Chen Kai was speechless. Indeed, most of the players didn't recognize him, and since that was the case, he didn't have much to say. Gufan and Su Liyu stopped by the ghost coin shop to see if there were any good things for sale. Went in and wandered around and really found a lot of good stuff. The first thing was that there was a lot more food. Not only the normal bread and bento sold, but also some snacks, cookies as well as potato chips, chocolates and the like. And although none of the things in the ghost coin shop were fine, the quality was unparalleled. And there were magical things like ghost breath band-aids. Therefore, Gufan speculated that there was a high probability that these snacks did not have the so-called food safety problems. After all, a ghostly band-aid can heal injuries, and food isn't normal food anymore. Easily, right? Su Liyu was bent over at the side, looking at the last column of potato chips, her eyes fixed on the top. Chips are not too expensive, at the same price as bread, costing 1 ghost coin, but the problem is that chips are not very satiating, and most players are definitely opting for carbohydrates, i.e., purchasing bread and bento, rather than choosing junk food like chips. Gufan smiled. You can buy it if you want, and you've done a great job with the school. Gufan, thank you. Su Liyu carefully took 1 packet of cucumber flavor and 1 packet of original flavor. Gufan,
on the other hand, found that there are still a few band-aids in stock, and swept them all away. This kind of good thing is of course to be bought first, and then follow up with players who need to sell them out again at a high price. On top of that, Gufan also saw large barrels of drinking water, 20-liter vat of water, 10 ghost coins. 1 liter of water would have been 5 ghost coins, and a 20-liter vat of water, which is much cheaper and would logically cost 30 ghost coins, is now only 10 ghost coins. Gufan bought it without question. He was going to use the extra water to flush the toilet. It can't be helped. Su Liyu's metabolism is too high. Is it any wonder that beautiful women have good metabolisms? Gufan thought darkly in his heart. After all, a high metabolism means a lot of detoxification. Drinking more water and flushing out all kinds of toxins. The skin is naturally better. Su Liyu's skin was just soft and tender and white. Gufan then purchased some more materials. Right now he has an inventory of about 200 ghost coins, 200 wood, 150 stone, 50 fine iron, as well as some food and water, some ghostly weapons, excellent grade ghostly daggers, excellent grade pinched ghostly guns, precious medical injections, 8 ghostly band-aids, and a few common weapons. The reason for keeping 500 ghost coins was simple. A lot of ghost coins were still needed to upgrade the dormitory, and 15 per day were needed to deliver the rent. Back in the dormitory, the two of them went to the toilet one after the other, and Gufan used the water from the bucket to flush the toilet. Su Liyu knew how to open the dormitory door to dissipate the smell. This dorm is still too small, and it's not clean at all. Su Liyu closed the door and sighed. It's good to be alive. If we didn't have the talent, we'd probably be dead already. Gufan laughed. Then something occurred to him that, throwing the excellent grade ghost chi dagger obtained from the female ghost to Su Liyu. This, for you to use. Su Liyu's eyes lit up as she held it in her hand, only to realize that the contraption was of the same grade as the ghost chi lance. It just contained a little less ghost chi. Thank you, Gufan. Su Liyu smiled sweetly and took it away. Looking at Gufan who was sitting on the bed, she also sat on the bed shoulder to shoulder with Gufan. Gufan was a bit surprised. Thank me for what? You are my roommate, but also my right-hand man. Without you, it is impossible to come back from the first high school so quickly. Your talent is really helpful, but the drawbacks are obvious. And this dagger is given to you to use in the hope that you will have the power to defend yourself. Su Liyu skimmed her mouth, seemingly a little less satisfied with Gufan's standard reply. Hey, Gufan, why did you hold me then, so tightly, and, Su Liyu hurriedly changed the topic, then spoke of the embarrassing scene between the two in the cabinet earlier. The two were like a close couple at that time. I don't know if Gufan did not do it on purpose. Obviously there are so many good places to hide, but the two of them had to hide in a small closet. Thinking of this, Su Liyu could not help but blush a little. If Gufan really had thoughts about himself, would he accept them? Or, Gufan looks just fine, 1.8 or so tall, and usually works out, and he hasn't heard of having a girlfriend at school. It seems like it would be nice to be together in the future. Girls ultimately like to think nonsense, especially Su Liyu, this kind of silly sweet. Because of overly beautiful, the school chased her a lot of students, including a lack of good family conditions, or good academic performance. However, Su Liyu's family conditions are not bad, although not to say that the rich and powerful, but the middle-class family, living expenses of 5,000 a month. Sometimes Su's father to send her a red envelope or 4 digits. The basic expenses are not worried at all, not to mention her academic performance. Su Liyu didn't look smart, but she was hardworking. In the school's grades are very good. Normal down to the junior and senior year of graduate school is proper, and very likely to be guaranteed 985, 211 colleges and universities. Therefore, those boys in school who pursued Su Liyu, she said that she didn't really look at them. Anyway, she just wasn't interested. Gufan glanced at Su Liyu, who was on the side. Why else? In a time of crisis, when I saw a place to hide, I hid, and with you by my side. Wouldn't it be fine for you to activate your talent and let the female ghost attack the other players? This way I can also be safe. That's it? Yeah, what else do you think? You do have a nice body though. Gufan marveled. Su Liyu, well, let's eat something first. I'm starving. Do you eat chips? Su Liyu skimmed her head, her face slightly flushed, but thinking about Gufan's answer, she was still a little uncomfortable. Watching Su Liyu clip her legs, not knowing in her heart what she was thinking of saying, and changing the topic. Gufan laughed lightly. Of course he knew the meaning of Su Liyu's words. If he took the initiative, he might actually be able to bring the two closer together. But what time is it? Not the earlier peacetime, but a doomsday where you are on edge day and night. Su Liyu could be unintelligent, but he, Gufan, could not. The only way to really think about these things is to be strong enough to clear the entire apartment of evil spirits. Moreover, Gufan understood that the probability was that Su Liu didn't really like herself, or feel that way about herself. Rather, under the adrenaline rush of the past few days and the way he treated Su Liu, plus various circumstances, the human body mistakenly believes that this emotion has something to do with that. In fact, if it was back to peacetime, Su Liu likely wouldn't think this way. Eat? Why not? The two ate chips together, took a break, and went forward to explore the other dorms exploring for supplies. During the period, and Chenkai Liu met again. A building of apartments is so big. As for Wang Page and Yang Yun, they were probably resting and sleeping in the dormitory. At noon, the two took 2 or 3 hour naps each. Time rushed by and it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Gufan and Su Liu had returned to the dormitory by 6 o'clock, ready for a new night. Chapter 3702 Attention of Couples. The time of night has come for the first and second level devils to descend. Because 8 players traveled to play an outdoor survival game and spent the night outside, detecting that there are less than 30 players remaining in the apartment, and in order to preserve the number of good players, the third level devourer will delay its descent until 5 days later. In the meantime, tonight, the proceeds from killing the devourer will be increased, encouraging those who are capable to go forth and destroy the devourer. Thank you for your cooperation, and I hope you will try to survive. This apartment manager's tone is as if he really wants us to live. Obviously he used other players to surround us earlier. Who the hell is he? I want to beat him up so badly. Su Liu spat. Although Gufan had been messed with by this apartment manager earlier, to be honest, it seemed like every time he was messed with, there were benefits. Whether it was killing players to stand up for himself or broadcasting in the apartment to gain benefits. Let's just say that, like this apartment manager said earlier, there is both crisis and opportunity. Of course, if he met the apartment chief and could kill him, Gufan did not hesitate to do so. Soon, Gufan took out the lance in his hand and Su Liu was a bit surprised when she saw it. Gufan, are you going out at night? Well, let's see how much durability is consumed and how much rewards in ghost coins are gained by killing a ghost, and weigh the pros and cons before considering whether or not we need to kill ghosts for future nighttime trips. Su Liu beamed. Then I'll accompany you. Gufan shook his head. Just stay in your dorm and rest. I just want to try tonight. Do you want me to be a vase? Su Liu's words made Gufan somewhat speechless. Not bad. Seems like both times he took a shot at ghosts and monsters was Gufan taking a shot at the ghosts and monsters in the dorms, the cow ghosts. Or is that taking a shot at the female ghosts on that campus? Su Liu didn't seem to have actually moved against a player yet, but she did once against a player. Gufan was silent for a few seconds and said slowly, then one must keep in mind that caution is the best way to face not just one ghost but a group of them. Su Liu was overjoyed. It seemed like contributing to Gufan was something worth celebrating. The two had a bento lunch first, which they consumed for about half an hour after eating and drinking. Before heading out, Gufan glanced at the chat channel, which was mostly filled with idle chatter, with very few asking for help and very few asking for a belt. It was clear that the remaining 20 or so players had level 2 dormitory doors, and their progress in dormitory level had almost caught up with Gufan. But of course, the weapons and deposits owned were clearly inferior. At the same time, Gufan also noticed that the chat channel was labeled as having several outings. He remembered that there were 3 teams that went out, and 35 players survived in the morning. One of the 3 teams had 4 people, and the other 2 teams had 5 people, which meant that 14 people went out after Gufan returned. Of these 14, there were 8 more out there, and then none of them came back now, and it was clear that 6 had been garnered. It's obvious how these 6 people GA, presumably by dying in the middle of an outdoor survival game. However, Gufan knew that the location of each game was different. Some might be in a hospital, some might be somewhere else, and the rules of the game were not certain, but the odds were that it would be an asymmetric confrontation, with ghosts possessing ghostly chi against people with unarmed hands. And you said it was easy to watch the 7 of us come back, right? How come none of them came back alive by the end of the night? Su Liu shook her head, her tone filled with disdain. Humph, the 7 of us were able to come back, and that was thanks to Gufan and me. Let's forget about the others. Well, being able to come back safely puts your gift to good use, okay? Gufan patted Su Liu's shoulder approvingly. The two walked out the door of their dormitory, one after the other. At this time the corridor was quiet. A yellowed old light bulb in the corridor flickered and dimmed, looking very eerie. Su Liu regretted it as soon as she came out, her legs shivering. At that moment, the sound of regular, unmistakable footsteps came from the hallway. Step, step, step. On closer inspection, there was more than one footstep, and now that it was the 7th floor, The probability of hearing the footsteps was that they came from upstairs. Scared? Go back if you're scared. Gufan glanced at Su Liu and said. Who said I was scared? Su Liu shook her head and hurriedly pulled Gufan's coat with her hand. Gufan glanced at her long, thin, straight thighs, because when he crossed over it was during the Blue Star summer. Su Liu wore a short JK skirt, which hadn't been changed for 3 days. The two walked slowly towards the building, one after the other. Meanwhile, inside dormitory 702, the couple's male player was constantly watching the hallway with his cat's eye. After seeing that Gufan and Su Liu actually dared to go out, they were shocked. The female player beside him asked, did something happen? Gufan and Su Liu actually went out. The two of them are so bold. Li Yonghun's tone was filled with incredulity, and his girlfriend, Lu Wenyan, lamented. It looks like, if it really goes on like this, the last ones to survive are definitely the two of them. I heard that the only ones who went out to play outdoor survival today were the 7 squads that Gufan was in that came back alive and intact. It's really, Li Yonghun, on the other hand, said sourly. It's not even because of the talent. Someone already knows what type of talent Gufan has. It's likely to be disappearing into thin air or evading damage. At that time, when that long knife man was slashing his neck with his long knife, someone clearly saw Gufan's silhouette flashing. How could he not be strong with this kind of heaven-defying ability? That's true, Lu Wenyan said with some envy, while thinking that it would be great if Gufan was her boyfriend, so he could protect her. Humph. Why don't we just go out and kill them while we're at it? I'm guessing he's got at least 1,000 ghost coins worth of supplies, Li Yonghun whispered, knowing that the corridors and dormitory doors were not very soundproof. Are you crazy? Lu Wenyan was a bit dumbfounded and, you want to make a move on him even though you know he has such a great talent? Li Yonghun smiled and, have you forgotten about my newly acquired ghost chi weapon? As long as I sneak up behind them, a successful sneak attack will be hairy. Soon, he took out a bow that emitted a ghostly aura in his hand. Lu Wenyan still had a serious expression and shook her head. Listen, Li Yonghun, I don't suggest you make a move against Gufan. Instead you still need to join forces with them, preferably to gain their trust. Chapter 31, Night Moves. Why? Li Yonghun frowned and, he didn't realize that his girlfriend wasn't supporting him. Lu Wenyan said slowly, do you think Su Liu has no talent? If you can't guarantee a single strike against the two, what about Su Liu? Will she go after us? And what? Lu Wenyan sighed. And I don't think all the players are enemies, because listening to the apartment leader, it doesn't want us to die. And even, in the future, there might be a confrontation between apartments, or a merger, and at that time, Gufan, being from the same apartment, and befriending him, might be in the same apartment's favor. Lu Wenyan's words were heard by Li Yonghun. He gritted his teeth and put away his greed. I see. Lu Wenyan sighed with relief. Fortunately Li Yonghun did not go to gamble. Gamble win is good. Gamble lose. He will also be 10,000 times more not robbed. And Li Yonghun did not realize until the future how important it is to have a good sage. Gufan wasn't aware of the conversation within the 702 dormitory. He and Su Liu had arrived on the 8th floor, which was still empty, while the creaking of the scratching door was getting louder and louder. There's no doubt that the odds of scratching the door are on the 9th floor. After coming to the 9th floor, just in time, 2 secondary devils were scratching the door of the 903 room. They saw the Gusu duo coming from the 8th floor. Gufan was even able to see surprise within the eyes of these two ferocious devils, perhaps in surprise that Gufan and Su Liu actually dared to go out on such a dangerous night. One for you, one for me. Without saying a word, Gufan lifted the lance in his hand and ran towards the devourer. The 2 secondary devils also hissed as they ran over, then suddenly froze in front of the disappearing Gufan. After freezing, he continued to run towards Su Liu with his hands in the air. Su Liu froze and blinked, then gripped the dagger. Because Gufan was light on his feet, he first cloaked himself for a bit so that the 2 secondary devils would lose their target. Then the 2 devils passed through Gufan's body and continued to chase after Su Liu. At the same time, Gufan lifted his invisibility again, and with the lance in his hand, he accurately stabbed into the head of the slower-running devourer. Pust! Wow! The ghost's head exploded, while a beeping tone appeared next to his ear. Kill the second-grade ghost times 1. Get ghost coin times 150. Obtain ghost weapon box X1. Quality, normal. Ghost weapon armament box, restores 20 durability points to normal ghost weapons. Restores 5 durability points to excellent ghost weapons. Gufan's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. At the same time, what made him a bit annoyed was that the durability of the ghost gun had actually directly dropped by a full 8 points, which meant that the ghost gun, right now, only had 62 points of durability. At the same time, the other devourer chased after Su Liu, Su Liu panicked and responded with her excellent quality Ghost Chi dagger, swinging it hard to stab into the Devourer's head. However, after all, the dagger was a bit shorter. The ghost of the Devourer's claws scratched Su Liu's arm, and the entire clothes, along with the blood and flesh scratched on a full 3 scratches. Get ghost coin times 150, get steel times 1. The durability of Su Liu's dagger, 2, dropped by a full 10 points to 90. Ryuki, Gufan's expression was filled with worry, and he came to Su Liu's front, who was sitting on the ground squatting in pain, and the 3 blood marks on her left arm were still bubbling with black gas. I'll use a band-aid here. But soon, Gufan realized something. Su Liu's talent as a calamity seems to be transferable to others? Thinking of this, a light flashed in Gufan's eyes. Su Liu, use calamity to transfer the injury to me. Ha! I'll use creepy stealth to hide from injuries. Gufan explained briefly before disappearing in front of Su Liu. Although Su Liu couldn't bear it inwardly, she still obediently listened to Gufan's words. Soon, she closed her eyes and was again in a strange state. A state that was able to probe everyone, where they were, the same as opening a god's perspective. However, this kind of behavior was very consuming of stamina. At this time, Su Liu's stamina value, visible to the naked eye, decreased. She transferred the injury to Gufan's arm using calamity, and Su Liu's stamina value had decreased from 53 to 37. It consumes a much larger amount of stamina than the previous target of turning the ghosts and goblins. Apparently, transferring damage consumes stamina values even more, and stamina values are the equivalent of blue, I believe, and Gufan is the same. He will slowly reduce the physical strength value every time he is invisible, and invisible for a long time. He always has a strange and eerie feeling, and when he is invisible, if there is an entity that crosses him or her, the physical strength value will be greatly reduced. Not bad. Gufan and Su Liu's talent is indeed god level, too much stronger than other players, but it's the same as Chen Kai. Perhaps all this type of talent has the constraint of physical strength value. At the same time, Su Liu's 3 blood trails that were bubbling with black gas slowly dissipated and transferred to Gufan's arm. However, Gufan was in a stealthy, disappearing state, and the 3 blood trails had no target to attach to and eventually dissipated. While Gufan contacted stealth, he realized that his stamina value had decreased from 75 to 68, and he was invisible for 3 seconds, consuming 7 points at once, all because of Su Liu's transfer of damage. Gufan! Su Liu pounced up and looked at him guiltily, while checking that Gufan didn't have any injuries on his arm, which was a relief. I finally understand the proper use of both of our talents. Gufan's eyes narrowed slightly, and this look caused Su Liu to shrink her neck, having a bad premonition. Cough. Gufan, it's good that you're okay. Sure. Gufan looked at Su Liu with a fiery gaze. Su Liu couldn't help but ask, Gufan, why are you looking at me with those eyes? Gufan shook his head and didn't say anything more. He couldn't say that he wanted Su Liu to be the first to greet any danger in the future. Could he? That's so ungentlemanly. Ahem, nothing. Let's kill 2 more devils and go back to the dormitory to sleep. Good. Su Liu nodded, a hint of dependence on Gufan surfacing in her eyes. The two found a chance to kill 2 more devils, gained 300 ghost coins, and a martial arts box, and Gufan used all of one of his weapon magazines on his ghost gun, which came to 67 points. The other was given to Su Liu's Ghost Chi dagger, restoring it to 85 points, and the 2 of them going out on the night to kill the devils filled the chat channels with sensation. Gufan and Su Liu returned to the dormitory. As soon as he opened the chat channel, it was to discuss the behavior of the 2. Photo. I'm going to go. Everyone, Big Brother Gufan and Big Brother Su Liu are actually killing ghosts in the middle of the night, just now in front of my dormitory. The photo is above. I saw it too. It was really too fierce. But I saw that Su Liu seemed to have been scratched, I think. But it didn't do any harm. Why is that? God. I'm so relieved to have these 2 big guys in the dormitory. Not bad. Earlier there was actually someone who wanted to make a move against Big Brother Gusu. This is simply ridiculous. At Gufan. Big Brother begging for a belt. I'm 36D. Take me one to let you feel the beauty of 36D. Shameless upstairs. I'm JK Lowly. Take me. I eat less. Bitch. You just want face? You're a little girl. I'll you up. Seeing the chat below variously licking Gufan, Su Liu was a bit uncomfortable and then closed the chat channel. At the same time, Gufan also counted his harvest, and there were 300 more ghost coins, which added up to assets that would be no problem to go over 2,000. Mainly because that medical injection was precious. Gufan thought about it and took the bucket into the bathroom. Gufan, what are you doing? Su Liu asked. Is it some kind of fetish to drink water in the toilet? Gufan took off his clothes. I'll wash up. I'm a little sick of not showering for 3 days. After saying that, Gufan threw his shirt and pants outside. Su Liu blinked and helped pick up the outside shirt and pants, folding them neatly on the table. She kind of wanted a shower too. Her underwear was uncomfortable after 3 days of smothering. Then hurry up. I'm going to wash after you. Chapter 32, 3 days rent arrears. Punishable by death. Gufan slightly washed his bath with water from the vat. If this behavior was seen by other dormitory players, they would surely curse the extravagance. However, through a few games, as well as 4 or 5 hands on ghosts and monsters to obtain a large number of ghost coins, Gufan, although not to say that the ghost coins are free, but the use of some of the ghost coins purchased for drinking water baths can still be done. When Gufan finished his bath, vainly opening the toilet door, reaching out to look for clothes, found that the toilet door clothes were missing. At once, Gufan's mouth twitched. This Su Liu is really nosy. Afterwards, he thought for a moment, swaggered out of the toilet with a black face, glared at Su Liu, and in the midst of Su Liu's shocked gaze, Gufan took away the old clothes on the table, then returned to the restroom and put on his clothes. This operation made Su Liu look dumbfounded, while she also understood why Gufan suddenly ran out. I'd forgotten that there's only one change of clothes for each person who crosses over. Su Liu reddened her face. The one just now had seen everything with her unblinking eyes. Gufan's body robust muscles, completely with the standard of wearing clothes show thin, take off clothes have meat. I'm afraid that Pang Yuyan's body is no more than that. Meanwhile, his 8-pack abs are as visible as if they were carved with a knife. At the same time, Su Liu did not forget to look at that place. On that scale, it's downright scary. But soon, Su Liu reacted. Why didn't Gufan ask himself to help pass the clothes over? What a rascal. Su Liu's eyes flashed with some reluctance, but she also scolded in a small angry voice with a red face. Meanwhile, Gufan came out of the restroom. You called me a hooligan? Then what are you stealing my clothes for? Su Liu was dumbfounded. And who knows what you did to my clothes? Gufan shook his head and said. Su Liu continued to be dumbfounded for a long time before she said with some annoyance. I wasn't thinking of helping you fold your clothes, and you asked me to hand them to you not just. Really? Okay, my bad. Speaking later, Su Liu's tone weakened again. Gufan shrugged his shoulders. Go on, there's half a bucket left for you to bathe in. Su Liu nodded and grayed out and walked in. At the same time, because there was only a toilet inside the toilet, and there were no shelves or tables for washing as well as putting clothes on, she undressed in 3 tries, then folded them one by one. While preparing to place it on the ground outside, Su Liu ghostly sniffed the dirty clothes. It's okay, the smell isn't that bad. I wish I had a washing machine. Su Liu sighed and opened the toilet door before dropping it outside. Gufan, on the other hand, is lying on the left side of the bed, and did not report the recovery of Liu. Put her clothes on the table. His stamina level was already low and he needed to rest to recover properly, followed by a glance at the yellowing bulb in the ceiling. And I don't know how to turn this light bulb off. It's on all the time and it really interferes with the quality of sleep. Gufan hadn't slept well for days. Forget it, I'll wait for Su Liu to finish her bath first. It's my turn to guard the first half of the night today as well. The sound of water clattering down the toilet, and the sound of rubbing to and fro was heard again. And Gufan couldn't help but look at the stack of blue and white JK suits at the door again, with upper and lower underwear as well as white socks placed on top. Gufan quickly closed his eyes and tried to suppress his chi and blood. He was a bloodthirsty man. 3 days of cohabitation with a beautiful schoolgirl saying that he had no thoughts was impossible. Finally, 10 minutes or so, the ordeal passes. Su Liu's small hands reached out to sneak all the clothes back, and the socks were stuffed into her shoes. There was a rustling sound of dressing and soon she came out of the bathroom. Because her feet were wet and her socks had been worn for a few days, she thought about it and followed Gufan's example, taking her socks out and putting them on the windowsill to dry, her wet feet tucked into her shoes. She would have been barefoot if the floor hadn't been unclean as well, and even the occasional creepy crawly could be seen. Gufan, I'm done with the shower. Su Liu hurriedly ran over. It's time for you to go to bed. I'll call you up in the middle of the night. Su Liu froze, then pointed to her wet hair. You can wash your hair without shampoo? Well, hair is too oily for comfort. Gufan, let's make a deal. You go to sleep first in the first half of the night. You need to get enough energy, and I'll wake you up in the second half of the night. Anon. Su Liu's tone was somewhat spoiled. Gufan, on the other hand, had some goosebumps, and he was a little less used to girls talking to him like this. However, Su Liu was really quite considerate of herself in certain aspects, so if they were really together, seemingly, it wouldn't be bad? Gufan didn't know if he had a brain fart and had to go out naked to get his clothes. I must be possessed. After secretly reciting this, Gufan's eyelids drooped and he quickly fell asleep. Su Liu also climbed onto the bed and stayed on Gufan's right side. There was a reason why Su Liu considered this. Because the door was on the right side of the foot. If there were bad guys and ghosts breaking in, the first one to suffer would be herself. This way, even if the two fell asleep, after she woke up, she could use her talent and then transfer the target and injuries to the other players, and Gufan wouldn't be harmed either. Su Liu was usually silly and dumb, and didn't speak with a bit of emotional intelligence, but in some ways she was able to show some wisdom. Time passes quickly. From time to time the footsteps that appeared in the corridor, and the sound of stabbing and scratching in front of the door would startle Su Liu, who was leaning against the right side of the bed, and she almost fell asleep several times during the night until 4 o'clock in the evening, when she tiredly shouted out to wake up Gufan, and then slept down herself. Gufan woke up to see that the time was already 4 o'clock in the morning and couldn't help but sigh. Until 6 o'clock in the morning. Ding! 21 remaining players. 5 outgoing players. 26 in total. Now on the 4th day of survival. 4 players have been detected to be 4 days behind in their rent payments, exceeding the 3-day deadline. These 4 players are about to be executed. All players are asked to keep in mind that the players who are currently alive are the elite, and not to show any behavior of defaulting on rent payments. And we thank the players for their cooperation. Change 1, the number of single-player rooms has been increased to 5, and the amount of ghost coins earned will be significantly increased. Change 2, the number of multiplayer rooms has been increased to 5 and the daily limit of play has been raised to 2, meaning that outdoor survival can be played twice a day. Chapter 33, Lu Wenyan's ability. Listening to the sound of the prompt, within the chat channel, 4 pictures suddenly appeared out of thin air, with a crushed neck player in each photo. It's clear that the odds are that these 4 players are the ones who defaulted on their rent and were then executed, and Gufan believed that there were estimated to be at least 10 people, and the rent was more or less very tight. The reason is simple, because there are so few ways to get ghost coins other than gaming and exploring the dorms. At the same time, Su Liu woke up with a confused look on her face. You go back to sleep. Gufan pressed her down. Su Liu popped up again. You went to bed at 4 yesterday and you got up at 6? The corner of Gufan's mouth twitched as he looked at Su Liu, who was wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth. I'll sleep for another 2 hours then. When Su Liu falls asleep, Gufan sighed. Too little sleep was definitely not good for the body. He glanced at Su Liu's stamina value. It had only recovered to 60 now. He had to wait until at least 80 before going out. He went down and played a little solo game and got 5 ghost coins. Nice. The ghost coins for the single player room have increased 5 times. And for the life and death tiles, the probability of drawing a raw card has been reduced to 1/6. But for the life and death drawing a raw card, that game ghost coins has also been raised to 500 ghost coins. Of course, normal dice games and quiz games. As usual, if you answer incorrectly, you have to give that skeleton 5 ghost coins. Gufan then took a look at the store in passing and realized that there were many more new things in the store. First, as usual, I bought a couple of ghostly band-aids and a large bucket of water for the shower. Other than that, Gufan also saw some daily necessities for sale. For example, paper towels, which cost 1 ghost coin for a pack, and sanitary napkins, which are a bit more expensive, costing 2 ghost coins. Gufan bought 10 packs of paper towels, as well as 2 packs of sanitary napkins. The former both himself and Su Liu had to use it to go to the toilet, and sooner or later that roll of paper would run out. The latter is Su Liu want to use, although just after her physiological period, but the ton must be prepared for it. Gufan then saw something new. Backpack Grid X1. Increase the backpack by 1 compartment. Price, 100 ghost coins. Gufan and Su Liu's backpack compartments were a total of 40, each of which could hold 100 of the same thing. Because it's a backpack shared by 2 people, it stores about twice as much stuff as the backpack compartment. Gee, that's an expensive asking price. Gufan didn't make any purchases. It was still a long way from filling up his backpack. Of course, since paper towels and sanitary napkins are available, naturally there are other everyday items as well. Shampoo, 5 ghost dollars apiece. Shower gel, 5 ghost dollars apiece. Facial cleanser, 5 ghost coins apiece. Also available are towels, also for 5 ghost dollars. Gufan spent another 40 ghost coins to purchase a bath kit, as well as a towel, so that the bath would be clean. Back at the dormitory, after about 3 or 4 hours. During this time, Gufan refused the invitations from Chen Kai and the others, intending to wait until Su Liu had slept well, while Chen Kai and Yang Yan said they wanted to wait for Gufan. Wang Page was in the dormitory. He didn't want to go out today to take care of his sister. Of course, the ones invited were not only Chen Kai and Yang Yan, but also the couple from the same building. By 10 o'clock, Gufan thought about waking up Su Liu, who once again got up in a daze, saw the time and called out, "Ah, Gufan, Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Su Liu pouted and looked at Gu Fan aggressively. You still feel bad about letting you get some rest? That too. It was a pretty comfortable sleep. We'll have to see if we can go out twice today, reach our goal of going out 3 times, and get our quarters up to level 3 early. Su Liu nodded, got up, ate a breakfast, cleaned up everything and followed Gu Fan out the door. And at the same time, Chen Kai Luyu, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, finally saw the two appear. Gu Fan, you finally went out. Chen Kai laughed. On the side, the couple, Li Yongheng and Lu Wenyan also looked at Gu Fan with begging eyes. So did Yang Yun and Li Mengmeng, a relatively large couple. Let's go. 8 is about right. Gu Fan looked around for a moment, then glanced at Li Yongheng. Li Yongheng was a little nervous. He didn't know whether Gu Fan knew about the matter that he said he would make a move on Gu Fan last night and was stopped by Lu Wenyan. Do the two of you have any talents, or special abilities? Gu Fan asked casually. Lu Wenyan hesitated trying to say something. However, it was stopped by Li Eternal Hang. Gu Fan couldn't help but feel amused. If you guys have a talent, then it's best if you speak up so I can formulate a plan once we get into the location of the survival game. Got it? What about you? What about you and Su Liu? What are the talents of the two of you that we can know? Otherwise this is too unfair. Li Eternal asked. Fair? Then you don't have to join my team. Gu Fan said in a cold voice. Just by the fact that 14 people went out yesterday and less than 5 have come back so far, I could be in a position to ask you about your talents and you can't. Or don't team up with us. Lu Wenyan nodded and, my talent is B rank, fainting ghosts. Tapping the head of a ghost with my right hand can stun it for different amounts of time depending on the strength of the ghost. I've tried tapping the ghost in my dormitory before and it stunned me for about 10 seconds or so. Of course, because the ability is so strong, it can only be stored twice, and the cooldown value for one takes 2 hours. Gu Fan's eyes lit up. That's considered a very powerful talent. But the reason why it's only B ranked is probably because it's too restrictive. First, you need to use your right hand. Second, you need to tap your head with your right hand. Third, the cooldown value is very long and can only be stored twice at once. Li Yongheng always felt a little uncomfortable, but didn't say anything. Okay, in that case, let's go to the multiplayer game room now. Gu Fan nodded. Even though Lu Wenyan was only B ranked, her abilities and playability were much higher than Chen Kai's. Chen Kai's ability was used for self-preservation, while Lu Wenyan was different. Not long after, the 8 of them trooped off to the game room. The players who passed by and saw it couldn't help but whisper about it. I'll go. It's Gu Fan and Su Liu leading the team again. Yeah, yesterday that player was still clamoring in front of Gu Fan that outdoor survival was easy. As a result, of those 14 people, only 3 came back, and 2 more lived and died without knowing, and that clamoring player disappeared as well. This is simply a slap in the face. Alas, but we have to see how these 8 Gu Fan are this time. If I can come back alive, I must hug Gu Fan's thigh. Me too. Gu Fan is the hope of our apartment. Yang Yun, on the other hand, looked at the surrounding players and celebration flashed in his eyes. You have to hug your thighs before it's too late. And with the addition of Wang Page and Wang Mimi, the small group is already at least 10 people strong. And it was simply fortunate that he and Li Mengmeng, who had no abilities whatsoever, were able to be brought along by Gu Fan as well. Yang Yun secretly celebrated inwardly, waiting for the 8 to enter the house in turn. Following yesterday's process, soon the skeleton drew a location. The outdoor survival location that the 8 of you are about to undertake is in the abandoned mansion. All of you will be able to obtain a ghostly survival order. And outside of the apartment with the ghostly survival order, the ghosts and monsters on the road will not attack you. However, when you die or come back, the ghostly survival order will disappear for a maximum of 48 hours. And the location of the abandoned mansion will continue to prompt for directions. Abandoned mansion? Gu Fan mumbled to memorize the location. There's no telling what the ghostly encounter with the abandoned mansion will be this time. Chapter 34, Chainsaw Ghost's Background. Several people left the apartment after getting the ghostly survival order. At the same time, a red arrow appeared on the ground ahead to guide the way. Let's go. Head to the mansion to survive. Gu Fan was just about to lead the way, but Chen Kai stood in front of him. Big brother Gu Fan, I'll still lead the way this time. Gu Fan didn't stop it. With the Ghost Chi survival order, the odds were that there wouldn't be any problems. Within a short time, several people set out on the road, going in the opposite general direction of heading to the school, and along the way, the number of ghosts of the devils became less and less. Every time I passed by the ghosts of the devils, they would only stare at the living with a calm but slightly crazed gaze of death. And I don't know where these devils actually came from, and whether the devils outside the apartment and the devils inside the apartment were the same species. Soon, Gu Fan again in a corner, found a huge obese monster.
The monster's stomach is inflated as the face of a hideous, empty eyes. The skin is also all rotten and blood mixed together exudes the smell of corruption. Unlike the ordinary devils and the low-grade ghosts within the ghostly dormitories, this monster, like the previous female ghost, would not reveal any information when approached, and could not probe for information. What a disgusting monster! Su Liyu's tone was filled with scorn. A new monster encountered for the first time outside, and I wonder if it will appear in future apartment nights, Gu Fan said gruffly. After about 3 kilometers of walking, the buildings along the road began to become empty. Meanwhile, during that time, Gu Fan had encountered at least 2 more waves of people. There was no doubt that both waves were other apartments out for a survival game. Finally, the red arrow stopped at the entrance of the huge mansion. The mansion is northwest of apartment 10086. Go! Chen Kai was the first to step in. The crowd stepped into the mansion. And just like the previous trip to Yangcheng No. 1 middle school, the gates suddenly closed the moment they entered, while the fog in the thick mist of the mansion dissipated. Calling it a mansion, the place was, in fact, practically a small village, containing at least 5 rural-type self-built houses and a small garden in the center of the self-built houses. But these self-built houses were full of dust as if they had been burned. The garden is also cluttered with weeds, most likely new growth, and there seems to be a hill behind it. The overall area is about the same size as the school, and the hiding place is about the same. You can hide in the self-built house. You can hide in the bushes in the garden. You can hide on the hill. But the pattern of this mansion, 5 self-built houses surrounding the garden, and built strange, no pattern at all. And the overall environment is cool and damp. And the hill behind it, if it is still a hill of graves, backed by the land of Een and death. The feng shui pattern of this kind of mansion is abnormally poor. Let's find a place to hide first. Gu Fan just said it. A beep sounded in the crowd's ears. Game, outdoor survival. Location, a mansion somewhere in Yangcheng. Task, survive and escape through the main gate of the mansion or the small gate off to the side of the back hill. Time, 1 day. Game summary, now that it's 1:30 p.m., the mansion gate and the back door of the mansion will be opened at 1:30 p.m. the next day, and you will be able to leave once it's opened. After 10 minutes, there will be a powerful ghost patrolling the mansion, looking for players participating in an asymmetrical adversarial game. Ghost win, find and sacrifice 6 or more players. The sacrifice process lasts 30 minutes and the sacrificed players will continue to have their location exposed. The rest of the players in hiding may choose to aid the player during the sacrifice. After the player is sacrificed, the ghost's overall strength, including speed, perception, etc., will be enhanced. Meanwhile, when a player is sacrificed a second time, the second time will be a certain death even if there is time remaining. Player win, if 3 or more players escape the mansion or kill the ghost, the remaining players will receive 150 ghost coins. Note, if only 3 or less players escape the mansion, the player who escapes as being can only get 50 ghost coins. Note, treasure chests may appear in the mansion. Opening them will yield resources. 6 of that player's first wins were detected, with the majority winning the first outdoor game. Provides additional information on the background of this game. The owner of the mansion had a happy and fulfilling life, but under a DNA test together, the owner's 2 sons and 1 daughter are not his children, and have no blood relationship with him, and the biological fathers of these 3 children are not from the same person. He was so angry that he went to court, but he was told that after the divorce, his wife would have to take half of the family assets and the future assets would be inherited by the children, especially after an eavesdropping and learning that his wife was going to get herself killed with a wild man and not leave half of it for him. In a fit of rage, the owner of the mansion used a chainsaw to stab his wife and 3 children to death, and knowing that he would not survive, he applied a large fire. In the flames of the fire, the beautiful family was destroyed, and everything in the mansion was burned to the ground. However, the bodies of the owner of the mansion, as well as those of his wife and children, did not burn cleanly under the blaze. He was reborn from the ashes as a vicious chainsaw-wielding ghost. He also refined his dead wife and children into ghost slaves. Listening to the backstory, Gu Fan frowned deeply, not out of pity for this chainsaw ghost, but thinking that since the wife and 3 kids have become ghost slaves, so that's a full 5 ghosts to face within this game? God, what a poor honest man, Lu Yu lamented from the sidelines. With 3 children who aren't their own, or even from different people, it's no wonder that they've turned into a stern ghost. To the side, Li Yonghong muttered. Gu Fan nodded his head. Okay, guys, hurry up and find a place to hide. Spread out. Lu Wenyan suddenly said. A few of us spread out also don't just hide. We can also look for that so-called treasure chest. I have a hunch that the treasure chest is the key to us being able to survive. Gu Fan couldn't help but look at Lu Wenyan one more time. She didn't participate in the last game. Chen Kai nodded his head. Indeed, if we find the treasure chest,
Fighting against this night ghost will not be any problem. Li Yonghong smiled and, in other words, we are both companions and competitors. Chen Kai shook his head. That's not what it means. Whoever obtains the treasure chest can't keep it private. They have to use it to fight against the ghosts and monsters. If they don't, they're working against the other players. Gu Fan nodded and looked at Li Yonghong. Not bad. No matter who gets the treasure chest, it's good for our player side. Leaving as early as possible to get out of danger as early as possible. Subsequently, Gu Fan pulled a small group, which consisted of 8 people. Earlier, the female ghost of that school has special ability. Whoever looks at her with his sight, then she will find out where she is. It's not guaranteed that this chainsaw ghost is the same and possesses other special ability, so if the guys have any discovery, please also enthusiastically speak in the group. After saying that, Gu Fan left with Su Liu. Start looking for the treasure chest from the first self-built house. Each mansion, which had about 4 or 5 floors, smelled of decay as well as burning as soon as you entered it because it had been burned by fire. The other players are doing the same. Yang Yun and Li Mengmeng then didn't bother to participate in the matter of searching for treasure chests. They didn't have any talent, and their only ghost weapon was shattered. They found a well within the garden, which was dry, and after thinking about it, without hesitation, the two of them hid within the well, while Li Yonghang and Lu Wenyan went to the back of the mountain to look for. The clock is quickly ticking down to 10 minutes. Chapter 35, The Terror of the Ghost Servant. As the time came, in the center of the garden, a black gas continued to converging into a monster with a body length of 3 meters. The creature had a chainsaw in both hands and was covered in black skin, as if it had been burned by fire. Meanwhile, the monster's entire body reeks of decay as well as burning. On the hallway of the self-built house, Gu Fan suddenly glimpsed, and the moment he saw the monster, he immediately averted his eyes and used his afterglow to see the monster. This is the chainsaw ghost? But by the way, according to the king page, when I saw the ghost, it would immediately turn its head to look at itself, but obviously it didn't. Since this is the case, there is only one possibility that this chainsaw ghost is not shy about looking at each other. So, what exactly is his ability? Gu Fan was curious. Su Liu searched the bedroom and found nothing but a dusty, scorched iron shelf. She walked out. Gu Fan, what are you looking at? Don't hurry up and find the treasure chest. Gu Fan shook his head, his eyes staring at the chainsaw ghost, only to see, in front of the chainsaw ghost, there were 4 channels of black chi converging. Following Gu Fan's gaze, there were 4 more charred and rotting corpses. The rough and rather humanoid look appears to be just right for the wife. And the 3 children. Is this the ghost servant the intel was talking about? It looks like this is one of the chainsaw ghost's abilities, being able to create ghost servants. This mansion is quite dangerous. However, Gu Fan always kept in mind one sentence: risks and opportunities. The greater the risk is enough, the higher the opportunity ceiling. The stuff in the treasure chest is definitely worth a lot of money. And that ghost chainsaw, it doesn't look too bad. Gu Fan took a picture and sent it to the group. And the 4 ghostly servants, waddling forward towards the 4 houses. The chainsaw ghost, on the other hand, was pulling on the chainsaw, which was making an ear-splitting rattle, while striding fast on his thighs towards the 5th room. There's a ghost servant coming toward the first self-built house. What are we going to do? Su Liu asked. Gu Fan thought about it. Finish it off. As things stand, the only way to find the treasure chest in peace is to get rid of all the ghost servants. The 2 men stayed in the hallway between the 1st and 2nd floors, which had just been searched 50% of the way, and there was nothing but a cloud of dust, and it looked like the odds were that it had all been taken by the fire. It is important to realize that even at school, there are some basic materials such as wood. Soon the ghostly servant, the watery wife, wandered into the building. Without saying a word, Gu Fan took out his ordinary quality ghost axe and hacked towards the ghost servant's head. In the next moment, the ghost servant's head fell to the ground, and at the same time, the durability of the ghost axe was drained of 15 points, leaving only the last 15 points. As expected, the strength of the ghost servant is nothing more than that, not much different from the 2nd grade devourer, and that cow ghost. Ordinary quality weapons are sufficient. After saying that, Gu Fan pulled Su Liu and prepared to continue exploring. However, soon after, a scene that shocked the 2 of them happened. The ghost servant, which should have been killed by the ghost chi weapon, actually staggered to its feet, and its broken neck kept bubbling with black gas, and on its head, the cross-section of its head, it sat down in a crouch and housed its head back, under the black gas. The severed head and neck gradually connect. Gu Fan took a few steps back. It's the first time he's ever had anything like this happen to him. Shouldn't a weapon that contains ghost energy be invincible? 15 points of durability. A real drain. Afterwards, The ghost servant once again staggered towards Gufan and Su Liu slowly. Its disadvantage compared to the ghost devourer was that it was much slower. Glazed moon. Is it targeting you or me? Like it's me. Under Su Liu's perception, the ghost servant could switch targets. Redirect the target to me and have the ghost servant attack me. Good. Su Liu activated her ability, and Gufan activated his. The ghost servant attacked the stealthy Gufan for a moment. Under the nervous gaze of the two, the ghost servant continued to wobble towards Su Liu. How come? Gufan was shocked. Because of my calamity talent. Is there a probability of being targeted again? Su Liu explained. Her calamity talent had a side effect. Even after the target she transferred to was attacked, the target might continue to chase after Su Liu even if he died. This is also very understandable. After all, the controlled ghost servant is not controlled after the first look as two people. Naturally continue to attack, is one of the two people. And, even if it's not in front of them, for example, Su Liu told this ghost servant to go after Lu Wenyan in the back of the mountain. Even if Lu Wenyan died, this ghost servant would have the probability of bumbling back and continuing to chase after Su Liu. Shift her target to Eternal Li in the back of the mountain. Gufan thought about it and suddenly said, yeah. Su Liu also did not ask. There is this ghost servant on the side. It is indeed in the way. More importantly, this ghost servant can't be killed. Soon. Su Liu closed her eyes and shifted the target of this ghost servant to Li Yangheng. At the same time, Gufan looked to see if he could probe this ghost servant. And as expected, this ghost servant couldn't be probed, clearly looking weaker than a secondary devourer, yet so difficult to deal with. Afterwards, when the ghost servant left, Su Liu curiously asked, Gufan, tell me, why can't this ghost servant be killed? Gufan thought and analyzed. According to my speculation, there is only one reason for this. The ghost servant is connected to the life of the chainsaw ghost, and the only way the ghost servant can die is to kill the chainsaw ghost. If not, then it's undead. Su Liu nodded thoughtfully. The two then continued their search. And, finally, in the corner of a sacrificial table on the rooftop, the two found something different. A small section, resembling a key, appeared in the corner. Key fragment X1. Collect 4 key fragments to synthesize the complete key. There are a total of 8 key fragments in the mansion that can be synthesized into 2 keys. One of the 2 keys is able to open the mansion treasure chest. Having one will make it impossible to open the mansion's treasure chest, and the user will continue to reveal their location while being hunted by the lich and ghost servants after inserting it into the treasure chest lock. Note, the quality of the mansion's treasure chest is excellent medium quality. Gufan was dumbfounded. I did not expect to have to synthesize the key to the treasure chest. This is always a bit of a certain duo. Also, there are 2 keys even after the key is synthesized. One is the real key to open the treasure chest, and the other is inserted into the lock and will continually reveal its location, and will be hunted by a stern spirit. It wouldn't be like the current situation, where the ghostly servant takes his time to find it, and the night ghost takes his time with a chainsaw, without a target. Gufan sighed, opened the chat channel to find that the situation had already been brought up within the chat channel. For example, Chen Kai and Lu Yu had found a fragment of a treasure chest key. Chen Kai, gentlemen, there are a total of 8 keys to the treasure chest. After searching for all 8, find a place to rendezvous, and don't get caught by the night ghosts as much as possible. Li Yangheng, this ghost servant is able to resurrect, and after killing it, it will be intact and continue to chase after Wenyan and I. What should we do? Lu Yu, me too. I can't kill at all. I can only escape. There are 2 ghost servants behind me chasing me. I feel like I'm going to die. Chapter 36, Chainsaw Ghost's Intelligence. Lu Yu was panicking at this moment. The 2 ghost servants had forced her to the rooftop of the 4th mansion. However, she also realized that there was a sacrificial table above the rooftop of the 4th mansion. Damn it, isn't this just shooting yourself in the foot? Lu Yu thought inwardly while the 2 ghost servants had already approached Lu Yu. Meanwhile, the chainsaw ghost had already searched Mansion 5 and was heading in the direction of Mansion 4, the chainsaw in his hand making a zipping noise. Terrified, she sat crouched in the corner of the 4th mansion. The ghost servant walked towards Lu Yu, expecting to be carried towards the sacrificial platform, but to no avail. The ghost servant actually slapped a claw directly at Lu Yu. Lu Yu suffered a considerable amount of damage. His chest was scratched out with 3 blood marks, and above the blood marks, black gas continued to rise. She hissed on the ground, despair flashing in her eyes. This ghostly servant, wasn't he going to take her to the sacrifice table and then wait for his companion to rescue her? Why is that? Just when she thought she was going to die, the 2 ghostly servants wandered off. Not killing me? Lu Yu quickly endured severe pain from the backpack out of 3 ghost gas band-aid, pasted on 3 wounds. At once, his breath a little better. She was inwardly very curious that this ghostly servant didn't sacrifice her or kill her. Why on earth? But soon, she knew that this place is not suitable to stay for a long time, and was about to get up when she realized that she couldn't move her legs because of that claw of the ghost servant. Player Lu Yu was knocked to the ground by a ghost servant, and due to the use of a ghost energy band-aid, it will take 15 minutes before he can get rid of the ghost energy in his body from the ghost servant to get up. What? This state has to last 15 minutes? Lu Yu was shocked. Is this what happens when you are hit by a ghost servant? Well, if you don't use a ghost gas band-aid, what the hell is going to happen? At the same time, footsteps and the sound of a chainsaw rang out from the hallway. Tap tap tap. Zip zip zip. 2 different voices mixing together. Spooky, yet frightening. Lu Yu inwardly developed a bad premonition. Although this ghost servant was unable to get people onto the sacrificial platform, however, the ghost servant could act as the eyes of this chainsaw ghost, and if the ghost servant knocked the player to the ground, the chainsaw ghost would quickly come to the place where it was knocked to the ground. Soon, the chainsaw ghost arrives on the rooftop of mansion number 4, reeking of rot and burning, and the smell appears to be able to be smelled by anyone within a 10-meter radius around them and is sickening. Lu Yu dry heaved into the ground a few times. However, as soon as he looked up, he saw the chainsaw ghost looking down at him. In Lu Yu's shocked gaze, the chainsaw ghost took the chainsaw and made a cut to Lu Yu's left hand. Ah ha ah. This time, the screams were audible to players throughout the gardens and the 4 mansions. Gu Fan hastily opened the chat channel. I've been trying to ask Lu Yu what's going on. At the same time, a cue rang in his ear that player Lu Yu has been captured by a chainsaw ghost and will be sacrificed to death in half an hour. It's only a few minutes into the game. A flash of scorn flashed in Gu Fan's eyes. This chainsaw ghost is a tough nut to crack, and the whole minimap, while about the size of a school, is too simple and there aren't many places to hide. Gotta hurry up and find the shard. Gu Fan and Su Li Yu were planning to go forward to Mansion No. 2. However, Chen Kai privately messaged him that there were 2 shards in Mansion number 2 that had been obtained, and now he was searching for Mansion number 3. So, Gu Fan and Su Li Yu discussed for a while, deciding to go to the 4th mansion and see if they could save the people in the meantime. At the same time, Lu Yu actually let out such a loud scream when she was caught. Gu Fan was really curious about what exactly happened at that time, and Lu Yu had now fainted to death. His stamina and sanity value was already less than 30. His whole body was hanging on the hook of the sacrificial platform. Above the cross-section of the severed arm of his left-hand arm, black gas was constantly bubbling up, and blood was constantly left on the ground to form a blood puddle. The chainsaw ghost gnawed on Lu Yu's left arm while going down from the 4th mansion. Meanwhile, one ghost servant guarded Lu Yu's side, while the other ghost servant continued to search the other mansions along with the chainsaw ghost. Gu Fan and Su Li Yu were already hiding inside the bedroom on the 1st floor of the 4th mansion, listening to the complicated footsteps that kept coming from the hallway. The footsteps were about 2 or 3 in number and were so regular that they did not sound like something a human being could step out on. After the ghost servant and the chainsaw ghost have left mansion number 4, Gu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He brought Su Li Yu to the rooftop, and the ghost servant guarding the rooftop slowly rushed towards the 2. Su Li Yu. Well, I know. Su Li Yu activated her ability and passed the target of this ghost servant to Li Yongheng, who was searching for the treasure chest in the back of the mountain. The ghostly servant waddled off the rooftop. Gu Fan hurriedly freed Lu Yu, then frowned and put a ghostly band-aid on her broken arm. There was no doubt that Lu Yu, as the first player to face the chainsaw ghost directly, definitely knew a lot of information. Not long after, Lu Yu opened her eyes and realized that the ones who rescued her were actually Gu Fan and Su Li Yu. Chen, where's Chen Kai? Chainsaw ghost should have gone to find Chen Kai. Did you find the key? For the sake of us saving you, give us the key fragment. The corner of Lu Yu's mouth twitched a bit. The feelings of Gu Fan and Su Li Yu to save themselves just for this, but she was quite grateful inside, and hurriedly gave the 2 key fragments to Gu Fan. This is a fragment of the key I found in Villa 4. There are 8 of these fragments. Gu Fan nodded his head. Can you move now? Hide with us first if you can move. Lu Yu had lost his left arm, but with the ghostly band-aid on it and being hung on the sacrifice table, the negative buff off not being able to move himself appeared to have been brushed away. She nodded and hid inside the 5th mansion with Gu Fan Su Li Yu. Meanwhile, the chainsaw ghost that was chasing Chen Kai, upon realizing that Lu Yu had actually been rescued, immediately stormed out. It didn't understand why its ghost servant didn't keep an eye on Lu Yu. At the same time, it was Lu Yu who told Gu Fan and Su Li Yu about what had happened in her guesses. Gu Fan frowned. According to Lu Yu, first of all, after a ghost servant injures someone, he or she will be immobilized and in excruciating pain, even with the use of a band-aid. Secondly, Just at this time, the ghost servant as the eyes of the chainsaw ghost immediately knew that Lu Yu was on the rooftop of the fourth mansion. If that's true, then there are two suspicions. Why did he hack the ghost servant to death in the know? One mansion at that time, and why didn't the chainsaw ghost know that he was in the know? One mansion? Also, just now, Su Liu ordered the ghost servant to go to the back of the mountain. Why? And the chainsaw ghost doesn't know? Su Liu thought about it and said in a deep voice, Gu Fan, Lu Yu, I personally feel that this is a flaw of the chainsaw ghost. Its ability to find players is not strong. And only after the ghost of the devourer has knocked down a player. At this time, can it act as the eyes of the chainsaw ghost? Gu Fan and Lu Yu thought about it and it did make sense. So all we need to do is not get knocked down by the ghost servant. Run into the ghost servant and maneuver around the ghost servant. And not get caught by the chainsaw ghost. And look for the treasure chest and the pieces of the 8 treasure chest keys. And that's all we need to do. Su Liu said with a confident face. The corner of Gu Fan's mouth twitched. That's easy for you to say. Who can win according to this method but the two of us? Quickly, he looked at Lu Yu's arm and what about your left hand? Why is the left hand gone? Chapter 37 Chen Kai Who Walks the Ghost, Sawed by a Chainsaw Ghost. This is most likely the process of a chainsaw ghost's sacrifice. First sawing off my arm, then lifting me up and hanging me on a hook. A flash of fear flashed through Lu Yu's eyes. So both the ghostly servant and the chainsaw ghost hurt people. Which is not at all the same as the female ghost that only sacrificed and didn't hurt people in the first place. This game is so much harder. Lu Yu wiped her tears. Su Liu hurriedly softly comforted. Just hide in a nice little corner and leave the rest to us. Lu Yu had paid enough to be useful. And she was lucky enough to find 2 key fragments. There were 8 of them in all. And she accomplished the equivalent of what 2 had accomplished. Meanwhile, Chen Kai sends a message to the group. Chen Kai, the chainsaw ghost is here with me. I'm walking the ghost. And there's a ghost servant chasing me as well. So you guys hurry up and find the key fragment. I have a key fragment here ready to give to Gu Fan. I can stall for a while as a while. Player Chen Kai has gifted you key fragment ×1. Surprise flashed in Gu Fan's eyes. That would seem to make it a full 4 key fragments. Meanwhile, this Chen Kai was giving it a go. Actually walking the ghost. Let's go. Go to the 5th mansion and look for the treasure chest and key pieces. Gu Fan and Su Liu rushed forward to search for the 5th mansion. At the same time, Gu Fan didn't forget to synthesize this 4 key fragments, and not long after, a brand new key appeared in his hand. However, just after going downstairs, Gu Fan saw the scene on the garden where the chainsaw ghost kept chasing Chen Kai, only to see that the chainsaw ghost's speed was very fast, and the chainsaw in its hand was still continuously niggling, and just as it was about to approach Chen Kai directly took an S-type walk and dodged the waving chainsaw. Chainsaw ghosts catch people for sacrifice by sawing a slash, then waiting for the prey to hit the ground before lifting it up and hanging it on the sacrifice table. However, Chen Kai hadn't even been sawed once yet, so naturally he couldn't have been captured and sacrificed. Good alignment. Su Liu complimented. Meanwhile, Chen Kai looked at the 2 watchful eaters with an angry gaze. Hey, you guys go find the treasure chest. What are you still looking at here? Gu Fan then reacted and hurriedly left with Su Liu to go to the 5th mansion. At the same time, Chen Kai's speed dropped, and when he didn't dodge in time, his own right shoulder was sawed off along with his right arm. Aha! Chen Kai yelled, picking up his right arm and right shoulder and holding them up. Don't mind me. I still have 50 points of stamina. Chen Kai shouted. Let a shocking scene happened. A touch of black gas shrouded. Chen Kai's wounds gradually healed, and then actually became intact. What are the rules for chainsaw ghost grabber sacrifice? It's nothing more than a sawbuck and then capture and sacrifice. Now Chen Kai is the same as no saw. The flesh has been restored. Chainsaw ghost saw a bit and then there is a backswing. Cannot be continuous saw. So, it could only saw again if it wanted to catch Chen Kai. It chased after it angrily. Su Liu murmured. Holy, there's this operation. It seems that Chen Kai's talent seems to be quite good at dealing with this chainsaw ghost, but it has to require enough stamina value as well. So let's hope that we can find the treasure chest sooner. Gu Fan lamented. At the same time, he sends a message to Chen Kai. If Chen Kai couldn't hold on any longer, he ran in the direction of himself and Su Liu. An excellent companion like Chen Kai should never be sacrificed to the point of falling off. The current state of affairs is that chainsaw ghosts and a ghostly servant chase Chen Kai, who keeps walking the ghosts back and forth between apartments 2 and 3 in the garden. And the 2 ghost servants constantly harass Li Yongheng and Lu Wenyan on the back mountain, because of the feature of being able to revive infinitely. Although the 2 of them had many means to kill the ghost servants, the efficiency of searching for treasure chests and key fragments was greatly reduced. At the same time, Li Yongheng's ghost bow durability was only over 50. If this continued, sooner or later this game would drain the ghost bow's durability. a corner of the backwoods. Li Yongheng kept complaining that, damn it, these two ghost servants are so annoying, why would they keep chasing us? Take your time. Now that Gufan has 4 key fragments and we found 2 key fragments, we're still missing a treasure chest and 2 key fragments. Lu Wenyan settled down. Meanwhile, the bodies of the 2 ghostly servants on his heels rose slowly, having just been knocked out of the way by the bow. Li Eternal Hong was speechless to the extreme and once again shot his crossbow at the 2 ghost servants. Of course, there's a ghostly servant in addition to the chainsaw ghost, and the 3 ghostly servants. It skulked around the garden, and after 2 hours, it finally relied on the smell and some movement, and then it found Yang Yun and Li Mengmeng, who had been meticulously hiding inside the water well. Roar! The ghost servant jumped down and gave Yang Yun and Li Mengmeng one after another a slap and a claw. Yang Yun and Li Mengmeng were so frightened that they had no place to run away. One was slapped and spat out blood, and the other was scratched. At the same time, the ghost servant dropped Yang Yun and Li Mengmeng outside the water well, and the chainsaw ghost that had been chasing Chen Kai finally caught him. Chen Kai's right leg was sawed off, but he had no strength left to recover. 3 players went down at about the same time. One walks the ghosts and uses up most of his energy, while 2 hide and are found by the ghost servants. Before Chen Kai was caught, it's not that he didn't think of running toward Gufan's side, but there was nothing he could do to exhaust his physical strength too much, and he fell and was found by the chainsaw ghost. As earlier, Gufan and Su Liu had also found a key, as well as a treasure chest within the 5th mansion. The treasure chest is in the bathroom on the 3rd floor of Mansion 5. In other words, Gufan now had a treasure chest, a key, and a key fragment. On Li Yongheng's side, there were 2 key fragments, still missing the last key fragment, but for those 2 hours, the 2 had been searching the 5 mansions inside and out, plus strolling around the back of the mountain as well. The last key fragment just wasn't found. Gufan, what do you say? Should we open the treasure chest now with 1 intact key, or should we wait until the 2 keys are synthesized? Gufan shook his head as he thought of the side effects of prescribing wrongly. Once you open the wrong one, you were being watched by the chainsaw ghost and the 4 ghost servants, continuously exposing your position, although relying on stealth wouldn't necessarily be fine. But in this case, trying to synthesize the last key was simply impossible. There's no rush. Now first meet up with Li Yongheng and the others, then save the people. It's already been 2 hours. The places we should be looking for have already been searched for. Let's talk about it after we save the people. One more thing. Gufan had to make sure that this treasure chest was opened by himself. It's selfish, but the treasure chest stuff does matter. Chapter 38, The Terror of the Chainsaw Ghost. The crowd's emotions are low. Fair enough. Su Liu nodded fervently. Soon, though, she asked, curiously. Gufan, do you think that Li Yongheng will give you the key fragment? You have to give it if you don't. I've found the most key fragments and I have the treasure chest. Gufan said in a cold voice. If he won't give it to me, then it's against the other players. Soon after, Gufan eyed Li Yongheng in the group chat explaining his intentions. Let it give the key fragment to itself. And on the side of Li Yongheng, when he got the news about Gufan, he immediately felt unwilling, and under Lu Wenyan's persuasion, Li Yongheng finally agreed to give the key fragment to Gufan. However, Li Yongheng still needed Gufan to give him a payment of 50 ghost coins. Gufan thought about it and agreed to Li Yongheng's request. This requirement of him needing 50 ghost coins isn't too high to be honest. Meanwhile, Li Yongheng and Lu Wenyan's side were preparing to meet up with Gufan. After obtaining 7 key fragments, Gufan was ready to go to the rescue and was still missing the last key fragment. If he was right, it was most likely in an unexpected place. Soon, however, the sound of a nuisance chainsaw came from the 3rd floor corridor of the 5th mansion. The 2 ghostly servants plus a chainsaw-wielding chainsaw ghost appeared in the hallway. Not bad. At this moment, Gufan and Su Liu were on the 3rd floor. What? Gufan. Su Liu was a little anxious, not expecting the chainsaw ghost to find its way over here. Gufan took the ghost gun out. You detach chainsaw ghost and wait to save the other players before going forward to save Li Yongheng and the others. In this game, Li Yongheng had already been diverted twice by Su Liu. I wonder how it would feel if it was allowed to know the truth. Okay. Su Liu nodded. She was going to go ahead and attract attention. Come out into the hallway and point to the 3 ghosts. I'm here. Don't you want to sacrifice me? Come on. Just in case she wasn't noticed by the chainsaw ghost, Su Liu even spat out her tongue in a beatific manner. Where had the chainsaw ghost been insulted like this? Taking a chainsaw, it kept charging at Su Liu. Su Liu activated her talent and shifted to Li Yongheng's body once again. Gufan lifted his stealth on the side, and Ghost Gun took care of the ghost servants one by one. Of course, because the ghost servant was able to revive, he was able to get up the next moment. While it's crawling up in pre-swing time, Gu Fan and Su Liu hurriedly went downstairs and then went to rescue people one after another. Meanwhile, Li Yongheng and Lu Wenyan were on their way back. Now that there were 3 people on the sacrifice table, they couldn't just sit back and watch. The whole backcountry is said to be a backcountry, but it's really just a very small slope that, at the edge of the slope, there is another small door, which is presumably the back door to the entire mansion. The two were just about to head for the gardens that, instead, he saw the chainsaw ghost catching up with him. How can this be? We've been back up here in the mountains. It doesn't make sense that a chainsaw ghost would be chasing towards us? Li Yongheng exclaimed. Lu Wenyan did the same. She couldn't figure it out even if she thought about it. Obviously most of the players were in the garden and those 5 mansions there, and the birthplaces of the chainsaw ghosts and ghostly servants were also within the garden. As a result, there were 3 ghosts chasing themselves before and after. Not bad. Those 2 knocked out ghost servants are following up again. Chainsaw ghosts in front and ghost servants behind. At the same time, that ghost bow jade of Li Yongheng's had a durability of only 10%, and one shot of the bow consumed 2 durability points, leaving only the last 5 shots. Without saying a word, he picked up his ghostly bow and fired it directly at the chainsaw ghost. Just the next moment, to his great surprise, he said, 5 crossbow arrows plunged into the body of a chainsaw ghost, causing it to freeze for a moment and then not react at all. What the hell is that for? The chainsaw ghost picks up a chainsaw, comes to the 2 men, and saws at Eternal Li. In the nick of time, Lu Wenyan shouted, "Pick me up. I'm going to slap its head with my hand." Lu Wenyan's gift also had a major side effect. She had to use her right hand to slap the ghost's head, but the chainsaw ghost was too tall to do a right hand shot to, and could only shout at Li Yongheng. Li Yongheng pounces on Lu Wenyan and the 2 dodged the chainsaw ghost's attack. He gritted his teeth and stood up, and then lifting up Lu Wenyan, Lu Wenyan reached out and slapped her hand against the chainsaw ghost's head. The chainsaw ghost stood still for a moment, as if he had been slapped unconscious. Move! Li Yongheng put down Lu Wenyan and the 2 of them hurriedly ran away. Only Gu Fan could deal with this damn thing. Only 3 seconds later, the chainsaw ghost moved again, turning its head and staring dead at the backs of the 2. Lu Wenyan turned back to her head and realized that so quickly lifted the fainting state, which made her shocked. How is it possible? How much ghost energy content does this ghost have? Obviously the ghosts in the dormitory all have at least about 10 seconds. Meanwhile, a beeping tone soon appeared next to the ear of Gu Fan and Su Liu saved 3 players who were being sacrificed, but Yang Yun's right thigh was sawed off. Although Chun Kai had also had his leg sawed off, he was now able to sit on the ground to recover his stamina, and with that recovered stamina he would then use his talent to repair the broken limb. Li Mengmeng is fine. Li Mengmeng's left arm is gone. All 3 became disabled and very depressed. Gu Fan, what should we do? This is still short of the last key. If this goes on we'll all be wiped out by the group. Yang Yun sat on the ground and shouted with a pale face. He's kind of regretting that. How nice it would have been if he had gone to find the key with Li Mengmeng from the beginning, instead of meticulously getting up. Now, it was adding to Gu Fan's troubles, and as a result, there was a risk of the group being destroyed. What's more, a total of 4 players have now been sacrificed once. Lu, Y, Li, M, Yang, Y, and Chen, K. If the 4 were sacrificed a second time, it would be a direct sacrifice to death. If I can't, I'll have to try using the ghost gun. Gu Fan's tone was a bit grave. In the meantime, if the conjecture about the location of the last key is, indeed, right, it's worth a try. Alright, big brother Gu Fan, we'll withdraw first. Li Mengmeng helped the 2 disabled people prepare to leave and hide. Su Liu which was standing beside Gu Fan. Not long after, Li Yongheng and Lu Wenyan ran towards the 2 from the direction of the back mountain. Behind them, there were 2 ghostly servants as well as chainsaw ghosts chasing after them. The ghost servant was slow, though, so it was still stranded a long way off. Inside the garden now, 2 more ghostly servants are slowly appearing to the left and right. The 2 of them had just been knocked down when Gu Fan saved the day, and now they were slowly and leisurely getting up. 3 parties formed an encirclement. Su Liu held the excellent lower-grade ghost chi dagger and watched the 2 devils vigilantly from behind Gu Fan. Gu Fan, this chainsaw ghost is terrifying. My talent can only manage to make it faint for 3 seconds. Gu Fan's eyes lit up. Lu Wenyan, do you have another chance to use your talent now? Chapter 39 Gu Fan touches a chainsaw ghost. Yes, just used it once to give it to the chainsaw ghost coming after us, but it only froze it for 3 seconds, and I don't know why. We're fine in the backcountry, so why would the chainsaw ghost come across you guys to the backcountry to find us? Lu Wenyan said with a sigh. For a while, the expression of Su Liu on the side was a bit unnatural. That will be enough, and if the guess is wrong, you're all going to die. Gu Fan shook his head. What wrong guess? Li Yongheng then looked at Gu Fan with some dissatisfaction. Gu Fan. I've been dragging the 2 ghost servants over there, and I've been able to find 2 key fragments. Have you found the last fragment here yet? Without the key fragment, the durability of my weapon has gone to 0. If I can't open the treasure chest, a few of us will surely die. Gu Fan, on the other hand, said, wrong, you'll die, but we won't, and the fewer people there are, the better to hide. Alright, is this the time to dwell on this? Gu Fan, what should I do? Listening to you, can this talent of mine be of any use? Lu Wenyan asked curiously. Gu Fan then ordered, you go shoot the chainsaw ghost. Su Liu, you watch out for the ghost servant coming from behind. Su Liu nodded. Okay, Gu Fan, I won't let you get hurt. Soon the sound of chainsaws zipping around was getting closer. Li Yonghong picks up Lu Wenyan. Lu Wenyan repeats the same trick and slaps the chainsaw ghost to stun him. Gu Fan, it's now. Only 3 seconds. Gu Fan nodded his head. However, what the players present did not understand was that Gu Fan did not use his own ghost gun to attack the chainsaw ghost, but instead used his large hands to grope for something around the chainsaw ghost's waist. There's still a bit of lewdness in that look. Gu Fan, what are you doing? Don't you molest the chainsaw ghost? Su Liu shouted curiously. At the same time, she was a little disgruntled that, why was it that she, a great beauty by Gu Fan's side, hadn't been touched, but instead, it was the chainsaw ghost with a burnt body that had been touched by Gu Fan? Soon a conjecture formed in his mind. Shouldn't, Gu Fan is a big pervert, isn't he? Just as Su Liu was rambling on, a ghost of a devourer came close too, and she got one with a dagger. And, soon, Gu Fan found a key fragment in the pocket at Chainsaw Ghost's waist. Good, because Chainsaw Ghost it's not in a state of nudity. It had been through the burns though, and its clothing was certainly burned clean off its body. Yet when it appeared in this game, it was wearing pants underneath, and the pants were certainly of the very, very large variety. This gave Gu Fan reason to suspect that the last key locking piece, which he couldn't find in any way, was in the Chainsaw Ghost's pants pocket. That search really did find it, but 3 seconds went by in the blink of an eye. The Chainsaw Ghost roared and used its chainsaw to saw at Gu Fan. Gu Fan unleashed his stealth in front of several people and dodged the chainsaw attack. He got up on his hands and knees in a hurry. Run first! The 4 men scattered as they heard. At the same time, Li Yonghong cursed and, Gu Fan, are you out of your mind? Wasting one of my girlfriend's talent times. And you? Just to touch a chainsaw ghost? Put such a good-looking roommate not to touch. To touch a ghost? I really threw you monkey. Lu Wenyan was also filled with confusion. According to reason, Gu Fan looked so clear and handsome. People should not at least. The chainsaw ghost froze for a moment, then chased after the slowest runner. Su Liu. Su Liu reversed her target and shifted to Li Yonghong. For the 4th time, quite simply, Li Yonghong angrily scolded Gu Fan, which made Su Liu feel very upset. This scene was seen by Lu Wenyan turning around. She looked thoughtfully at the chainsaw ghost that was originally chasing Su Liu, and now turned its target toward Li Yonghong who was on the side. The complexity of the situation. Gu Fan finally pulled Su Liu and ran inside the second mansion. He was breathing heavily, with his back against the wall. To be honest, it wasn't that Gu Fan hadn't thought about attacking the chainsaw ghost with a ghost gun, but with the chainsaw ghost being so big, as well as the ghostly aura on its body, there was no doubt that the ghost gun would most likely not be able to create a very high amount of damage, and with just over half the durability left, it would be a crying shame if the ghost gun blew up if you forced it to be used. Gu Fan, why did you just touch the chainsaw ghost? Su Liu asked curiously. Gu Fan reaches out. Inside was a small section of the key. The last fragment of the key is inside the left pocket of the chainsaw ghost. Su Liu's eyes widened and, at the same time, she was relieved that, luckily, Gu Fan was there to obtain the key fragment. You're such a silly girl. You don't really think I'm a pervert, do you? Gu Fan said breathlessly. Isn't the reason why we've been looking for that last key fragment for so long that we just can't find it simple? That must be on the chainsaw ghost. And, according to reason, the chainsaw ghost should not have any clothes on it. It has experienced the burning of the fire, but it is wearing a well-fitting pants. Isn't it worth to be strange? So I just figured that the key was probably in the pants. Su Liu thought about it and asked curiously, and what if it's not? If it's not there, it's not there. I'll be invisible. And won't it be easy to escape if you lead the chainsaw ghost to another player? Fair enough. Su Liu nodded. Both of their talents pulled their life preservation abilities to full capacity. Gu Fan took out the treasure chest and synthesized the key. Holding 2 keys in his hand, he didn't hesitate to choose to open the treasure chest. It's just that the first key inserted into the treasure chest. No response. The treasure chest wasn't opened, either. A beep came to his ear and, gaining the attention of chainsaw ghosts and ghostly servants will continue to expose the location. Gu Fan took a long breath and, Luckily the first key wasn't in a hurry to open. And as luck would have it, what was on the chainsaw ghost was a fragment of the real treasure chest key. This survival game was definitely particularly dangerous. And if the players participating did not have the talent, there was no doubt that the group would surely be wiped out. There was no second possibility. The reason is simple. Guffin was the last shard so acquired by guessing, and this guess, however, requires the talents of two people that, originally, Gufan was thinking of using the ghost gun to see if he could injure the chainsaw ghost, and then take the time to seize the key fragment in the chainsaw ghost's waist. But it's clear that the level of danger is too high for this. When you see Lu Wenyan later, you realize that she has one more chance at her talent. So you stun the chainsaw ghost first, before stealing the key shard. Stolen in just over 3 seconds. Chainsaw ghost reacted and even sawed Gufan. Luckily, Gufan had the gift of stealth, or else he would really be cold. In other words, Gufan obtained the last key fragment, using one S rank and one B rank talent, plus Gufan's brainchild. Most players would certainly not have guessed that the key shard was on the chainsaw ghost. Meanwhile, Li Winghang's side just got a right arm sawed off, ready to be raptured and sacrificed. The chainsaw ghost stood still as if it had gotten stuck in a bug, and after putting Li Yonghong down, slowly, he headed in Gufan's direction. So did the 4 following ghost servants. Li Yonghong fell to the ground and kept wailing. To the side, Lu Wenyan hurriedly used a healing band-aid to help stop the bleeding. She already had an internal guess as to the talents of the two, and at the same time a little disgruntled. Gufan and the talent is okay. Su Liu's talent is simply a pitiful thing. Ask for suggestions, positive reviews, and hypes. Survival games are more than just the Dawn of the Dead genre. There are others coming out in the future. Your support is the author's motivation to update. There are any good types of games can also be recommended to me. Chapter 40, The Golden Legend. Gufan's talent to dodge attacks is a powerful one, but that's okay. However, according to Lu Wenyan's conjecture, the odds were that Su Liu's talent could instruct ghosts and monsters to attack other players. The 2 ghost servants that had been chasing after him earlier, plus the chainsaw ghost that had just shifted its target. The odds were that it was due to Su Liu. But very quickly, Lu Wenyan quelled the anger within herself. At the very least, she absolutely couldn't pay attention to this kind of thing right now. His own boyfriend, Li Yonghong's arm has been sawed off because of Su Liu. The truth is irrevocable. Without the two, I fear things would have been much worse. Let's just hope that when we get back to the dorms, we'll see if there's a way to repair the broken limb. Why? Why is the chainsaw ghost chasing me? Li Yonghong covered his arm and wailed in pain. My arm. Lu Wenyan's eyes flashed with heartache. It's a good thing you weren't sacrificed. And it's a good thing Gufan's side has attracted the attention of the chainsaw ghost. I also don't know why Gufan that is wasting your talent to touch a chainsaw ghost. That way, I probably wouldn't have lost my arm either. Li Yonghong paled, his tone filled with anger. Lu Wenyan thought for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, based on Lu Wenyan's explanation, Li Yonghong stared with wide eyes and, what do you mean? Gufan has already obtained 8 key fragments? Thinking of Gufan reaching into the chainsaw ghost's pocket just now, for a moment, Li Yonghong thought of something. Yes, that's just my guess too. Why else would those 2 dogs be so selfish? How could they have the audacity to bet on whether or not it's the real key? Meanwhile, Gufan's side synthesized the second key and inserted it into the treasure chest. Su Liu prayed on the sidelines that, heaven forbid a good outfit a chainsaw ghost. Excellent medium treasure chest. After glancing at the introduction of the treasure chest, Gufan directly opened it. The shocking emergence of the excellent middle quality treasure chest is not the same as the last excellent lower quality treasure chest open. This time open actually directly golden light flashes. Wow! Golden legend! Su Liu exclaimed with exaggerated emotion with wide eyes. After the flash of golden light, 3 beeps sounded beside his ears. Get Ghost Pistol X1. Ghost Aura Pistol, can rear-fire Ghost Aura bullets, dealing massive damage to all ghosts and monsters below the level of a red-robed knight. Quality, excellent extreme. Value, 2. 500 ghost coins. Durability, 100, firing a bullet consumes 10 durability points. Ghost Aura Bullet X5. The bullets used exclusively for the Ghost Chi pistol are extremely precious, using one less than the other, and contain 100 points of Ghost Chi. Quality, excellent extreme. Value, 500 ghost coins. Ghost Servant Scroll X1. Use the Ghost Servant Scroll to summon a Ghost Servant. Ghost Servant Strength initially for the lowest level. You can use Ghost Coins, Human Flesh, Human Blood Ghosts and Monsters Corpses to feed the growth of. Ghost Servant Loyalty is initially 100. 3 days without feeding will gradually reduce the loyalty. Loyalty reduced to less than 50 will have the risk of backstabbing. Quality, excellent extreme. Value, 3,000 ghost coins. See the introduction of the Ghost Gun as well as the Ghost Servant Scroll. Gu Fan's eyes widened. Can this excellent medium treasure chest really burst out 3 excellent extreme treasures? For a moment, Gu Fan was somewhat flattered. But soon, he remembered the introduction of the excellent medium grade treasure chest. At that time, both the excellent medium treasure chest and the excellent lower treasure chest had an introduction that had something to do with the luck of the opener. Gu Fan, we're so lucky. Now we can get rid of the chainsaw ghost, and maybe even get that chainsaw. Su Liu exclaimed happily. Gu Fan nodded his head. Yeah, it looks like this survival game still needs to be participated in more often. The more you participate, the more treasure chests you get, the easier it is to open good stuff. With that, Gu Fan was just about to use the ghost servant scroll when the sound of dense footsteps came from the hallway of the building. The chainsaw ghost and the 4 ghostly servants have arrived. It's time to make an end. Gu Fan gripped his ghost air pistol in his hand and eyed the stairs, until the chainsaw ghost, dragging his chainsaw, took the brunt of the follow-through. Gu Fan didn't hesitate to take out his ghost air pistol and was about to shoot. The chainsaw ghost, not knowing whether it sensed any danger or intuition, hastened to stand still, but no bullets came out of the ghost air pistol for half a day. Su Liu, who was on the side, hurriedly reminded that, Gu Fan, you're not loaded. Gu Fan was a bit embarrassed as he hurriedly loaded a ghostly bullet, pulled the safety off, and aimed it at the chainsaw ghost in preparation for firing. Chainsaw ghost roared, but a thud was heard as his massive head shattered open. Although Gu Fan was a rookie and didn't know how to use a gun at all, there was no way around it. The chainsaw ghost's body was too big, so it was hard not to hit it. Its huge body collapsed to the ground, and the 4 ghost servants that followed it froze in place and slowly dissipated. The 4 ghost servants are the family of the chainsaw ghost. The chainsaw ghost because of resentment. His wife and 3 unrelated in each other are not the same father's children to the refining of the ghost servants. So when the chainsaw ghost died, the 4 ghost servants of course disappeared. Su Liu stood beside Gu Fan and sighed with emotion. Actually, those 3 children are quite pitiful. The culprit is their mother. Gu Fan ignored it. Not to dwell on these things, he picked up the chainsaw in the hands of the chainsaw ghost and held it in his hands. Ghost gas chainsaw. The blade of a chainsaw is stained with resentment and might be used to cut open the body of a betrayer. Containing 56 points of ghostly energy. Quality, excellent medium quality. Value, 700 ghost coins. Durability, 43. There's only so much durability left. No wonder the value isn't as high as the ghost gun. Gu Fan sounded a bit regretful. It's clear that originally he had high hopes for the ghost breath chainsaw. The result is predictable, because this whole game the chainsaw ghost has been using the ghost energy chainsaw, which is why the durability is only a little bit. At this point, Gu Fan had another sudden thought. If this chainsaw ghost keeps using the ghost aura chainsaw, does that mean that in a few hours, this ghost aura chainsaw will have no durability left? But a beeping in his ear quickly interrupted the thoughts. Game, outdoor survival. Location, a mansion in Yangcheng. Player wins. Initial players are 8. Remaining players are 8. Game time, 2 hours and 45 minutes. Chainsaw ghost death detected. Game time in 3 hours. 8 player sweep. Each player receives 250 ghost coins. The main and back gates of the mansion are open. Please leave this place within 15 minutes or you will stay forever. Come on, Gu Fan. It's time to go back. It was now 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was ready to set. Gu Fan had wanted to go out twice a day, but now it seemed that the odds were against it. At night, it will be even scarier out there, and I don't know if the ghost breath survival order will work. Wait, it looks like the ghost coin game doesn't seem to state that you're not allowed to play the game at night. After telling Su Liu about the idea, Su Liu gave a thumbs up. All the other players are hiding in their dormitories at night, and you're the one who wants to play games. You're this. Gu Fan blankly glanced at Su Liu. Wasn't I thinking of completing my 3 outings early and then hurrying to upgrade my dormitory? There are fewer and fewer people in the dormitory, and I don't know what will happen after the time when there are only a handful of people. Su Liu nodded her head. Okay, when we go back to the dormitory for dinner, we can consider trying it at night. We're powerful now anyway. Several ghostly weapons. Chapter 41, A dead friend doesn't die a poor man's death. A few people converged first. Gu Fan looked at the fact that a full 5 people were missing arms and legs, and was overcome with emotion for a moment. He wasn't sure why the 5 severed limbs still couldn't be recovered even though the game was over. Su Liu was even more afraid to look at it. Although the cause of them becoming disabled is because of the chainsaw ghost. But this also has the reason why Su Liu used her talent to trap one of them. My legs. Li Yamhan was supported by Lu Wenyan. Wanting to cry. He's lost a thigh. He's badly injured. And Gu Fan is full of it. There was no doubt that Gu Fan had killed the chainsaw ghost because he had opened the treasure chest and obtained the treasure inside. This unbalanced treatment made Li Yongheng resentful to the core. In fact, it wasn't just Li Yongheng.
Other players were also more or less envious of Gu Fan.
Li Yongheng quickly couldn't hold back his acidic remark. Gu Fan,
I'm sure the treasure you obtained from within the treasure chest is not bad, or else split it up.
So it's fair, don't you think so?
Li Yongheng had thought that he would be able to get the support of the other players when he said that, but it didn't occur to me that those other 4 players didn't attach themselves to follow. These 4 people all stood beside Gu Fan,
and although they envied him,
they wouldn't say that they wanted to share the contents of the treasure chest.
The first one was Lu Yu, who was saved.
Lu Yu is the first to encounter a chainsaw ghost, and Gu Fan's act of rescuing Lu Yu without saying a word creates gratitude within her. Yang Yun and Li Mengmeng didn't need to say much. They had spent a large part of their time in the water well before being found by the ghost servant later. The other players were looking for keys and treasure chests to attract the attention of the ghosts and monsters some time ago, while the 2 of them languished, of course feeling guilty. Lastly, there was Chen Kai. Although Chen Kai didn't recognize Gu Fan as his elder brother, he had learned that it was Gu Fan who had obtained the last key fragment and was ultimately able to triumph.
So Chen Kai definitely wouldn't backstab Gu Fan. Lu Yu frowned and said, Li Yongheng, you're not the only one without legs at the scene.
Since Gu Fan found the treasure chest and most of the fragments, and risked his life to obtain the last fragment, the treasure chest should rightfully be his.
Not bad, and Gu Fan also saved us. If he hadn't let us, I'm afraid we would have been massacred long ago. Yang Yun added. Seeing this scene, Li Yongheng was dumbfounded.
He had just learned of Lu Wenyan's speculation about Su Liyu's talent, and he had thought that all the other players should have turned on Gu Fan when he said that.
But, why is everyone turning towards Gu Fan? It's not fair. Do you guys know why exactly this is happening? That Gu Fan and Su Liyu's talent.
Woo! Lu Wenyan hurriedly covered Li Yongheng's mouth.
Forget it. Ahem. Gu Fan, big brother.
My boyfriend, he can't stand the shock of losing his thigh. That's why he's in such a hurry. Please forgive me.
Gu Fan saw the whole process with no expression on his face. Su Liyu was even more afraid to make a sound. To say that she didn't feel guilty was impossible. It just can't be helped. Dead friends don't die. Absolutely nothing could happen to himself or Gu Fan.
Only after walking out of the mansion did Gu Fan slowly say,
Li Yongheng, if you think that Su Liyue and I have a big problem, you can just not have to team up with us. At the very least, we're all still alive at the end of the day, aren't we? Hearing this, Li Yongheng also stopped saying anything. He couldn't refute it, and a flash of complexity and anger flashed in his eyes. On the way, the sun slowly set in the sky. Gu Fan and Su Liyu led the way. Chen Kai carried Lu Yu, Lu Wenyan carried Li Yongheng,
and Li Mengmeng and Yang Yun supported each other.
Guys, speed it up. You don't want to be back in your dorms after 6 p.m. Do you? Because there are 5 disabled people. Plus, all the devils flush with ghosts along the way were staring at the several people with terrifying eyes. Even if you know that there is a ghost survival order, you are not afraid of it, but you will inevitably be afraid, which will lead to slow action. If you get back to your dorm after 6 p.m. with the ghostly survival order, ghosts and goblins on the road won't attack, but that doesn't mean ghosts and goblins at night in the dorm won't. Hearing this, several people hastened their steps and, just as quickly, the voices of blame sounded again. That's easy for you to say. You lost a thigh. Try speeding up? Li Yongheng shouted angrily. Gu Fan stood still. Li Eternal had more or less run out of patience as he yelled again and again. He took out his pistol and aimed it at Li Eternal's head. The cold muzzle of the gun so that Li Yongheng did not dare to move. Back support Li Yongheng Lu Wenyan, but also fear in the eyes. Not clear what Gu Fan wants to do. Li Yongheng was too terrified to speak. Su Liyu also looked at a scene somewhat at a loss for words. Gu Fan. In Su Liyu's perspective, it was ultimately her shifting the goalposts 3 times first that caused Li Yongheng to become like this. People were complicated. It was impossible for her not to feel guilty, so Su Liyu did not say anything while Li Yongheng kept complaining. I don't want to hear you complaining again. Understand? Li Yongheng nodded tremblingly, too shocked by Gu Fan to speak again. Lu Wenyan, on the other hand, apologized vigorously, hoping to calm Gu Fan's anger. No matter what, Gu Fan and Su Liyu were currently the most powerful players in the apartment, so if they upset them again, they wouldn't know how they would die one day. It was just after 5:40 when I got back to the apartment. Gu Fan and Su Liyu purchased some living supplies at the ghost coin store, as well as a bento. At the sight of shampoo and shower gel and the like, Su Liyu's eyes were greatly pleased before she learned that Gu Fan had already purchased them, and indeed did so after taking a look in her backpack. Back at the hostel after dinner, Su Liyu couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, Gu Fan, isn't it not good for us to do this? After all, I shifted my target 3 times. Gu Fan shook his head. You still haven't transformed your identity over. Su Liyu, if you knew how many people would want to kill you after your talent was exposed? Su Liu froze. She clasped her fingers and did not answer. Your talent is too dangerous. Lu Wenyan and the others aren't stupid. They must have sensed something was wrong. So did Shin Kai. But people are smart and know how to recognize the time. So, that's why I had to shock them in this way. Conscience be damned. But it's the end of all mankind now. And we can't get a foothold without a hard heart. But they can't die now. Not only is there not much to offend us, but more importantly, if the players of the whole apartment are dead, the players of other apartments are also dead. The choice of scapegoats is also less. So, Su Liu, I want us to survive and get better and better. And it's none of our business whether we owe it to other strangers or not. Gu Fan looked at Su Liu seriously and said. Su Liu was touched beyond measure, and nodded her head with a precious nod. Gu Fan, you have a point. I'll listen to you. Ryuki, you've always listened to me since crossing over. That's what I like about you. Gu Fan touched Su Liu's head and said gently. This sudden up move and speech path made Su Liu not know what to do. Suddenly red-faced, lowered her head, but unfortunately couldn't see her toes. Was Gu Fan confessing to himself? Su Liu secretly thought inwardly. Get some rest later. Let's go downstairs at night and see if we can still pick up quests. Well, Gu Fan. Before long, 6 o'clock had arrived, and the apartment came to night, as ghost after ghost of the secondary devils continued to roam the apartment. Chapter 42, Ghost Servant Blackie. Sudden contact from the apartment manager. Su Liu was a little excited, wanting to look but not daring to look at Gu Fan, because Gu Fan's tone just now was too gentle. In itself, Gu Fan's looks are handsome and his body is okay. Thus, Su Liu frequently turned her gaze to Gu Fan on the side, pursed her lips, and clamped her legs, which could be described as one action with 800 heart eyes. It was a pity that Gu Fan didn't even notice this scene as he prepared to use that ghost servant scroll before going out for the night. It caused Su Liu, who was on the side, to be very embarrassed, and even smacked herself without any ground. By the time the 6 o'clock broadcast in your ear is over, Gu Fan took the ghost servant scroll in his hand. With the ghost servant following me around, the safety of tonight's operation can also be guaranteed. Gu Fan then clicked to use the ghost servant scroll. Next moment, a black gas continued to converge and gradually formed into a humanoid shape, and a child that looked somewhat similar to Gu Fan when he was a child appeared in front of the two of them. The child's whole body is bubbling with black gas. His expression is not the same as the other devil's ghost servant. Not hideous at all. Calm Road is very. His eyes straight Gu Fan and Su Liu on the side. Amidst the two men's shocked gazes, the child got down on one knee in front of the two men. Gu Fan, this looks like your brother. Su Liu was shocked. Gu Fan viewed the child that the black chi had converged on. Ghost servant. Hosts, Gu Fan. Su Liu. Rank, low-level ghost. Ghostly, 10. Loyalty, 100. Satiety value, 100. Can feed items that contain ghost energy such as ghost coins, ghost weapons, etc., as well as human flesh and blood. Low-level ghosts and monsters. It seems that the earlier query of the Devourer is also a low-level ghost and monsters. What about the female ghost and the chainsaw ghost? Is it hard to believe that they are also low-level? Gu Fan thought with some curiosity. Su Liu poked the ghost servant in the face. Hey, Gu Fan. I feel like there's a few resemblances to me too. Do you think it's possible that if we have a chance to have a child in the future, it will also look similar to this ghost servant? Su Liu's brain circuits are just so jumpy, as well as a bit foolish. For example, just now Gu Fan didn't understand why Su Liu suddenly slapped herself. The corner of Gu Fan's mouth twitched and ignored it. Hey, Gu Fan, how about giving this little brat servant a name? Gu Fan thought about it. The whole body is bubbling in black, so let's name it Little Black. This is too much fishing. Su Liu spat. It wasn't long before the two men and the ghost left the dormitory. The look was still more or less a family affair. At the same time, Gu Fan also figured out the use of the ghost servant, which was that he could usually keep watch at the door. Not bad. The Devourer is not going to make things difficult for the ghosts and monsters, with the ghost servant guarding the door, himself and Su Liu lying in the quilt to be able to sleep, so that there is no need for two people to watch the night lead to sleep deprivation. Gu Fan decided that when the dormitory was upgraded to level 3, he would rest and sleep most of the night. The ghost weapons so far are ghost pistol, ghost gun, ghost chainsaw, ghost dagger of excellent lower quality, and ghost axe, ghost dagger of normal quality. Among them are the ghost axe and 2 ghostly daggers, and the ghostly chainsaw is not very durable. That was why Gu Fan prioritized his intention to use these weapons with low durability, especially the ghost axe. It's time for it to come to the end of its lifespan. All the way through the thorns, killed 3 secondary devils, gained 300 ghost coins. The reason why it is not as much as earlier, that is before with the increased earnings buff, but now there is no Tonight is just a very normal night. Soon the durability of the ghost axe is also reduced to 0. In the hands of the bursting dissipation, Su Liu followed behind Gu Fan. She wasn't sleepy at all now. Instead she was still a little excited. Gu Fan was simply a master of Pua, and so far had made this schoolgirl want to be in this situation. Soon, the two of them came from the 7th floor to the 1st floor. It's worth noting that the various ghost coin game rooms on the 1st floor are still open, lit up inside, and appear to be accessible, which is different from the previously agreed upon daytime tour of the ghost coin game rooms as well as hiding out in the dorms at night. Gu Fan ordered Xiao Hei to take care of the ghosts and monsters on the 1st floor. Hearing this, Xiao Hei, who had been paddling in front of him, immediately pounced on the devourer closest to the two and then began to tear. The ghost of the devourer would only attack the player, and appeared to ignore Blackie in the face of attacking himself. The ghost of the devourer itself, even at the 2nd level, was still a low-level ghost, and soon collapsed to the ground after being attacked by Blackie. This devourer is really stupid too. Su Liu skimmed her mouth and spat. Well, help guard the doorway and attack the devourer if it comes near. Gu Fan ordered Xiao Hei, then held Su Liu's hand and walked into the multiplayer game room. It is estimated that only Gu Fan and Su Liu are the only players in the entire apartment building who dare to play an outdoor survival game at night. The skeletons inside froze for a moment when they saw Gu Fan and Su Liu come in, as if they were just amazed. It's nighttime. The skeleton shouted at the two in a hoarse voice. So what? The nighttime ghost coin store, the single ghost coin game room, and the multiplayer ghost coin game room are all open. Gu Fan responded with disdain. I suppose we can play the game even at night. Otherwise the point of your openness is lost. The skeleton froze again. The tone of the kid in front of him seemed to have changed a lot from before. There's only 2 of you. For minimum in a multiplayer room. The skeleton paused for a moment and suddenly dropped its head as if it were asleep. Facing the sudden scene made Gu Fan and Su Liu a little wary. They also just wanted to take their chances, as well as being curious about what the game room would be like at night, even if they couldn't go out. It didn't matter. Anyway, at night, they themselves and Su Liu were already able to walk outside the dormitory, inside the apartment. But apparently, the skeleton suddenly fainted. An extremely abnormal behavior. Unusual equals odd equals possibly dangerous equals run. Gu Fan and Su Liu turned around and left in a hurry. 2 of you wait. The skeleton's raspy tone changed, replaced by a normal human voice. It's even weirder. The ghost is possessed. Could it be that you can't go into the game room at night? Relax. I'm the apartment manager of 10,086. Skeleton shouted at the two in a hurry. Don't you guys ever wonder why the Globetrotters cross over? The sudden scene caused the two Gusu to look at each other, and then looked very warily at the skeleton possessed by the apartment manager. You're the apartment manager, the dominant player who plays with the lives of the players? There were still about 20 people in the apartment, and 3/4 of them had died in just 3 days. And I wondered, at the end of the day, what would actually become of the apartment if only Gu Fan and Su Liu were left in it, both having S-ranked talents. Gu Fan and Su Liu thought that they could survive until the end, but it was hard to say about the other players. Exactly, but I'm also a victim. The apartment manager, he said in a quiet tone. So why are we, the humans of the blue planet, traveling through a block of apartments? Su Liu asked curiously. Actually, I don't know. I can talk to you guys through my ghost slaves already against a lot of rules. Don't you guys want to go out on a big night? I can open the next games function early so that you guys can arrive at the condition of going out 3 times earlier. Only what? It's just that the next game is harder and you are in danger. The apartment manager hesitated. Gu Fan, on the other hand, asked, Apartment manager, can I ask why you're giving us preferential treatment? Obviously you regard the lives of the players as ants, and even opened the game by letting us be rewarded. Isn't your behavior self-contradictory? Looking at the disgruntled as well as puzzled expressions of the two men, the apartment manager was ready to continue his explanation. Chapter 43, Letter Delivery Mission. Spiritual ghosts in the apartment? It's simple, because I'm not the only condo captain doing this. There are 10 billion people around the globe who cross condos, which equates to well over 100 million condo captains. And it's not just the players. There's a culling amongst the condo captains as well. And I want to stand out in 10086, 10,087 as well as 10,088 apartments. Okay, I'm not going to say much more than that. So will you two take it or not? If you don't take it, get the hell back to your dorm and go to sleep. Possibly sensing that he had said too much, the apartment manager did not go on to clarify. Now that the two want to go out at night, it seems that they have to listen to the apartment manager, because none of the players think about going out to play even at night. It's like a factory employee on a 12-hour workday who volunteers to work overtime after rushing from morning to night. Gu Fan glanced at his and Su Liu's stamina value. There was still most of it out. Obviously, Su Liyuan himself were not sleepy. Plus there was a talent. Perhaps it was not impossible to take on a new mission. I agree, but the payment must be adequate, Gu Fan said. Of course, risk and reward go hand in hand. Right after the skeleton finished speaking, it hung its head, and then it stared straight at the two men with empty eye sockets. This time, the apartment manager was gone, replaced by the raspy voice of a skeleton that, the game the two of you are about to play is a game feature that will open in the next 2 days, delivering letters. Delivering letters, 1 to 2 person teams travel to one location to obtain letters and deliver them intact to another location. Note, letters cannot be damaged. And there will be a certain probability of encountering paranormal events or being targeted by ghosts and monsters when obtaining letters. On the way to delivering letters, and at the place where the letters are placed. When you return to the dormitory, the two of you will receive 500 ghost coins, medical injections x5, ghost weaponry box x10, and ghost repelling incense x1. On the way, the two of you may hold a ghostly survival order, with the same rules as before, unaffected by ghosts and monsters outside of the mission, for a duration of 48 hours. Upon hearing this, Gu Fan's eyes widened. This reward is absolutely scrumptious. 500 ghost coins is actually okay. Now the two assets. The ghost coins alone have been over 1,000, close to 2,000. The important thing is the medical injections as well as the ghost weapon martial arts box. In particular, there are 5 medical injections. Of course, the more important thing is the ghost repelling incense, which is a good thing just by its name. The skeleton gave to both men a ghostly survival order each. Good luck to both of you. The hoarse voice shifted to a human voice again. The apartment manager is blessing the players? I'm sure other players would be surprised if they learned about it. Gu Fan checked the direction of the guide, and there was only a red arrow guiding him, which indicated that he had to go to fetch the letter first. Let's go. Su Liu, push open the door of the game room. Gu Fan pupils tightened. Outside has stood full of densely packed devils. Devils are staring straight at Gu Fan and Su Liu, blocking the hallway. With the movement of Gu Fan and Su Liu, the devil's eyes have been locked in the two people. On the side, the little black is still constantly tearing the nearest devourer, but unfortunately the number is too much. A little black is not helpful. This is Gu Fan in the end. So scary. How can so many devils appear? Su Liu said with some fear. Look at the position of those devils, standing all over the first floor. Even that hallway that are devils, but the door to the outside, but empty. Gu Fan, what do you mean? Gu Fan nodded his head. Not bad. I guess it's because we took the assignment and the apartment manager doesn't want us to back out. If not, why is even the way back to the dormitory through the stairs blocked? Blackie, come with us, Gu Fan ordered. Blackie followed the two and left the apartment. Just as they left the next moment, if there are players on the sidelines, they will certainly be able to see the dense ghosts of the devils immediately dissipate and disappear, turning into a cloud of black gas. Gu Fan, Su Liu both stepped out of the door of the apartment. Instantly, they were shocked by the sight before them. It was the first time they had ever witnessed what darkness looked like outside their apartment, and it was very different from daytime. The hazy mist that had filled the sky during the day had now disappeared without a trace. The streets are densely packed with uncovered bodies. In the sky, a bizarre red moon hung high in the sky, resembling a huge bloodshot eye, coldly looking down on the earth. The blood-like moonlight poured freely and fell on the earth. And of course it was draped over devils and ghosts of all shapes and sizes. The ghosts of the devils fluttered, and under the red moon, the eerie looks on their faces grew more and more horrifying. The other ghosts and monsters were in various forms, twisted or hideous, rendered by the red moon. The whole scene was characterized by an unspeakable weirdness. It is obscured by a thick fog during the day and a red moon at night. When Su Liu saw it, a chill couldn't help but well up in her heart. Hey, Gu Fan, what kind of scary world do you think this is? She tugged on Gu Fan's coat, worried, kind of inwardly regret going out at night, should have known better than to say no. Luckily, there was a ghost chi survival order. If not, this group of ghosts and monsters rushed up, then it would be over. I'm not sure, just follow the directions. Gu Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead. The two of them had lowered their sanity value by quite a bit. Blackie rushed to the front to explore the road. Half an hour later, the two stopped at the heel of a modern apartment. Another apartment? But it doesn't show up as apartment 10086, or 10,087 or 10,088, so it looks like an apartment with few people in it. Follow the arrows. Gu Fan gripped the pistol at his waist. Xiao He pushed open the door of the apartment and slipped inside, confirming that there was no danger inside, and hurriedly signaled Gu Fan and Su Liu to go in. The two walked into the apartment and found mirrors all over the lobby. 5 mirrors at the very least, and even an elevator. The entire reflective surface of the elevator was also able to act as a mirror. illuminating the two. That means there are 6 mirrors on just the first floor. For a moment, Gufan had some bad premonitions. He always felt that the problem lay in the unusually high number of mirrors. And there are no stairs, only an elevator, and the red arrow, also pointing to the elevator, signals the two to go up the elevator. I can't believe there aren't even stairs and so many mirrors. Soon, Gufan thought of something. Su Liu was a humanoid radar. Su Liu, try to see if you can sense if there are any ghosts around. Not bad. Wasn't Su Liu able to detect living things within a kilometer radius when she was attacked? It is likewise able to detect the presence or absence of ghosts so that the ghosts attacking it can be diverted to living creatures. So, Su Liu's talent also had the usage of conducting probes which can be used even when not being attacked. Su Liu nodded and closed her eyes. Soon, in a small room in the building, Su Liu detected a silhouette. It's just a shame that it's not human. I detected a figure in about the 5th floor, the second room counting from the left. This is most likely the ghost hiding in the apartment, Su Liu said with her eyes closed. Yet the next moment a scene that sent chills down the soles of her feet appeared. The silhouette suddenly transformed into a ball of air, disappeared into one place, and then appeared on the 4th floor. What's going on here? Aren't ghosts supposed to be physical? Nope. Su Liu covered her head. Her head instantly hurt. Her stamina value dropped by a large amount. Because the prolonged probing made her head hurt and itch. It felt as if she was going to grow a brain. She staggered and collapsed into Gufan's arms. Ryuki, what's wrong with you? Gufan shouted as he put his arm around Su Liu. Woo! Su Liu came back to her senses and realized that she was in Gufan's arms. She wanted to get up. Her eyes rolled for a moment, hesitated for a moment and continued to fall into Gufan's arms. Soon, while in Gufan's arms, she explained the phenomenon she had just witnessed. A ghost on the 5th floor suddenly turned into a ball of gas and came to the 4th floor? If it's really the same as what you've probed, then there's only one possibility, and that's that ghosts and monsters are divided into entities as well as spirits. Spiritual ghosts and monsters, which can't be touched, can't be seen, and flow through a medium, a mediator. This was Gufan's guess, as he hadn't encountered this type of ghost either. Chapter 44 Mirror Ghosts Rules. Spirit Ghosts Specials. Blackie, click on the elevator and have it pick us up, Gufan ordered. Blackie came to the elevator in a flash. Gufan and Su Liu stared tightly at the elevator. Su Liu waited for her brain to get better before using her talent again. Instead, the gas was found to be directed toward the small black. Gufan, that ghost is coming, she exclaimed, only to see that the elevator had not yet come down. But the elevator door suddenly revealed a cloaked female ghost. The female ghost's 2 pale claws suddenly reached out from the elevator door and hugged Blackie. Probably realizing that it was her own kind that she was hugging, she froze for a moment, and then her hands slowly reached back from the surface of the elevator door. Blackie was not attacked or taken away by the female ghost. Meanwhile, the elevator arrived and opened. Xiao Hei walked in, signaling Gufan and Su Liu to come in. You come out first. Blackie obediently walked out upon hearing this. Gufan was startled when he saw this scene. If it was himself, in front of the elevator door, was he also going to be hugged by that ghost hiding inside the mirror? Why on earth? The elevator stayed on the 1st floor at this point without moving. Gufan, be careful. That massive gas is still on the 1st floor. It seems to be behind all the mirrors, including the elevator door, which is also a mirror. Su Liu reminded. Gufan then had a thought, and secretly said, sure enough, he came to the heel of a mirror and, soon, a cloaked female ghost appeared in the mirror. The female ghost's skin was ghastly white, and her pupils were staring at Gufan in front of the mirror. This image is just like Sadako, but Sadako had a much better figure, and the female ghost in front of her is flat and unimpressive. Gufan launches stealth. The female ghost's claws reached out and hugged Gufan, realizing that she couldn't hug him, and immediately returned to the mirror and disappeared. Fruity. Gufan returned from that mirror to Su Liu's side. When something comes close to the mirror and is relatively close, the ghosts and goblins inside the mirror will run out and hug the outside of the mirror in. Only, just now, Blackie was a ghost servant and I activated my talent, so the mirror ghost didn't succeed. The mirror was presumably this ghost's medium, and she was the first spirit ghost we encountered. Gufan guessed. Su Liu, however, unprecedentedly did not agree with Gufan's idea. That's not right, Gufan. If that's the case, then if the one who pressed the elevator was an ordinary player, wouldn't he definitely die? It's too dangerous. It's clear that the game will be played in 2 days. If that's the case, the vast majority of players will die playing this game. There must be unexpected life to it. Su Liu analyzed it in a rare way. It's not like she's not making sense, because the elevator doors are also reflective.
which would plant most of the players on the heels of the elevator doors. Perhaps there is a way for the ghost weapon to block a mirror ghost's attack once and then consume the durability. And it's not something we can consider how ordinary players can deal with it. In short, Blackie, you go into the elevator first. Then press open the door and see if there are any mirrors in the elevator. Blackie did as he was told and stepped into the elevator. Then nodded at Gufan. It looks like there are mirrors inside. Go. Gufan and Suliu carefully came to the elevator. Of course Suliu didn't continue to shamelessly fall into Gufan's arms. The two of them went in one after the other. Just see, before walking in, the reverse side of the elevator door, that is, when you walk in, the front of the elevator door, which is also mirrored. This means that waiting for the elevator at the door, as well as walking into the elevator, can lead to an attack by a mirror ghost. As it happens, the female ghost appeared again, and her cloaked eyes stared resentfully at Gufan, Su Liu, and Xiao He. Realizing that it was Gufan and Xiao He who were not to be messed with, she intended to attack Su Liu, stepping out from behind the mirror and hugging Su Liu. Su Liu, Gufan hastily reminded. Su Liu hurriedly understood in seconds and unleashed her talent, shouting, "Don't grab me, grab Gufan." A miraculous scene happened. Instead of grabbing at Su Liu, the female ghost reversed her direction and grabbed at Gufan. If the female ghost could speak, she would have cursed these two dogs and men. Gufan activated his stealth, and mirror ghost's hands clasped an empty one. And since her attack could only be used once for a short period of time, the mirror ghost's form slowly retreated back into the mirror. Seeing this scene, Gufan laughed, drew the pistol at his waist, and aimed it at the mirror ghost. "Don't move. Shoot you if you move, even though you are in a spiritual state. I personally feel that this ghost air pistol is capable of hurting you. Don't you think so?" The mirror ghost froze, and its originally resentful eyes changed and became much clearer. She was just half stuck on the mirror in front of the elevator door. And Gufan and the mirror ghost just stared at each other. I also wonder if there is anyone behind the mirror ghost in this situation who is yelling out a good chance in the background. Seeing this scene, Gufan pupils tightened. Of course he could not waste a bullet to use on the mirror ghost. He did this only to try and test the mirror ghost to see if he could understand his words. Because, until now, none of the ghosts of the devils, the female ghosts, the ghostly servants, or the chainsaw ghosts were able to understand human language or have any feelings, and would only act according to instinct. Of course, this excludes the obedient Blackie. Now it seems that doesn't seem to be the case. A portion of the ghostly creatures here, perhaps, just don't care to talk to the player, and aren't unable to. This is really great information, and it's highly likely that it has something to do with spiritual beings. Spirit body level ghosts were definitely above the ordinary ghosts and monsters, but they could also be injured by ghost G weapons. The bullets from the ghost air pistol appear to have scared the mirror ghost. Not moving? You understand what I'm saying? The mirror ghost stared coldly at Gufan without any reaction. Seeing this scene, Gufan continued with a cold snort. "Nod your head or shake it, and shoot you verminous dog if you don't talk." After saying that, Gufan made a gesture to pull the trigger. If ghosts and monsters really did have emotions, it might be possible to gain more information as a result. Whether it's the sudden contact from the apartment manager or this encounter with the mirror ghost, it seems to have revealed the tip of the iceberg of this mysterious world. The 100,000 word debut is up, and the mystery genre is the author's first foray into it. But the author listens to advice and can talk to me about any suggestions. The author is online almost all day. Can I ask for a reminder and a free power for love to support me? Thank you. Chapter 45, The Mirror Ghost's Concealment. The Red Letter. In the face of Gufan's threat, the mirror ghost hesitated for a moment, still really nodded in front of the two men. My god, ghosts and monsters can really understand human speech. Su Liu was simply subverted in her three views. In that case, these harmful ghosts, it is hard to believe that they were also human beings earlier. Is there something that made them like this? Very good. Gufan nodded. He was about to continue with his question, only to find the mirror ghost sneaking back inside the mirror at a slow pace. Once it was back inside the mirror, the gun in Gufan's hand wouldn't be able to harm it. Humph, do you think I'm blind? Gufan made a move to pull the trigger, and the mirror ghost once again stayed in midair at the sight. Next, I'm going to ask you questions and all you have to do is nod or shake your head. Gufan took out the second highest damaging ghost chi chainsaw just to be on the safe side. Su Liu, this ghost chi chainsaw is for you. If this ghost tries to run, cut off her head. Su Liu nodded, then did as she was told. The mirror ghost really didn't dare to move at all at this point, because she was in a solid state when she was outside the mirror, and only when she was in a spiritual state would she not be harmed by the ghostly weapon. Under the double threat, the mirror ghost could only nod honestly. Very well,
Are all ghosts and monsters capable of understanding human speech? Mirror Ghost shook his head. It looks like only some of the ghosts can understand human language. Do you have any idea where you came from and what this place is? The Mirror Ghost hesitated and continued to shake his head. Gu Fan frowned. The native ghosts and monsters didn't know where this place was? He hastened to threaten that. I don't joke. If you dare to deceive me, the next step is death. The Mirror Ghost was a bit anxious, and she waved her arms a bit to show that she wasn't lying. Gu Fan was dumbfounded. Such humanized ghosts and monsters are not really common. Either they are like zombies, who pounce on people when they see them, or they are schoolgirls and chainsaw ghosts who are full of human sacrifices. Where are the letters? Are they on the 5th floor? At first, this mirror ghost was located on the 5th floor, so it made Gu Fan suspect the location of the letter. Frustrated, the mirror ghost nodded and, very well, isn't that 502, the second room from the left on the 5th floor? Mirror Ghost nods again and, in this way the location of the letter was determined. What does a letter do? What can it do? The Mirror Ghost shook his head, indicating that he wasn't sure. Seeing this, Gu Fan put away the ghost air pistol. Su Liu also put away her ghost chi chainsaw. Both were expendable, so naturally they wouldn't be wasted on an unthreatening Mirror Ghost. Seeing this, the Mirror Ghost sighed in relief and went back inside the elevator door mirror, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Gu Fan pressed the 5th floor. The elevator quickly rattled then slowly went up. Su Liu was a bit curious, because the question Gu Fan had just asked was just too short. Gu Fan, why don't you ask more questions so you can still get more information? Do you see this mirror ghost looking like she knows information? I don't see her knowing anything but harming people within the mirrors of this apartment. Originally, Gu Fan had many more questions he wanted to ask, but most of them were answered by the mirror ghost's shaking head. Obviously, she probably doesn't even know who she is, and only knows to follow the rules and her instincts. After coming to the 5th floor, Black stepped out of the elevator first to see if there was any danger. Subsequently, immediately after Gu Fan and Su Liu walked out of the elevator, the corridor, except for the door, the walls were covered with mirrors. At this time, the mirror ghost also came to the 5th floor, squatting in a small corner within the mirror, watching the two men vigilantly. Ha ha, Gu Fan, this expression of her wanting to harm us, but not having the means to do so is so funny. Su Liu couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Afterwards, Su Liu spat out her tongue at the mirror ghost in the mirror and made a mocking expression. Ignore her. We'll pick up the mail and go. Gu Fan hurriedly held Su Liu's hand and came to the door of 502, a wooden door, and was about to push it open but realized that the door was locked. Seeing this, Gu Fan took out the ghostly dagger that he had first obtained. Not bad. It was that ordinary level ghostly dagger that was worth 50 ghost coins and hadn't been used much. He took out his dagger and kept cropping the wooden door. Obtained wood x10. In the next moment, the wooden door disappeared, and Blackie continued to explore the road. Without danger, Gu Fan and Su Liu walked in. It was a very simple little apartment with a bed, a bathroom, and a table. There was a red letter above the table, and the red arrow that keeps pointing is this red letter. Gu Fan approached and picked up the letter. Letters, props in the middle of a letter delivery mission and a disaster maker. Note, letters cannot be damaged or opened. Congratulations to player Gu Fan who has obtained the letter and is updating the letter delivery quest location. Updated. In the next moment, the red arrow pointed towards the door, signaling that Gu Fan had completed the first half of the task and only needed to complete the second half. Gone. Xiao Hei led the way out, with Gu Fan and Su Liu following. Other than that mirror ghost, no other danger will be encountered, and there are no devils roaming around this apartment at night. Only, when the two came to the first floor, the mirror ghost exuded a weird smile, and her whole body turned into a wave of black air and disappeared inside the apartment, and no mirror could find this mirror ghost, as if her purpose was only to hinder the player who came to get the letter. Get out of the apartment. Su Liu suddenly stood still and, Gu Fan, what's wrong? Gu Fan stopped in his tracks and asked curiously. That mirror ghost seems to have disappeared. What did you say? Gu Fan frowned. How could he suddenly disappear? Where could that go? Also, this letter has a strange feeling. I can't detect the letter. Su Liu looked at the red letter in Gu Fan's hand and instantly couldn't help but speak her thoughts. Such an odd scene made the two men stand still and ponder for a while. Unable to probe means that the entire square kilometer can be probed for the number of humans and ghosts. However, the letter could not be probed with the gift, and a small gap appeared in the entire scope of the probe. Whatever, we just need to deliver the letter, and after that we'll complete the third outing mission. The rest has nothing to do with us. Gu Fan shook his head. The mirror ghost must have concealed a lot of information and disappeared after obtaining the letter. I should have shot her in the head. And Gu Fan didn't know that the games all had hidden rules. Once a shot killed the mirror ghost, it was a game failure. All the way. An hour later, Gufan and Su Liu quickly rushed to the mission location. This is a deserted shopping center with a wide plaza in front of the shopping center. Above the building, there are 6 large letters. Yangcheng Shopping Center. There are schools, homes, apartments, and a large supermarket. It seems to be a normal civilized world when there are no ghosts or monsters descending upon it. How, exactly, did it become such a hell on Earth? And why are humans on the blue planet crossing into various apartments in droves? Chapter 46 Purpose of the letter. Without giving it much thought, Blackie is still leading the way. Gufan and Su Liu followed closely behind. Walking in is the first floor of the shopping center. The first thing that strikes you is the open and spacious lobby with sparkling crystal chandeliers on the ceiling. It was only covered in cobwebs because it hadn't been used in a while. The floors are covered with marble tiles, and are obviously much nicer than the rundown apartments and dormitories. I also wonder if when the dormitory is upgraded to a certain level, it will be possible to change the wooden doors to delicate steel doors and the stones on the floor to delicate marble. In the center of the lobby, there is a large, elaborately carved sculpture. As you proceed along the spacious passageway, stores line both sides. There are fashion brand stores and beauty stores. Not far away, there were all kinds of food stores, hot pots, desserts, etc. Only, unfortunately, everything was very deserted. The arrows keep pointing to the elevator, which is an escalator-type elevator, but since it's not electrically powered, it's pretty much the same as an unusual staircase. Blackie had come all the way to this elevator and then was about to signal that there was no danger when several silhouettes came out from within the various stores, their bodies bubbling with a faint black aura, their skin ghastly white, and their eyes hideous as they stared at the 2 men who had come to the supermarket. In the next moment, the silhouette walked toward Gufan and the 2 of them, moving slowly, as if it were the ghostly servant of the chainsaw ghost earlier. This is Gufan. Be careful, Su Liu reminded. Gufan took out his ghost gun. A gun is about to poke through the head of the ghost monster, but found that the game system reminds on. These ghosts seem to be not unusual devils. Ghost servant, one of the lowest grade ghosts, characterized by the fact that if the ghost master doesn't die, the ghost servant won't die. I also wonder if Blackie, as a ghost servant, also has this characteristic. Gufan withdrew his lance. Go, don't waste weapons on these ghost servants. Gufan and Su Liu hurriedly ran up to the escalator-style elevator. The ghost servants followed closely while more and more ghost servants appeared in store after store, adding up to almost a dozen. Blackie goes to break the back. Xiao Hei obeyed the order. The result was soon overwhelmed by a dozen ghost servants. Ghost servants did not hurt Xiao Hei, but the number of more will be a stampede. Especially Xiao Hei stopped at the elevator entrance. The entrance can only lead to 1 or 2 people. Suddenly by a large group of ghost servants of the Jade Feet stepped on the foot. By the time a large group of ghostly servants ran up, it was only then that Blackie got up with a dazed look on his face and footprints all over his body. Gufan and Su Liu, on the other hand, had already reached the 4th floor of the plaza, and the densely packed ghost servants were constantly chasing the 2. Su Liu was nervous because the number of ghost servants was too high. Luckily the disadvantage was that she ran slowly, but with such a large number, Gufan was not afraid. Stealth would do, whereas he could only redirect the target of 1 ghost at a time. If he was caught up, Su Liu, even if she was gifted with a heavenly talent, she would surely die. Thinking of this, Su Liu exploded her whole body's strength, her 2 long legs striding madly. In Gufan's dumbfounded gaze, Su Liu surpassed Gufan. Holy, is that the power of adrenaline? Gufan closely followed Su Liu. The 2 followed the red arrow guide, finally came to the designated direction. This seems to be the 3rd floor of the store selling clothes. Walk into the inside shelves with sporadic clothes, but it is worth mentioning that there are mirrors on the 2 sides of the wall. It seems to be used for Gufan to look at the appearance of putting on new clothes. The location of the red letter is pointing in the direction of the cash register. Gufan didn't hesitate to put it on. In the next moment, the large group of ghost servants chasing the 2 disappeared into black gas. A mysterious force envelopes the entire shopping center. What the 2 didn't know was the appearance of mirror after mirror in the hallways, as well as the corridors, and the halls. Game, delivering letters. Location, Yangcheng Shopping Center. The player wins. The initial player is 2. The remaining players are 2. And the game lasts at 2 hours and 12 minutes. Detecting that 2 players are in the same dormitory, the backpack will receive 500 ghost coins, medical injection X5, ghost weapon arms box X10, and ghost repelling incense X1. After 10 seconds, the player will be forced to leave the shopping center. Sunnyside Mall will be the site of a new survival game. Hearing the announcement in my ear, Su Liu's eyes and hands quickly loaded a large group of women's clothes into her backpack. Nice. This is a women's clothing store. Quick, quick Gufan, take whatever you see. Don't waste it. Gufan reacted to the fact that the game had deliberately forced the two to be expelled at 10 seconds in order to prevent them from obtaining the supplies in the shopping center. So, only 10 seconds of forced scavenging in this women's clothing store. He came aside, too late to think, and picked out a variety of black silk, white silk, lace, fishing net stockings, and other. Su Liu was dumbfounded at the sight. She didn't know what Gufan, a big man, was doing with so many erotic lingerie panties and socks. She took all the little dresses, and whatever jeans, jackets, normal clothes that. No, Gufan? Before Su Liu finished speaking, the two of them seemed to have been smothered, and together with Xiaohei, they teleported to the entrance of the Yangchang shopping center. Meanwhile, after the duo teleported out, the letter suddenly and inexplicably opened, and inside was a small piece of lens. The mirror ghost reached out from within this small fast lens, then two hands, the head, upper body. Within a few seconds, the mirror ghost crawled out from within a very small one. Throughout the shopping center, there are mirrors everywhere, and this is her new place of sacrifice. Perhaps in the future, the location of many players' outdoor survival quests will be in this area. This is the essence of what it means to deliver a letter. Through the medium of the letter, the messengers turn every place into a cruel game of sacrifice. Maybe it won't be days before there may be less than 10 players in each apartment. When Gufan blinked, he found himself at the main entrance of the shopping center. Behind them was a dumbfounded Su Liu and Xiaohei. Gufan, are we done with the mission? Not bad. Go back to your dormitory. The requirements for the 3 outing missions have been completed. It's time for a wave of dormitory upgrades. Su Liu nodded, but she quickly responded that, Gufan, what did you just pick so much that for? These clothes are closer, so I'll take them. Don't you like them? If you don't like them, sell them to the other female players in the apartment. Don't. Chapter 47, Tertiary Dormitory. Su Liu's subconscious reaction was to refuse. She quickly lowered her head and explained that, Gufan, don't misunderstand. Nowadays female players don't even always have enough to eat and live a stingy life. How could they possibly buy these clothes? Just say so if you want to wear it. It's not like you won't. I'm not trying to wear it. Su Liu followed behind Gufan and immediately retorted. The sound was relatively loud, attracting the attention of the high-level devils on the side of the road. They all turned their gazes towards the two Gusu. It was also fortunate that the two had the Ghost Chi survival order, and neither of them would make a move against the two. Gufan sighed in relief. Su Liu scrunched her neck, and the two proceeded to the apartment. Soon after, Gufan followed up on what he had just said, and said regretfully in Su Liu's ear, Ugh, really? I was going to see you wear it. You're so good looking, wearing a strip of black or white silk. It must be sexy, but unfortunately, forget it if you don't want to. Gufan's tone was filled with helplessness. Does Gufan want to see it? These words popped out of Su Liu's brain. If Gufan wanted to see it, it wouldn't be a problem, right? I can wear it for you if that's what you want to see, she said weakly in a mosquito-sized voice. See Su big school flower soft. Gufan was first stunned. He was just trying to joke, just emotionally so tense. Now complete the task. Shall not be well relaxation? As a result, Su Liu actually really willing to. We'll see then. Gufan touched Su Liu's head and laughed. Su Liu didn't hide. Instead she slightly closed her eyes when Gufan touched her head. Speaking, the two of them, Gusu, had returned to the apartment. They didn't run into any players along the way, so apparently, the only ones who dared to go out on a mission at night were probably the two of them. It was now almost 10 o'clock, and both of them were a little sleepy. Upon returning to the 703 dormitory, the two had Blackie stand guard at the door. Blackie crouched obediently in the doorway, and now and then walked up and down the corridor. And, Su Liu took out the shower gel, shampoo, and face wash from her backpack, along with a towel. Are you going to take a shower? Gufan asked a nonsense question. Su Liu blankly glanced at Gufan and took a big bucket of water in the meantime. If you don't take a shower, is it hard to go to the bathroom? Wait, I'll upgrade my dorm first. Maybe the shower room will change when I upgrade it. Gufan stopped Su Liu and said. After saying that, Gufan clicked on a blank wall in the dormitory. Level 2 quarters, daily output of Ghost Coins X2. Requirements for level 3 quarters upgrade, Ghost Coin X200, Wood X100, Stone X100, Fine Iron X50, and having been outside 3 times. After the upgrade, the daily output of the level 3 dormitory will be 5 Ghost Coins. Daily dormitory fee raised to 30 Ghost Coins. Detecting an increase in the happiness level of the duo reduces the cost by 5 Ghost Coins to 25 Ghost Coins per day for the dormitory.
Increase in happiness, increase in their relationship, increase in their living conditions, increase in their assets, and other aspects of their life that are favorable to them will lead to an increase in happiness. Get random level 1 furniture x1. The area was upgraded from 20 square meters to 50 square meters. Increase the furniture level cap to 3. Note, the first 5 dorms in the apartment to upgrade to a level 3 dorm will receive an organ card x2 and an organ repair card x3. Organ cards. Organ repair card. Organs and parts that have been lost can be repaired with this card at the end of the game if it is too late to do so. The upgrade requirements for a level 3 dormitory are not low, and the upgrade gives you access to a brand new item, the organ repair card. Organ cards Gufan and Su Liu already had, which were used within the game. For example, use it before the end of the game to repair a part after it was originally cut by a chainsaw ghost. It's just a shame that no one but Gufan and Su Liu owned it at the time, which is why there were 4 disabled people after that survival game. Lu Yu, Yang Yun, Li Meng Meng, and Li Yonghong, who had been victimized several times. And this time, the organ repair card is even more powerful. No matter during the game, or after the game, if you lose a certain organ or part, you can use the organ repair card to repair it. Since that's the case, besides us, those other 8 players will presumably obtain organ repair cards as well. After all, as long as the first 5 dormitories are the first to be upgraded to level 3. Gufan analyzed. Chenkai Dormitory, Yang Yun Dormitory, Li Yonghong Dormitory. The 3 of their dormitories had already gone out twice, and the resources they possessed were certainly enough to upgrade, and by tomorrow, they would certainly be able to become the top 5 in this apartment if they went out again. Without hesitation, Gufan consumed a large amount of resources to upgrade to a level 3 dormitory. Soon, amidst the 2 men's still astonished gazes, the entire dormitory emitted a rumbling sound, and black gas enveloped every corner. 3 minutes later, what came into view was a rectangular chamber with an overall area of about 50 square meters, at least twice as large as before, with a length and width of 8 meters and 6 meters respectively. The beds were in the upper left corner in the direction of entering the dormitory, while the restroom was in the upper right corner. The 2 chairs and the table were in the lower right corner, and the wooden crate was beside the table, with a much more spacious center. At the same time, the beeping tone reappeared next to his ear. Obtain furniture, trash can x1, grade, 1, level 1 bin, can devour and destroy 0.1 cubic meters of garbage per day. Upgrade requirements, ghost coin x10, fine iron x10. Trash cans can swallow a lot of things. After swallowing them all will disappear into thin air. Maybe it can be used. A trash can made of fine iron appeared in front of the 2 men's heels, and fine iron was needed to upgrade the trash can, and it was hard to believe that after the upgrade, it would become bigger, and the volume of the things it devoured would also grow? Gufan thought of. Su Liu secretly touched the trash can with her hand and found nothing unusual. She took out a tissue, blew her nose unimaginatively, and threw the snotty paper into the trash can inside the. Amidst the duo's shocked gazes, the snot paper was surrounded by a black gas and disappeared into the trash can. It was like Doraemon's pockets, disappearing into thin air, and I don't know if they were destroyed by the ghost energy or what. So if I pee in a trash can, does the toilet not have to flush? Su Liu suddenly thought in a brainstorm. The corner of Gufan's mouth twitched, but he did analyze it. Perhaps squat toilets also have this design, and the discharges from our sewers are presumably destroyed by such means. In any case, this is a whole new world, where nothing can be measured by common sense, and ghostly air is everything. Gufan clenched his fist. Right now he had only 1 point of ghost chi at his disposal. He had yet to experience the benefits of ghost chi except for the growth of his stats. Once the points of ghost chi came to double digits, or even triple digits, he would only be able to know the benefits at that time, right? Gufan then upgraded the dormitory doors and toilets as well as the beds. Chapter 48, Sleeping Together. Successful upgrading of a level 3 dormitory will yield ghost coins x5 per day. Requirements for upgrading a 4th level dormitory, ghost coins x1000, stones x1000, fine iron x500, steel x100, and a letter has been sent once. Level 3 dormitory door, worn out stone door, upgraded successfully. Can defend against a large number of secondary ghosts, 2 or less tertiary ghosts. Level 4 dormitory door construction requirements, stone 100, ghost coin x100. Dormitory upgraded to level 4. Level 3 toilets, upgraded successfully. Added hand washing stations. Requirements for building a level 4 toilet, stone x100, ghost coin x100. Dormitory upgraded to level 4. If the 3rd level beds, the cotton needed is a bit much. Gufan found out that there is still some cotton missing. There are 3 players selling cotton in the trading market. Once I purchased it from them, it is just enough. Level 3 beds, ordinary cribs, upgraded successfully.
Requirements for the construction of level 4 beds: wood x 100, ghost coin x 100, cotton x 50, cloth x 10. Dormitory upgraded to level 4, 1 by 1. After the upgrade, the whole dormitory has changed. There was also a ghost servant at the door to help guard it, and the devils would not attack the ghost servant. So for a moment, the two of them looked at each other and relaxed a lot. Subsequently, the toilets have also changed. Now the toilets are not yet able to flush, and there is no shower head for bathing, but there are hand washing stations, which give water resources that can be used for bathing and flushing the toilet, which is much more convenient than before, and you don't have to waste so many ghost coins. And finally, the regular crib. The crib's molding has been upgraded a bit, getting a bit bigger from the previous one. 5 by 2 meter crib to 2 by 2 meters. At the same time, above the mattress, pillow, quilt 3-piece set is also once again new. Above the patches, as well as worn-out traces have disappeared, and replaced by a white bedding, although it cannot be compared with the hotel inside, but obviously too much better than the previous worn-out quilt. Gu Fan, our home has become so nice now, Su Liu said with a surprised face. Yes, this set of houses, in the previous put in the big city, a square meter also want at least 20,000 to 30,000 it, the equivalent of more than $1 million of the house. And now we only need to pay a meager amount of ghost money to rent this house, which is so much better than working. Su Liu lamented. If her words were heard by other players, those players would definitely point at Su Liu's nose and curse the street. With today's high mortality rate, there are now fewer than 20 people in the apartment. Wait, we have such a large area here, but 703 and 702, 704 are very close to each other. Where did this extra space come from? Gu Fan's face changed as he suddenly spoke out the loophole. The two opened the door to the dormitory, looked at it, and compared it, and it was clear that it was exactly the same as what Gu Fan had said. The size of the dormitory at this point fully encompassed the other two dormitories next door, but it's still independent. 704 and 702 and 703, all separate. This shows that there is an overlay of space for all three. For a moment, the two men's scalps went a little numb. Who the hell created this kind of apartment? Who's got the power? Is the space inside the dormitory door and the space outside the dormitory door the same space? Then when, in the future, the dormitory is upgraded to level 4, 5, or even 6, forget it, Gu Fan. Let's not think so much. The bigger area is good for us. That's enough, and we only need to follow the rules of the game. We can always live here. Isn't that good? Su Liu hurriedly pulled Gu Fan's corner to comfort him. Yeah, you've got a point. It's me who's overthinking it. Soon after, Su Liu took the bathing supplies and went forward to take a shower. The sound of clattering water resounded inside the toilet. The size of the toilets has been increased a lot, too. Su Liu washed for a full half hour. She properly washed her body's dirt, inside and out, all over again, and, at the same time, the shampoos, shower gels, and so on within the Ghost Coin store were all better than some of the big brands from the Blue Planet before crossing over. Or at the very least, that was how Su Liu felt. Soon, Su Liu washed her body in the bathroom and smelled good. She turned on the faucet at the sink and, catching the tap water in her hand, splashed herself. Soon, the cool water ran over her skin, taking away all the exhaustion and dust. She grabbed a soft towel and wiped her entire body clean and, subsequently, Su Liu was about to pull out her clothes inside the backpack that the two of them shared. What Gu Fan had said to her earlier suddenly came to mind. A brief moment of contemplation. A few moments later, Su Liu first picked out a delicate little skirt. The dress was a pale goose yellow with layers of lace at the hem. Then she picked up a matching short white blouse, which was embellished with tiny pearls at the neckline and was somewhat open. After putting on her blouse and skirt, her eyes fell on a pair of black fishing net stockings. She picked up the fishing net stockings and slowly slipped them on her slender legs. This should look good, right? Su Liu thought secretly in her heart, a slight blush on her face, with a hint of nervousness and anticipation. She took a deep breath and stepped apprehensively out of the restroom door. Gu Fan was originally standing casually to the side. When he heard the sound, he obediently turned his gaze to Su Liu. The only thing he could feel was a flash of light. At this time Su Liu, the upper half of the body to wear that short white blouse just right to outline her slender waist. The neckline is somewhat open. Look down to be able to see some gully. The little matching goose yellow dress is playful and cute. The lace swings gently with her movements. The black fishnet stockings on her lower body added a unique sexy flavor to her overall outfit, which formed a wonderful collision with her fresh upper body. It made Su Liu's entire body at this moment look both sweet and charming with a hint of unintentional temptation. How's it going? Okay? Su Liu asked with some nervousness. Yes, It's beautiful, Gu-fan complimented. Okay, then it's your turn to take a shower. After that we can get some rest. I'll be waiting for you. Gu-fan quickly finished his bath in 3 strokes. Su Liu was a little nervous, because there was a ghost servant keeping watch outside the door, so there was no need to keep watch tonight. Both of them lay down on the big bed and, covered in the same quilt, shoulders touching shoulders. After a while, Su Liu was very nervous and asked Gu-fan, who was at the side. Gu-fan, can you sleep? I'm a little nervous. About you? Why don't we chat? Yet a snort slowly rose from the side of the Gu-fan. Gu-fan actually fell asleep. The corner of Su Liu's mouth twitched. Sulking as much as he was sulking, he rolled and snatched away the quilt that covered Gu-fan. Chapter 49 The Big Change. The first round of competition between apartments ends. 4,000 words big chapter. After experiencing 2 full outdoor survival sessions throughout the day yesterday, it would be strange for Gu-fan not to be tired. And of course he slept in seconds at once. Where will still think of those, but, with a big beauty sleeping on the side, this feeling is quite good. Is a little cold. Wait a minute. Gu-fan was woken up by the cold in the middle of the night, sat up and saw Su Liu snatched his quilt. The corner of his mouth twitched. A quilt that was a full meter and 8 wide and 2 meters long was also snatched away? Gu-fan then snatched the quilt back. Early the next morning, near 6 o'clock, Gu-fan suddenly felt a little out of breath. Something was pressing on him, and it smelled a little good. He opened his eyes. Su Liu had already peeled herself on top of him. Her whole body rolled into the quilt, and the two of them just wrapped their arms around each other. No, accurately speaking, it was Su Liu who used Gu-fan as a hugging pillow, and her thighs were still pressed on Gu-fan's legs. Meanwhile, just in time for 6 o'clock, both ears ringing system prompts. Ding! 16 remaining players, 3 outgoing players, 19 in total. Now for survival day 5. It was detected that there were 2 dormitory players in apartment 10086 who had defaulted on their room days beyond the 3-day deadline. Randomly selected these 2 players for execution. All players are asked to keep in mind that the players who are currently alive are the elite, and not to show any behavior of defaulting on rent payments. And we thank the players for their cooperation. Survival for 5 days. The first round of elimination will occur for all apartment captains. 1 to 10, 11 to 20, and so on. Of every 10 apartments, the one that ranks first in the overall ranking according to the system's judging will continue to exist, and the apartment captain's authority abilities will be upgraded. The rest of the apartment managers will be purged. Apartment 10086 has 19 survivors and has the highest number of survivors in apartments 10081 through 10090, ranking first in terms of number of survivors. 10,086 apartments houses the only level 3 dormitory, as well as several level 2 dormitories, which are ranked number 1 in terms of dormitory class. The number of outdoor survival games in apartment 10086 that a player has passed perfectly is 3, and the player is ranked number 1 in terms of survival strength. In summary, 10086 apartments is the number 1 overall ranked apartment. Players in the remaining apartments will be given a dormitory relocation order. In order to facilitate the relocation, within today, 10,086 apartments in addition to the dormitory of the players who already have the rest of the unoccupied dormitory will not appear in today's supplies as well as ghosts and monsters. The rest of the players need to go to 10,086 apartment and use the apartment relocation order to relocate their original dormitory to 10,086 apartment. Dormitory room number first come first served. Dormitory level and furniture level will not change before and after relocation, and you will not be attacked by ghosts outside the apartment with a dormitory relocation order. After the move, the remaining apartment players will become 10,086 apartment players. After the move, tomorrow, all the old and new players of 10,086 apartments will have a group outdoor survival. Note, to be fair, relocating doesn't count as doing an outing. 10,086 apartments will be expanded. Originally 25 floors with 10 dormitories per floor. The expansion will be 30 floors with 14 dormitories per floor. A total of 406 dormitories. At the same time, the first floor facilities will be added as 10 single-player haunted game rooms, 10 multiplayer haunted game rooms, 3 haunted coin stores, 1 haunted coin restaurant, and 1 haunted coin furniture store. Reward all players of apartment 10,086 with 1 point of ghost energy. Please continue to work harder. The news beside their ears made both Gu-fan and Su Liu open their eyes wide. The two of them didn't feel the slightest bit out of place in their postures at this time. Instead, they were contemplating the big change today. The first thing is that there's also elimination among the apartment captains, and the elimination is much more brutal. It wasn't too far off from what the apartment manager had chatted about yesterday, and originally the two of them had thought the apartment manager had made it up. So it would seem, not really, The condo captains really want the players to survive and get stronger. And that has to do with the competitive judging between the condos. It's like why the rules of the game were added a few days ago. If the player who can bring back another dormitory will be rewarded. But it seems that none of the players are up on this rule. Secondly, the entire apartment was expanded with a whopping 400 plus rooms. There would also be more than 100 players flocking to this apartment. And by then, without even thinking about it, the competition would definitely be even fiercer. New buildings have also appeared on the first floor. Restaurants, furniture stores. I don't know if the food in the restaurant is palatable, if it has any special effects, and if the furniture store has anything to do with the beds, tables, chairs, and so on in the room. It's worth noting that tables and chairs can't be upgraded, and some of the drawings have to do with these unupgradable pieces of furniture. At the same time, the two most important points are that there is going to be an extensive multi-person survival, and when the time comes, over 100 people. Which place will they head to for survival? The amount of Gufan's ghost chi also came from 1 point to 2 points. The two men quickly analyzing and discussing today's changes. Su Liu lamented. Gufan, something really big has happened. She pressed herself against Gufan. Yeah, it really is a big deal. Gufan unconsciously looked towards Su Liu's body. Only then did Su Liu react to the fact that the two seemed to be in a bad posture, especially now that it was early in the morning. Gufan was at the peak of his chi and blood. The two huddled under the covers, just like a hot couple. Gufan, why are you underneath me? Su Liu stuttered and asked. Look at your place in the bed before you speak. Su Liu took a look at this and realized that it was her own problem, and hurriedly got up numbly. Yeah, I'm sorry Gufan, I didn't mean it. Then she was also a bit puzzled inside. Obviously she snatched the quilt away yesterday. Why did the quilt appear on Gufan's body now? When she thought about the fact that before crossing over, Su Liu would sleep with a hugging pillow every night, she could only blame the reason on this bad habit of hers. The two got up, one after the other, and the restroom went to the bathroom to take care of the morning's chores after the. Gufan then received a lot of private messages from players, as well as a variety of 8 in the chat channel. 10,086 apartment chat channel. There are still 19 people in the chat channel, which means that the remaining 10 players in the apartment have not officially become players in that apartment yet, so I guess they'll become after relocating the dorms. Guys, what do you think? 10 apartments will become 1, and it looks like we're still the strongest one. My god, a full 3/4 of the people died in 5 days, and as a result we still have the largest number of survivors. Unbelievable. It's understandable. I personally think it's because there's Big Brother Gufan there, leading 2 outdoor survivals with no attrition, and other apartments that do outdoor survivals have all sorts of attrition. Indeed. I added the gameway with a 10,088 apartment player and he told me that none of their players want to do outdoor survival because if they go to one batch, they all get wiped out. Now there are only 14 players left. Wait, in that case, the number of people should be higher than us, right? After all, outdoor survival is death once you go. So just stay in the dormitory and survive for 5 days, right? Wait, have you noticed that the number of material dormitories these days are more than the number of haunted dormitories? And we don't have too many ghosts of devils wandering around in the night on a big night. Your focus is not the same as mine. Gufan Big Brother he seems to have been upgraded to the 3rd level of the dormitory. Big Brother Gufan is great. I know why. I have the contact information of a player from apartment 10087, and he told us that the ghosts of the devils at night are as numerous and fierce as ever, and the haunted dormitories are very numerous. And that this is most likely due to the fact that the players who participate in the outdoor survival quests during the daytime are not motivated to do so. So at night, as well as in some ways just can't afford to be lenient with players. The man's name was Duan Mutian, and his reply caused Gufan to look slightly higher. Not just an answer, but this rare compound surname. Meanwhile, numerous players have speculated toward this place. Yeah, yesterday there were 26 people, and today we've only lost 7. And among them are people who GA up because they didn't pay their rent. Chen Kai suddenly spoke. Chen Kai, gentlemen, I am Chen Kai. There is no doubt that we as a group of 10,086 apartments are one and the same. We should not fight each other. The next outdoor survival that occurs, according to my guess there may be a struggle between the 10 apartments. We must cooperate with each other together. Together we will fight against the players of the remaining 9 apartments. Chen Kai's words made many players agree. He's pretty well connected throughout the apartment. More or less with the players. Yang Yun, I recommend Big Brother Gufan to be the leader of our apartment. He's powerful and responsible. Both outdoor survivals were saved by Big Brother Gufan. Page 1, me too. I'll listen to Big Brother Gufan for the rest of the day. The chat channel Ayatollahs come from these. As a matter of fact, Gufan also had a guess and glanced at the crowd's recommendations for himself. Not to mention, it's a pretty good feeling. Why don't they all recommend me to be the boss? Obviously I'm pretty good too. Su Liu asked curiously. Gufan ignored the indignant Su Liu and instead spoke on the chat channel. Gufan, thank you all for the lift. Not so much for being the leader, but based on these 5 days together, if there really will be a competition between apartments tomorrow, the players in their own apartments will definitely take care of it. Meanwhile, one after another, players have already arrived at this apartment, and the number of 19 players has been rising. Hey, Gufan, no matter what, that's for tomorrow. Let's go to the newly opened restaurant on the first floor to have something to eat today, Su Liu suggested. Gufan nodded his head. Go on, go down and check it out. By the way, Gufan suddenly thought of something and first contacted Lu Yu, as well as Li Yongheng, Yang Yun, and Li Mengmeng to come up. These 4 just happened to have either lost their arms or legs. A few people quickly came to the door. Do not know what Gufan means. Originally Li Yongheng's stomach do not want to come, but aside from the girlfriend Lu Wenyan persuasion assisted Li Yongheng only a jump out the door, to 703 door. When a few of them saw the little ghost at the door of 703 they were startled. It was daytime. How could there be a ghost? But this little kid didn't attack a few people. Instead, he cocked his head to look at them, and even looked like Gufan's childhood. For a moment this gave a few people a bold guess. This brat doesn't belong to Gufan, does he? Gufan opened the door and said, several of you lost your parts at Chainsaw Ghost, right? Well, Chen Kai, yours has been restored. It's like this. I went out on a quest last night, and my dormitory was upgraded to level 3, and since I was in the top 5, I was rewarded with organ repair cards, which can be, after introducing the features. A few people immediately looked at Gufan in surprise. Chen Kai is also a little happy. He feels that he recognized the right boss. Although Lu Yu on his own is not a couple or husband and wife, is an ordinary roommate, but the past few days to get along with more or less up in Gufan and Su Liu liked the atmosphere. So of course, after learning that Lu Yu was able to recover, he was happy. Slow down. I'm not giving it to you for free, Gufan added, because one by one, players from other dorms will arrive, and there is still 1 day left in the day. It will be more than a little difficult for your dorm to be in the top 5, especially if you have lost an arm or a thigh. Therefore, these 3 organ repair cards are lent to you. 1 for Lu Yu, 1 for Li Yongheng, and Yang Yun and Li Mengmeng. You are in the same dormitory, so one of you can rest in the dormitory while the other goes forward to the game. When you have completed the survival game today, returned to your apartments, and upgraded your dormitories to get the cards given by the game system, each of you will have to return them and pay an additional 100 ghost coins for the rental. Gufan wasn't asking for a lion's share of the money, and Li Yongheng, who had previously looked at Gufan with displeasure and even some hostility, was silent. He could also see that Gufan's move was well-intentioned, and it would be a loss if he upgraded to a level 3 dormitory late, because no one knew how strong the new players were and if they would grab the first upgrade to a level 3 dormitory. Chen Kai excitedly said, Big brother Gufan, we'll definitely pay it back. Here's 100 ghost coins. After saying that, he gave Gufan 100 ghost coins. Yang Yun and Li Yongheng weren't surprised. The 6, except for Li Mengmeng, intend to go forward for outdoor survival. However, Gufan and Su Liu would not go. After running around all day yesterday, there was always a need for rest. More importantly, the level 4 dormitory only needed resources. They had already gone out to deliver a letter once last night. There was no requirement to go out. Wang Page and the blind one-eyed Wang Mimi were planning to go along, so the 7 of them quickly picked up the multiplayer game room survival mission out of the apartment. Gufan, aren't you afraid that they'll all be destroyed? That way, we'll lose 3 valuable organ repair cards. Su Liu asked curiously. Gufan smiled. With Chen Kai and Lu Wenyan around, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Isn't Li Mengmeng still in the apartment so? Even if Yang Yun is cold, Li Mengmeng still owes us a card. Whether Wang Page and Wang Mimi live or not has nothing to do with us. What's more, the way Chen Kai walked the ghost earlier proved his ability, and if he gains his trust because of this time, he can bring him along to every game. Su Liu appeared to have thought of something and grinned a hefty grin. So we have a scapegoat we can't kill? Ahem. Don't talk so hard. Gufan patted Su Liu's head. Ow, don't you hit me on the head. What if I don't grow tall enough? Su Liu slapped back and righteously stared at Gufan and shouted. You're 5'7". And you're still growing balls. Chapter 50, Su Liu grows up. Calamity's terrifying power. Su Liu cocked her head and thought about it as if it made sense. This height is pretty good right now, and it goes quite well with Gufan. Also, I have a hunch that the location of the survival quest might be related to the average strength of the players, so if I'm not there, maybe the survival quests they conduct will be easy. Gufan explained. Well, come on, let's go downstairs and have dinner and look at the furniture. Su Liu followed,
naturally taking the initiative to hold Gu Fan's hand.
Gu Fan didn't care. It wasn't the first time the two had held hands. The relationship was probably at the ambiguous stage above friends and below lovers. After all, they all sleep together. The two now have a lot of assets. Don't look at last night's upgrades, which consumed a lot of ghost coins, but because of the letter delivery mission and the 2 outdoor survivals, there were still 4 figures of ghost coins, not to mention 6 medical injections of very high value, as well as 10 ghost chi weapon magazines, which is equivalent to half of the excellent grade ghost chi weapons. Also, there is ghost repelling incense. Ghost repelling incense can be lit. After lighting, all kinds of ghosts and monsters will not be able to approach. At the same time, the ghost repelling incense will be burned. The more powerful the ghosts and monsters close to, the more powerful the ghost repelling incense will be burned. Generally speaking, it can last for an hour. The ghost repelling incense was a white candle, which could be lit, though it required a lighter to light it, and neither man had a lighter to use at all. So, when you go to dinner, stop by and see if the store has any lighters to buy. Undoubtedly, the most precious thing now is the ghost repelling incense, which can repel ghosts and monsters for an hour. It's the one that burns so badly if the ghosts and goblins you encounter are too powerful, and burning badly is supposed to represent a shortened length of time. At the very least, Gu Fan thought so. Upon arriving downstairs, one after another, I ran into players with unfamiliar faces. They surveyed the apartment curiously, then prepared to pick the right dormitory. Gu Fan didn't bother to greet them and was about to head to the store to take a look. It would be great to use today for vacation. It's been days of hard work and it's time to take a break. Just a shame. Hey, that chick over there, can I get to know her? Only to see a big, burly, rough-faced man with a still sparking cigarette in his mouth strutting over. He was closely followed by 4 minions, several of whom just happened to be coming in through the front door of the apartment. And it just so happens that Gu Su and his duo have just come downstairs. The big man's originally careless gaze swept casually, and with a self-aimed line of sight it landed straight on Su Liu. The reason was simple. Su Liu's face was pure, beautiful and delicate. The figure is even more graceful, concave and convex, especially the pair of round and slender legs wearing black fishing net stockings, but also vaguely outlined the charming lines of the legs. This chick, superb. I'll go. These guys have guts. They actually dare to find trouble with Gu Fan and Su Liu. Indeed, the ones who were looking for trouble with them earlier are all dead, so these guys should be newcomers. It looks like it's the bearer of the other apartments. Hearing the words of the person next to him, Hu Hai couldn't help but puff out his chest, but automatically filtered the first 2 sentences. In his eyes, it was just 2 young people in the district, so he didn't have to put it in his mind at all. There are all kinds of birds in the forest, and this truth can be put to people as well. Originally, the fewer people in the apartment, the fewer people there were, except that a lot of people from other apartments came, and there were more. That's right, I'm the leader of apartment 10087. Do you want to hang out with me, girl? Hu Hai shouted smilingly at Su Liu. He relied on his own means, and has already taken down many female players in 10087 apartment. In the eyes of Hu Hai, the so-called universal crossing is heaven, especially the opening awakening of the talent. And soon, Wang Sweetness also brought her roommate in from the front door, and when she saw the scene, she was shocked. 10087 is the closest, so naturally most of the arrivals are 10,087 players. Hey, sweetie, don't go out on a limb. This is Hu Hai. His talent is not simple. The housemate beside him reminded Wang Tuanxian. Wang sweetie, however, shook her head. It's a friend who's met once anyway. She quickly made her way towards the two. At the same time, Su Liu coldly said to Hu Hai, sorry, I have a boyfriend. Su Liu's meaning was obvious. The boyfriend was none other than Gu Fan. Gu Fan glanced at Su Liu, and in his heart, he lamented the red face, but he didn't refute it. Isn't that a plus? Ha ha, kid, look at your fine skin. Now kneel down and offer your girlfriend to me. I can give you 10 ghost coins. How about that? Is that enough? Hu Hai laughed. Wait, brother Dahai. They are friends I know. Please also. Wang Sweetness hurriedly came over and said. However, without waiting for Hu Hai to say anything, the 2 Gusu were already gone. Hey, wait, did I tell you guys to leave? Hu Hai's body suddenly became larger, and his entire body came to be more than 3 meters. This was his talent A-ranked giganticization, which allowed him to become twice the size of his original size while increasing his power by several times, allowing him to briefly fight off somewhat stronger ghosts and monsters. However, since he hadn't mastered Ghost Chi, he could only put up a short fight after the giganticization. He slapped away Wang Sweetie who came to persuade him. then quickly blocked the heels of the two. Gu Fan was about to take out his weapon, but Su Liu stopped it and blocked Gu Fan's heels. It's okay, Gu Fan. I'll do it. According to Su Liu's idea, there was no need to hide the talent at this stage. It was too wasteful to use the ghost weapon to deal with Hu Hai, and now that there were new players everywhere, it was inevitable that more oddballs would come looking for trouble if they didn't establish themselves. If you pretend to be a pig, you'll become a pig if you pretend too much. Gu Fan was a bit surprised. He seemed to have guessed what Su Liu wanted to use against this Hu Hai. However, he didn't stop it because Su Liu's thoughts were the same as his. Su Liu quickly took out a long knife. There is not a trace of black gas on it, which means that this long knife does not contain a bit of ghost chi. Chick, are you going to use this toy against me? Don't you even have any ghost weapons? So shabby? Laughing at Master Hu Hai almost laughed out loud. In the midst of all the curious stares of the, Su Liu unleashed her talent, and in passing, she stabbed in hard at her heart. Hey, don't kill yourself, it's not going to waste? Hu Hai spat. Just the next moment, Hu Hai felt a long knife inserted into his chest. His pupils shrank, and he scrambled to pull out a medical injection ready to use on himself. It's just a pity that the heart was completely pierced by a long knife. He was instantly emptied even when he was huge and his stamina value came to 300 points. Soon, he collapsed to the ground as his minions looked on in horror. The damage Su Liu received was perfectly transferred to Hu Hai. Su Liu drew her long sword, just as she expected. The moment she activated her talent and transferred the damage, she was invincible. It's worthy of being an S-class talent, terrifying as hell. Instead, Gu Fan's S-rank talent is somewhat weaker. Of course, this move also consumed a great deal of stamina. More than 20 points. Stamina was fundamental, and only when the number of stamina values came into the hundreds, or even 4 digits, could Calamity's abilities be utilized perfectly. Gu Fan had a full physical strength of 120 because he had 2 points of Ghost Chi. Su Liu's has 1 point of Ghost Chi and a full stamina value of 110. However, because although Su Liu did not receive any injuries, but still suffered the same pain. At this time, Su Liu's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and her stunningly beautiful expression revealed a hint of bleakness. Su Liu has grown a lot. Chapter 51 Gusu's Terror. Killed player Hu Hai and gained half of Hu Hai and Xiaoshan's property. Gained Ghost Coin X 326, Wood X 232, Stone X 122, Fine Iron X 72, Steel X 32. Gain Normal Quality Ghost Breath Greatsword X1. Gain Medical Injection X1. Probably because Hu Hai has not yet settled down with his housemate. So instead of a dormitory, it shows half of his and his housemate's property. At that moment, to the horror and disbelief of the crowd, the big man fell to the ground, his breath gone. The other 4 minions saw this and watched the scene in horror. Boss, why is the boss sleeping? No, Jailda seems to be dead. Damn it, what have you two done? You two are ghosts. Wang Sweetie was slapped and was about to get up to continue helping when she saw such a strange scene. I'll kill you. An impulsive junior rushed over and took out a dagger with a black vapor sticking into Gu Fan. Gu Fan didn't hide, either. Humph. Scared silly? However, in the next moment, he pounced and passed through Gu Fan's body. Ghosts. These two are ghosts. That little brother named Xiao Shan, who happened to be Hu Hai's roommate, shouted with a face of fear. The surrounding players had long since circled a good distance away, and no one dared to approach a few people at all. Su Liu was thinking of continuing to injure herself and decapitate these 4 minions, but Gu Fan stopped it. Don't hurt yourself. It hurts me when you do. When he finished speaking, he took out his fire axe, which didn't have any ghostly aura. Why is it necessary to use a ghost weapon to deal with you? Gu Fan arrived in front of Xiao Shan and chopped an axe on his head, split his head in half in one fell swoop. With the 2 points of Ghost Chi, Gu Fan's physical strength was much more. It's hard to imagine becoming Hercules when the number of ghostly auras exceeds 10. The fire axe also consumed a lot of durability, but since it wasn't a ghostly weapon, it didn't hurt at all. Xiaoshan can't cut him, but he can cut Xiaoshan. How can we play? The other 3 minions fled in a hurry. However, one by one, they were caught up by Gu Fan, and the 3 of them had different escape speeds, which happened to give Gu Fan a 1v1 opportunity. Some of the minions counterattacked, but they were all dodged by Gu Fan's stealth. In the adoring gaze of Su Liu, Gu Fan killed 4 people in a row with 1 person. He gasped slightly and took stock of the proceeds. Nice guy. 5 people. 3 dorms. There should have been 6, but 1 is dead. The gains from the 3 dormitories had brought Gu Fan's current number of ghost coins back up to over 2,000. There are also 2 medical injections, and a ton of resources. Even the steel, which is more than 50. With the resources available now, and replenishing the amount of refined iron, it would be possible to upgrade the dormitory to level 4. Gu-fan is in a bit of a trance. Killing 3 dormitory people and gaining too many resources than playing a survival game. Player Gu-fan kills 4 people consecutively. As the first player to kill the most people consecutively in apartment 10086. Detecting that player Gu-fan also kills the most people for the first time. The title of the Wicked is awarded. Note, the title may or may not be worn. Wickedness increases stamina by 20 points, sanity by 10 points, and ghostly aura by 1 point. Side effects, reduce a little charisma value. The level of charisma value may affect the negotiation between some players. Most players will be afraid to dislike players with low charisma value. A small number of players may like. It may also affect the targets chosen by the Ghostbusters, most of which are less inclined to go after players with low charisma. Note, this is because different types of numerical cards are required to visualize the other panel values, except for physical strength, sanity, and ghostly aura values. Holy, killing people and still being able to earn a title? Gu-fan was a bit surprised. He suspected that the apartment manager had given him a small taste of his own medicine, but had no proof. At the same time, Gu-fan learned what it meant to have other values that, according to the game's partial statistic style, in fact, life value, attack power, as well as defense, speed, charisma value and so on should be able to materialize. Unfortunately, these values have to be found on a value card, otherwise they wouldn't have the option of being materialized using data in the same way as stamina values. He wears it silently. Soon, an inexplicable aura appeared around Gu-fan. The title of evil in the world is starting to come into play. Su Liu was at the back, looking adoringly at Gu-fan. The cue for the title, which she just heard, since the two were housemates. I don't know why. After Gu-fan wore the title, she liked it even more, and it always felt like this thing didn't lower Gu-fan's charm value at all, but increased it a lot. Gu-fan, you're so handsome. Su Liu ran over and naturally held Gu-fan's arm in adoration. The players watching from the sidelines only felt fear. These two men and women are monsters. Ghosts and monsters are not as scary as these two. Wang Sweetie also froze and said, so, Gu-fan and Su Liu are the bearers of apartment 10086 and don't need my help at all? At the same time, she was also glad to have added Gu-fan's friend, and she didn't know if helping Gu-fan speak just now had been remembered by this big brother. That's terrible. Are these two the first dormitory of apartment 10086? Yeah, I'm in 10088, the fastest growing dorm, and it's not even close to as good as these two. I can see why apartment 10086 was able to be the number 1 apartment in the 10 block. It's good that this Hu Hai is dead. He raped and killed my girlfriend. I can't wait for him to die. Then again, aren't Hu Hai's assets bountiful? And when they're acquired by Gu-fan, won't they be even richer? The crowd kept whispering. There's a player in the hallway silently watching all of this. Kind of interesting. Not bad for the two big guys in our apartment. Duan Mutian said with a smile. Let's hope we can work with them. I don't know if my talent will catch their eyes. When he finished speaking, his pupils flashed with a light. Chapter 52 Food at the Ghost Coin Restaurant. Duan Mutian withdrew his gaze and went upstairs to prepare to return to his dormitory. At the same time, a black brat servant suddenly passed by side. Come to the first floor. Seeing the appearance of the ghost servant, Duan Mutian's face changed, and it was too late to think about why there were ghosts and monsters appearing during the day. He was about to make a move on the ghost servant. However, a cold shout appeared from below. What do you want to do with my ghost servant? At this moment, Gu-fan and Su Liu stood at the bottom of the building. Seeing this, Xiao Hei immediately went downstairs and came behind Gu-fan. For a moment, Duan Mutian froze once again. Then his brain raced and reacted. Oh, big brother Gu-fan, this ghost servant turns out to be yours. I thought it was the little devils of the night. I'm really sorry. Duan Mutian's tone was apologetic, and when he saw that Gu-fan wasn't looking for trouble, he quickly went upstairs to leave. The surrounding players, on the other hand, were completely dumbfounded. There were also some new players who stayed at the front door of the apartment not daring to come in at all, especially seeing the ghost servant behind Gu-fan. Blackie, Gu-fan shouted, eat those 5 bodies. Hearing the order, Little Black didn't dare to slack off at all, while his eyes flashed with a touch of greed, and he quickly pounced on them, essentially as a ghost monster. Blackie grew by devouring human flesh and blood, as well as anything that contained ghostly energy, but barring that, it's too much of a waste to feed it with ghost coins. So there are bodies to waste, of course. These corpses would disappear sooner or later anyway, so they might as well supply Blackie with nourishment before they disappeared. As for whether or not other players would be frightened by this and thus fear Gu-fan, not bad. This is the second effect Gu-fan wanted. As the crowd watched in horror, the ghostly servant pounced on top of the corpse and began to gnaw incessantly. Crunching,
Horrible sounds resounded through the halls of the first floor. A few players couldn't bear to watch and fled up the stairs. Most of the players stayed where they were, as if they had roots in their legs. Finally, Xiao Hei finished eating, swallowed all the bones with meat, sat down on the ground and touched his round belly, like a well-fed child. Good job, Blackie. Su Liu hemmed and hawed on the side. After so many hauntings, there was nothing phantom in her mind, especially since Blackie was one of his own. No, I should say one of his own ghosts. Blackie, wait in front of the store, Gu Fan ordered, then pulled Su Liu to the ghost coin shop first. After Gu Fan and Su Liu entered the store, the crowd just took a long breath. It's so scary that even scary ghosts and monsters are able to order. Is this the strongest person in apartment 10086? Are there any friends from apartment 10086 who can tell me about Big Brother Gu Fan's strength? All in all, in conclusion, these two should never be messed with. Everyone withdraw. Those who buy things go buy things. Those who eat. Those who play games go play games. Coming to the store, Gu Fan looked at Su Liu with some heartache. Liu, are you alright? Actually directly inserted into your own heart. You are also really bold. Su Liu hemmed and hawed. Actually, I think it's okay. I was apprehensive at first, but doing this, I feel a little bit of excitement again. Hey Gu Fan, how about in the future when I meet a bad guy I will solve it like this, right? You're a real pervert. What happened to the good old schoolgirl of social terrorism? Gu Fan was puzzled in his mind. Oh no, now Su Liu is still sociopathic, just terrifying society. You still have the nerve to talk about me. When you picked up the machete and cut down 4 people, like a crazy person who doesn't want to die, I was shocked, but it's quite, because I don't want you to get hurt. Gu Fan interjected and interrupted, looking seriously at Su Liu. What's the difference between me and a coward if I rely on women to mutilate themselves against their enemies? Su Liu froze. Gu Fan looks so handsome when he says this. Su Liu's heart moved. Soon, though, she thought of a quote from a certain noteman. Hey, Gu Fan, do you still have to say? I can't do anything to hurt a woman. The corners of Gu Fan's mouth twitched a bit and he didn't pay any more attention. Hey, just kidding, Gu Fan, you're so handsome. Su Liu laughed and pulled Gu Fan's hand and shouted. The two of them browsed through the store and bought enough materials to upgrade their level 4 dormitory. Nice that new material steel is also present today. A full 20 ghost coins are needed for a steel, which is 4 times the price of fine iron. Gu Fan spent 400 ghost coins when he bought about 20 steel. Also, there are new things to buy, like ghost weapons. A normal grade ghost chi dagger sells for roughly 100 ghost coins. I can only say that the ghost coin store is also quite black-hearted. Ordinary level ghost gas dagger picked up the introduction of only need 50 ghost coins. The result, only this weapon. Of course, let's not talk about excellent quality weapons. Not even normal grade ghost long knives, ghost sticks. In addition to ghost weapons, various food and drinks appeared, such as compressed cookies, candies, Coke, Sprite, drinks. Seems like the whole condo development is getting better and better with each passing day. I also wonder if these are the handiwork of the apartment manager. Su Liu bought a lot of snacks, and the two of them checked out a bit and walked out of the store. Hey Gu Fan, do you think there is a possibility? Su Liu suddenly whimsically said. Our apartment manager is also a universal crossing, and the apartment manager's system is not the same as our players' system. Our players have developed well and helped the apartment take a lot of targets, so the apartment manager has the opportunity to continuously develop the apartment. Same reason we develop dormitories. Nice brain. Hiss. Su Liu, I realized how you're getting smarter and smarter. You're just crossing over, you're just like a nerd. Hey, how do you talk? As he spoke, he had arrived at the restaurant. Welcome to the Ghost Coin Hotel, the skeleton on the side said in a raspy voice. Unlike the store, there weren't many players inside, only 5 or 6. The seats were 20 or so, each with 2 tables in the front and back, which could accommodate a total of over 40 people. I'll go ahead and order. Gu Fan and Su Liu came to the corner and were about to go to the front desk to order when they realized that they were prompted. Ghost Coin Restaurant. No front desk ordering, no code scanning, just take your seat. Please select what you need to order. Limit 1 order per person. Option 1, braised beef brisket noodles times 1. Price, ghost coin times 15. Inventory, 25. Steaming hot braised beef brisket noodles. Consume to restore 30 points of stamina and 5 points of sanity. Option 2, meatloaf x1. Price, ghost coin x10. Inventory, 28. Fatty and thin meat sandwich. Consume it to restore 20 points of stamina and 10 points of sanity. Option 3, roast goose x1. Price, ghost coin x35. Inventory, 3. Whole red roasted goose. Served with a side of rice.
Consumed to restore 50 points of stamina, 15 points of sanity, and +1 to the stamina limit. Food eye candy. Most food restores stamina and sanity values.
Only 1 roast goose and 1 pork knuckle in sauce can permanently increase your stamina by 1 point.
A bit late today. Going to the hospital for a medical checkup. One more chapter later. Chapter 53, Gufan you're poisonous. Gufan, let's order roast goose and elbow? It just so happens that I haven't had meat in a long time either. Gufan nodded his head.
Foods that increase the cap are good foods and stocks are tight. So of course it's first come, first served. Choice of roasted goose and pork knuckle in soy sauce. Served with 2 bowls of rice.
After Gufan's selection.
Leaning back in her chair.
Opposite Su Liu, who kept staring at herself. The two just stared at each other. Gufan was a bit embarrassed by the stares. Probably should have sat side by side much better. Hey Gufan, don't you think we look a bit like we're on a date? Su Liu blinked and asked.
Gufan shrugged his shoulders without responding.
But according to this statement from Su Liu, it seems like it's really a bit. Unintelligent man. Su Liu spat.
Soon the roast goose and elbows were served.
Enjoy. The skeleton finished and was about to leave. How did you guys get it up here so fast? Is it hard to get a pre-made dish? Gufan asked curiously. However,
the roast goose and elbows really didn't look like pre-made dishes. The roast goose is bright red in color. The skin is roasted to a golden crisp,
slightly glistening with oil, emitting a tantalizing aroma. The elbow is even more mouth-watering. It was stewed just right, soft and falling off the bone, and it was obvious that pre-crossover only the kind of great stalls of very good quality were able to make it. The skeleton ignored it. Probably it didn't know it was made. It just said welcome and served the food. The player in the black trench coat on the side laughed. Big brother Gufan, the taste of this food is not at all comparable to the bento inside the store. Just try it and you'll know. I always feel that it tastes just as delicious as the meals inside the hotel before I crossed over. Gufan nodded his head. It was quickly divided with Su Liu, with half a roast goose and half an elbow for each of the two, and 2 bowls of rice. The food was dry in about 10 minutes. Separated from. Su Liu touched her rounded stomach and burped. So good. It's been a long time since I've had one this good. Meanwhile, after eating, a beeping tone rings in your ear. Stamina +1. Half a roast goose is 0.5. And half an elbow is 0.5. So it looks like we can all eat like this in the future. Su Liu heatedly laughed. After the two of them walked out of the restaurant with a full meal. Once again, I went to the furniture store across the street. Furniture stores don't have a lot of stuff. There are trash cans and boxes and couches and refrigerators and even a washing machine. The couch and refrigerator, as well as the washing machine, cost 50 ghost coins for the former, and 100 ghost coins for both of the latter. They're all pretty expensive, requiring triple-digit ghost coins, and they're all purchased back at level 1, and will need to be slowly upgraded to make them work. But it was just a piece of cake for the 2,000 or so ghost coins is not on ghost coin freedom, but it's still easy to buy furniture. Furnished equals better experience equals happier mood equals higher happiness equals lower rent. Perhaps, when the happiness level gets higher, there might even be rent and output equivalents. Of course, this is just a guess. Bought a washing machine, refrigerator, couch, and packed it into a backpack back at the dorm. There are no supply apartments in the apartment today, and the only way to get ghost coins is to play the game. So the game rooms are still lining up even though they have increased a lot, especially the more new players that move in. The longer the queue lines get. Not all players had an abundance of ghost coins like the two Gusu. Without enough ghost money to pay the rent, you have to wait for death. Back at the dorm, the first thing Gufan did was to upgrade his level 4 dormitory. After consuming a large amount of resources and ghost money, the two Gusu's properties have shrunk by a large margin. After all, you need 1,000 ghost coins alone. Successful upgrading of a level 4 dormitory will yield ghost coins x10 per day. Level 5 quarters upgrade requirements, ghost coins x3, 000, stones x2, 000, fine iron x1, 000, steel x200, number of letters delivered x2, participate in large survival game x1. Seeing the upgrade requirements for the 5th level dormitory, Gufan's face changed. 3,000 ghost dollars? Holy, how many rounds of games do I have to play to save up? Now the two had only 900 or so ghost coins left. The rest of the furniture was not upgraded except for upgrading the level 4 dormitory doors. Firstly because there was no need to save up first, and secondly because it was safer to keep the ghost coins. At the same time, there have been significant changes in the level 4 dormitories. The first thing is that the area has come from 50 square meters to 100 square meters, which is more spacious in the middle, and the overall layout has come to be square, forming a 10 meter x 10 meter pattern. The second thing is that because the top 5 were upgraded to a level 4 dormitory, they received a game failure immunity card X2. This card is even more advanced and dispenses with any side effects of failure, including execution, no matter what the game is. It's the ancient equivalent of a get-out-of-jail-free card, I guess. But while all the ancient death exemption cards had to look at the Emperor's face, this one didn't, so it was obviously more advanced. The final thing was the cost of the daily dormitory, which was raised to 50 ghost coins. That is to say, at this price, the 2 men's savings will now last less than 20 days. Of course, because of the purchase of the new 3 types of furniture and the fact that the duo is in a good relationship, the happiness level is reduced by 10 ghost coins. That's 40 ghost coins consumed per day, plus the output, which is 30 ghost coins per day. The two vaguely feel wrong. Always feel that this happiness level setting is a set. Su Liu, I threw your dirty clothes in the washing machine? Gufan only had one set of clothes, while Su Liu had several. I also wonder when a clothing store will open on the first floor. Yes. Guffin clicks on the washing machine.
Level 1 washing machine, add 20 liters of water and laundry detergent.
Or consume
0.5 ghost coins to wash one piece of clothing.
You can only wash one item at level 1? Such a pit?
It might as well be hand washed then.
Gufan spat. Then put it in anyway. He wanted to see how well the washing machine came out. The results came out exactly like a regular washing machine. No, Gufan, you're toxic. How come one of the things you're washing is my underwear? Su Liu took the small inside and shouted with a red face. This. Gufan didn't know what to say. Can he say he took the wrong one? You're wasting too much. We can't do this even if we have ghost coins. Surely we have to choose JK's top to make it worthwhile. Look, the panties are only a small area. The top is even larger. Su Liu hastily compared the clothes and shouted. Gufan sighed in relief. A little heartbroken. Time rushed by, and soon the day came to an end. And because of the increase in the number of players, the chat channel was soon buzzing with activity. Chapter 54 Rules for Survival in the Collective Outdoors. Confrontations between individual apartments. Not just the chat channels. The whole apartment was also very lively. The soundproofing on the doors of the 4th level dorms is okay, and you can still often hear the scuffling that takes place in the various hallways. There are players who know each other as neighbors, and there are also players who clash and fight like Gufan who hi today. However, there were noises on the 1st floor and even on the 20-odd floors, except on the 6th, 7th and 8th floors, where there was no silence, simply because everyone understands that there are 2 monsters out of 703 on the 7th floor and a ghost servant guarding the door. Gufan and Su Liu didn't do anything else all afternoon, either eating when they were hungry or taking a nap together. Only at the end of her nap, Su Liu accidentally used Gufan as a hugging pillow again, holding him in her arms. The relationship between the two also rises slightly through misunderstanding after misunderstanding. Towards 6 o'clock in the evening, Chen Kai's few people just happened to come back from outside, only to be saddened by the fact that Yang Yun was dead.
Li Mengmeng cried into tears when she learned of her husband's death.
And, because Yang Yun did not return after going out, her dormitory was stuck in the second outing, as usual, and could not be upgraded in time.
But she vowed to earn enough ghost coins and then repay Gufan for that organ repair card.
But unexpectedly, when Chen Kai, as well as Li Yongheng upgraded to the 3rd level dormitory, Chen Kai promised to help Li Mengmeng pay back first. Not bad.
He gave Gufan 2 organ repair cards and Li Yongheng gave Gufan 1.
Gufan didn't refuse.
He didn't know the reason why Yang Yun died, but the probability was that he died because he was captured first,
and then captured again after he was rescued later, and died under multiple sacrifices. Unlike Chen Kai and Lu Wengyan,
he was nothing more than an ordinary person.
There is no talent and the ghost weapon was used up within the previous school. After arriving at 6 o'clock, a beep sounded in his ear and, the night time has arrived.
148 players have been detected to have checked into apartment 10086, and there are still 12 players who have not yet checked in, so please ask the 12 players to check into this apartment before 12 a.m.
If not, there will be consequences. Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. This apartment will have its first outdoor survival game for group players. There will be no devils released at night, and starting tomorrow night, tertiary devils and special ghosts will be released, so please be aware of that. The following are the rules for group outdoor survival games. 1. All players will be randomly transported to an unknown special place at 6 a.m. 2 players in the same dormitory will not be separated. Single dormitory players without teammates are inherently behind. 2. Special ghosts will exist in the place. Different ghosts have different abilities. Each player has to kill at least 1 ghost. If they have not killed the ghost before the end of the game, they will be executed. 3. There will be 2 leaderboards. Dorm rankings, apartment rankings. Dormitory ranking is the ranking of the points obtained by a single dormitory. Each ghost has different points. The higher the ranking, the more ghost coins you get, and the top 3 dormitories will be awarded with special prizes. Apartment ranking is the ranking of the points gained by the previous 10 apartments. The higher the ranking, the more ghost coins will be gained. The first ranked apartment will be awarded a special prize, and the last ranked apartment will be executed as a whole. 4. Killing a player will result in gaining the opponent's points and property. End of announcement. Talking about all the rules for transmitting early tomorrow morning. It's clear that these rules are stirring up conflict between individual condos. Only, Gufan felt something strange. Aren't the various condos already in the 10086 condo? It makes sense that they are all players in that apartment. How can the rules be so cruel? Gufan opened the chat channel. The earlier chat was all about himself and Su Liu. The chat is now discussing the rules just now. I'll be damned. This apartment manager is disgusting, isn't it? Where are we going to be transported to? Each player has to kill a ghost, and the last place finisher has to be executed. At least 20 to 30 people have to die this time, right? I'm afraid it's more than that. Don't forget, there are ghosts and monsters, and ghosts and monsters kill people, and players kill people. Yeah, players can get each other's property and points for killing players, so it'll be nice to have half of them alive when this collective outdoor survival is over. That said, killing a player should be gaining half of that player's dormitory's property and points, right? Because most dorms are 2 players in one dorm. It should be. It's not much different from the previous rules. I propose that all apartments choose one of the strongest players to start a group chat, and then pull in players from their own apartment, and that the same apartments not harm each other, and recognize each other's names and looks. The person who spoke was a player from 10,090 apartments, named Wang Yen, and based on the previous chat records, this appeared to be the bearer of 10,090 apartments. So the bearers of the various apartments took his advice and pulled the group chat. 10081 apartment carrier, Upland, 10,082 apartments. 10086 apartment bearer, Gu Fan, apartment 10,090's leader, Wang Yen. These 10 people have pulled groups and then pulled on players from that apartment. Gu Fan firmly memorized the names of the other apartment bearers. It was possible to run into them tomorrow, and there was a probability that they would be enemies if they ran into them. At the same time, he memorized the names of the 18 players in this apartment. Gu Fan, should we go gather and get to know people? Su Liu offered, a little nervous. Tomorrow's outdoor survival should be the most exciting game yet, and I wonder what kind of spark I can bring to my gift. Thinking of this, Su Liu was inexplicably a little excited. She quickly shook her head and, darkly, he thought, what's wrong with me? How can I possibly think this way when it's so obvious that this gift is so harmful? Alright, then I'll listen to you. Liu, you're getting smarter and smarter now. It's like you're enlightened. Gu Fan glanced at Su Liu approvingly. The saying that environment changes people really doesn't lie. I spit. What do you mean enlightenment? It's so hard to hear. Su Liu blankly glanced at Gu Fan and punched his chest with her small hand. Gu Fan quickly ate all the members in the small group of 10086. Gu Fan, at all members. Gentlemen, come gather at the entrance of my dormitory and get to know each other's people, so that if we run into each other tomorrow, we can work together and not accidentally injure the opposite side of the room. Chen Kai, Boss Gu Fan. I'll listen to you. King Page, Boss Gu Fan. We're on our way. Li Yangheng, we'll be right there too. My girlfriend's still in the shower. I'll call her out. Mo Li, Duan Mushin. In less than 5 minutes, 16 people had gathered at the door of 703, along with a small black man who sat crouched in the doorway playing with his fingers. Not bad. This was Gu Fan's calling power. No matter what other players were doing, when they saw Gu Fan's message, they would stop what they were doing and head to the door of Gu Fan's dormitory. Now that Li Yongheng didn't have a problem with Gu Fan either, judging by the fact that Gu Fan had borrowed his organ repair card to play the survival game in the morning, allowing himself to quickly level up to the 3rd level dormitory. Gu Fan was by no means a very human being. At the very least, Li Yongheng thought that he would never be able to do such a generous thing. Moreover, if he had such a terrifying talent like Su Liu, he would probably have pitted the others to death long ago, right? Seeing that all the players had arrived, Gu Fan opened the door and came to the entrance of 703 with Su Liu. Chapter 55, 10,080 XS player talent. Players standing in front, occasionally glimpsing the size of the 2 men's quarters, were shocked, but after thinking of the 2 men's possessions and strength, they were relieved. I'm afraid, of all the players in the apartment, only the 2 of them live in a level 4 apartment? After Gu Fan came into the corridor, Xiao Hei then came behind Gu Fan. A little uncomfortable with so many people here. This Blackie has also inherited your social terrorism. I didn't expect that. Gu Fan spat in Su Liyu's ear. Su Liyu was a little embarrassed. There are so many people here. Just say you're sociopathic. Boss Gu Fan. People have arrived. From our apartment. In order to prevent other apartment players from mixing in, I checked with each other. And the number of people, plus the two of you just 18. Chen Kai said. Gu Fan nodded his head. Great. Get to know each other. And those with special talents can talk about theirs. Thinking about the fact that he and Su Liyu haven't exposed their talents yet. But through this morning's events, I'm sure that most people have guessed. Gu Fan continued to add. Starting tomorrow, the players in our apartment will be companions. And as you can see, my talent is S-ranked. Creepy stealth. When Gu Fan finished, all the players sucked in a breath of cold air. It really is S-class. But thinking about it made sense. Gu Fan's ability was the equivalent of a golden body without a CD. It just required the consumption of stamina. Something like stamina that could be recovered by eating food or resting. According to a certain 4-character anime, Gu Fan's ability is equivalent to the no side effects of God's might. After all, gods might use too much, but also blind. But Gu Fan will not. The only point of criticism is that it cannot be moved just. The ability to save their lives is simply invincible. It's worthy of Gu Fan big brother. I had a guess before. I didn't expect it to be true. I'm a B-rank talent fainting ghosts and monsters, using my right hand. The person who said this immediately after was the previous companion, Lu Wanyan. Lu Wanyan has been doing well, and is very smart. And after Gu Fan finished speaking, she was the first to take a stand and show her talent. Gu Fan nodded his head. My housemate's gift is about as good as you'd guess, for calamity can deflect injuries. After Gu Fan spoke of Su Liyu's talent, although the crowd had guesses in their own hearts, they were shocked when he said it himself. My God, there is actually this kind of terrible talent in this world. This talent really won't harm us? Harmful mud horse. Old me followed Gu Fan twice in the game. With Gu Fan in the outdoor survival has not died once people, which there are several ordinary people. Chen Kai hurriedly yelled, although he was also shocked at Calamity's ability. However, with the duo of Gu Su, indeed the survival game did not have a single death. Unlike today, when Yang Yun died right in front of him. Chen Kai is very guilty. His talent favors self-preservation. There is no way to rescue Yang Yun. Hearing Chen Kai say that, the other players also put their hearts down and looked at Gu Fan with adoring gazes. Chen Kai shouted back, my gift is super recovery. Then, a short, plain, cute girl named Zhang Lioli, who was timidly shouted that, Gu, big brother Gu Fan, my talent is C-grade self-explosion. The damage produced by self-explosion is so high that it can obliterate all living creatures within a radius of 5 meters. No, however, if I inspire this talent, I will also die. I feel that this is the most wasteful talent. Speaking of this, Zhang Lioli lowered her head, somewhat guilty. Gu Fan shook his head. Your talent is important. At the very least, you have it, and no player who knows you have it would dare to make a move against you. Would they? My gift is freehold. An inchman shouted. I don't have to pay rent, but the daily rate is cut in half. Man, you're so gifted. You don't even need to worry about rent. A big man on the side said enviously. Anyone else? 6 talents in all? I remember a player with easier satiation. Is he still around? Gu Fan asked curiously. Boss Gu Fan. He's dead. A player cried out through tears that. He's my older brother who died after opening the door to the haunted dormitory earlier. Gu Fan nodded his head then expressed his regret. There are 6 talents in total, so it seems that the rate of appearance of talents is quite high. But soon, a player interrupted Gu Fan's words. Boss Gu Fan, I have talent too. Gu Fan froze and realized that it was none other than the player who had previously intended to make a move on his ghost servant, Duanmu Tian. Duanmu Tian body long and slender, foot 1 meter 8 or so, and Gu Fan height is about the same. The appearance of handsome and dashing, pupils also exudes a slight red, as if on the noble gentleman, except the family cultivation of the rich second generation in general. Of course, compared to masculinity, it was still Gu Fan who was a step above, and Duanmu Tian's figure was too thin. What is your gift? Grade S. Void-breaking ghost eyes. In the next moment, Duanmu Tian's pupils transformed into pure red. The void-breaking ghost eyes can see through all players and ghosts, as well as inflict a little damage on players and ghosts, though the transition to using it will cause the eyes to briefly reduce their vision, or even briefly go blind. Soon, Duanmu Tian's eyes changed back to their normal color, a slightly light reddish color. A tiny apartment that actually produced 3 S-ranked talents. Gu Fan nodded his head. Not bad talent. It seems that besides the 2 teams that Su Liyu and I led that one big, you led a team that survived outdoors and didn't drop anyone? Gu Fan asked curiously. Duanmu Tian nodded. This was also why he had spoken up about his talent. There were 4 or 5 players who knew that he had a talent, and rather than Gufan asking out to them, he had taken a stand himself first. Not bad, except that although my talent is powerful, the side effects are not low. Subsequently, Gufan got to know people a little bit more. That's fine. Now that our apartments are allied, I have a few points that need to be emphasized. First, we can't kill each other. The points of the apartment ranking is especially important. The target is the first place of all apartments. Can we do it? Of course, Boss Gufan. Me too. Of course, everyone shouted. Second, we'll post any special ghosts we come across, what they're capable of, and what they look like, to the group to get to know each other and help each other out. Gufan continued to add. Thirdly, and most importantly, when encountering other players, you must not blindly go up and kill them. You need to ensure that you have the opportunity and ability to kill the other party 100%. If not, you must not act blindly. Updated too late. Sorry, yesterday to go to the physical examination gastroenteroscopy. Did not play anesthesia is too difficult, pain all day. Colonoscopy detected rectal celiac disease. Still biopsied. Is this serious, folks? Feels like the sky is falling. Chapter 56, Wang Duxiang wants to cooperate. However, soon after, Gufan's words changed. Of course, killing each other, this is only because of the competition of the game. I hope that you, in making any choice, you need to maintain the humanity, but also cannot be a mother of God. In short, to the interests of the prevailing, but cannot abandon the conscience. I hope that you can be balanced. Gufan finished. All agreed by the players present. Big brother Gufan. Don't worry. If a person doesn't offend me, I won't commit a crime. If a person offends me, I will kill him. Me too. Everyone, if you teleport and run into each other, we must work well together. And strive to get the first place. Don't lose the face of 10,086 apartments. How can I say it? This game is still too brutal for me, but with Big Brother Gufan leading the team, I'm sure we'll be able to survive. Just as you were discussing it, suddenly there are players coming up from the 7th floor. The players looked over with an irritated look on their faces. It was a time for the various apartments to discuss all 18 people from apartment 10086 are here, and the ones coming up now are bound to be from other apartments. Gufan, on the other hand, was a bit surprised, because the one who came up wasn't someone else. It was exactly the one who was on the 1st floor, helping herself to speak, but was sent flying. Wang Sweetness, Sweetie Wang, I didn't expect it to be you. Gufan was silent for a moment, then said with some surprise, Gentlemen, who is Sweetie Wang? It seems like the female player who spoke for Gufan today, right? Gee, look at her face. It's like a bee puppy. At this moment, Wang Sweetness, because she was sent flying out by Hottie, so her face was swollen like a bun. Red, making people look like they want to poke their fingers. Ahem, Big Brother Gufan. Everyone from apartment 10086. I don't mean any harm. I'm representing apartment 10087 to want to cooperate with you. Wang Sweetheart's tone was full of sincerity, while sizing up Gufan with a curious gaze, and immediately averted her gaze after noticing the slightly dissatisfied gaze of Su Liu beside Gufan. Gufan was a little stunned. He just killed the bearer of apartment 10,087 today, and 4 other players with good strength. Right now, it would be nice to have 10 players in apartment 10087. As a result, it now wants to work with itself. Who is the lead player in your apartment 10087? Gufan asked curiously. Truth be told, it was me, Wang Sweetness said with some embarrassment, because the 5 players Gusu killed happened to be the strongest ones. Apartment 10087 is now the bottom of the barrel. If you don't hug your thighs in time, outdoor survival is a real possibility this time. And then the entire apartment 10087 will have to be executed. Boss Gufan, I don't think this matter is allowed. Apartment 10087 has a conflict with us, and I don't believe that they genuinely want to come and cooperate. Chen Kai added from the side, his tone filled with caution. Wang Sweetie shook her head in a hurry. No, we definitely don't have that idea. There are 7 female players and 4 male players in my apartment. Because of that Hottie, most of the female players in our apartment have been raped, and a lot of male players died, and now we are the weakest. And because of you, Big Brother Gufan, killing Hottie, all those female players escaped the clutches of 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 the female players. But now, Gufan understands the meaning. Instead of resenting him, 10,087's apartment was grateful to Gufan for killing Hottie, and because of tomorrow's game, they didn't want to die, so they came to cooperate. Su Liu thought for a moment and suddenly said, Cooperation needs to consider the strength of both sides. If your strength is not good, cooperation will instead still drag us back. Forgive us for not agreeing to. Gu Fan. What do you think? Gu Fan thought it made sense and agreed with Su Liu and Chen Kai's idea. However, earlier Wang Sweetness helped herself to being slapped, probably seeing that Gu Fan wanted to refuse. Wang Sweetie said immediately, Gu Fan, big brother, can we do this? We also build a group with each other. We can share any information we come across. And players from both apartments can't kill each other when they come across each other. Our team also has 2 people who have the talent. I'm an A-rank talent. Wooden ghosts. After seeing a ghost, you can make him stand still and stay in place. My roommate is also an A-ranked talent. Suppression of ghosts. Touching a ghost with your hand. You can suppress part of his ability according to the strength of both sides. However, whether you're looking at ghosts and monsters or suppressing them, you're going to use up a lot of stamina. We can certainly be of assistance to you if needed. If all of you come back alive, we can each share 100 ghost coins with you. The words are all over the place, and they're whispering and blowing up their own talent. Even decided to give 1,100 ghost coins after the game was finished. Gu Fan and Su Liu glanced at each other and read the meaning in each other's eyes. Okay, I agree. Let your people come up and we'll get to know each other. With that, Gu Fan finally decided to ally himself with 10,087's apartment. There were 29 people in all, and they got to know each other's looks and names. By 90 o'clock at night, another player wanted to come to the alliance. There was no way around it. Gu Fan had made a big name for himself this morning, and all the players in the apartment knew him. However, Gu Fan eventually refused, because additionally these apartment players are not sincere enough, neither self-detonation talent, nor say what benefits, plus there may be a risk of backstabbing. Even the players in apartment 10087 can't be trusted too much. In this way, Gu Fan opened 2 groups. While one group was 10,086 apartments with 18 people, the other group is 10,087 with 29 people. It's late. Su Liu and Gu Fan took a shower back and forth, then laid down on the big bed. A full day's rest brought both men to the peak of their physical strength and sanity. Gu Fan glanced at his attribute panel. Properties panel. Player, Gu Fan. Housemate, Su Liu. Dormitory number, 10,086 apartment 703. Talent, S-rank creepy stealth. Sanity, 140. Physical strength, 151. Ghostly aura, 3. Dormitory ghost coin, 932. Title, The Wicked. Not bad. A full 141 points of physical strength. And it feels like its own physical quality is also much stronger. It's just that the acquisition of ghost chi is really too difficult. It's only 3 points so far, and one of them is still because of the title. Gu Fan side. Su Liu's stamina value is 111. The 1 point on both sides is due to eating at a restaurant for a long time. It didn't take long for Gu Fan to quickly fall asleep. On the contrary, it was Su Liu, who tossed and turned without falling asleep. She was used to staying up late before crossing over, and now that she was back to her normal life, she was very unaccustomed to it, especially when there's a 5-foot-something, 8-pack abs Gu Fan on the side. Wooden Gu Fan, you are sleeping well. Su Liu looked at Gu Fan's sleeping face and spat. After hesitating for a while, she came closer to Gu Fan's side and gently hugged him, seemingly afraid of waking him up. Then leaning his head against the side of his head, he gradually fell asleep. Soon, early the next morning, before it was even 6 o'clock, just 5:30, Gu Fan got up. Su Liu woke up a long time ago and was washing her face in the toilet. Neither of them had slept in, because they were going to teleport at 6 o'clock sharp, and if they didn't wake up in time it would be over. It's both hard to hear the rules and to come immediately into a dangerous situation. Taking care of their morning chores, the pair ate breakfast and waited quietly for 6 o'clock to arrive. Note, 1 point of ghost chi can increase stamina by 10 points and sanity by 10 points, and the title increases stamina by another 20 points and sanity by 10 points. Chapter 57, The Faceless Ghost I Encountered. 6 a.m. has arrived. All players will be teleporting soon. Please be aware. Gu Fan and Su Liu tensed up. They don't know what way this transmission is. The next moment, their heads seemed to be gently knocked on the mind, as if a huge impact exploded in the back of the head, and the two fell together and fainted. Meanwhile, not only Gu Su, the other players, too, all fainted as if they had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. In the next second, the crowd teleported to an unfamiliar place. Soon, Gu Fan woke up leisurely, something against his face, and even something got into his mouth. Using his hand to hastily pick it out, Gu Fan's face changed, not realizing that the one stepping on his face was actually a delicate foot. Su Liu and Gu Fan fell to the ground east to west. Su Liu's plump body pressed on Gu Fan. Move Su Liu out of the way, then slap her awake. When Su Liu woke up, She hurriedly climbed up and the two men looked around warily. Surrounded by large trees, but visibility is not high, but because the fog is not very thick, so then the apartment during the day outside to be higher, barely visible kind, and it was quiet, as if there were no creatures. Their teleportation point, which appears to be a wooded area, it was overcast, and a faint mist enveloped the whole wood. One after another, players woke up according to the order of their stamina value. Gu Fan, it looks like we've come to this strange place. Su Liu put on her shoes and said in a grave tone. The two were standing on a mountain trail, surrounded by woods, with only one road that. Let's look in that direction first. Gu Fan thought for a moment and said, yes. Soon after, Gu Fan sent a message to Su Liu by private message. Is that you standing next to me? Ryuki. Su Liu felt something odd and touched Gu Fan's forehead. Gu Fan, are you nuts? I'm right here, aren't I? The corner of Gu Fan's mouth twitched, and he was able to determine that Su Liu on the side was the real deal. It's fine, just making sure. Try sending me a message. Su Liu then realized what Gu Fan meant, and then did as she was told and sent him one. True, she's gotten smarter, but not too much, and there's still a lot of room for growth. 10 minutes later, across the street, in the mist, Chen Kai appeared on the opposite side of the room, with Lu Yu beside him. The four appear to have run into each other. Boss Gu Fan, what a coincidence. Chen Kai waved while running over happily. Gu Fan didn't move and sent a private message with Chen Kai. Chen Kai didn't reply. The opposite party, Chen Kai, however, suddenly changed his face. Boss Gu Fan, what are you messaging me for? It's fine, just making sure. Try sending me a message? Gu Fan offered. There's no need for that, is there? Boss Gu Fan, my talent is recovery and yours is stealth, and I just picked up your message. Is there any need to send it with you? Chen Kai asked with a frown. Gu Fan, it doesn't seem right. Su Liu felt that something was wrong, hastily shouted in his ear. Then, just send it when you're told to. Don't be such a dick about it. Su Liu hurriedly shouted. Chen Kai's face was gloomy. Meanwhile, Chen Kai's side gave a reply. Why? Van, how's it going over there? I'm here on a forested mountain trail with only forward and backward paths. How about you? Guffin, you're not in front of me? Chen Kai, no. Brother Gu Fan, how could I possibly appear in front of you? Are you in some kind of trouble? Gu Fan could be sure that the one in front of him was an imposter. Gu Fan, it's fine. I should have met a brat impersonating you. This imposter is pretty good. Send it a message and it seems to be able to know. Okay, if you don't want to post it, don't post it. You two come over here first. Gu Fan's tone suddenly relaxed. Chen Kai was relieved. They both came together and, just a slight stiffening of the face. Next moment, Gu Fan held his spear in his hand and poked at Chen Kai and then Lu Yu. Moment. Brother Gu Fan, why did you do it to me? Chen Kai rolled on the ground, howling and screaming. The same goes for Lu Yu. Gu Fan snorted coldly. Chen Kai also has no iconic recovery of black gas on his body. Two imposters, die. Seeing that one shot still can't kill, Gu Fan is a bit annoyed. Now the durability can't be much, and there are only 10 weapon magazines which are simply not enough. Su Liu hastened in to make up 2 knives in. The two imposters died on their heels, and after the 2 black auras enveloped them, they dissipated and 2 faceless men appeared. The faceless ghost is able to change its acquaintances, knows everything, and can even know to send it a private message, but is unable to intervene in the functions within the game system, and is unable to send itself a private message, is still very recognizable. Meanwhile, most players walking this mountain trail within the woods encountered faceless ghosts. A small number of players had the same detection as Gu Fan and guessed that the other party was a ghost. A very small percentage of players had the ghost in front of them, the same as the 2 Gu Fan. And on top of that, many players planted some, relying on trust between their companions, and were attacked by faceless ghosts, not to the point of death, but consuming a lot of healing supplies. Luckily, according to the rules, most faceless ghosts will only attack once after approaching a player. However, there are also faceless ghosts that don't make a move on the player, but instead follow and stay silently by their side. In the first crisis, at least close to 10 players died. Gu Fan edited the intelligence into a message and sent it to 2 small groups. After seeing the group chat information and the number of members, Gu Fan was silent, because Li Mengmeng died. Li Mengmeng's avatar turned gray, and after a short while, her avatar would disappear. I wonder who she ran into, herself, or Chen Kai, or Lu Wenyan, or did she run into Yang Yun? It's all possible. This is because Faceless Ghost is able to transform into any player. Pity about the couple. Su Liyu's eyes were filled with regret. Yang Yun and Li Mengmeng, 2 ordinary players and one of the few players Gu Fan knew. With a bit of luck, you might actually be able to live longer. Chapter 58 for wanting to see more of them. There's no way around it. That's the cruelty of this world. The universal crossing was a disaster, killing almost 80 or 90% of the population in just 5 days. 10 billion people. Only 1 billion left. At this rate down. Constant elimination. A billion becomes 100 million. 100 million becomes 10 million. Every 10 apartments keep merging together. Gu Fan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Li Mengmeng and Yang Yun were just strangers who hadn't known each other for a few days after all. As long as he and Su Liu can stay alive. At the same time, Gu Fan also gained ghost coins x200 for killing the 2 faceless ghosts. It looks like this group outdoor game is not bad. This trip will make another big few thousand in ghost coins, Gu Fan said with some relief. It wasn't long before the two were once again walking for 10 minutes or so. Just down the road, 2 more silhouettes appear faintly ahead. Watch out, here we go again. Gu Fan blocked in front of Su Liu and said in a deep voice. In the next moment, his pupils narrowed slightly and, not far ahead of that, a thin layer of mist shrouded the surrounding. In the shadows, 2 figures slowly emerged. When they got closer, they could clearly see that these 2 were a middle-aged couple. He only saw that middle-aged man with a tall and straight body, standing at more than 1 meter 8, with a strong and well-defined face. Underneath a pair of thick eyebrows, deep eyes flashed with a gentle light, and his appearance was slightly similar to Gu Fan. At the same time, his face had an amiable expression, revealing a kind smile that made people feel close to him at first sight. The middle-aged woman standing beside him is likewise of extraordinary temperament, nearly 1 meter 7 in height, with a slim and slender body. Who are these 2 people? Why aren't they people we're familiar with? Like Lu Wenyan, Li Yonghong and the others? Su Liu was a little nervous and asked curiously. Gu Fan, on the other hand, stood still for a second. Deep nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Su Liu, on the other hand, was chirping away, not even noticing the current atmosphere. Gu Fan, who are these 2 people? Why are they looking at us right in front of us? The gaze is still so gentle. It should be a faceless ghost, right? Would a normal person look at us with such a gaze? Gu Fan, say something. Su Liu patted Gu Fan's head. Gu Fan ignored it, but continued to remain frozen in place. He didn't expect to be able to run into his 2 most important people in this mountain path in the misty forest. Fanner, long time no see. You now grow so tall. At home have not eaten on time. Have not studied well. Let's stay up late. Stay up late is not good for the body. You young people like to stay up late. The middle-aged man said gently, slowly approaching Gu Fan. The middle-aged woman did the same, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Fan Air, we miss you. How naughty you were when you were little. Do you still remember when? The middle-aged couple blah blah blah. The conversation was all about parents. Hearing Su Liu confused and Bibi. Gu Fan, they are in the end. Gu Fan finally couldn't help himself a bit and interrupted Su Liu's words. Dad, Mom. Su Liu froze, her pupils widened and, Gu, isn't Gu Fan an orphan? This is something that the class knows. At that time I do not know who learned about Gu Fan's family situation. Big mouth spread throughout the profession. Fan Air, what college did you get into? Is the pretty girl next to you your girlfriend? She's quite good looking. Treat her well. Mom and Dad are getting old and are counting on you to carry on the family's legacy. Seeing that the 2 sides are getting closer and closer, Su Liu was a bit anxious. Gu Fan, they're not your parents. Your parents have passed away. These 2 are ghosts. Wake up. Gu Fan, however, remained unresponsive, chatting with his parents. Mom and Dad, her name is Su Liu. She is my girlfriend. I will be good to people. She is a good girl. We love each other very much. I am also very good in my studies, and I have previously received a 2nd-class scholarship. That's good. And that's a relief for us. Hearing this, Su Liu blinked and her face instantly turned red. When did she become Gu Fan's girlfriend? However, she soon reacted that Gu Fan was usually so wooden, so she was probably using herself as a shield now, right? Thinking of this, Su Liu was a bit disappointed that, quickly, she shook her head and, now is not the time to think about this, since Gu Fan is controlled by the illusion, then he must be himself. Just as Su Liu was about to settle these 2 ghosts, the sound of breaking air came from the. It turned out that the 2 sides were getting closer and closer, only less than 2 meters away, and just as Gu Fan was still speaking with a gentle face, the spear in his hand broke through the air and stabbed Dad through the chest. Soon after, Gu Fan withdrew his spear with a calm face, and once again shot at Mom. The middle-aged couple collapsed on the ground, their gentle and kindly faces having faded away, replaced by faces without 5 senses. Su Liu blinked her eyes and, It seems like Gu Fan knew all along. Gu Fan, are you okay? Su Liu waved her hand in front of Gu Fan's eyes. Gu Fan looked down at the two ghost corpses, not knowing what he was thinking, and ignored the 200 ghost coin income by his ear. It's okay, let's go. Gu Fan nodded his head. Gu Fan, did you just know all along that something was wrong? Su Liu was a bit uneasy and asked curiously. Gu Fan nodded his head. Of course, my parents were long gone in a car accident when I was little. It's weird not to know. Then why are you still? For wanting to see more of them. Gu Fan's eyes lowered as he slowly said. Hearing Gu Fan's words, Su Liu was first stunned. Then her eyes couldn't help but flash with heartache. I see. Sorry Gu Fan, just now I was beside myself constantly interrupting you guys. It's nothing, and after all this talk, it's enough. Gu Fan shook his head. It was natural to record the anomaly just now then tell his companions in the group. Soon, the two opened the chat channel and looked at the two group chats. 10,086, 10,087 subgroups. Gentlemen, you're all traveling across a path, aren't you? It's surrounded by woods and you can only go forward and backward. Yes, folks beware of the faceless ghost. It will impersonate familiar people, even dead people. Can you believe it? I just saw my dead girlfriend, and almost lost my mind. Luckily I reacted fast enough, and I don't know if it was my girlfriend's death protecting me and making me realize she was dead. Upstairs, what do you mean? Doesn't this faceless ghost only pretend to be a friend? Why would he lose his mind if it's not obvious that he's pretending to be a dead person? Gentlemen, it would be better if they were posing as friends instead, for the simple reason that posing as friends only requires sending private messages to each other to find out if the other person is a ghost or not, but posing as a familiar face won't work. My roommate just saw her long dead parents. She went to them uncontrollably. Luckily I pulled her back in time. Otherwise, she'd be dead. God. I do understand what affecting sanity means. In short, vigilance must be vigilant, and the benefits of a high sanity value appear. Earlier I obtained a prop that increased my sanity value by 30 points, and now with 130 points of sanity value, there is no need to be afraid of faceless ghosts at all. Watching the chatter of the crowd, Gu Fan realized that it wasn't just himself. Everyone had met someone familiar. Gu Fan sighed. I don't know if it's lucky, or unlucky, to be able to see my parents, who have been dead for many years, on this road. Su Liu glanced at Gu Fan with some heartache. Gu Fan, don't be afraid. You have me by your side. Thinking of what Gu Fan had just said, Su Liu couldn't help but feel a slight blush on her face, and after a moment of hesitation, she took the initiative to hold Gu Fan's hand. Chapter 59, A Ghost with Arms All Over Its Body. Previously, there is a news. The old man misses his daughter who died of an early illness. In order to be able to see her, deliberately ate the unprocessed sea hand green, thus hallucinating, and every once in a while to eat. Now, the other players are in a similar scenario, but even more terrifying than seeing hands green is the faceless ghost that can change and knows anything. Some players with low sanity values fell right into it, resulting in a faceless ghost getting their hands on them. Some players with high sanity values did not make timely moves even after seeing the deceased, but froze in place. Of course, there are those who don't care, such as a female player who was perennially domestically abused, and after her husband died, she saw a faceless ghost posing as her husband, and was so angry that she picked up a ghost weapon and desperately smashed her husband's head. Not to mention, this group teleportation was quite meaningful. The two continued on this path and had no idea where it was going to lead. Gu Fan opened the game interface and saw the temporary leaderboards. Because of killing 4 faceless ghosts, according to the game system judgment, faceless ghosts are very weak. Even if they are close, they will only be attacked once, and with healing props they can avoid death. So there's only 1 point for killing a faceless ghost. The two Gu Fan now had 4 points, and there weren't many dorms that had 4 points in the opening round. Dormitory rankings. First place, Dorm 1008, points x5. Second place, 703 Dormitory, points x4. Third place, 1105 Dormitory, points x4. 102nd place, Dormitory 1507. No points. Apartment rankings. First place, former 10,086 apartment, points x18. Second place, former 10,090 apartment, points x15. 10th place, formerly apartment 10087, points x3. Now, Gu Fan's dormitory was ranked second and was overtaken by a 1008 dormitory. That means that at the very least, that dormitory has encountered 5 faceless ghosts. And the last few dorms, not sure if they haven't moved yet or if they haven't run into any ghosts, have only 0 points. In the case of the apartment rankings, apartment 10086 was number 1. After all, there were enough 3S ranked talents, and the number of people who had obtained the talents was a full 7. The original 10,087 apartments were last place with only 2 players with talent. So much so that it can also be extrapolated that the number of players in other apartments that are talented is probably between 7 to 2. Soon, it was another 10 minutes or so of walking. Gufan ran into 3 more level 2 devils, and after resolving them, his points came to 7. During this time, Su Liu also gritted her teeth and used her normal longsword to cut herself, then used her talent to transfer it to the devils. It was only a pity that the Ghost Devourer didn't have any reaction after being diverted, because Su Liu didn't use a ghost weapon, but an ordinary weapon, and it was impossible for an ordinary weapon to harm a ghost. Su Liu bai was cut, and now he was rubbing his neck and looking like he had bared his teeth. Gufan only remembers being amused, because the pain Su Liu suffered was real, and she didn't know if she would become more and more numb if this continued. Su Liu, we can also walk faster and run into ghosts and monsters more often so we can keep our points down, Gufan offered. Well, I feel the same way. Go faster. The two started running. 2. After another 5 minutes. Fork in the road ahead. 2 paths between 3 groves of trees. Gufan, how do I get there? Su Liu asked. Gufan thought about it, decided to go left. His ghost chi lance was also about to be scrapped, so he hastily used 5 martial boxes to increase his durability, so that the ghost chi lance durability was raised to 30 points. A slight renewal. One could only say that the ghost weapons were really not durable. Sooner or later the ghost gun would run out if this went on, and the durability of that ghost chi chainsaw wasn't very high, and the durability of the excellent quality ghost chi dagger that had been used up to now Su Liu wasn't very high, and when the 3 weapons were used up, the 2 of them wouldn't have any weapons that they could use while they were handy. I don't know if it will last past today. Soon, at the end of the walk, it appears to be a dead end. Not far ahead, the outline of a vague, jumbled and unkempt silhouette was visible. As the distance draws closer, the silhouette also slowly became clear. However, when Su Liu finally saw what was in front of her, a chill instantly surged up her spine, and she hurriedly held Gufan's hand tightly. Nervous, Gufan wasn't surprised. Only this monster was covered with densely packed arms. These arms are of various lengths and thicknesses. Some are as dry and shriveled as dead branches. Some are as thick and strong as tree trunks. Not only that, all parts of its body were covered with these greenish-gray arms, armpits, navels, chest, and even in that bloody mouth. There were actually a few arms poking out that were constantly trembling and twisting, looking bizarre and terrifying. At the same time, this multi-handed ghost had a rolling black gas rising around it. Judging from its aura alone, this multi-handed ghost is clearly more powerful and terrifying than the chainsaw ghosts we've encountered before. Gufan moved, taking out his lance and coming to the multi-handed ghost. Be careful, Gufan, Su Liu reminded. Soon, however, a greenish-gray arm suddenly emerged from Gufan's mouth, and Gufan was forced to open his mouth before an inflection choked Gufan's neck. At once, he felt a sense of suffocation. This multi-handed ghost is also capable of long-range attacks. Gufan didn't dare to be careless, so he directly executed his talent. The weird stealthy. The next moment, as if the arm had lost its target, it disappeared from Gufan's mouth. However, after Gufan disappeared, the one who suffered was Su Liu. One arm after another appeared out of nowhere from the air and grabbed at Su Liu. Don't arrest me. Arrest Gufan. Chapter 60, Exploding Skills. Big changes in attribute panel. Su Liu shouted, then unleashed the calamity talent. At the next moment of unleashing the talent, the greenish-gray arm that had appeared out of nowhere froze in the air. This is the ability of a multi-handed ghost to extend its arms anywhere to grab someone with them. Because of Su Liu's shifting goalposts, the multi-handed ghost shifted its target to Gufan. But now that Gufan was in a state of invisibility, it was the hand in the air that froze in place, not knowing where to grab. The left and right brain interplay of the multi-handed ghosts caused the arms that appeared in the air to constantly shake, both trying to attack in Gufan's direction and because they couldn't detect Gufan. Eventually the multiple hands that appeared in the air disappeared into place. At the same time, the multi-handed ghost's first attack ended, and Gufan ended his stealth and took the ghost chi lance and just stabbed towards the multi-handed ghost. The multi-handed ghost's body was stabbed through, and black gas spread out, but it didn't die immediately. As a multi-handed ghost more powerful than a chainsaw ghost, the life force is strong. However, because of Gufan's movement, the stealth disappeared. The multi-handed ghost continued to cast his abilities on Gufan, and as 2 hands were about to emerge from Gufan's mouth again, Gufan immediately used stealth. 2 hands without a target, grabbing at Su Liu. So then, Su Liu shouted again, don't grab me, grab Gufan. A second left and right brain interplay leaves the multi-handed ghost slightly dead. Its pupils looked at Su Liu with an inexplicable emotion. I wonder what this multi-handed ghost is thinking and what it would say if it could talk. Third wave. Fourth wave. In the end, the multi-handed ghost's entire body was plugged with holes and still didn't fall. On the contrary, Gufan and Su Liyu's stamina decreased a bit too much after launching their talents multiple times. Plus, because of the creepy appearance of the multi-handed ghosts, the duo's sanity value drops a lot. Gufan, why don't you try using a chainsaw or a pistol? This isn't going to work, Su Liyu said with some anxiety. I understand. Because the two are gifted with the left and right brain hubber of a multi-handed ghost, there's a gap between each time they launch an attack. In the words of the game, there is backlash. Therefore, Gufan took out a ghostly chainsaw within a back swing. The chainsaw niggled and chopped at the body of the multi-handed ghost. The head and 10 or so arms were instantly chopped off. It was probably because the previous attack from the ghost chi lance had already severely injured the multi-handed ghost, and now the chainsaw had just the right amount of power to kill it in one blow. Kill multi-handed ghost. Get excellent top quality treasure chest times 1. Get ghost coin times 500. Get points times 15. 1 multi-handed ghost equals 15 devils or faceless ghosts. Through that excellent upper grade treasure chest, Gufan was also able to guess that the strength of this multi-handed ghost was most likely at the excellent upper grade level. The previous chainsaw ghost was at the excellent medium level. As for that mirror ghost, it's unclear. Being able to spiritualize is extremely special. But the mirror ghost compared to the chainsaw ghost and multi-handed ghost, the degree of attack and very weak, will only be when the player is close to the mirror, and then appear to hold the player in. As for carrying it in for what? It's not possible for a man to have sex with a woman, is it? Gufan, we've gotten a great reward. Killing this multi-handed ghost, 15 points and 500 ghost coins directly. There's even a treasure chest that's only found within survival games. Gufan nodded his head. That puts us back up to 2,000 ghost coins. Gufan was about to open the treasure chest, but Su Liyu came over and pulled Gufan's corner. Hey, Gufan, why don't you give me this treasure chest to open? Let's see how lucky I am. Gufan nodded. It was the same for whoever opened it, as if Su Liyu hadn't opened it in the previous 2 survival games. Then I'll drive. This excellent top quality treasure chest remains black and unlocked. Su Liyu opened it up and there was a flash of golden light, and it looked like another good thing had opened up. Obtain skill book, Ghost Hand. Quality, excellent top quality. Ghost Hands, spend 15 sanity points to extend 3 Ghost Hands out of thin air on any part of the player or ghost to attack the player or ghost. Each of Ghost Hands attacks will deal approximately 70 points of ghost aura damage. Learning requirements, possess at least 2 points of ghost chi before learning. After learning it will increase 5 points of ghost chi. Get props, Ghost Nail X2. Quality, excellent extreme. Ghost Nail can be inserted into the body of ghosts and monsters below the fine level. Once inserted, the ghosts and monsters will be suppressed and unable to move. Unless the ghost nail is taken away, the ghosts and monsters will be suppressed all the time. Unfortunately, the treasure chest didn't pop out any weapons that. Gufan's lance durability was already only 1 or 2 points. After thinking about it, he was going to give the arms box to the chainsaw, which obviously did a bit more damage. The ghostly lance, if you will, is not needed for now. Luckily, the skill that popped up was so powerful that the drain wasn't stamina. It was actually sanity value. It's understandable. Casting a talent in any action consumes stamina, and casting skills, and encountering scary things and being scared, consumes his sanity. Both are blue volume, but different from each other. Of course, both sanity and stamina values are able to slowly recover over time. The Ghost Breath Chainsaw's durability had just depleted by 8%, coming to 35 points, but then it went back up to 60 points because of the 5 martial arts magazines. Su Liyu said, Gufan, you'll learn this skill book. Your natural offense isn't very strong. Gufan hesitated and nodded. Su Liyu, this is the iron will to play auxiliary for himself. Picking up the skill book, it was a black book with 2 large white letters, Ghost Hand, on top of the book. Open it up. It's a wordless book, and I don't know how I'm supposed to learn it. Skill book Ghost Hand. Detected that the learning requirements have been met. Is it learned? Note, Ghost skill consumes sanity value. If you use the skill too often, the sanity value will return to 0, and you will fall into a seizure, and be backfired by the skill. Gufan glanced at the annotations with some gravity. It looks like the skill danger level is pretty high. However, it does enhance one's means, so of course one must learn. Gufan clicked yes. In the next moment, a black gas surrounded Gufan's body, and in Gufan's mind, a large amount of additional knowledge. At the same time, the faint black chi on Gufan's body didn't disappear, instead it was absorbed by the whole body. 5 minutes later, Gufan mastered the Ghost Chi skill, and his Ghost Chi went from 3 points to 8 points. The physical strength value came to 201 points, while the sanity value came to 190 points. Previous data panel got it wrong a couple times. Fixed it. Ghost aura can increase not only stamina, but sanity as well. 1 point of ghost aura equals 10 stamina, 10 sanity. Subsequently, Gufan checked his attribute panel and a rather large change occurred. Properties panel. Player, Gufan. Housemate, Su Liu. Dormitory number, 10,086 apartment 703. Talent, S-rank creepy stealth. Reason, 190. Physical strength, 201. Ghostly aura, 8. Dormitory ghost coin, 1832. Title, Wicked. Skill, Ghost Hand, excellent upper grade. Not only did the attribute points increase a lot, but a new column appeared. That of skills. At the same time, those 8 points of ghost chi would also allow Gufan to harm low-level devils with around 8 points of ghost chi with his bare hands, as well as unusual ghost servants. Chapter 61, Encountering Players. Another conflict. On top of that, there are 2 ghost nails. Ghost Spike can suppress ghosts and monsters, and counts as 2 very important undercards, plus the Ghost Air Pistol with 4 bullets left. The 2 had a full 6 undercards. Yay! Great! Gufan! You've gotten stronger again. Su Liu popped up a bit excitedly. Gufan nodded with a smile on his face. Soon, though, he squared his shoulders and said, Liu, next time, if you come across a powerful skill, or weapon, you will be given the opportunity to use it. The gap between our strengths cannot be too wide. You still have a lot of flamboyance in your talent, and sooner or later we'll be able to still become stronger when we join forces. Su Liu did not refuse. The 2 then rested in place for a while, waiting for their stamina and sanity values to recover. Half an hour later, Gufan and Su Liu backed off and rejoined the fork in the road. Instead, however, a group of 4 players was seen. The 4 players looked at the 2 men warily, not recognizing who they were. Although Gufan and Su Liu's reputation was great, there were too many people in the apartment after all, and there were certainly players who didn't understand what happened yesterday morning, especially the more distant 10081, 10,082 apartments. Boss, why? It's just 2. Off to the side. A man in a jacket said softly. This one who was addressed as boss, on the other hand, was a player from apartment 10081 named Wu Daoming. Seeing this, Wu Daoming's eyes sized up the 2 men's bodies, and then the little brother behind him hinted at making a move to grab the points and weapons. However, he remained vigilant and did not listen at first, and soon after, Wu Daoming slowly asked that, the 2 of you are supposed to be human, not faceless ghosts. Gufan nodded. By the looks of it, you guys came from that side of the road. For big brothers, why don't we part ways here and each head in our own direction of advancement? The path that Wu Daoming came from happened to be in the direction of the right fork in the road that Gufan and Su Liu were about to go to, and Gufan's tone was very low, as if they were lambs to the slaughter. Seeing this, Wu Daoming's eyes lit up, and he had an idea inside. These 2 young men were so wimpy, so they must be wimps. He hastily nodded and said, smilingly, which apartment did you 2 come from earlier? In this case, if you hand over all your weapons and ghost coins, we can spare your lives. After all, you will all be players from apartment 10086 in the future. We won't be too hard on you. Wu Daoming thought to himself that this method was very good. After all, this way, Gufan and Su Liu will be honest and obedient, and when the weapons and ghost coins are all turned in, then the 2 will be given. Well, wait a minute, boss, something's not right with these 2. One of the minions sounded very nervous as he was scrolling through the chat channels. Earlier, someone secretly recorded and photographed Gufan and Su Liu's looks, because the number of people was too many 100 plus people, plus there were quite a few players who liked to chat, so the 2 of them were pictured at the very top. He had only glanced at it hastily before and hadn't paid much attention to it. After you've scratched the top, only then did this little brother's pupils shrink and, boss, is in trouble. These 2 are. However, Gufan made his move. Just gained a new skill with no practice using it. Now it seems just the right time to doze off and deliver a pillow. Before Wu Daoming could say anything, Gufan unleashed the ghost hand skill, consuming 15 points of his sanity value, and following the example of the previous multi-handed ghost, he generated a ghost hand at Wu Daoming's throat. Instantly, Wu Daoming's eyes widened as he felt a wave of suffocation. 3 greenish-gray ghostly hands suddenly emerged from his own throat. Ghosts! Ghosts! These 2 are ghosts! The other 2 players shouted. Don't panic, guys. Just kill him with a ghostly weapon. Soon, one of the players took out a finger tiger from within his backpack. Excellent lower grade ghostly breath finger tiger. He put it on in a hurry, then attacked Gufan with a punch, hoping to beat Gufan to death to save the controlled Chen Daoming. Just the next moment, finger tiger suddenly went through Gufan's head, and Gufan didn't waste any time. Ghost hand choked Wu Daoming in the neck. He took his normal weapon, a long knife, and slashed at the finger tiger player who attacked him. because of the increase in stamina value, without relying on the ghost weapon. His head immediately fell off. Run away. These two are Gufan and Su Liu. We're no match for them. The man who had recognized Gufan earlier at the beginning shouted. He then gritted his teeth before picking up the other player and running off in a huff. Very fast. This appears to be a gift. Gufan's eyes lit up. Su Liu made her move. Because no matter how much she ran, she couldn't run a kilometer at once. Could she? She picked up her normal long knife and slashed at her jade feet. Grr! Su Liu let out a cry of pain and immediately used her talent to transfer the damage to the male player who was very fast and knew herself in Gufan. Ah! The man's ankle was slashed and he instantly fell to the ground. The two players turned back in horror and Gufan and Su Liu slowly walked over. Big brother Gufan, don't kill me. I was wrong. I tried to dissuade Wu Daoming from killing you at first. I didn't have the heart to hurt you. Big brother Gufan, please, don't kill us. We know we're wrong. Gufan ignored their pleas for mercy. Instead, he asked, with interest, what's that ability of yours to run really fast? Is it a talent? What talent? This is a grade A talent. Super fast speed. The higher the physical strength value, the faster the speed of running will increase. Is growth, but besides running faster, there is no other use. Gufan big brother, I have told you. Can you spare me? The male player wailed as he covered his foot in pain. This was clearly Su Liu's ability, and he looked at Su Liu in horror. What a monster! How are you going to block the rest of the way when your feet are hurt? Be a good man and let the pain end. Gufan slashed down with a powerful force that cut off his head instantly. The other player was simply stunned that. He looked at Gufan incredulously. However, he soon thought of what Gufan had just said, and he wasn't injured. So was he not going to be killed? Gufan, I'm not hurt. I'm still fine. You don't have to end my pain. Can I go now? The corner of Gufan's mouth twitched as he heard this. The man was quite whimsical, and had no problem doing it to himself. After all, he was from a different apartment. What's problematic is not recognizing who you are in the first place. Gufan cut down without hesitation. You're hurt right now. Chapter 62, Encountering a Ghostly Wall. Settle for 4. In total, Gufan gained more than 500 ghost coins. No more and no less. And a whole bunch of ordinary materials, plus 3 excellent quality ghost chi weapons. 2 are finger tigers and 1 is a boxing glove. The glove one is excellent mid-range quality. It looked pretty fat, and that Wu Daoming didn't know what kind of talent he had. But he could actually make A-ranked players with the talent of ultra speed recognize him as his boss. It looks like that super speed is quite something. Most players don't have ghost aura right now, and a few have 1 point. That Wu Daoming, who only had a physical strength value of 100, could actually run so fast, and was also extremely gifted at preserving his life. Soon, the two continued in the direction from which the 4 had come. In the middle of it, I met a lot of ghosts. 5 hours later, come 12, noon, still in a foggy state without any sunshine. The two used both finger tigers until they were scrapped. The number of ghost coins also came to 4,000 points. Dormitory 703 ranked number 1 as usual, with 33 points, a small portion of which was 15 points for the multi-handed ghosts, a level of which there weren't very many, having only encountered 1 so far. Of course, during the period also ran into 3 waves of players. 2 waves swung hands, gained the other side of the ghost coins and points. But unfortunately there is not much at all. There is a wave of a pair of sisters. The two saw Gufan immediately begged for mercy, hoping that Gufan can let them go. Facing players without hostile intent, Gufan naturally wouldn't lose his heart and make a move. Plus, the resources gained from killing them were too small. The two were continuing to walk. Gollum. In the middle of it, a gurgling sound came from Su Liu's stomach. Gufan, I'm hungry. Why don't we rest for a while? Gufan nodded his head. I don't know how many kilometers I've traveled early in the morning, and I haven't rested at all. Except for the break I just took from killing a multi-handed ghost. The road was definitely not formed normally. This environment is certainly not a normal one either. And Gufan had also tried to go forward within the forests on both sides of the road. But the dense figures appeared inside and the ghostly aura emanating from them was so powerful that it was impossible to break through. It also proves that the apartment manager wants all players to stay honestly on the road, forward or backward. After the two of them had eaten the bento that they had brought, the two men moved on. There was no movement for a long time. Half an hour later, Gufan suddenly stood still. Su Liu and the two of them crashed on Gufan's back. Ouch! Gufan, why did you suddenly stop? Gufan ignored it and instead observed the environment on both sides of the road. Though lined with tall woods on either side, there were 2 large boulders at the heel of the woods on the left, and 3 of the trees were shorter, and still well remembered. After making a slight note of it, Gu Fan took another picture and the two of them continued to move. Something might be wrong. I always feel like something isn't right, Gu Fan responded. And then the two of them kept going. Only Su Liu was still in the dark, but she quickly understood what Gu Fan meant, because after another half hour, for a whole hour, no players, no ghosts or monsters were encountered. Odd. And finally, Gu Fan, after seeing the two large boulders around him, as well as three smaller trees, it took him a moment to realize what was going on, and his expression became very ugly. Ouch. Su Liu bumped into Gu Fan again, and she didn't know if it was on purpose or by accident. Why did you stop again? Don't you realize that the surroundings are exactly the same? Gu Fan said in a deep voice. He sent the photo to Su Liu to show her. The two of them compared the photo and the content of the environment on the left. Su Liu finally before her face changed. Didn't we just go this way? Yeah, that's why it's weird. If I'm not mistaken, we should have encountered a ghost hitting the wall only within a psychic novel, Gu Fan said thoughtfully. Then, to prevent coincidence, Gu Fan threw down a loaf of bread and the two of them continued to walk ahead. Yet another half hour. Gu Fan saw the bread that had just been left in front of him. It was only then that Gu Fan finally said with a grave expression on his face. No, it's really haunted. 3 times. At this rate, we won't be in danger. But the points will come down sooner or later. It's only a little after 1 in the afternoon. And there's still plenty of time until tomorrow. What then? Gu Fan didn't reply and looked around. Sitting down where he was, Su Liu also followed Gu Fan and sat in place together. Su Liu, we can only rely on your talent to try and see if you can find the source, as well as find something wrong. Within a 1-kilometer radius, Gu Fan looked at the chat channels, and none of the players had uttered any such anomalies. This meant that the ghostly wall was only encountered by himself and Su Liu. And I wonder if some ghost is targeting himself. Is it a spirit ghost like the mirror? Something's not right. Gu Fan. Su Liu, who had closed her eyes, said with a hard look on her face. It's like I can't perceive any creatures around me, just you next to me. Like, Su Liu racked her brain and spoke her mind. It's as if I usually open my eyes and am able to see many things, and now it's like I'm nearsighted and can only see you. Only then did Gu Fan feel that something was wrong, and his face became ugly. Normally, Su Liu's talent was unrivaled. It was also able to probe, transfer damage, and shift targets, properly considered a powerful talent even among S ranks. But now, I can't believe I didn't notice anything unusual. Gu Fan was silent for a moment, not knowing what to say back. Gu Fan, what should I do? I won't be stuck here forever, right? Su Liu was a bit flustered. Think about it, if it's an unusual player who comes across this, is it hard to just linger here? Since we can't deal with the ghost this time, we might as well find a way to outsmart it. The stronger you are, the weaker you are. As with the previous multi-handed ghost, it will just stay in the corner of a fork in the road, not move, and wait for a player to approach before attacking the player. Once an unopposed player spots a multi-handed ghost, the best thing to do is to stay away and leave. Mirror ghosts are the same way. They are only attacked if they are close to the mirror, and not if they are not close to the mirror. In that case, this ghost hitting the wall should also have a weakness. Let's go backwards, not forward. Gu Fan thought about it, because at the beginning of the journey into this road, it was coming to a fork in the road. The two chose the right side of the fork in the road before they encountered this oddity. As long as it goes backwards, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. The duo hastily turned in the direction of going back. However, 2 more familiar boulders. On the ground, there was still a loaf of bread. The duo returned to their original point once again. Gu Fan. For the 4th time, Gu Fan opened the leaderboard. Though second place is still a long way off from myself. But by the end of the night, if one's points are negative, sooner or later one will be overtaken. This strange thing was not suitable for Gu Fan and Su Liu, but instead for weaker players. If there was a player stuck here, not in danger, and had already completed the task of killing a ghost, and the apartment ranking wasn't last, and he would be able to leave when the time was up, then he couldn't wait to stay where he was. Chapter 63, Solving the Ghostly Wall. Another 20 minutes passed. Gu Fan, what are we going to do? Is it hard to be stuck here? There was some anxiety in Su Liu's eyes. It's like this stretch of road doesn't exist. Or perhaps, folded in, folding back and forth. The entire space was distorted as if it were. Those inside can't get out, and those outside don't know if they can get in. But since it was possible to walk into the path, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to walk in. Gu Fan Dao, if there's no way to leave, maybe we'll just have to stay here. However, Su Liu had a different idea. Gu Fan, do you think it's possible that we're actually back to where we were? What? Aren't we back where we were now? Gu Fan looked at Su Liu.
This little girl has always thought outside the box and abstractly. Can't say it's really any good. No, Gu-fan. It's like this. What kind of maneuver do we need to go back to the same place if we're in a normal situation? Forward and backward, I suppose? Su Liu analyzed. Gu-fan nodded his head. You're right. So, based on my conjecture, that since the only way to get back to where you were is to go forward a distance and back a distance, is there a possibility that we were just moving forward, and for a distance in the second half we were confused by ghosts and spirits that confused our vision and senses, and then we inexplicably backed up, only we didn't feel it. Su Liu brainstormed. So, what do you mean? Gu-fan's eyes glowed. His head was starting to itch. Maybe this method of Su Liu's could be useful. So, we just need to find that node and then make an attempt to operate in the opposite direction. Either backwards or forwards. Not all the way back. All the way forward. Gu-fan understood, and hastily patted Su Liu's head and, awesome, that's a good idea to try. It's better than staying here all the time. So Gu-fan began to formulate a plan. First start by figuring out how many steps it takes to go forward and back to the origin. After this is done, it's another half hour. It works out to be about 4,000 steps or so to get back to the origin. It's about 3 kilometers, and if you run it, it takes less than 20 minutes. Then, with these 4,500 plus steps, Gu-fan needed to find the one point that was confused, and that point, odds are, is halfway through the journey. It was simple. If one really followed Su Liu's logic of taking one step forward and one step backward in order to return to the original point, take 2,000 steps forward and 2,000 steps backward to get back to where you were. Now, since it was on a ghostly road, it was highly likely that the second half of the road had been affected by a paranormal event. Otherwise, the two couldn't really find any turnaround. One must know that even Su Liu unleashed her talent and couldn't find any abnormalities. Try 2,000 steps first. Thinking of this, Gu-fan Su Liu quickly counted to 2,000 steps after about half the distance. We can back up now, Su Liu shouted. The two then walked back again for 2,000 steps, and after the walk, there was no bread on the ground, and no coordinating boulders off to the side. The two literally walked out, not by talent, but by thinking. Gu-fan, we're out, Su Liu shouted excitedly. Ahead, there were 3 devils wobbling and appearing out of the fog. And Gu-fan felt quite a bit of kinship when he saw them. That means it really came out. The speed and breath of the 3 ghosts of the devils were weak and now, Gu-fan's ghost chi was a full 8 points. He quickly came to the devourer's heels and, gathering one's own ghostly energy in one's hands. This was an ability that Gu-fan had mastered one morning earlier, gathering ghost chi, and although it was only 8 points and very weak, it was very useful. Gathering 8 points of ghost chi into his hand, a punch was exactly as powerful as one caused by a weapon with 8 points of ghost chi. The difference is that these 8 points of ghost aura are permanent, while the 8 points of weapons are limited. So what's the saying? It's better to rely on people and things than to rely on yourself. I'm afraid, of all the players right now, only Gu-fan has mastered this ability. Although Su Liu and some of the players possessed 1 point of ghost chi, but after all, it's too rare. It is not to be utilized except to strengthen the body. After exceeding 5 points, one could be able to coalesce in the limbs like Gu-fan. With that, a few devils roared and rushed over. Gu-fan punched at a devouring ghost, perhaps because the other party's ghostly aura was inferior, and was knocked to the ground by Gu-fan in a flash. It's come to the point where I can deal with you little ninjas without weapons. Gu-fan smiled and said, Gu-fan, you're so handsome. Su Liu on the side gave enough emotional value and immediately shouted out. Just like that, Gu-fan's points began to grow again and he gained 300 ghost coins. It was now 4 or 5 p.m., and there was still 10 or so hours of work to be done, and by the time they got back, maybe the duo's number of ghost coins could break 5,000 or more. 4 points. Try to get 100 points and get your dorm ranking and apartment ranking to number 1 by far. Meanwhile, it wasn't just the Gusu duo. There were 2 other players who had experienced that path as well. Dormitory and a slim but tall woman were walking along the path. Although the woman's figure was flat and quite a bit of a small lotus, her face was very delicate and beautiful, and she was none other than Dormitory's female roommate, by the name of Yi Shuague, an ordinary person who hadn't mastered any talent. Duanmu, why is there a loaf of bread in front of us? Yi Shuague pointed ahead and asked curiously. Dormitory froze and looked at it curiously, recognizing at once that this bread was exactly what the ghost coin store was selling. Strange. Whatever it is, let's keep going with ours and try to get a top 5 in the dorm rankings. Right now we're only 6th in dorm 603. We're a little behind. Dormitory thought that his talent was definitely among the top 2, but ended up only being 6th in points instead.
Mind you, he had also solved a point 10 ghost earlier. Only, the more the duo walked, the more wrong they became. Yi Shueiyue was the first to react, and seeing the bread in front of her. Something's not right. Why is there another loaf of bread? Yi Shueiyue said with a hard look on her face. Is it hard to believe that this path will keep refreshing bread? Duanmu Tian stroked his chin in thought. Only, quickly reacting, he took note of the terrain around him. Then a cookie was placed on the ground. Go! Duanmu Tendo. A horrible thought crossed both men's minds. Unsurprisingly, half an hour later, the two were back at square one. Use your gift, brother Tuanmu. Your eyes can see what normal people can't. The corners of Duanmu Tian's mouth twitched. No, you think I'm a dog? It was only then that Yi Shueiyue reacted as if she had said something wrong. Soon, Duanmu Tian's eyes emitted a red light as he continued to trot with Yi Shueiyue, and after running for a kilometer or two, he did see a different sight from what he had just seen. The road just now, and the road now. Not at all. Guess that's the right path. It took the two of them, Gu Su, 2 or 3 hours to solve the ghostly wall, and Duanmu Tian's talent just refrained. Chapter 64, Do you want to rest for a while? Come on. Find the way. Move forward. Duan Mushin said. Oh, good. Yi Shueiyue heard, and hastily walked backwards. When Duanmu Tian saw this, he turned his head and looked at Yi Shueiyue's bewildered face as he took one step backward. How come? Duan Mushin was thinking a lot. Duanmu brother, why don't you leave? Yi Shueiyue asked curiously. Why are you walking backwards? Duanmu Tian asked curiously. Yi Shueiyue's perspective at this moment was that she had taken several steps towards the front, and Duanmu Tian remained in the same place, looking at herself with a shocked expression. I didn't walk backwards, didn't I keep walking forward? Yi Shueiyue asked without understanding. Duan Mushin quickly understood why. His IQ wasn't low in the first place, and he was a graduate student at Beijing University before crossing over, while Yi Shueiyue was his senior sister. I can see why. You walk back, Duanmu Tian shouted. Yi Shueiyue nodded and hurriedly walked back. Hold my hand tight. This. Yi Shueiyue's face was a little red, although Duanmu Tian was handsome and his senior brother. But wasn't it too fast now? It's only been a few days. You blush a bubble teapot. How are you going to find the right direction without my eyes? Don't think too much. Duanmu Tian was not as good-tempered as Gu Fan hastily scolded. Yi Shueiyue then awkwardly held on. The relationship between the two was also just an ordinary friend. At the very least Duan Mushin didn't have that idea at the moment. After the two held hands. You go backward. I'll go forward. Make no mistake. What did you say? You go forward. I go back. How does that work? Yi Shueiyue looked at Duanmu Tian in shock. I don't care to explain it to you. Just listen to me. Unable to do anything, Yi Shueiyue could only try to take a step back before looking blankly at Duanmu Tian. Duanmu Tian also took a step forward. Within Duanmu Tian's perspective, the two were still shoulder to shoulder, holding hands and walking in the right direction. But unlike Yi Shueiyue, her perspective was that she took a step backward while Duanmu Tian walked forward, their arms clasped tightly. Go on. Took a second step. This time, within Yi Shueiyue's perspective, Duanmu Tian took another step forward and took a step back himself, their arms still holding together, tearing at Yi Shueiyue's arm. Within the celestial perspective, on the side at this moment, Yi Shueiyue covered her arm and bent over in a painful manner. Are you okay? Tuan, brother Tuan, you're tugging on my arm and making it hard for me. Go on. This is the right way. Don't go wrong. Duanmu Tian probably knew what Yi Shueiyue's perspective was at this moment. It was nothing more than the two of them going in opposite directions, and Yi Shueiyue's arm was torn raw. But in fact, this is the right direction. Just that Yi Shueiyue doesn't know it. Or maybe she has been psychically affected in her brain. It hurts. Several more steps. In Yi Shueiyue's horrified gaze, she herself was still pulling away from Duanmu Tian by a great distance, while their hands were still holding together. Yi Shueiyue realized that her hand was strangely long, more than 10 meters, just like Luffy in The King of Thieves, who ate rubber fruits. Stop tugging. Duanmu Tian was really hard to bear, and Yi Shueiyue on the side kept springing, and those who didn't know, thought that Duanmu Tian had done something to Yi Shueiyue. Stop barking. Don't you see the anomaly? According to your viewpoint, your arm is stretched that long and it hasn't broken yet? It's the only way to walk out. Duanmu Tian comforted. Soon, 30 minutes later, within Yi Shueiyue's perspective, her own arm was stretched to an unknown length. Finally, the scene on the side appeared abnormal. One's own back to the side of Duanmu Tian, and one's own left hand at this time is still good. Simply not enough to be pulled a few hundred meters, thousands of meters so long. This should be the way to break the ghostly wall. Dormitory covered his somewhat blinded eyes. I should have backed off a ways with you, but it doesn't matter. This intel will be posted to the group later. Meanwhile, Gufan's side had already accumulated a lot of ghost coins and points. He opened the chat channel and realized that it wasn't just himself, but other players had more or less encountered a ghostly wall. And there's more than one path to ghosting. In a nutshell, it also appears to be a paranormal event that some players are bound to experience. Su Liu just wanted to send the tutorial, but was stopped by Gufan. Wait, what's wrong? Don't worry about it yet. Wait for half an hour before sending it out to the small group of 10086 and 10087. The heart is different between just being trapped and after being trapped for half an hour. Sending it later is also good for pulling people together. Su Liu's eyes widened and, holy, I can't believe there's even that. That's it. Half an hour later, Gufan sends out a tutorial that start by identifying a location, moving forward, and how many steps you need to take in total, spacing each step at about the same interval for accuracy. Subsequently, the number of steps taken was recorded. When you get back to the original point, walk half the number of steps again, and when you get to the halfway point, start walking in the opposite direction and walk halfway back. This will get rid of the ghosting. After Gufan sent out this method, the corner of Dormitory's side of his mouth twitched a bit. He also had the same idea, pulling in people's hearts and filling a cup in the meantime. I didn't expect it to be posted by Gufan first, but it didn't matter. According to connections and strength, it was indeed Gufan and Su Liu's side that was stronger. The time soon came to evening. As night fell, the moonlight spilled onto Gufan and Su Liu's bodies through the thin fog. A lot of players have gotten rid of the ghosting, but there are still some players who don't choose to go out even if they know about the tutorial. The reason for this is simple. You won't encounter ghosts or other players within the ghostly walls, either all alone or in groups of several encounters. It's a natural sanctuary. That's why a portion of salty players choose to stay put and not leave on raids. At this point, it's not just the chat channels. The same goes for the small groups of 10,086 and 10,087. There was some discussion about whether or not to not leave and remain where they were, so that by the next morning, they could teleport back to their dorms. According to the apartment manager, there's only one more day to stay in this hellhole. 10,086, 10,087 subgroups. All of you players who are spinning in the wall of ghosts to not go. Anyway, go out will also be subjected to a crisis. I have already completed the goal. 10087 apartment is also the third from the bottom, temporarily out of the crisis. Yeah, our big brother Wang Sweetie, big brother Lin Xiaotao, and big brother Chen Kai. They bumped into each other, and basically, all the points in our apartment were gotten by the duo of Wang Sweetie and Lin Xiaotao. Lin Xiaotao is Wang Sweetie's roommate and the one who has the ability to suppress ghosts and monsters by touching them. Sweetie Wang, on the other hand, is a wooden ghost monster, the equivalent of 123 wooden man, and can activate her ability to make a ghost stand still when she sees it. Both of them had the ability to suppress ghosts and monsters, and with Chen Kai's recovery against injuries, they were indeed a considerable fighting force. I've swung for the fences and don't want to go out there, and it's not dangerous anyway. Me too. Just sleep like this and teleport away the next day. I'm tired. Sweetie Wang, don't slack off. Guys, our apartment is still the third from the bottom, and we're going to walk out according to the tutorial on taking care of Boss Van. And who knows if staying inside will lead to danger. I also think so. Stay inside, certainly no danger for the time being, but this is, after all, a kind of scary spiritual means. Ghosts know what will happen if you stay inside all the time. So what? I'm tired and I don't want to go out. Su Liu frowned when she saw it. How can this person be like this? Staying inside all the time. Won't Wang Sweetness and the others be worried to death? Don't care about them. I don't think it's good to stay in there all the time anyway. Stop and rest for a while. There's still a couple of hours to go before we leave in the morning. Gufan shrugged his arms. He was already tired. His stamina value came to over 30 points, and if he didn't rest, he would die suddenly. Su Liu looked at Gufan sitting on the ground thoughtfully. At this point, Gufan clearly needed to rest and relax. Aha! I'll listen to you. Right, Gufan. It's getting late and we're tired. Do you want to rest on my knee for a while? Su Liu invited with a red face. And I wonder just how nervous she was when the socially terrified little girl uttered those words. What did you say? Gufan was surprised. This is not to see that you are tired. The wilderness. We also did not bring a quilt out, so just thought about whether to let you take a good rest. After all afternoon is that you are hammering monsters with your fists. Now my stamina value is still a little higher than you. Su Liu was nervous inside as she finished. She's trying to bring the two closer together. I don't know if it will work with this approach. The two men looked at each other. Su Liu subconsciously wanted to lower her head, but Gu Fan held her head. It's fine. Let me rest for a while. Continue saving points after 2 or 3 hours of rest. Just wake me up if there's anything out of the ordinary. Chapter 65, Epic Over the Lungs. Gu Fan said. Soon. Su Liu also crouched and sat on the ground, bending her knees. Come on up, Gu Fan. Gu Fan nodded, then rested his head on Su Liu's white and tender knees as Su Liu requested. Although Gu Fan doesn't know why Su Liu did this, the usual Su Liu is quite abstract. It's also quite inexplicable. And every now and then, he looked at himself with an indefinable gaze. What kind of feelings did Su Liu really have for herself? It's only been a few days since we met. Gu Fan sighed, pillowed on Su Liu's knee and closed her eyes to rest. An ethereal scent came to the nostrils of the. Gu Fan suddenly thought of a few segments within the short video of engaging in abstraction. Follow behind a female student during a long run on a physical test. Or after a physical test near a seated forward bend female student removes her shoes for an epic top over the lungs. The comments section is full of snide remarks like, that's a lot of life. And people can't describe in that much detail what they haven't experienced. He shook his head, stopped thinking so much, and then began to pass his lungs. Ah no. Began to sleep and rest. With Su Liu on watch, Gu Fan was also relieved. With Gu Fan asleep, Su Liu looked at him with a gentle gaze. Have a good rest, oh Gu Fan. She then looked around warily to help keep watch. Unlike Gu Fan, who had a beautiful woman to sleep on his knees, most players don't bring pillows. At that moment, within a section of road cursed by a ghostly wall, a player lay resting on the bare, cool ground. He was reluctant to leave the ghostly wall, even though he had been given a tutorial on how to leave it. Quite simply, there is danger in leaving. Now within the 10 apartments, there were only 90 or so players still alive, and just by the end of the night, a small half of them had been subtracted, a very high elimination rate. At this rate, another 10 or so players will die. Might as well just lay in the path of a ghostly pendulum. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard a footstep in the direction he had come from. Tap, tap, tap. At once, it scared the player. Holy, someone? Curious, he looked in the direction from which the footsteps had come. Nothing but the sound of stamping feet. What's going on? Who the hell is it? I thought staying in this hellhole was safe, the male player said in horror. He didn't know which direction he should run in, because no matter which direction he went, he would be back to square one. In that case, go ahead and follow the tutorial on taking care of the big guy in van. First record how many steps in total it takes to get back to the origin. Thinking of this, the male player hurriedly turned back to prepare for action. A huge ghostly face appeared in front of him. At some point, the ghost had already reached the back of the male player, and on its huge head, 2 miserable white creepy pupils stared at the man. As this player screamed, he didn't forget to think about one thing, that is, the footsteps were in the back. Why is this ghost in the front? Soon, he reacted and took out his ghostly dagger, whose durability was no longer high, and hurriedly stabbed at this ghost. However, he flopped. How could it? It's clear that ghost weapons, regardless of their power, will hurt ghosts and monsters. It's impossible that they can't hit. Soon an abyssal maw appeared from behind and bit the man's upper torso down. The crunching echoes of the road continued to reverberate, and if Duan Yushin was here, it would be obvious. His perspective, the man had turned in the wrong direction, with his back to the ghosts and monsters. How could he possibly hit them with a dagger when his back was turned to the ghosts and monsters? It wasn't just him, but other players as well, who had encountered this upside-down ghosts attack. Because of the nature of the upside-down ghosts, there were simply no players who escaped, and all of a sudden another 10 or so who were planning to swing died. Players from apartment 10087. Only 4 left. Think about it, how can a haunted place be safe? It just wasn't the right time. Gu Fan quickly woke up and sat up. Su Liu asked, had enough rest? Gu Fan, well, let's go. Keep killing ghosts. There's not much time left. Run up and brush up on points for the rest of the day. For the sake of efficiency, let's just use a ghostly weapon. The two of them took a drink of water, and then ran together towards the front of the room. The rest of the way was unimpeded. The duo is getting more and more points as they encounter ghosts and goblins and get them killed with chainsaws or daggers. Soon, a few hours later, the ghost breath chainsaw was pretty much used up, with only 10 durability points left. The excellent quality ghost chi dagger in Su Liu's hand was the same, with only a few points of durability left. Meanwhile, by 6 in the morning, a ray of light descended on the player. End of group outdoor survival game. Number of participants, 160. Number of deaths, 85. Number of survivors, 75. Detected that the last place in the apartment ranking is the former apartment 10085, and will soon execute the 5 players of apartment 10085.
3 players have been detected as not having killed any ghosts and are about to be executed for those 3 players. It has been detected that the former apartment 10085, now dormitory 1306, has a game failure immunity card. The dormitory has 2 players and will randomly select 1 player to survive and 1 to be executed. Chapter 66, Grade 4 Toilet. The first place in the dormitory ranking is the former 10,086 apartment, now 703 dormitory. Player Gufan, Su Liu, with 132 points. Reward 703 dormitory gets ghost coins x 1000. Reward 703 dormitory gets game failure immunity card x2. Reward 703 dormitory to receive a random excellent quality skill book x1. The first place in the apartment ranking is the former 10,086 apartments. Reward all players of the original 10,086 apartment with 2 points of ghost chi and 200 ghost coins. Coming back to 10,086 apartment. Existing players will be completely for 10,086 apartment players. Soon, Gufan and Su Liu covered the back of their heads as if they were in stress. But still, they felt the blow to the head, and the 2 fainted, stacked on top of each other. When the 2 of them woke up, Gufan pushed away the heavy weight pressing down on him. Already returned to the 703 dormitory with Su Liu. It's back, Gufan muttered. It wasn't just Gufan, but other players as well. Just what made Gufan a bit confused was what it meant that the existing players would be completely 10,086 apartment players. Is it hard to believe that this collective outdoor survival is actually a test? Test the ability of other players who have moved in to become players in apartment 10086. It can make sense when you think of it that way. Soon, Su Liu woke up leisurely, and after seeing the familiar dormitory as well as Gufan was suddenly surprised. Gufan, we came back alive. Although Gufan and Su Liu spent most of their time brushing like monsters and gaining points, but there are treacherous moments in it, such as encountering that multi-handed ghost, or encountering a ghostly wall. According to the group, players who didn't escape the ghostly wall were basically cool. Only 1 player escaped, but remained terrified beyond belief, unwilling to speak of the ghostly means of that ghostly ghost. Yeah, thanks to your knee, I was invigorated beyond belief and was able to kill so many ghosts back there. Gufan smiled and said, then used his hand to touch the sweat on Su Liu's forehead. The 2 were filthy and had been hanging out all day. Ahem, you like it. Su Liu shyly lowered her head. Quickly she hesitated, but in the end she didn't voice her inner question. Immediately afterward, the 2 took stock of what they had acquired. First of all, there's the ghost money. Without a doubt, with those 200 ghost coins, the 2 currently stand at over 6,000 ghost coins. Even if it means that the pendulum is now swinging away from making ghost money, it can also survive for a full 200 or so days. This was followed by the immunity card, which now comes to 4, so it's clear that this card is very versatile. Even if it's a big survival game for the collective, the game fails, and the immunity cards are able to pick one of the dorms to survive. However, it was obvious that the player of that 1306 dormitory, who obtained this card should have opened the ghostly dormitory, or opened the treasure box to obtain only 1. And not because of the exemption card obtained by arriving at the level 4 dormitory, for the simple reason that at that time, arriving at the level 4 dormitory, there were 2 cards obtained, but there was only 1 in the 1306 dormitory. At this stage, it was estimated that there were not many players who were able to upgrade their level 4 dormitories, and the 2 now only need to deliver 1 more letter before they can upgrade to a level 5 dormitory. Far ahead. On top of that, there's a random skill book. Gufan took out the random excellent quality skill book. Liu, you can learn this skill book. I already have Ghost Hand. Su Liu nodded her head. Hold the random skill book in your hand and click learn. Next moment, there was a beep in his ear. Obtain skill book, upside down. Quality, excellent medium quality. Upside down, consuming 30 sanity points can turn the opponent's behavioral actions upside down for 30 seconds. For example, if a ghost is chasing you, making the ghost upside down can make it go backwards. Another example is if a player raises his right hand, and after using upside down he subconsciously uses his left hand. Learning requirements, at least 2 points of ghost chi before learning. After learning, the value of ghost chi increases by 3 points. Learning to succeed. Upside down? That's a secondary skill, right? Gufan said curiously. Su Liu nodded. It always feels like this skill is similar to the earlier one of the upside down ghost. Upside down ghost is a name taken by the player. What I read on the chat channel. If you stay in the path of the ghostly wall and don't go out, you will encounter upside down ghosts, and after encountering them, it is impossible to tell whether they are in front or behind, and occasionally the footsteps are in the back, but the silhouettes are in the front. The silhouette was in the front, but the entity was in the back, making it very difficult to deal with.
Gufan always felt like a spirit body ghost through the descriptions of the people. Now Su Liu had gained a similar ability. And the inverted effect was on someone else. It's a very powerful ability too. It's that it only lasts 30 seconds. Or the quality must be above excellent. Gufan then took another look at the toilet. Now that he had enough funds, he could totally give the furniture and such a good upgrade. The toilet was quickly upgraded to level 4. Level 4 toilets. Upgraded successfully. Added squat toilet flush button. Requirements for the construction of a level 5 toilet: stone x 200, fine iron x 100, ghost coin x 500. Dormitory upgraded to level 5. Unfortunately there is still no shower stall, and bathing still requires a bucket of water, or water from the sink. It looks like at this rate of progress, upgrading to level 5 should allow you to have a shower table. I also wonder what level owns the tub? Gufan thought darkly as he glanced at Su Liu. The duo then took a shower one after the other. Gufan, I'm sleepy. I'll rest for a while. I won't go out today. Su Liu yawned. She hadn't even slept properly last night, and lay directly on the bed. Gufan wasn't surprised that he had slept for 3 hours though resting on his knees. But knees are cool after all. No match for a real bed. And the pair lay down to sleep. The little black outside the door was still honestly watching the door. But it had a red light in its eyes. Because yesterday, I opened my mouth and ate the whole 5. Now the little black, nostalgic for the taste of eating human flesh, suddenly fell on the ground and kept twisting, rolling, and even gloomy crawling up. But because of Gufan's order, it again made Xiao Hei have to stand at the door. The occasional player on the floor who glimpses this scene is taken aback. Lu Wenyan wasn't surprised, and when she went out, she took a picture of the scene and sent it to Gufan. I hope Gufan will pay attention to it. Chapter 67, Su Liu molestation? She'll be honest when she's hugged and kissed. Slept for hours. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon before the two woke up leisurely. I'd sleep well. Su Liu sat up, stretched and ghosted. Because Su Liu was wearing short sleeves, stretching inevitably reveals the armpits. Gufan woke up just in time to see the scenery behind the cuffs. I couldn't help but look at it several times at once. No way. Gufan was at a time when he had plenty of chi and blood. There is a rumor that boys are in flower until they are 25 years old when they become adults. It's only after 25 that the focus shifts to other hobbies, like fishing, like cycling, etc. Now Gufan is 19 years old and in his prime. Early noticed the scene. Su Liu not only did not stop but instead adjusted the angle. After a while covered her mouth and laughed. Hey, Gufan, it feels like you're the kind of guy that the female classmates at the table would look at their armpits through the cuffs if they were stretching. Gufan's old face reddened, but quickly squared his shoulders and, it feels like you're one of those people who had a hard time being a girl in your life and that's why you're trying to do everything you can before molesting me as a chunin. Su Liu was dumbfounded. She licked her lips and, so do you accept my molestation? But soon, she exclaimed. Gufan took the initiative and hugged her in his arms with force. Having just gotten up, it was the time when his blood was fresh. Gufan took the initiative to hold Su Liu in his arms, which instantly made Su Liu feel some sense of alienation. Su Liu was taken aback. Has Gufan's elm brain gotten the hang of it? But thinking about the behavior that might happen, Su Liu couldn't help but get nervous as well. She quickly pushed Gufan away as her heart continued to thump. Not bad. Su Liu loves to play, but she's not a vegetable. She hasn't had any experience at all. Some things are also learned through those kinds of novels. Movies. Wait, Gufan, would it be too fast? Well, I see that you have said that I am so many times wooden. Gufan. It turns out that I misunderstood you. I apologize. Gufan shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. Ah, no way. So you know all about it. Su Liu was a bit anxious and embarrassed. Didn't she spit on Gufan's wood when he was asleep or couldn't hear her? So give back the hug? Gufan said with a treacherous face. You're all fired up, and now you want to run away? If you didn't know, you'd think your name was Wu Ningfan. Wu Nung. Su Liu hesitated. The last time we hugged was last time. Thinking about the fact that she couldn't stay away from Gufan for the past few days together. She couldn't stay away from Gufan anymore, especially since Gufan was so handsome and physically fit and strong. However, she soon lowered her head sheepishly and gave a small She then took the initiative to burrow into Gufan's arms. You want a hug? I can give you one for the rest of your life. From now on, I'm your hugger and you're my hugger. Su Liu muttered with her small mouth. Gufan picked up her chin with his hand and, the two of them were looking at each other in all directions. It was impossible for Gufan to say that he didn't like Su Liu, growing like an oil stain, with a convex front and a delicate and beautiful face, coupled with the fact that they had slept together for the past few days. They could smell the body fragrance from Su Liu's body every day. Before bathing, the scent of the body is pure body odor. Hard to describe. It is the scent of gardenia. Occasionally sweating more. maybe a little sour. Right after the shower, she was scented with the smell of shampoo and body wash, which combined to smell like lavender incense. Looking at Su Liyu's infatuated gaze, Gufan couldn't help but aim at Su Liyu's cherry lips and peck down hard with one bite. Oh, probably not expecting Gufan to be so rough. For a moment Su Liyu couldn't help but frown, and her two small hands pushed up at Gufan's chest. However, this weak force didn't do anything at all, and instead, it even provoked Gufan's emotions. Not to mention, this behavior of Su Liyu was not resistance, but rather a desire to resist. At the same time, because of Gufan's force, Su Liyu couldn't help but feel her chest tighten. It's not a good thing to be too fit when you know it all. 10 minutes or so later, Su Liyu pushed Gufan away, looking at him with indefinable emotions. A big breath followed. Gufan, you're so rude. Su Liyu could only hold back these words for a long time. That's what you deserve for molesting me so often. Ha! Gufan continued to wrap his arms around her and kissed her several more times. Well, Su Liyu's chest was stuffy and short of breath, and she felt a little numb. It wasn't until it was over that she looked at Gufan with an infatuated look on her face, then straightened the messy clothes and, possibly thinking of something, Su Liyu hurriedly and weakly said, Gufan, now is not the time. Give me some time. After saying this, Su Liyu looked at Gufan with an apologetic face. She didn't know if Gufan would be upset if she said this, or else she would give it away now. But so soon. Will he think I'm not reserved? Will he not cherish me and use me as a tool person in the future? Su Liyu was torn and flustered inside. Gufan certainly understood. Now the two have just declared the photo not one confirmed relationship. He wasn't in such a hurry that he ate and smeared little Liyu so quickly. He touched Su Liyu's head and, as you come, Liyu, I will respect you for this kind of thing, but you can't just flirt with me, or I'll be on fire. You know. Hey, who told you to hold it so well? I'm exercising your endurance. When Su Liyu heard the latter sentence, she couldn't help but say, glancing at the man she loved, she lay in Gufan's arms. Thank you, Gufan. Soon after, Gufan glanced at the private message and realized that the little black guy at the door had started wriggling around and even crawling on the ground in the shadows for some reason. Su Liyu thought about it. Gufan, is it because you fed it human flesh yesterday and now you want to eat it again? It's quite possible, and as I recall, if it's not fed human flesh and blood, ghost coins, or items containing ghostly aura for 3 days, it will reduce its loyalty. Gufan said gruffly. What then? Feed some ghost coins, once every 2 days, and don't get stuck on the limit. The two quickly greeted the ghostly servant and came in. Looking at the appearance of the brat servant, Su Liyu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I feel like we're a family of 3. You're the dad, I'm the mom, and then the brat servant is the kid. Wrong. I'm your dam. You're my daughter, and then the brat servant is my grandson, Gufan said in a serious manner. Su Liyu? She now seriously suspects that Gufan is taking revenge on herself. Soon, Gufan took out a ghost coin from his backpack. Ghost coins are physical, and when placed in a backpack they are the electronic equivalent, and can be seen in the quarters panel, and the attributes panel. But when you take it out of the backpack, it's a pitch black coin in general. Upon closer inspection, the obverse of the coin is instead also engraved with what looks like a skull. Soon, Gufan fed a ghost coin to the little ghost servant. The ghost servant's eyes lit up and he hastily nodded down, ringing out a crunching sound. Afterward, it once again stared at Gufan with big, dark, empty eyes, as if signaling that it hadn't eaten enough. Gufan didn't care and fed one again. After Gufan tried and fed almost 10 of them, the brat servant covered his stomach in satisfaction. Is this full? Su Liyu asked curiously. It should be. To raise this ghost servant you need to feed 10 ghost coins for at least 3 days. In order to prevent accidents, then feed it once every 2 days. The overhead has come from 30 to 35 ghost coins per day.